Chapter 1. The Kingdom of Women. Changqing twisted his stiff neck and continued to drag the heavy chains that bound his feet as he slowly advanced. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Had it not been for his gloomy complexion and lifeless expression, he would have been considered an exceptionally handsome youth. At this moment, he found himself in a dim cavern, cold and damp, where scattered bones, congealed flesh, insect-like appendages, mucus, and translucent shells lay strewn about as he ventured deeper. Despite this, an eerie fragrance wafted from the depths of the cave. Gradually, he noticed a few oil lamps flickering on the walls, and he could faintly see groups of women along the way. Each of these women was strikingly beautiful, some with dazed expressions while others giggled behind their hands. The one commonality among them was the insatiable desire and obsession reflected in their gazes directed at Changqing. It seemed that within this cavern, women were the only inhabitants aside from him. Observing these enchanting yet skeletal figures, Changqing sighed softly. This tumultuous journey, filled with plans and schemes, has culminated in utter failure, he lamented. Once an ordinary student from Earth, he had inadvertently arrived in this world. Within this cave, demons lurked, and these female spirits indulged in a grotesque dance, feasting upon one another. In this domain of female spirits, they refer to themselves as the sect of Huanhe. Any male who stumbled into their midst would inevitably be reduced to livestock, nurtured for their vital essence, designated as human stock. Changqing had initially sought to escape, yet after numerous trials, he found himself captured due to his plans being exposed, destined for judgment. Hurry, if we delay any longer, Master will not spare you. The female disciple in front tugged at the iron chain around Changqing's neck, causing him to stumble. He raised his head, his gaze toward her imbued with a deeper meaning. Ah, human stock, I hope you retain your spirit when Master refines you into a pure yang pill. She sneered, her chain snapping sharply across his face, drawing blood from the corner of his mouth. He spat a mouthful of filthy blood onto the ground, a cold smile lingering in his heart. Having suffered at Feng Ling's hands before, she now reveled in her triumph over him, unabashed in her hatred. As the blood he spat hit the ground, the women lining the path began to stir restlessly. Once Feng Ling and Changqing moved a short distance away, they surged forward, clambering over the ground stained with his blood, as though it were an exquisite delicacy. Before long, one woman consumed the blood, her eyes rolling back in ecstasy, laughing deliriously as if she were in a trance. Just a bunch of demons in a place like this, anything could happen. It's all about to end anyway, so what is there to fear? Changqing regarded the bizarre scene with indifference, pondering silently. As he ventured deeper, he encountered several divergent paths within the cave, eventually arriving at a vast cavern that resembled a grand plaza. At its center stood an incongruous but splendid palace, exuding an air of antiquity. As Changqing ascended the steps, the plaque of the palace came into view. Though he could not decipher the script of this world, he recognized that this great hall was named Kaiyun Jian, the abode of the sect master of Huanhe. Feng Ling led Changqing into the hall, which was filled with curling incense smoke, where three women stood on either side. At first glance, these three appeared to be celestial beings, their beauty and grace far surpassing that of the other women in the cave. In the center of the hall lay a luminous pool of glass, shrouded in mist, within which a graceful figure could be discerned, surrounded by flowing ribbons that danced languorously like a fairy's garments. Before the glass pool stood a massive alchemical furnace, its base ablaze with azure flames. Master, the human stock has been brought, Feng Ling announced, stepping aside respectfully. Master killed him. It was he and that wretched Rose who conspired together to slay 3 of my human stocks. A stunning woman draped in a white robe stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Changqing. Master, this human stock is a menace, he must not be spared, another woman in black chimed in. From the mist, the so-called master spoke languidly. Rose, do not claim that I wronged you. I have brought this human stock before you for confrontation. If you have something to say, do so quickly, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Among the 4 women flanking the master, a red-haired beauty suddenly knelt down with a thud. Her formerly radiant face was now marred by tears and snot, rendering her exceedingly grotesque. Master, Rose isn't wrong. It is all him. It is this human stock. He has deceived the disciples, promising to help them inherit the position and escape this place, tricking them into poisoning the other stocks and stealing your treasures. It is all him. Her words elicited a cold smile from Chongqing, though he saw no need to argue. The victor writes history. There was no need for further words. If Rose implicated him, he would undoubtedly distance himself without hesitation. Alas, his meticulously devised plans had come to naught. Rose trembled as she knelt, as if the master behind the mist were an immensely terrifying presence, capable of obliterating her at any moment. Good disciple, rise. I know you must have been deceived by this human stock. The master's voice softened, resonating through the hall. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Rose prostrated fervently, relief washing over her as she stood. Yet, in the next moment, the master's tone turned frigid. But, dear disciple, you should never have entertained thoughts of aiding this human stock in his escape. Rose's hand instinctively reached for her face in disbelief, a torrent of dark, viscous fluid gushing from her orifices, accompanied by a thick cloud of black mist. Master, please, I beg you, don't. Her voice became indistinct, filled with despair. With a resounding crash, her chest suddenly erupted, transforming her cries into piercing shrieks, which fell silent within mere breaths. What once belonged to a beautiful woman now twisted grotesquely, her cherry-red lips contorted at an unnatural angle, revealing two large, crimson fangs reminiscent of an insect's mandibles. 8 arms, sprouting from her body, writhed in a contorted struggle, akin to twisted dough. Just moments ago, a stunning beauty, she had now morphed into a charred, blackened corpse. Human stock, is what Rose said true? The master's voice was chilling, sometimes hoarse, sometimes sharp, like a snake poised to strike. With a wave of her hand, the mist dispersed, and all the female spirits instinctively lowered their heads. The radiant glass pool was now teeming with venomous snakes, coiling around the women. Her countenance was enchanting, yet her figure resembled that of a decrepit crone. The seemingly graceful silhouette amidst the mist was merely an illusion created by the snakes entwined around her. The so-called dancing ribbons were but snake tails. Given the current circumstances, escape seemed utterly hopeless. Chongqing chose to laugh unabashedly. Huh, so that's the case. No wonder these female demons dress so revealingly while you are shrouded so tightly. It was to conceal your hideousness. A celestial being, you say? You are but an old serpent. His expression hardened as he cast a venomous glare at the master before him. Old hag, all the suffering I endure shall be repaid in full. Do not fret, I have ample time to play with you. Even your sect of Huan shall be brought to ruin. Is that so? I shall transform you into a pure yang elixir this instant. Let us see how you dare to speak defiantly. With that, the master waved his withered hand, and countless venomous serpents ensnared Chongqing, dragging him into the alchemical furnace. The overwhelming heat enveloped him, rendering him unconscious in an instant. As if his soul had departed from his corporeal form, he glimpsed within his mind a peculiar clock, slowly revolving in reverse. Surrounding the clock were delicate tendrils, twisting and contorting with reckless abandon. The clock face, resembling a nightmare, collapsed in an amorphous manner, writhing and flowing, while 12 orbs, symbolizing time, oozed a viscous substance that perpetually formed and decomposed upon its surface, the mirror-like face glinting with an eerie luminescence. Then, darkness consumed all. Upon opening his eyes once more, he beheld the dim glow of an ancient, energy-saving bulb on the ceiling. The familiar bedding on the bed had been haphazardly kicked aside, now entangled around him. I have returned, he murmured. Chapter 2. Chongqing sat up in bed and casually unlocked his phone, glancing at the date, as expected, January 8th. Indeed, he found himself ensnared in an interminable cycle. Each time he perished in that world, or after enduring a full 3 months, a bizarre clock would emerge in his mind, guiding him back to reality, back to this familiar afternoon of January 8th. As midnight approached, he would find himself reborn in a dark cave, transforming from an ordinary young man into the broodingly handsome Chongqing of another realm, starting anew. A sudden wave of headache, dizziness, and nausea overwhelmed him, prompting a hurried dash to the bathroom where he retched violently. Splashing cold water on his face, he gazed into the mirror. In his early 20s, Although he lacked the youthful handsomeness of moments before, he still bore a sunlit charm, albeit with a visage marked by exhaustion. Just before this endless cycle commenced, he had been diagnosed with terminal brain cancer at the hospital. Moments ago, he had been cast into the Dan furnace by the so-called master amidst the clouds, marking the fourth death he had unlocked in his dreams. He could not discern whether this was a form of transmigration or merely a dying fantasy of a brain cancer patient. Logically, as someone whose time in reality was running short, he could indulge in the hedonistic pleasures as instructed by the alluring spirits, allowing himself to drift through those 3 months, and then continue the cycle without the need for his futile attempts to escape. Yet, Changqing's actions stemmed solely from an instinctual drive for survival. Closing his eyes, he peered into his consciousness, where a peculiar clock languidly ticked. As if sensing his gaze, the 12 eyes representing time on the clock face eerily opened simultaneously, their pupils resembling the vastness of a starry night. Indeed, this very clock, witnessed during each demise in another world, now resided within his mind. Perhaps it was the very tumor, the essence of his brain cancer. It sounded fantastical, yet if changes in his body within that realm could partially reflect in reality, then perhaps there existed a chance for healing from a malady that modern medicine deemed incurable. This notion sustained him through every rebirth, fueling his struggle. The demons of that world, especially the so-called master, seemed to possess extraordinary longevity and strange abilities. If he could master these techniques and escape that den of iniquity alive, perhaps he could influence his corporeal existence and prolong his life. Quietly motivating himself, Changqing reckoned that it was merely a matter of dying a few more times. Even with the 3-month time limit, he hoped to uncover more secrets of that world within such limited time. With the power of infinite rebirth in his grasp, he mused that not even the minor sect of Huanhe would be able to thwart his escape, even if it meant traversing mountains of knives or seas of fire. He vowed that the master and the sirens who had tormented him would face his retribution. No, he must utterly dismantle that vile lair to quell the hatred in his heart. Lost in thought, his phone rang. Without even glancing, he recognized the call from the memory of his previous rebirths. Skillfully, he answered the video request. Changqing, are you feeling better? A charming girl appeared on the screen, clad in a white down jacket. Her naturally fair cheeks were slightly flushed from the cold, and her long black hair cascaded messily over her shoulders. Yet her beauty was undeniable. I'm fine, just a little flu. You should watch where you're going while video chatting, he replied, taking a bite from a burger he had retrieved from takeout box. Hey, I was just worried about you. Did you eat the takeout I ordered? Her voice softened, glancing around nervously as if fearing someone might overhear her words. You've been on leave for several days. I miss you. Changqing smiled faintly, suppressing the acute pain throbbing in his head. Don't worry about me, Qinghe. I'll be all right in a few days. You need to wear your mask so you don't catch anything. Okay. The girl, Yi Qinghe, obediently nodded, pulling a pink mask from her bag and adorning her face. I took it off because I wanted to look good for our video call. Changqing paused, contemplating whether to speak, but then other classmates' voices echoed from the video. Yi, watch where you're going. You passed the classroom. Got it. Yi Qinghe lifted her head and hurried onward. Observing her flurry of activity, Changqing called out, Qinghe, what is it? It's nothing. He hesitated, then could not resist saying, Yi, take off your mask. I want to see you properly. Ugh, you're so annoying. Despite her words, she complied, removing the mask, revealing an even more radiant face. The girl's blush outshone the most enchanting words, etching the scene deep within Changqing's memory. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness struck him. He doubled over the sink, retching uncontrollably. Changqing, what's wrong? Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? Yi Qinghe's concern was palpable. Cough. I'm fine, really. He managed to shake his head, forcing a smile. Focus on your class. Don't worry about me. I'll be back tomorrow. Before she could respond, he disconnected the call, bowing his head as he violently vomited again. The intense headache, dizziness, and blurred vision made it impossible to maintain his facade. These were all classic symptoms of terminal brain cancer. Pain, dizziness, vomiting, declining vision, and mental afflictions, including paralysis. A chill ran down his spine. During his earlier rebirths, he had been able to converse with Yi Qinghe in full, Yet this time, his condition had evidently worsened. Was it the consequence of his repeated rebirths? He was aware that each reincarnation came at a cost. After 4 rebirths, his supposed prowess in that other world had diminished with each return. By the 4th time, he had become an ordinary mortal. Was it possible that this time, the cost of his rebirth would manifest in reality? If each subsequent rebirth intensified his affliction, he would inevitably succumb before midnight, forfeiting his chance for rebirth once more. Lost in thought, his vision blurred again, and in a haze, he beheld his own vomit in the sink, which grotesquely morphed into the congealed flesh, insect limbs, and translucent shells from the cave. Changqing's body trembled, disbelief washing over him as he raised his head. The reflection staring back was no longer his true self, but that of the broodingly handsome Changqing from the other world. His mouth stained with blood, grinning eerily. In a panic, he collapsed onto the floor, trembling fingers groping for his phone, desperate for Yi Qinghe's voice to soothe his fraying spirit. As his vision faded further, he brought the phone closer, only to find that it had vanished, replaced by a dark, personal talisman from another realm, engraved with the characters Ling Yu Changqing. Frantically, he searched for something, anything, that could affirm his existence in the real world. Yet, as his vision blurred, his hands could no longer feel the cold porcelain tiles of the bathroom, only the muddy ground beneath him, warm flesh mingling with a faint, metallic scent of blood. With a sudden thud, it seemed as though the bathroom light had shattered, plunging his world from obscurity into utter darkness. In the next moment, the peculiar clock in his mind struck 0, emitting a distant, mournful wail. The entire room began to twist and morph as countless indescribable forces, akin to mysterious tendrils, spread throughout the space, rearranging and recombining this reality. Young one, your fortune overflows, leading you to this paradise of bliss. Yet, such fortune takes lifetimes to cultivate. Come forth, for the sisters shall guide you to the pinnacle of ecstasy. Chapter 3. Lily. As the blurred vision shifted to clarity, Changqing blinked, finding himself surrounded by pairs of glimmering eyes in the dimly lit cave. Several women's cloaks were hastily discarded, spread upon the ground like a vast bed. The air was filled with soft laughter, creating an atmosphere of springtime exuberance that nearly rendered him breathless. At his feet lay the lifeless body of a woman, still warm, her flesh gruesomely mangled, and her neck torn open as if a beast had savagely ripped away a substantial portion of her flesh, her eyes wide open in death. No, this cannot be. Changqing's heart raced with terror. The scene before him was starkly different from his previous 4 reincarnations. In those instances, he had entered this world only at the stroke of midnight, while this time he felt as though he had been forcefully yanked into this moment. His last rebirth had begun with him awakening in a cave where humans were imprisoned. Yet now, the time seemed to reflect the first occasion he was taken to the so-called pleasure hall after a month spent in captivity, where these seductresses would feed upon him. For reasons unknown, the onset of this reincarnation had been pushed forward by an entire month. From his earlier experiences, he had come to understand that these seemingly enchanting women were not to be trusted. They were far from human. They lacked a normal moral compass, and some even exhibited a low level of intelligence. Their attire and spoken language were mere clumsy imitations of humanity. He had frequently witnessed scenes of them cannibalizing their own kind. Yet the current tableau was particularly bizarre. The corpse on the ground was evidently one of their own, and yet they appeared oblivious to it, fixating solely on Changqing. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the body at his feet as that of a succubus named Xinger. He had encountered death many times in this world and had long since become desensitized to it. Yet he could not fathom why this succubus had met her end in such a place. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and, as he wiped his lips, he realized they were smeared with blood, causing a wave of nausea to wash over him. The blood that had splattered from her had inadvertently coated his mouth. With no time to dwell on his disgust, he bit down on his tongue, attempting to regain some clarity. Regardless of what transpired, he could not allow these succubi to feed upon him. The members of the Huanhe Sect practiced a particular dark art. Once one was fed upon, they would become ensnared, gradually succumbing to addiction, ultimately becoming mere husks driven solely by desire. Those who had been fed upon would eventually lose their vitality, which would then be harvested to create pure yang pills as sustenance. That had once been his fate. However, prior to his reincarnation, he had devised a comprehensive plan. He would not be easily intimidated by a mere corpse. With this thought in mind, Chanqing prepared to replicate his previous escape strategy. He feigned intoxication, holding his breath, and grasped a hairpin from one of the succubi's heads tightly in his hand. The method was simple, self-harm, targeting a specific area. This act would serve as a test of the succubi's limits. As long as he was unable to act humanely, they would be unable to feed upon him. Yet, they would be reluctant to use a young and vigorous specimen like him for alchemical purposes. Thus they would seek to heal his wounds, granting him precious time. The price of this plan was the pain he would inflict upon himself, a torment only a man could truly comprehend. Nonetheless, Chanqing had grown accustomed to such suffering. In this infernal cave, he had cast aside his first flaw, indecisiveness. This world was one where it was either kill or be killed. One must be ruthless to others, but even more so to oneself. Just as he was about to plunge the hairpin into his flesh, a sudden blur clouded his vision, and the entire world seemed to tremble. A strange clock in his mind spun wildly, and he felt a splitting headache as a small vortex emerged within his consciousness. At its center floated a white orb of light. The orb emitted a faint glow, and Chanqing felt a surge of heat within him, his blood racing. He could no longer focus on self-harm, as if something was about to burst forth from within. At this moment, the succubi around him resembled a blooming white lily of flesh and blood. Suddenly, several women gasped in unison, followed by the sounds of choking, as if drowning. They spluttered blood, convulsed, and fell silent. Outside the cave, a female disciple heard the commotion and rushed in, her pupils dilating in horror at the scene before her. The cave was spattered with blood, and several naked women lay entwined in a grotesque embrace, lifeless. If the earlier atmosphere had been akin to a pristine white lily, the current scene resembled a blood-soaked bloom. The center of this blood lily was punctuated by long, bony spikes that protruded from the center, piercing through the bodies of the succubi, frozen in a macabre pose like insect specimens. A living hell, indeed. The female disciple screamed and fled. As she left, the spikes that had impaled the bodies retracted, and the corpses fell away, revealing Chanqing lying in the center. His face was splattered with blood, rendering him a figure reminiscent of a vengeful spirit returned from the depths of hell. Yet his complexion was pale, as if he wore a mask of pure porcelain. Lowering his gaze, he observed the spikes gradually sinking back into his body, and only when the wounds on his chest healed completely did he curiously touch his ribs. Had he just utilized the spirit manipulation technique? Had he regained his cultivation? Without further contemplation, Chanqing closed his eyes and turned his focus inward. Within his mind, a small vortex contained a milky white orb. Perhaps this was the nature of my reincarnation ability. When my cultivation reaches a nadir, the time for rebirth would correspondingly advance, reducing my remaining time by a month. Originally, I would have forcibly reincarnated in 3 months. Now, only 2 remained. However, correspondingly, I had also regained my cultivation, a double-edged sword. Despite having faced death numerous times, Chanqing still found it difficult to discern whether his current predicament was fortunate or unfortunate. Regrettably, the fleeting restoration of his power left him with few options. Opening his eyes once more, he felt a sense of regret. Gazing upon the pile of bloodied corpses, he felt a throbbing headache. He had intended to harm himself first, and upon returning to the cave of imprisoned humans, used the memories of his past lives to execute his plan. However, he had inadvertently unleashed the spirit manipulation technique, resulting in the deaths of these succubi and disrupting his original scheme. The thought of the individual he would soon face filled him with trepidation. Alas, human efforts are often limited. Even the moon cannot shine brightly every night. Despite meticulous planning, one cannot escape the unexpected, especially in this arcane otherworld. Having undergone multiple reincarnations, Chanqing had grown rather philosophical. Even though he relished orchestrating events to unfold according to his designs, he could accept surprises with equanimity. With that thought, he stood up, extracting his robe from the heap of bloodied corpses. Shaking off the bloodstains, he donned the robe and sat upon the ground, awaiting the inevitable. Bold, did you slay my sisters? How dare you, human? Before long, the previously fleeing female disciple returned, furious and pointing an accusatory finger at Changqing. Behind her, a pair of long, beautiful legs stepped into the cave, followed by a tall, enchanting woman adorned in a snow-white garment. Her hair was as white as snow, her waist slender, neck graceful, and her skin as pure as jade, her expression as frosty as the winter air. The beauty regarded Changqing with a frown, while he smiled coldly within his heart. Cold plum, have you finally arrived, you contrasting woman? Chapter 4. Celestial Seed in the Huanhe Sect. Long Mei holds a significant position. She is not only one of the 4 guardians of the sect leader Lu Lu, but also oversees the Hall of Joy. However, the so-called Hall of Joy is merely a cavern where these female demons periodically engage in harvesting human seeds. Nonetheless, Long Mei possesses considerable strength, and her temperament is rather troublesome. Senior sister Long Mei, please subdue this human seed and avenge our junior sisters, one of the female disciples shouted. Long Mei narrowed her beautiful eyes and cast a frosty glare at her, causing the disciple to retreat in fear, realizing her mistake. Surveying the grim scene within the cavern, Long Mei remained unperturbed, her expression still icy and proud. She stepped forward, addressing the seated Changqing from a position of superiority. Did you kill my junior sisters? Changqing lifted his head, revealing his handsome visage, previously concealed by his flowing hair. It was no surprise that upon meeting Long Mei and Amp, oppose, as cold gaze. A flicker of emotion sparked in her eyes, as if igniting a flame. Indeed, it seems this woman is a creature of desire, thinking only with her lower self. He mused inwardly as he rose and saluted. Greetings, Fairy Long Mei. I am the one who killed those wretched creatures, simply because as a celestial seed, they were unworthy to cultivate with me. Oh, Long Mei's eyes glimmered with intrigue. If you are indeed a celestial seed, why was it not detected upon your arrival at the Huanhe Sect? That must be due to the oversight of the disciples responsible for inspections. If you do not believe me, Fairy, you may verify it yourself. The term celestial seed refers to cultivators of certain prowess. Although many men have inadvertently entered the Huanhe Sect, there are only a handful of cultivators deemed celestial seeds. Among them, they enjoy exclusive quarters, dedicated attendants, and resources for their cultivation. However, in essence, both celestial seeds and human seeds serve a similar purpose, regularly harvested by these female demons for reproduction. Only disciples of high standing, like Long Mei, who ranks just beneath the sect leader, are privileged to enjoy the status of celestial seeds. Long Mei approached Changqing, her delicate finger gently tapping his forehead. Sensing the spiritual nodes within his mind, she nodded in satisfaction. Mere mortals lack these nodes and do not possess spiritual energy. It appears you are indeed a celestial seed. She turned to a female disciple behind her. Ding Xiang, you may leave. I wish to thoroughly assess this celestial seed as qualifications and suitability for our sect and amp. Oppose, as cultivation techniques. The disciple dared not utter another word and hurriedly withdrew, casting not a single glance back. Qualifications? Is that what you call it? Changqing scoffed internally, but remained compliant, standing still. Once the disciple exited, Long Mei instantly transformed her demeanor. Fairy, you. Before Changqing could finish, Long Mei's finger pressed against his lips. Hush in that moment. Her icy demeanor melted away, replaced by an alluring charm. Am I beautiful? Beautiful, truly beautiful. Changqing feigned a flustered response while internally deriding her. This contrast, even amidst the corpses of her kind, is indeed perverse. In his previous lives, Changqing had always maintained his identity as a celestial seed, never falling to the level of a mere mortal. Yet, he failed to escape the Huanhe Sect in 3 months, finding himself closer to freedom during his 4th life as a mortal. His inability to flee during the 3rd life was largely due to this very Long Mei. Though she possessed an extraordinary beauty, cold and proud, enchanting yet not seductive, he had been deceived by her appearance. Celestial seeds could choose which guardian to serve, and in his third life, Chongqing had chosen her. Her haughty demeanor led him to believe that choosing her would afford him greater safety than selecting any of the other three guardians, perhaps even allowing him more opportunities to strategize and escape. Unbeknownst to him, she was the most perverse among the four guardians, harboring 3 celestial seeds and over 10 ordinary human seeds within her domain. For her level of cultivation, harvesting ordinary human seeds offered negligible benefits. She merely sought to fulfill her almost twisted desires. Despite her simplistic and mindless thinking, her insatiable cravings left Chongqing with no means of evasion. His strikingly handsome appearance, combined with his identity as a celestial seed, perfectly aligned with her preferences. The third life was the most unwelcome memory for Chongqing, tormented by this woman for 3 months until he was forcibly reborn. "Stop dawdling, little brother. Come with me." Lung Mei grasped Chongqing's hand and led him to a slightly cleaner corner, farther from the pile of corpses. In her excitement, 3 slender fissures appeared on either side of her cheeks, revealing 6 pitch-black pupils flickering with an eerie light. Even as he faced imminent capture by this woman, Chongqing remained composed, mentally calculating. It should be soon as anticipated, a woman in black robes entered the cavern, approaching Lung Mei from behind. She was petite and slightly hunched, her black hood casting her face in shadow. "Lung Mei, stop." The woman's voice was gravelly and unpleasant. Taken aback, Lung Mei's expression soured, her 6 eyes slowly closing, and her long tail retracting into her body. "TSK, Yugui, what brings you here?" The sect leader has suffered backlash during cultivation and urgently summoned the 4 guardians to attend to her injuries. "Come with me," Yugui replied, glancing disdainfully at the gruesome scene within the cave. "What transpired here?" Lung Mei adjusted her slightly disheveled attire, regaining her icy pride. These juniors overstepped their bounds with a celestial seed. If they perished, so be it. Celestial seed? Yugui's gaze landed on Chongqing. "Perfect. We can take him along. If the sect leader's injuries are severe, he can serve as a supplement." Chongqing's heart sank, recalling memories from his previous life. He realized that Yugui, a fellow guardian, would come to retrieve Lung Mei to meet the sect leader. Thus, he had refrained from obstructing her intentions to harvest him. However, he had not anticipated that Yugui would suggest taking him to the sect leader Lu as a supplement. He was not keen on living another life in such an ambiguous manner, as his opportunities were dwindling. He glanced at Lung Mei, feigning a pleading expression. That would not be advisable. True to form, Lung Mei, a woman driven by her base instincts, stepped forward protectively, shielding Chongqing behind her with a frigid demeanor. Celestial seeds are exceedingly precious. How can they be squandered so carelessly? Besides, I have taken a liking to this celestial seed. If the master requires healing, I can simply offer one of the other celestial seeds from my quarters in exchange. "Suit yourself," replied Yugui, her voice remaining cold and hoarse, as she nonchalantly exited the Hall of Joy. Chapter 5. The Enchantress Come. The celestial seed must first pay respects to the master before being assigned to a cave for cultivation. Cold Plum followed Moon Laurel, but seemed somewhat apprehensive, glancing back at Chongqing with a fleeting look of concern. "However, when it comes to your assignment, you must choose wisely. Understood? Rest assured, among the 4 great guardians, I hold you in the highest esteem. To serve you would be a fortune beyond measure," Chongqing replied. Cold Plum nodded in satisfaction. Within the grand hall known as the Hall of Colorful Clouds, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. The sect leader, Lu, sat cross-legged within a glass-like pool, adorned in a luxurious brocade robe that accentuated her alluring figure. Yet, her eyes were tightly shut, her expression one of agony. Of course, had Chongqing been present, he would have recognized that beneath her exquisite attire lay countless venomous serpents coiling around her in chanting form. Beside her knelt a beauty in a red dress and a maiden in green, the flower guardian, Rose, and the wind guardian, Windbell, respectively. They were assisting in her healing, albeit through a rather bizarre method. Rose's crimson eyes glowed ominously, and 6 eerie eyes on her forehead shimmered with a red light. From her sides sprouted 6 additional arms, which were tugging at something just below her navel. Upon closer inspection, It appeared she was extracting glistening threads from her own belly button. The threads twisted through her 8 arms, and her jaw opened at an unnatural angle, as 2 massive fangs extended from her mouth, ensnaring the threads and wrapping them around Lulu's form. Windbell appeared even more terrifying. Her upper body was bare, and her waist was alarmingly thin, almost skeletal. Her spine was exposed, and from where ribs should have been, countless slender tentacles writhed and twisted, grasping Lulu and Appo's body, seemingly injecting some liquid into her spine. This made her resemble a towering centipede, standing over 2 meters high. As Chongqing entered the hall behind Moon Laurel and Cold Plum, he felt no surprise at the sight before him. He had witnessed various forms of these demonic women in his previous lives, and there was nothing particularly strange about it. What did capture his attention, however, was a mysterious young woman standing outside the glass pool. She was tall and slender, dressed in a simple yet elegant white gown that failed to conceal her graceful curves. Her shoulders were sharply defined, and her waist was delicately slender. Looking up, one could see that above her swan-like neck, she donned a wooden mask intricately carved with complex runes. Although exquisite, the mask obscured her beauty, creating a dissonance that was hard to ignore. Strange, how could this woman, who is clearly of high status to be present in the Hall of Colorful Clouds, elude my memory in past lives? Chongqing pondered, as Moon Laurel broke the silence. Master, Cold Plum and I have arrived, and we bring a new celestial seed. Might you require the seed for healing? Lulu opened her eyes, and upon seeing Chongqing, nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. It has been many years since a celestial seed graced our cave. Hongyan, take him to the alchemy room. There are matters I wish to discuss with him personally. Yes, master, replied the masked girl, whom Chongqing had never seen in his previous lives. Follow me, she said, leading Chongqing towards the hall's exit and into Lulu's study. As they walked, Chongqing's thoughts raced. The information he had gathered in previous lives was clear. To escape the Huanhe Sect, the key lay with the sect leader Lulu. It was said that the 100-flower token she possessed was the key to leaving this place. In past lives, he had attempted to flee, but the cave seemed endless, leading him to become lost and go in circles. Ultimately, it was through Rose that he learned the 100-flower cave was a separate realm, inaccessible to the outside world, and only Lulu and Appo's token could grant passage. However, the 100-flower token was exceedingly precious, rumored to be kept close by Lulu, with even the 4 great guardians lacking the privilege to utilize it. Chongqing had initially planned to leverage this opportunity to stay by Lulu's side and eventually steal the token. Yet, the current situation was beyond his expectations. In previous lives, as a celestial seed, he merely underwent a simple physical examination before choosing whom to serve. This time, Lulu directed him towards the alchemy room, diverging entirely from his memories of the process. Had something transpired over the month since his rebirth that altered the course of events? After a brief moment of surprise, Chongqing remained composed. When faced with challenges, one must adapt. While events may shift, the key figures remain unchanged. Their temperaments, preferences, and weaknesses are well within my grasp from past experiences. As he contemplated this, Chongqing's gaze fell upon the girl leading him, and he could not help but furrow his brow. The most peculiar aspect was this woman. Having been reborn 4 times within the Huanhe Sect, he had spent nearly a year within these confines and could recall the names of countless demonic women with distinctive traits. Yet this girl, so conspicuously present, evoked no memory whatsoever. He preferred to wield precise information, to possess a comprehensive understanding of his adversaries, ensuring absolute confidence in outcomes. This girl was undoubtedly an unknown variable, a discomforting thorn in his side. Such a striking celestial maiden. How is it that I have never heard your name? Chongqing ventured to inquire. Lo Hongyan, she replied, her voice flat and devoid of emotion, offering no further words. Chongqing racked his brain for any association with that name, but found none. So, it is Lady Luo. My apologies. It is only natural for one of your stature, being by the sect leader's side, to be held in high regard. I look forward to your guidance. You may be disappointed. I do not practice dual cultivation or require the service of celestial seeds. Luo Hongyan's tone carried a hint of chill. Once Master has finished questioning, you will dutifully select one of those 4 monsters to serve. As for me, I advise you to abandon any ambitions that do not belong to you. Her words plunged Chongqing into contemplation. Though he feigned earnestness, his intentions were merely to probe. Yet, Luo Hongyan's response was intriguing. What did she mean? As a member of the Huanhe Sect and a disciple of Lu, her status was significant. Yet, she claimed she did not engage in dual cultivation or require the service of celestial seeds. Curious, what did she refer to the 4 guardians as monsters? Were they not all various forms of demonic beings? What did she consider herself? Unless, Chapter 6, The Alchemy Room. Suddenly, a remarkable thought struck Chongqing, an incredulous hypothesis forming in his mind. Are you human? He blurted out involuntarily. Luo Hongyan paused, turning back, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of helplessness beneath her mask. Why the fuss? It's permissible for you to be human, but not for me? However, as far as I know, the Huanhe Sect only retains males. If a female were to stumble in here after a brief moment of surprise, Chongqing quickly regained his composure. This woman and Appo's identity is extraordinarily unique. It would be prudent for him to seek further understanding, as it might prove beneficial to him. Men are preserved as human stock, while women are divided and consumed. Luo Hongyan and Appo's voice carried a note of playfulness. I thrive quite well on my own, and I have my own methods. As for you, Don and Appo's, T presumed that your meager cultivation and the identity of an immortal seed ensure a smooth existence. Instead of speculating about me, it would be wiser to contemplate your own future. Having said that, the 2 had arrived at the entrance of a cave where a rudimentary wooden door stood, its plaque crookedly inscribed with 2 distorted characters, presumably signifying the alchemy room. The written language in this world was exceedingly convoluted and unlike the Chinese characters of Earth, rendering Chongqing unable to decipher them. Luo Hongyan gestured for Chongqing to enter. You shall wait here for the master. Do not touch anything in the alchemy room. Do not meddle. After emphasizing the last few words deliberately, she closed the door. Chongqing pressed his ear against the door, listening to Luo Hongyan's footsteps gradually fading away before he began to survey the alchemy room. In his previous 4 lifetimes, he had never had the opportunity to visit this place, nor had he even heard of its existence. The so-called alchemy room was, in essence, a sanctuary for cultivators. The cave was surprisingly clean and orderly, far superior to the so-called Hall of Amusements. Several candles flickered within, their flames crackling and emitting a faint fishy odor, made from an unknown oil. At the center of the cave stood a statue of a deity, the likeness of which he had never encountered before. Typically, divine figures appeared either benevolent and kind or imposing and majestic, exuding an aura of celestial grace. Yet the statue before him depicted a hunchbacked old man draped in a robe, devoid of any divine semblance. Instead, the sparse hair atop his head and his yellowing teeth gave him a sinister, grotesque appearance, reminiscent of a legendary lich. 2 cushions lay before the statue, and the most conspicuous items in the room were a towering alchemy furnace and a simple bookshelf brimming with various yellowed tomes. Chongqing felt no reverence for the chaotic pantheon of this world. He first examined the statue, discovering no hidden mechanisms or compartments, finding it solid and not hollow. Next, he lifted one of the candles from the altar to illuminate the interior of the alchemy furnace, which was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any residue. Finally, he began to rummage through the ancient books on a shelf. Apart from an unopenable wooden box, he found nothing of value. Regrettably, being illiterate in this world left him at a loss, unable to glean any useful information from the tomes. The wooden box, however, was peculiar, crafted from an unknown material that felt extraordinarily dense and hard. Its surface was smooth, lacking a lock or keyhole, and despite his efforts, it would not budge. After returning the box to its original place, he once again illuminated every dim corner of the cave with the candle, confirming that nothing else was amiss. Chongqing then restored all items in the alchemy room to their rightful places, deep in thought. It was not surprising that nothing was found. Lulu would certainly not carelessly leave the Baiwa Ling here. But what did it mean for her to direct him to this alchemy room? Was she intending to use him for alchemical purposes? Unlikely. If that were the case, she could have refined him in the Xian Hall without all this trouble. Moreover, that Luo Hongyan should be further tested. He could not allow such an unpredictable factor to disrupt his plans. Chongqing remained vigilant, not letting the fact that Luo Hongyan was human lower his guard. Whether on Earth or in another realm, human intentions are notoriously inscrutable. Since she could mingle with these female demons, what difference did it make that she was human? To Chongqing, she was likely an adversary rather than an ally. The methods of utilization might simply differ. While he pondered, the door to the alchemy room swung open, and Lu entered. "I pay my respects to the fairy," Chongqing remarked, bowing in acknowledgement. "Ah, there is no need for such formality. Since you're a cultivator, do share your name, origins, master, and current level cultivation," Lu commanded, closing the door behind her. Though she spoke of informality, her elevated demeanor and tone were laced with authority. Reply to the fairy, "I am Lin Chongqing, merely a solitary cultivator without any master. As for my homeland, it lies in a distant place, an insignificant land of savages, hardly worth mentioning. My cultivation level is humble, merely a fleeting transformation." This explanation was one he had rehearsed countless times. Aside from his name, it was a direct lift from the fantasy novels he had read on Earth, essentially conveying nothing of substance. He had no true master, and his understanding of cultivation in this world was pieced together from several lifetimes of rebirth, slowly gathered through trial and error. Regarding his name, he had arrived in this realm with a black token that bore characters he could comprehend. It inscribed the name Ling Yu Chongqing, which he believed to be the original owner's name. However, he had always concealed this name. During his first lifetime in this realm, he foolishly revealed the name on the token in the Xian Hall, only for the female demons to react as if they had heard a forbidden name. Even Lu had been momentarily stunned, and before he could react, Yuegui had struck, leading to his immediate demise. It was only upon his return in the second lifetime, after revealing his true name Lin Chongqing, that he managed to coexist without incident. As for the origins of the token and why it bore Chinese characters from Earth, he had no means to investigate. He merely felt that any unresolved matter should not be discarded lightly, as even the slightest clue could prove pivotal. Thus, he had kept the token until now. Fortunately, the characters inscribed on the token were unknown to the female demons, and wearing it posed no issue. A distant place, an insignificant land of savages Lu mused. Has her insignificant land been civilized? Do you possess written language and literature? Chongqing had anticipated her to be more concerned with his cultivation level, perhaps suspecting that she might be afflicted with some ailment requiring special remedies. Yet he did not expect her to inquire about his origins. Has it been civilized? Is there written language and literature? Her inquiry suggested she needed assistance in recognizing some foreign script. Amused, Chongqing considered that although he likely would not recognize any other foreign scripts in this world, he could initially agree, for even if he were unable to decipher them later, it would bear no consequence. Moreover, as a university student on Earth, he instinctively hesitated to claim that the illustrious civilization of 5,000 years in China had not been civilized. Replying to the fairy, "Although my homeland is indeed an insignificant land of savages, it does possess its own written language and literature." Upon hearing this, Lu turned to the bookshelf, rummaging through its contents before retrieving the very box Chongqing had previously examined. She usually adorned herself in lavish robes that concealed her emaciated form entirely. At this moment, she extended her hand from the voluminous sleeves of her robe, her fingers tapping upon the box with a peculiar rhythm. Her fingers, slender and desiccated, resembled those of a mummified being, starkly contrasting with her exquisite beauty. They quivered as they struck, akin to the rattling of a rattlesnake's tail. After a brief interval, the box astonishingly began to open of its own accord. It was only then that Chongqing perceived the interior of the box, which housed a lock adorned with a small serpent tightly coiled around it, securing the box. As Lu continued her rhythmic tapping, the serpent gradually unfurled its body, allowing the box to be effortlessly unlatched. Chapter 7. The Art of Soul Transference. Lu carefully retrieved an ancient tome from a box. its pages unfurling with an aura of mystery. The paper, composed of an unknown material, radiated a vivid crimson hue, exuding a potent scent reminiscent of blood. She presented the tome to Chongqing, proclaiming, "If you are familiar with the contents of this book, recite it to me, and I shall reward you handsomely." Chongqing examined the pages, and to his astonishment, the first page clearly proclaimed, "The art of soul transference." This technique is a malevolent and forbidden practice, one of the most sinister. It should not be employed unless absolutely necessary. Proceed with utmost caution and heed this warning. The page was adorned with numerous restrictions, ominous cautions, and reiterated warnings to study it thoroughly before attempting to wield its power. To his surprise, the text was entirely in modern Chinese characters, each stroke and dot remarkably clear, devoid of any traditional script. Chongqing was utterly astounded, flipping through several more pages. Although various annotations and erratic markings marred the text, they did not hinder his comprehension of the tome's content. A cursory glance revealed a detailed account of the sinister technique known as soul transference, including its methodology, required materials, and various precautions. Despite its complexity, the organization of the information rendered it quite accessible, even to someone like Chongqing, a mere earthling. It felt less like an arcane spell from a terrifying realm and more akin to a simplistic martial arts manual sold outside an elementary school. Noticing Chongqing and Appo's rapid page-turning and fluctuating expressions, Lulu narrowed her eyes. "Do you truly comprehend the characters within this book?" Chongqing hesitated to respond immediately, his mind racing as he contemplated how to maximize his advantage in this precarious situation. This was an unparalleled opportunity, regardless of the tome's authenticity. He was the sole individual privy to its secrets, granting him leverage. He resolved not to disclose its contents entirely, lest he lose his value to her. The numerous annotations indicated that she had some understanding of the text, necessitating a careful balance of truth and deception in his words. Taking a deep breath, Chongqing closed the ancient book and returned it to Lulu. "Esteemed fairy, this technique is indeed called the art of soul transference. It contains prohibitions and conditions for its use, as well as instructions on how to refine the necessary materials." Lulu accepted the book, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Chongqing's countenance. Suddenly, she extended her gnarled hand, akin to a talon, and grasped his neck with a vice-like grip. "You speak nonsense. This book clearly details a healing technique. Do you dare to deceive me?" With that, she hurled Chongqing to the ground, and the impact sent waves of agony through his insides, causing him to spit blood. Yet he swiftly regained his composure, scrambling to his knees. "Fairy, this book indeed discusses the art of soul transference. How could I possibly deceive you?" Lulu regarded the trembling figure before her, then reopened the tome, meticulously inspecting the annotated sections. After a prolonged examination, she inquired, "Are you certain you are not lying?" "Not at all. Every word I speak is the truth, devoid of falsehood." Chongqing was acutely aware that this was a test. In his previous life, he had learned of Lulu's profound suspicion and her capricious nature. She evidently did not realize he was unfamiliar with the script of this world, fearing he might concoct a tale based on the annotations to mislead her. Foreseeing this, he deliberately avoided the annotated content. But Lulu's skepticism compelled her to probe further. Remaining on his knees, he feigned utmost fear. Lulu scrutinized him, and upon confirming there was no anomaly, she nodded in satisfaction. "It seems you have not deceived me. Rise and elaborate on what this book contains." Chongqing stood, coughing up the vile blood from his throat and wiping the corners of his mouth. "If I am able to articulate the entirety of this tome's contents, would you grant me a request?" Lulu's demeanor transformed back to one of regal grace, a stark contrast to her earlier fury. "Should you successfully translate this book, I shall grant you an equal standing within the Huanhe Sect, ranking above the 4 great guardians." Equal standing? He understood all too well the implications of such an offer. If he were to assist her in translating the tome in its entirety, regardless of its legitimacy, he would render himself devoid of value. Lulu's unpredictable nature suggested she could not be trusted, and given the treacherous nature of the art of soul transference, he could easily find himself silenced after delivering the translation. His objective was to manipulate the situation to his advantage, not to enter into a transaction. I have but one request, he stated. Though the Huanhe Sect is indeed a haven, I deeply yearn for my family. I implore you, esteemed fairy, to permit me to leave for a brief period to bid farewell to my loved ones, after which I shall return to accompany you and explore the profound truths of existence together. Changqing's words were carefully chosen, for he had no illusions about being easily released. However, if Lulu allowed him to depart even once, he would glean the means of escape. At the very least, he would uncover the nature of the legendary Baiwa Ling and how it facilitated passage from this realm. Subsequently, he could utilize the knowledge gained from his translations to remain close to her and surreptitiously acquire the Baiwa Ling. To his surprise, Lulu shook her head. I can allow you to remain by my side, but you shall not leave the Baiwa cave. Fairy, you misunderstand. I merely wish to visit my family for a brief moment before returning. I have stated it is not permissible. Are you concerned I might not return? If that is the case, you may accompany me. Yet Lulu remained unmoved, shaking her head with cold indifference. You shall not leave. I will not permit it. Changqing recognized the difficulty of persuading Lulu to grant him a single opportunity for escape. His earlier suggestion of having her accompany him was unrealistic, for she had never allowed anyone else to wield the Baiwa Ling. The most feasible outcome would be for Lulu to take him outside herself. If you are apprehensive, you may accompany me, but before he could finish, his words faltered. Lulu lowered her head, her hair casting a shadow over her eyes, rendering her visage particularly eerie in the dim cave. Her curvaceous figure suddenly expanded grotesquely, and her garments erupted with a resounding tear. Countless serpents twisted and coiled around her, creating an uncanny spectacle. You insist on leaving, do you? With venomous disdain, Lulu spat. You, an insignificant insect, deem my bloodline inferior and unworthy of humanity, do you? Her visage contorted, veins bulging upon her forehead, and her hair billowed as if possessed by a vengeful spirit. I shall defy fate and ascend. No one shall thwart me. Lulu appeared to have completely lost her sanity, her hands frantically tearing at the layers of serpentine coils that ensnared her, as if she sought to extract her very heart. From this turmoil, she produced a resplendent jade token, vibrant in its hues. You shall never ascend. Never. No one shall. Only I possess the right to transcend and ascend. No one else. Upon uttering these words, her jaw seemed dislocated, her mouth opening to an uncanny angle as she swallowed the entire rose-hued token. Chapter 8. Secrets. As she swallowed the token, the serpents that coiled around Changqing tightened their grip. He felt as though countless venomous snakes were attempting to crush and fracture his body, causing his vision to darken. This madwoman, what had provoked her? Damn it, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Was he destined to end this life in such a bewildering and suffocating manner? The world around him gradually succumbed to darkness, the last image in his mind being the frenzied Lulu, wild and deranged. Suddenly, he was jolted awake. Hey, Changqing, wake up, class is over. Huh? He opened his eyes to find Yi Qinghe standing before him, adorned in a flowing white dress. Get up, pighead. The cafeteria will be full soon, she teased, pulling out a tissue to wipe the drool from his mouth. Qinghe? How did I end up here? Changqing rubbed his eyes, bewildered as he clambered up from the desk. What are you rambling about? Are you still half asleep? Of course, you're here for class. Class. But this ISNT. He paused, rising to survey his surroundings. The bright, clean lecture hall revealed that most of the students had already departed. Before long, only he and Yi Qinghe remained. Seeing the astonishment on his face, Yi Qinghe hesitated before reaching out to touch his forehead. Are you okay? Not feeling well? Are you ill? Her slightly cold hand jolted Changqing to clarity. He hastily retrieved his phone, glancing at the date displayed. It boldly indicated January 18th. January 18th. Not January 8th. This was 10 days later. I have returned? I have come back from the cycle? Yi Qinghe, with a sigh of exasperation, reached out to tousle his hair, making a silly face. Have you been under too much stress and still haven't recovered? It was just a misdiagnosis at the hospital. You're acting as if you've escaped from death, and now you're babbling nonsense. Misdiagnosis? What misdiagnosis? Tilting her head, Yiqinghe looked puzzled. You really are muddled. Weren't you just misdiagnosed with brain cancer at the hospital? You were so pale and lifeless, it scared me to death. Changqing struggled to comprehend. You mean my brain cancer was a misdiagnosis? Of course. Didn't I accompany you to the hospital for the checkup just a couple of days ago? Changqing pinched his thigh hard, feeling the sting. He then pulled the girl into an embrace. Hey, what are you doing? Yiqinghe was startled by the sudden action, but as she sensed the usually strong boy trembling slightly, her expression softened after a moment of surprise. She gently patted his back, murmuring, You've kept this secret bottled up for so long. It must have been terrifying and painful for you. It's all over now. It was all a lie. I'm here with you. My Changqing will live long and prosper. Everything will be all right. Changqing exhaled deeply, holding her tighter. He buried his head in her hair, greedily inhaling the fragrance that was uniquely hers, a scent that belonged to reality. When he opened his eyes, the girl's thick hair obscured his vision, creating a suffocating sensation. An inexplicable fear surged within him, and he quickly lifted his head to gaze at her. Yet, he could not discern her features. The once bright and clean classroom had become distorted and hazy. No, 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 he cried out in terror, reaching out to touch her face. Yet, the girl, who seemed so close, felt as if she were leagues away. His hand hovered in the air, unable to make contact. No, Qinghe, no. Panic fully engulfed him as the tidy classroom darkened once more. He felt an eerie chill, reminiscent of a damp cave. Desperately, he extended his hand, yearning to grasp the girl before him, believing that this would anchor him in this beautiful, authentic world. But Yiqinghe's visage grew increasingly indistinct, until it eventually transformed into a delicate wooden mask. The scene before him finally crystallized. In the dim cave, Changqing lay on a bed, his outstretched arm hanging limply, resembling a corpse. Luo Hongyan sat by his side, the suffocating sensation stemming from the quilt she had pressed to his mouth. Fool! Stop shouting, she scolded. Feeling the cave and oppose, as characteristic chill, Changqing gradually regained his composure. He recalled how Lu had choked him in a fit of rage, before he lost consciousness. That bizarre clock had not appeared in his mind, indicating that he had not been reborn after all. So it was merely a dream. If this continues, I fear I shall soon be unable to distinguish between dreams and reality. Once Changqing and Appo's eyes regained clarity, Luo Hongyan removed the quilt from his mouth. Hush, don't speak. Do you remember me? Luo Hongyan. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Following her gaze, Changqing noticed Lu sitting cross-legged in another corner of the cave. She had returned to her previous regal demeanor, seemingly in deep meditation, oblivious to their presence. Master is in meditation. Keep your voice down. Don't wake her. Changqing nodded. Curiosity piqued about what Luo Hongyan wished to convey. He complied with her request, speaking softly, understood. You've been unconscious for 3 whole days. Most of your bones are fractured. I'm the one who revived you. With that, Luo Hongyan shifted the conversation. I know you must be reluctant to end your life in this wretched cave. If you wish to escape, I can assist you. But you must tell me what Master wanted you to see in the alchemy chamber. Was it to recognize characters? Luo Hongyan and Appo's inquiry plunged Changqing into deep thought. What did she mean by this? Was she coveting the technique for soul possession? How should he respond? While he pondered, Luo Hongyan spoke again. If you wish to leave here, you must tell me honestly, Ling Yu Changqing. Changqing's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes widened. How do you know that name? ISNT it written here? With confidence, she produced the black token from her bosom and handed it back to him. It was the very token he always carried. Do you recognize the characters on it? Of course. Otherwise, why would I ask you? Changqing's mind raced. Luo Hongyan recognized the characters from Earth? What did this imply? Was she also a traveler from another realm? Transformations in the extraordinary, constancies in the mundane? He blurted out. Luo Hongyan, however, did not respond with the expected expression of recognition, but instead looked puzzled. What transformations in the extraordinary? Is that some kind of incantation? Is that what Master had you recognize? Which excavation technology is superior? What nonsense are you talking about? Chapter 9. Cultivation Luo Hongyan's response left Changqing once again disheartened. It seemed she was not a native of Earth. However, that detail was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that since Lu had someone knowledgeable in Chinese characters by her side, why would she go through such great lengths to seek Changqing for the translation of that book? Changqing finally discerned the crux of the matter. Clearly, Lu was concealing something from Luo Hongyan. Would revealing the secret to Luo Hongyan be advantageous for him? No, he realized that his focus should not be on that. The pressing question was what the book contained and why its contents were being hidden from Luo Hongyan. An ominous premonition stirred within him. If he could unravel this mystery, it was highly likely he could escape this predicament. He began to meticulously recall the contents of the book. The method of soul exchange detailed various taboos, necessary conditions, and the means of exchanging souls. It also outlined the spirit manipulation and refining methods required for the practice. The most crucial conditions were, first, both parties must possess unbroken primordial yin or primordial yang, commonly referred to as being a virgin. Second, both parties and oppos. Cultivation methods must be entirely consistent. And third, a specially refined, soul-transferring spirit was essential for a successful exchange. Though Lu could not read the characters in the book, she undoubtedly understood its general purpose. At the very least, she must have been aware of what the techniques documented were intended for, connecting this with information and details he had gleaned in his previous life. An audacious hypothesis emerged in Changqing's mind. "Pray tell, what cultivation method do you practice?" he inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Hongyan candidly replied, "I practice the fire element refining method." This revelation took Changqing by surprise, for he had heard that practitioners of refining methods were exceedingly rare and held in high esteem. He had not anticipated that Luo Hongyan was one of them. "Have you imparted your cultivation method to Lu?" Changqing asked, observing her slight astonishment. "Indeed, I have taught her the refining method for several years. In truth, I should be considered her master. However, due to our respective statuses, I agreed to let her refer to me as her master in front of others." Her answer further corroborated Changqing's suspicions. "Did you engage in some sort of transaction with her? Is this what you deduced?" Luo Hongyan's tone lost its previous nonchalance. "Yes, I agreed to teach her the refining method, and in return, she promised to allow me to leave this place as soon as her mastery improved." As she spoke, her gaze flickered toward Lu, who was meditating, revealing her underlying concern. "Of course, I am aware that someone like her, a lunatic, cannot be trusted. Therefore, the method I taught her has always been incomplete, preventing her from advancing her refining skills. Meanwhile, I have been seeking a way to escape. If you could disclose what she showed you in the alchemy chamber, perhaps we might collaborate." Changqing found merit in Luo Hongyan's proposition, yet he could not fully trust the woman before him. Her words could very well be a ruse in collusion with Lu, designed to extract the true contents of the book from him. He needed further validation. "Since you are well-versed in refining methods, do you know of any techniques to restore someone to their primordial yin or primordial yang state?" Such methods do exist, but they are seldom employed. Not only do they require considerable time, but they also inflict damage on the body, potentially resulting in a loss of cultivation. The higher one's cultivation, the steeper the price for reversing to primordial yin. Luo Hongyan hesitated. "Do you suspect Lu has been attempting to reverse her primordial yin for these years?" Changqing pondered. In his previous life, he had heard that sect leader Lu had not engaged in intimate relations for many years, and there were rumors of an injury sustained during her cultivation that had left her with a lingering ailment, causing her abilities to decline significantly over the years. It seemed this old serpent indeed sought to revert herself to a primordial yin state. Changqing smirked inwardly. In this world, cultivators could only cultivate one method at a time. If one wished to pursue another, they must abandon their original method and start anew. This not only resulted in a considerable drop in cultivation, but also slowed the progress of learning the new method, making one susceptible to losing their mind in the process. Thus, the vast majority of cultivators remained steadfast on their chosen path, rarely straying to adopt another method midway. This old serpent, who had originally relied on drawing energy from men to enhance her cultivation, was now cutting off her source of sustenance in her quest to revert to primordial yin. coupled with the incomplete refining method that Luo Hongyan intentionally taught her, it was no wonder she had ended up in her current state, neither human nor ghost. With a beautiful facade, yet a body in extreme decay, her mind oscillating between clarity and madness. At this point, Changqing was nearly convinced by Luo Hongyan's words. With only one final question left to verify. "I have one more inquiry," he said, his expression inscrutable. "Are you a primordialine body?" Upon hearing this, Luo Hongyan blushed with indignation, but fearing to awaken the meditating Lu, she was momentarily at a loss for how to react, resorting instead to a sharp twist of Changqing's waist. He winced in pain, recalling how, back on Earth, during every quarrel, Yi Qinghe would similarly pinch him. Luo Hongyan's strength was certainly no less than hers. "You lecher, do you think I am as shameless as the monsters in this cave? I was but 15 when I stumbled into this place, and I have remained chaste all these years. How could it be? How could it be that I am not?" As she trailed off, her voice dwindled to a faint whisper, revealing a rare hint of the innocent charm characteristic of her age. Finally, Changqing's suspicions were confirmed, and he nodded in satisfaction. His contentment had little to do with whether Luo Hongyan was a virgin. Rather, he was pleased to have uncovered Lu's weakness and to have clarified Luo Hongyan's true identity. She had transformed from an enigma into a potential ally. The truth was evident. Lu sought to exchange souls, and the target of this exchange was none other than Luo Hongyan. Yet, the question remained, why go to such lengths? Incurring such great cost to swap souls with Luo Hongyan? What is your cultivation level? Changqing and Appo's mind immediately leapt to one possible motive, the pursuit of power. Having been reincarnated 4 times, he understood the arduous journey of cultivators. Lu had cultivated for many years, her strength having reached the level of instant 6 transformations. And it was only through her reckless endeavors over the years that she had fallen to her current state. Otherwise, her original cultivation would likely have been even higher. If it were not absolutely necessary, who would willingly forsake their entire cultivation to seize the life of someone inferior? Instant transformation, Luo Hongyan replied. A considerable level of cultivation. Was it truly worth Lu's effort to seize? The entry level for cultivators involved opening their acupoints, and after doing so, the resulting realm was termed Shuhua. The Shuhua realm further divided into 9 stages, from 1 transformation to 9. Upon achieving completion of the 9 transformations, a breakthrough was required, leading to the realm of Shana, which was also divided into 9 stages. Following the breakthrough to Shana was Chinka, and so forth, with the realm above Chinka known as Shuyu, and beyond that. The pinnacle of a cultivator's journey was referred to as Zuanzhong. As for what lay beyond the realm of Zuanzhong, Changqing was yet unaware, only having heard that those who transcended that level were no longer considered cultivators, but were instead called venerables. The notion that a cultivator at the instant transformation level would seek to possess the body of someone at the Chinka level for the sake of power seemed as illogical as a wealthy individual exchanging lives with a beggar. What could possibly compel a wealthy individual to swap lives with a beggar? Changqing contemplated the simplest of reasons, lifespan. Although he was unsure of Lu's precise age, it was evident that she had been practicing in the Huanhe Sect for many years. It is highly probable that she is aware of her impending demise, while Luo Hongyan remains youthful and possesses exceptional talent. Thus, she harbors the intention of usurping Luo Hongyan's form to take her place. Chapter 10. Cooperation. Changqing did not hastily divulge his thoughts to Luo Hongyan. Instead, he contemplated how to best leverage this information to his advantage. An unexpected analogy struck him. He likened the situation to the molting of crabs on Earth. Regardless of how formidable a crab's shell may be, it becomes exceedingly vulnerable during the molting process. Lu and Luo Hongyan were akin to the molting crab, with Lu representing the old shell and Luo Hongyan embodying the new flesh. Changqing found himself in the position of wanting to capture the crab, while simultaneously fearing the pinch of its claws. He faced 2 choices. The first was to strike while the crab was at its most defenseless, before it completed its molting. The second was to wait until the crab had shed its shell, when the new shell was still soft, and then seize the opportunity to kill. Before Lu rendered him unconscious, he had witnessed her, in a fit of madness, swallow a vividly colored jade token. That jade token was likely the fabled 100 Flowers Order. This revelation solidified his resolve. To acquire the 100 Flowers Order and escape, theft was no longer a viable option. The only path forward lay in seizing the prize from Lu. He could choose to collaborate with Luo Hongyan, who was adept in alchemical arts. Devising a plan whereby he would subtly alter the soul transfer technique he was translating for Lu, ensuring her demise during the soul exchange. Alternatively, he could choose not to ally with Luo Hongyan, but instead partner with Rose, one of the 4 protectors. Rose exhibited the least loyalty to Lu, yet harbored a deep obsession for the position of sect leader of the Huanhe Sect. In his past life, as a mere mortal, he had collaborated with Rose, who seemed indifferent to the act of copulation. Her sole flaw was her opportunistic nature. In a previous scheme to assist Rose in ascending to the position of leader, he had orchestrated the poisoning of several other protector spiritual essences, only to be betrayed by her when his plan began to unravel. However, Rose was formidable, possessing the cultivation of the 8th transformation, which should allow her to easily suppress Luo Hongyan. He could allow Lu to complete her soul transfer with Luo Hongyan, then join forces with Rose to eliminate their foes and claim the order. Rose would achieve her ambition of sitting upon the leader and Apos as throne, while he could simply walk away unscathed. Before weighing the pros and cons and making a decision, Changqing was not prepared to inform Luo Hongyan of Lu and Apos' intention to seize her soul. He trusted no one but himself. Whether Luo Hongyan was a demoness or a human mattered little. Her sincerity in collaboration was irrelevant, and her beauty was merely an asset he could discard at will. Seeing that Changqing had asked numerous questions without providing any clear answers, Luo Hongyan grew anxious. Do you have no conscience? Their ISN and AMP. Apos, a single healer in the entire Huanhe Sect, and those who suffer injuries or ailments will either recover or be used as materials for alchemy. I'm the only one in this sect with medical knowledge. If I had not saved you, you would have been dead, yet you express no gratitude. Our goals align. If you refuse to cooperate with me, how do you expect to succeed alone? Changqing internally scoffed. Her words were pleasant, yet the reality was one of mutual exploitation. Were it not for her desire to unearth Lu and Apos' secrets, she would likely not have gone to such lengths to save him. Changqing was not ungrateful. Regardless of her motives, Luo Hongyan and Apos' act of saving him was indeed a genuine kindness. However, in these extraordinary circumstances, where a moment and Apos' carelessness could cost him dearly, he had no capacity to repay such a calculated favor. Why the rush? Since we both wish to escape, collaboration is certainly possible. However, you must first enlighten me on what Lu has asked of you beyond learning alchemical techniques over the years, he inquired. That is precisely what I wish to discuss. Luo Hongyan replied earnestly. You must have noticed that the script used by the demonesses in this cave, including those who inadvertently stumbled in, differs from our own. Over the years, aside from learning alchemy, Lu has consistently requested that I teach her 1 or 2 new characters each day. Initially, I did not think much of it, but over time, I speculated that she must possess a book that is difficult to translate, and she does not wish for me to know its contents. Therefore, she mixes up the characters, seeking my guidance to translate them herself. Consequently, the characters I teach her are all incorrect. I suspect that once I complete the translation, I will no longer hold any value for her. Changqing understood. Finally, grasping the origins of the annotations in that book, it appeared they were penned by Lu herself. Luo Hongyan displayed remarkable cleverness. Had she diligently translated for Lu, she might not have survived to this day. So, when you saw the characters on my token, you realized I could read them, and you worried I might assist Lu in translating that book? Luo Hongyan shot him a glance. I'm not that foolish. The fact that Lu insisted I save you indicates you have not divulged anything to her, she continued, casting her gaze towards Lu. However, the mere fact that she is personally guarding us suggests she wishes to prevent any communication between you and me, indicating she is aware that I might know the contents of that book. Luo Hongyan fixed her earnest gaze upon Changqing through a thick mask. She is our common enemy. If she wishes to prevent something from happening, we must strive to make it occur. Thus, the only way we can emerge victorious is if you reveal to me what is contained within that book. Chanqing no longer hesitated. Indeed, cooperating with her would enhance their chances of success. I can tell you that the book is titled in Oppos, The Method of Soul Exchange and Seizure, and Oppos, so Lulu's actions over the years have all been directed towards seizing my soul? Most likely. The fact that she has not acted yet suggests she still lacks something. Chanqing reasoned, his deductions solid and devoid of exaggeration. He anticipated that Luo Hongyan would be surprised or even frightened by this revelation. Yet she remained unexpectedly composed and began analyzing the situation alongside him. This malevolent technique is unprecedented, and its execution is intricate. Merely relying on the ambiguous characters I taught her would not suffice for a complete translation. Moreover, according to your description, executing this technique requires a rare type of soul-shifting spirit, the method of which is unknown even to me. The crafting process documented in the book must be exceedingly complex. And with Lulu and Oppos' inadequate alchemical prowess, she likely has yet to concoct the soul-shifting spirit. I believe these are the two elements she currently lacks. I have a plan. If I were to inform Lulu that enacting this soul exchange and seizure technique requires certain special skills, do you possess any sinister techniques that could lead to a practitioner in damp? Oppos' downfall? I possess none of those. I am not a practitioner of dark arts. Luo Hongyan replied in exasperation. However, I do have other methods. I am proficient in alchemy, and if I can embed some special spirits in a Lulu and Oppos' being, combined with a unique refinement process, it could trigger a chain reaction during the refining of the soul-shifting spirit, causing a catastrophic explosion of the spirits within her. That is an excellent strategy. Provide me with the specifics, and we shall deliver a decisive blow. One more question. Even if we manage to eliminate Lulu, what shall we do about the 4 protectors under her command? Neither of us stand a chance against them. Chanqing scoffed disdainfully. Lulu has gone to such lengths merely to seize your soul, yet she cannot even comprehend the contents of that book. She is like a blind person, and I am her eyes. If I direct her eastward, she would not dare venture west. Even if I command her to leap into the fire, she must obey. Chapter 11. The ant shakes the tree. Lulu, with her withered hands clasping a brush, was diligently inscribing on paper as instructed by Chanqing. Master, this soul transfer spirit is rather unique. Once successfully crafted, it dissipates after a single incense stick burns. Therefore, it must be prepared and utilized immediately. As she wrote, Lulu expressed her doubts. I possess a modicum of understanding regarding alchemy. How is it that I have never encountered a spirit with such a characteristic? You Wooden and Oppos, TB. Deceiving me, would you? Master, how could I ever dare to deceive you? Lulu replied earnestly. During this time, I have devoted myself to translating for you, without a hint of deceit. Should this method of soul exchange fail and incur your wrath, I am well aware of the dire consequences that would befall me. Ever since he decided to collaborate with Luo Hongyan, he had not had the opportunity to meet her alone. He remained in Lulu and Amp, Oppos' alchemical chamber, translating the method of soul exchange for her. He had firmly etched in his mind the method Luo Hongyan had mentioned that could lead to Lulu and Oppos' self-destruction during the crafting of the soul transfer spirit. Throughout the translation process, Chanqing meticulously broke down this method into numerous intricate details, subtly leading Lulu to gradually believe in its authenticity. In truth, Luo Hongyan possessed even more secure means. If Chanqing were to inform Lulu that executing the soul exchange method required the integration of certain specialized techniques and the prolonged use of specific spirits, she would be unwittingly led toward a slow demise. However, Chanqing rejected her suggestion, fully aware that his own time for rebirth was limited. In previous instances, his rebirth had been constrained to 3 months. As the deadline approached, he would inevitably revert and start anew. This time, however, his rebirth had already been postponed by a month, leaving him uncertain whether he had 3 months or merely 2 left. Should he follow Luo Hongyan's approach to gradually eliminate Lulu, Chongqing feared he would not live to see that day. A dramatic explosion would be far more satisfying. Master, Lu continued, the method for crafting the soul transfer spirit is particularly intricate, unlike ordinary spirit crafting that merely requires refining in a furnace. Creating the soul transfer spirit necessitates simultaneous internal and external soul refinement. Internal and external refinement? Indeed. How profound, Lu mused, nodding in thought. Congratulations, Master, Chongqing interjected, eager to flatter her. The texts indicate that this elixir specifically targets postnatal yin practitioners, aiding in the consolidation of the soul. With this elixir, you will surely comprehend the great path sooner. Yet in his heart, he scoffed, floating like an immortal? This is merely 5-stone powder, a toxic substance passed down from ancient times in our great Huanhe. Such a dosage would be lethal. Chongqing remained wary of Luo Hongyan's methods. Thus, he embedded his own knowledge of chemistry into Lu's training, encouraging her to consume a variety of poisons and narcotics in vast quantities, doses he believed could incapacitate an elephant. One could not help but admire the resilience of cultivators. He dared not imagine the consequences for an ordinary person consuming such substances. Yet, the effects were undeniable. He could clearly sense Lu's mental state deteriorating. When she abstained from the powders, her spirits waned, but upon ingestion, she became overly animated, her consciousness clouded, muttering about ascension to immortality. It appeared that the adage about mastering mathematics and chemistry held true, even in this foreign realm. However, relying solely on these methods to end her life was evidently untenable. He would have to resort to Luo Hongyan's explosive strategy within her very being. Chongqing, have you diligently practiced the techniques I have taught you during this time? Lu inquired. Indeed, Master, he replied, aside from assisting you with translations daily, I have been devoted to my training, never daring to slacken my efforts. This was the absolute truth throughout these past 10 days. Lu had not permitted him to venture elsewhere. Beyond training, he had nothing else to occupy his time. During this period, Chongqing formally became Lu's disciple, both recognizing each other as master and apprentice. Although Lu instructed him in the nefarious arts of cultivation through absorption, Chongqing did not falter in his studies. He was not one to aspire beyond his means, nor had he ever viewed himself as a destined child of fortune, requiring extraordinary techniques. Lacking any other methods to cultivate aside from the wicked arts of the Huanhe Sect, he felt the pressing need to elevate his abilities swiftly. It is not the techniques that are inherently evil, but rather the individuals who wield them, if it serves to enhance one's cultivation. Practicing wicked arts may not be so objectionable. Although he remained uncertain about the potential repercussions should he never engage in dual cultivation. He had already advanced from the first to the second stage of his training over the past 10 days, unlocking an additional acupoint in his mind. From Chongqing's current understanding, the process of cultivation was fundamentally about unlocking acupoints. The first stage contained but a single acupoint. Each subsequent stage would unlock an additional one. Upon reaching the 9th stage, one would possess 9 acupoints and would need to break through to the momentary realm. A momentary cultivator would have 10 acupoints, increasing by 10 for each ascension. Upon reaching the 9th stage of the momentary realm, one would possess 90 acupoints, and breaking through to the instant realm would yield 100 acupoints, with each ascension yielding an additional 100. By this reasoning, Luo Hongyan had reached the 4th stage of the instant realm, possessing 400 acupoints, while Lu had attained the 6th stage of the fleeting realm, boasting a staggering 6,000 acupoints. Of course, the realm and the number of acupoints were merely metrics of 1 and amp, oppos, as cultivation. The true purpose of acupoints was to accommodate spirits. The genuine measure of a cultivator's strength lay in the spirits they possessed. Different spirits served varying functions, some for offense, others for defense, and some for sustenance, while others possessed bewildering capabilities, manifesting in endless forms. However, to employ these spirits, one must possess a sufficient number of acupoints to support them, utilizing the spiritual energy within the cultivator's body to activate them. The number of acupoints required for different spirits varied. For instance, Spiritual energy could be likened to a power source, acupoints to charging plugs, and spirits to appliances. Based on the number of acupoints utilized, spirits were categorized into 4 distinct grades: heavenly, earthly, profound, and yellow. Each grade could be further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The spirit Changqing had used to eliminate that group of female demons in the Huanhe Palace was a low-grade yellow spirit, occupying but 1 acupoint. The bone spike spirit merely transformed the bones within one's body into spikes for piercing attacks, but required a brief rest before it could be used again. This spirit was the only one Changqing currently possessed, though he could not ascertain its origin. Reflecting upon this, he became acutely aware of the gravity of his predicament. He was merely at the 2nd stage of his training, with 2 acupoints, while his only somewhat reliable ally, Luo Hanyin, was at the 4th stage, possessing 400 acupoints. Combined, they had scarcely any formidable spirits to call upon. Moreover, Luo Hanyin was a practitioner of alchemy, and Changqing had heard that alchemists were not particularly adept in combat. In stark contrast, their target, Lu, wielded 6,000 acupoints, undoubtedly possessing an overwhelming array of formidable spirits, perhaps even earthly spirits. The vast reservoir of spiritual energy within her was something Changqing and Luo Hanyin could not hope to compare with. To add to their woes, Lu commanded 4 formidable guardians, each boasting cultivation levels of the 8th or 9th stage of the momentary realm, collectively possessing nearly 10,000 acupoints. The disparity between the 2 parties is so vast that it could be likened to an ant attempting to shake a tree. However, he remains undeterred. Having discovered Lu and Appo's vulnerabilities with the right approach, even an ant can indeed shake a tree. This insight is the culmination of his several lifetimes of rebirth, granting him an understanding of his opponent's thoughts and weaknesses. In Changqing's eyes, possessing a heart-reading ability that can directly unveil another and Appo's true thoughts would undoubtedly be the most potent celestial spirit, ensuring invincibility. Yet, one must consider that those who acquire such a gift would likely endure a life of great torment. After all, a world devoid of deception would be as merciless as hell itself. Presently, with his ant-like strength beginning to unsettle the great tree, Changqing cannot help but feel a surge of anticipation for his burgeoning success. It seems that he must stoke the flames of this grand struggle for possession even further. Chapter 12. The Human Puppet. Upon contemplating this, Changqing spoke. Master, this book also records a formation known as the Human Puppet Soul Transfer Array. The process of refining the soul is fraught with peril. Only within this array, composed of human puppets, can the chances of success be significantly enhanced. Oh, what exactly is a human puppet that it possesses such miraculous properties? Lu inquired, her interest piqued. The term human puppet refers to the gruesome act of severing a person and Appo's limbs, extracting their eyes, slicing off their tongue, cutting away their nose, puncturing their ears, and shaving their entire body of hair, all while ensuring that they remain alive. This is the essence of a human puppet. Changqing, relying on his memory, recounted this brutal historical punishment. What would be considered horrifically cruel from a conventional perspective, he deemed fitting for punishing these heartless, twisted female demons. Indeed, a rather effective method. Severing their limbs, sealing their senses, and awakening the resentment rooted in their souls is indeed a proficient means of inciting grievance. Lu, having taken her medication for several days, had come to believe in the contents of the book. What sounded like a chilling punishment was now analyzed with clarity, transforming into a so-called adept method of grievance collection. As Lu pondered, she noticed Changqing had paused, prompting her to encourage him to continue. Please go on. The Human Puppet Soul Transfer Array requires the selection of 3 individuals whose souls embody greed, anger, and ignorance, and to turn them into human puppets. The closer their cultivation levels are to that of the soul refiner, the more potent the array becomes. Ideally, they should not differ by more than 1 major realm, or else the array shall prove ineffective. Greed, anger, ignorance. Yes, these 3 poisons are the essence of the soul and Appo's malevolence. Protecting the soul with the pure resentment derived from these three poisons is indeed a brilliant stratagem. This book is truly profound. Lost in her thoughts, Lulu became increasingly self-satisfied, seemingly oblivious to the challenge of finding suitable candidates whose cultivation levels match her own for the creation of human puppets. She was already immersed in the joy of potential success in soul refinement. She seized a handful of powder from the alchemical furnace, relishing the inhalation of it, her spirit soaring. Ha ha ha! Truly profound, truly profound. It is not far now. I shall soon attain the path of immortality. Ha ha ha! Subsequently, Changqing meticulously recounted the details of the so-called human puppet soul transfer array that he had fabricated in his mind, earning him her continuous praise. This old serpent was undoubtedly exhilarated, perhaps because she had the materials on hand suitable for crafting human puppets. This woman was consumed by her obsession with soul exchange and possession. It was likely that by the time Changqing revealed the conditions for creating human puppets, some had already been condemned to death in her mind. Observing Lulu, who resembled a drug addict in her fervor, Changqing felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The preparations were nearly complete. It was time for him to devise his next plan. A month swiftly passed. During this time, Changqing diligently translated the book into Appos as content for Lulu while rigorously practicing the techniques she had taught him, sparing no effort. Although his plan was meticulously crafted, each incremental improvement in his strength fortified his confidence. Over the past month, his progress was moderate, elevating his cultivation to the third level of the fleeting realm, acquiring 3 acupoints. Regrettably, despite possessing acupoints, he lacked the ability to command spirits, rendering his growth negligible. However, with the rise in his cultivation, he gradually discerned the flaws inherent in this technique. At present, he sat cross-legged, channeling the technique throughout his body, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The overwhelming heat coursing through him evoked memories of the several gigabytes of study materials stored on his computer hard drive. The technique was named Emotional Bond, a practice rooted in poisonous arts. While the name held a certain poetic allure, it ultimately remained a lascivious technique, rife with flaws. Changqing speculated that unless he engaged in the dual cultivation practices like those seductive female demons, the sensation of burning desire would only intensify. The sound of the door opening in the alchemical chamber signaled Lulu's return. To prevent his escape, she would always seal the chamber's door with serpents before leaving. Only she could open it. Sighing with relief, Changqing ceased his practice and rose to greet her. Following Lulu were 3 individuals, Fengling, Lung Mei, and Yugue. The trio entered the dimly lit alchemical chamber and regarded Changqing with curiosity. Fengling was the first to speak. Master, you mentioned that there was something of great importance to discuss. Yet is there not just this one seedling here? She scrutinized Changqing, her disdain evident. He's merely a fledgling at the 3rd level. I doubt he can withstand our collective efforts. Do you think everyone is as clumsy as you? Lung Mei retorted, casting a glance at her. Master, why not bestow this little brother upon me? I shall cherish him well. You already have 3 seedlings in your den. Is it not enough? Are you an insatiable beast? Fengling countered mockingly. Enough. Both of you should use your brains. If it were merely to reward a single seedling, would the sect leader need to summon all 3 of us here? Yugue interjected, turning to Lulu. What commands do you have for us? Lulu regarded the 3 before her with a knowing smile, then turned to retrieve 3 pills from the alchemical furnace, delaying the act of handing them over to the trio and instead addressing Changqing. My dear disciple, these are your 2 senior sisters, Fengling and Lung Mei. You should pay your respects to them. Greetings to both senior sisters, Changqing said, bowing respectfully. Fengling and Lung Mei exchanged puzzled glances, while Lulu appeared pleased, displaying an unusual tenderness as she gently ruffled Changqing's hair. Good disciple, this is your uncle master, Yugue. Pay your respects and bow. Changqing complied dutifully. Greetings to Uncle Master Yugue. Very well, very well. Lulu pulled Changqing to his feet. This is your little junior brother, Changqing. Remember him well, as you shall look out for one another in the future. The 3 were bemused, with Yugue speaking first. Sect leader, we have yet to accept male disciples in the Huanhe Sect. What is your intention? Ah, Lulu waved her hand dismissively, indicating for them not to rush. Yu Gui has cultivated alongside me. Feng Ling and Lung may have grown up under my watchful eye. I have invested immense affection and effort into you all. As you are aware, we, as an alien race, have achieved our cultivation through various toxins and creatures, having transformed into our current forms. Our souls are inherently impure, and our senses incomplete. The path of cultivation is fraught with thorns, making it difficult to attain the great Tao. In recent years, I too have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation until just a few days ago when I experienced a profound realization, leading to enlightenment. Thus, I wish to share this with you. To achieve the great Tao, one must first cultivate the heart. With a heart untainted, the path of cultivation shall be smooth. Chongqing listened to Lu's nonsensical discourse to the three, a cold smile forming in his heart. Lung Mei, your desires are too intense. Your obsession with dual cultivation stems from greed. Feng Ling, your fiery temper and ruthless actions, heedless of consequences, reveal your anger. Yu Gui, your fixation on past events has rendered you foolishly ignorant. Upon concluding her remarks, Lulu presented the pills to the three. These are heart-purifying pills, painstakingly refined by me, capable of aiding you in calming your minds and dispelling your distractions. The trio received the pills. Their expressions varied. Lung Mei and Amp, Appo's gaze remained fixed on Chongqing and Amp, Appo's handsome face. Without hesitation, she consumed the pill. Feng Ling, somewhat dismissive, swallowed the pill while muttering, "Perhaps I should give a few more to that rose to dispel her insincerity." Yu Gui, however, expressed gratitude, tilting her head to ingest the pill, and bowed to Lulu, saying, "Thank you for the generous gift, sect leader." Chapter 13. Retribution. Chongqing gazed upon the three individuals as they consumed the elixir, a sigh escaping his lips. The cycle of heaven is indeed fair. This elixir was a toxic concoction that he had witnessed Lulu refine with his own eyes. During its preparation, Lulu had employed a deep purple spirit, radiating a terrifying aura. From this spirit, she extracted a few drops of essence, which she poured into the cauldron. The rose bone spike spirit within Chongqing's acupoints was a low-grade yellow spirit, a milky white hue. In his previous life, he had seen the rose utilize a light blue profound spirit. Yet, this deep purple spirit Lulu wielded left him uncertain of its rank, as it could be either a terrestrial or celestial spirit. The toxicity and power were indeed formidable. Watching as the three ingested the poison, Lulu let out a long sigh. "I have toiled for over 2 centuries, my only aspiration being to ascend to the Tao. Now, I am but a step away from fulfilling my wish. Throughout the years, I have regarded you as my beloved sisters and daughters. It is now your time to repay my kindness." With a wave of her hand, countless venomous serpents emerged from the shadows of the cave, effortlessly coiling around the three. Binding them tightly, the three, having consumed the toxic elixir, emitted no sound, resembling exquisite sculptures, devoid of motion or resistance, standing there in a daze. Chongqing, do you recall how the human pig was crafted, as recorded in the texts? My bond with these 3 senior sisters and uncles runs deep. I cannot bring myself to do it. You have just bowed and paid your respects. Consider it a preemptive apology. With that, Lulu turned and retrieved a small knife from the bookshelf, presenting it to Chongqing. Use this to transform them into human pigs. Chongqing accepted the knife, approaching Feng Ling and the others, scrutinizing their faces for a moment. Yet he made no move to act. "What is the matter? Are you unable to proceed?" "Master, my cultivation is insufficient, and both senior sisters and uncles possess formidable strength. I fear that during the transformation, should they break free from my control." Chongqing hesitated. "You need not worry. The clear heart pill they ingested was meticulously crafted by me. It not only renders one immobile, but also seals their acupoints, rendering even the highest cultivation levels incapable of summoning their spirits." Lulu, who had previously waxed poetic about deep bonds, now spoke of her poison with a hint of pride. "Moreover, this pill has the effect of sharpening their senses, allowing them to remain acutely aware of their suffering, thus awakening their buried resentment. It also has properties to staunch blood flow, heal wounds, and replenish vitality, ensuring their lives remain intact. As she spoke, she patted Changqing and Amp, Oppos, S back, offering encouragement. My dear disciple, you share the same lineage with them. You know best what I desire. It is most fitting for you to carry out this task. I cannot trust it to another. Yet, Changqing still hesitated. Instead, he extended a finger to test the knife's sharpness, pressing it lightly against the blade. He instantly drew blood. Lu frowned in dissatisfaction. You wretch, what are you hesitating for? Do you truly believe I am negotiating with you? Master, you misunderstand. I merely find this knife excessively sharp. If the transformation is too swift, it may not fully evoke their resentment. Please, grant me a dull knife and a saw to gradually sever their limbs. Oh, and I require a steel needle to pierce their ears. Changqing's tone was indifferent, his voice calm. Lu was taken aback, then burst into laughter, joyfully patting Changqing's shoulder. She seemed in high spirits, retrieving a pouch of powder from her belongings and inhaling it with delight. After a single breath, her expression visibly transformed into one of exhilaration, and she began to mumble to herself. Excellent. You are indeed thoughtful. I have been so focused on refining the clear heart pill that I neglected these finer details. You are more meticulous. As she spoke, Lu seized the small knife from Changqing's hand and carelessly tossed it into the cauldron, where it was instantly engulfed in flames, melting into molten metal. I shall fetch a dull knife and saw, and yes, the steel needle. Cannot forget that. With this human pig soul transfer array, I am ever closer to transcending to immortality. Lu exclaimed, bustling out of the alchemy chamber. As Lu's footsteps faded into the distance, Changqing approached the three, now resembling statues. One by one, he locked eyes with each of them, savoring their expressions of terror, despair, and rage. Their gazes varied, yet Changqing and Oppos remained unchanged. Void of sorrow or joy, his eyes resembled still. Tranquil waters, devoid of ripples. Yuegui, he began slowly, enunciating each word as if they were delicate snowflakes settling upon an icy lake. In my first life, as a fledgling, I was merely a name, yet you ruthlessly extinguished my existence with your toxic sorcery. The sensation of turning to pus was excruciating, a pain unfathomable unless experienced firsthand. His gaze drifted over Yuegui, concealed beneath her black robe, before settling on Fengling, whose eyes burned with fury. Fengling, in my second life, I lived in obscurity, a seed of immortality trapped within your cave, subjected to your torment. You treated me like a dog, daily abusing me, shattering my teeth, ripping off my nails, and mutilating me, deeming me unworthy of your company due to my perceived weakness. Finally, his gaze rested upon the exquisite visage of Lung Mei. Lung Mei, in my third life, I became your seed of immortality, mere plaything in your hands, forced to serve you day and night, providing you with pleasure. In your ecstasy, you savor my flesh and blood, only to restore me and repeat the cycle. The dual torment of body and soul remains vivid in my memory. Changqing smiled suddenly. You surely do not comprehend the meaning of human pig, as mentioned earlier. To create a human pig, one must sever the limbs, extract the eyes, slice off the tongue, remove the nose, pierce the ears, and shave all body hair, placing the remains within a vessel. Throughout this process, one must ensure that you remain conscious and cannot succumb to death, lest the transformation fail. As he spoke, his voice remained calm, as though recounting a trivial matter. The cauldron behind him blazed intensely, its flames casting shadows upon Changqing's youthful visage, obscuring his features in a dance of light and dark, akin to a devil's waltz. I am one who repays grievances. You once treated me with care in your past lives, and now I shall return the favor in kind. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu returned with a dull knife, a saw, and the steel needle. Changqing grasped the tools. He was not a depraved sadist, but when it came to his sworn enemies, he harbored no qualms about employing the most brutal methods. To show mercy to one's foes, in his eyes, was akin to self-destruction. Unbeknownst to him, after enduring several reincarnations, he had long ceased to regard himself as a mere mortal who had traversed from Earth. His rationality, cruelty, An unyielding pursuit of benefit had perfectly adapted to the ruthless rules of this world. Here, there was no room for compassion, only the relentless pursuit of retribution, to eradicate every trace of the enemy. Chapter 14. Talent. So, you have personally transformed those three guardians into human puppets? Luo Hongyan's tone was akin to confronting a monster. Well, are you not worried that after eliminating Lu, we might struggle against the remaining four guardians? There is no need for concern now, Changqing replied earnestly. Indeed, there is no longer any cause for alarm, Luo Hongyan said, a blend of laughter and tears in her voice. However, your methods are undeniably extreme. Did you fabricate the concept of human puppets as well? Changqing pondered for a moment, responding, I suppose so. Are you curious about this? Do you wish to know the details? Perhaps at an amp, Oppos, it's best not to delve into it. I have no interest whatsoever. If your intention is to silence someone, it is far more efficient to be direct. Your convoluted approach is simply perverse, Luo Hongyan scoffed. If I were in your position, I would simply inform Lu that I require the bodies of all three for refining spiritual materials, a method far superior to yours. Changqing chuckled nonchalantly. Luo Hongyan, unaware of her own hatred towards those individuals, viewed herself as a cruel pervert. It mattered little. This woman was merely a pawn to be manipulated after her escape from the Huanhe Sect. Her perception of herself held no significance. Changqing's plan had already reached a considerable stage of completion. Today marked a particularly daring encounter with Luo Hongyan. He had exploited the advantages of translation to deceive Lu, claiming he needed to find a location abundant in yang energy to recuperate for 3 days and nights, thus preparing adequately for the soul exchange. Naturally, Lu thought of the cave where the human subjects were imprisoned and proceeded to enter it for seclusion. Perhaps during her retreat, she would indulge in those addictive powders, mumbling incoherently about transcending to immortality, her body swaying as if possessed by a throng of serpents. Whether the unfortunate captives in the cave would be affected was of no concern to Changqing. Luring Lu away was a gamble. For the sake of his plan, he needed the opportunity to meet Luo Hongyan alone. Each time Lu exited the alchemy chamber, she would seal the entrance with serpents to prevent his escape or to stop him from disclosing the secret of the soul exchange to Luo Hongyan. Of course, she was oblivious to the fact that the two had already conspired together. Though this world was filled with peculiarities, every bizarre technique had its origins. Thus, Changqing suspected that the serpents stationed at the entrance were likely imbued with some form of spiritual control. These serpents might serve not only to lock the door, but potentially also to monitor and eavesdrop. Consequently, Changqing and Luo Hongyan shared an unspoken understanding. Luo Hongyan had never once sought Changqing during Lu's absence. While Changqing did not fully comprehend the myriad of spiritual manipulations in this world, he reasoned that if Lu could command the serpents, there must be some limitations to their abilities. It was ludicrous. On Earth, even with advanced technology, a remote-controlled aircraft could malfunction and crash if it flew too far. Hence, he had deceived Lu into retreating to the so-called most vibrant location of yang energy. Luo Hongyan, being astute, had observed that while she was unaware of the specifics of Changqing and Lu's interactions, the three guardians, Feng, Shui, and Yu, had vanished without a trace. She recognized that Changqing's plan was likely progressing smoothly. Upon learning of Lu's seclusion, Luo Hongyan immediately realized it was Changqing's signal to meet. Therefore, she stealthily approached the entrance of the alchemy chamber. After their encounter at the door, they did not rush to speak. To test whether Lu could still use the serpents to spy on them, they first killed 2 snakes and waited a full half hour. Subsequently, they continued to slay one every half hour, ultimately dispatching 4 or 5. When Lu still did not arrive, they finally felt reassured and began to scheme through the door of the alchemy chamber. Their willingness to undertake such a risk stemmed from Changqing's careful consideration. On one hand, he recalled that the cave where the human subjects were held was the farthest from the alchemy chamber. Thus, he could take the opportunity to disrupt the serpents, and Lu might not even sense it, making it a worthwhile gamble. On the other hand, even if Lu did sense it and returned immediately, he could easily shift the blame onto Luo Hongyan, claiming she attempted to breach the alchemy chamber. To Lu, he was an indispensable translator. While Luo Hongyan was the vessel for her soul exchange, neither could afford to be eliminated. If discovered, although it would impact the plan, it would still remain within acceptable limits. This was the backdrop of their initial scene. As for whether Chanqing was a bloodthirsty pervert, Luo Hongyan had no inclination to delve deeper into that discussion. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke. However, among the 4 guardians, there remains a Rose, whose cultivation level is also at the 8th transformation. She could prove to be a variable. I will handle Rose, but there is another matter where I require your assistance. Chanqing replied, weighing his words. I have begun practicing the Huanhe Sect techniques taught by Lu, but they come with certain side effects. Thus, I wish to inquire if you could assist me in resolving this. Luo Hongyan instantly grasped the nature of the side effects Chanqing referred to and felt her cheeks flush. Fool, who told you to practice such nefarious techniques? Why should I help you? You might as well seek out a female demon for assistance. Chanqing sighed. What I mean is, can you help me devise a way to modify this technique? Or perhaps concoct a pill that can suppress these sensations I am experiencing? What sensations? Of course, it was the increasingly intense desires that consumed him as he continued to cultivate. Luo Hongyan rolled her eyes, her tone akin to addressing an imbecile. Any technique, even one as dubious as Lu's, can only be conceived by a formidable being at least at the level of a revered master. For someone of my modest cultivation, attempting to modify a technique is akin to climbing a mountain. Chanqing, upon hearing this, felt only a slight disappointment. I see. That is acceptable. He realized that he had perhaps mythologized the capabilities of alchemical practitioners in his mind. But do not lose heart. While your innate talent may indeed be exceptionally lacking, the fact that you can uphold your principles while practicing such dark arts speaks to your resolute will. For now, one must endure. If we can escape this place, we can always choose to cultivate other techniques and start anew. Luo Hongyan consoled. Is my talent truly so poor? Chanqing questioned, perplexed. Over the past month and more, he had advanced from the 1st transformation to the 3rd, feeling quite pleased with his progress. Luo Hongyan, with a hint of resignation, explained. Once a cultivator opens their meridians, they enter the fleeting realm, but that does not mean they're necessarily at the 1st transformation. If one is innately at the 7th or 8th transformation, they are considered the CR de la CR. Being at the 5th or 6th transformation is also commendable. However, being at the 3rd or 4th transformation is merely average. Upon hearing this, Chanqing finally understood, realizing that his innate talent must indeed rank among the lowest. Yet, he recalled that when he first traversed into this world, he possessed 9 meridians, placing him at the 9th transformation. With each reincarnation, his initial cultivation had diminished, and by the 4th life, he had fallen to the level of a mere mortal. In this instance, he had reincarnated as a 1st transformation practitioner. However, the notion of innate talent was foreign to him. Did his reincarnation solely diminish his cultivation, or had it also reduced his innate potential to its nadir? If he continued to reincarnate, would he eventually become the most talentless of failures? After a brief period of contemplation, he chose not to dwell further on the matter of his talent. He was not one to aspire to unattainable heights. While exceptional talent is desirable, it cannot aid him in escaping this place. If reducing his talent to that of the most inept could secure the 100 Flowers order from Lu, he would do so without hesitation. To place hope in an elusive future while neglecting his immediate needs was nothing but greed. A desire for greatness while clinging to his own existence. To relinquish that which is most essential in the present for the sake of an elusive future is a sign of weakness, a means of evading pressing issues, numbing oneself with the so-called promise of tomorrow. Chanqing has always held disdain for such notions. When the moment for rebirth arrives, one must embrace it. When the time comes to cultivate forbidden arts, one should do so without hesitation. Matters of innate talent can be addressed later. If necessary, one can always begin anew. Chapter 15. The Heart's Guard. Seeing Chanqing remain silent, Luo Hongyan assumed he was disheartened and offered some words of comfort. Do not lose hope. I believe you have progressed to the 3rd stage of transformation. I shall gift you 2 spirit tokens. They will aid you in mastering the art of spirit taming, which will be beneficial for your cultivation. With that, Luo Hongyan retrieved a small, milky white ore from her energy center and handed it to Changqing through the door. This spirit is called the transference spirit. Its function is straightforward. It allows the user's thoughts to be stored within. If someone absorbs this spirit into their body, they can instantly access the stored thoughts. However, it is merely a low-grade yellow spirit, capable of holding only a limited number of thoughts. You may use it for practice and discard it afterwards, as you have only 3 energy centers. It is wiser to keep spirits that are more advantageous for combat. Changqing was taken aback by Luo Hongyan's kindness. He had not anticipated her willingness to assist in his cultivation. Sensing his surprise, Luo Hongyan hurried to clarify, "Do not misunderstand. We are allies now. Your strength incrementally enhances our chances of success, nothing more." Changqing nodded, accepting the spirit. Her reasoning aligned with his thoughts. "Thank you," he expressed sincerely. Once a captured low-grade yellow spirit leaves its host's energy center, it will dissipate within a few hours. Let's finalize our plans swiftly, and you should seize the opportunity to practice taming it, Luo Hongyan advised. The plan is nearly complete. Lu has already absorbed several explosive spirits. If she utilizes the method you mentioned for refining spirits, her demise is assured. What else do we need to do now? Changqing inquired after a moment's hesitation. Call for Rose, but remember, she must come alone. No one else, not even me, Luo Hongyan instructed. Why summon her if you intend to eliminate her? What do you aim to conceal from me? Changqing countered, feeling perplexed and a tad wary. Naturally, I intend to utilize her first, then ensnare her, ultimately to dispose of her. We are bound together in this venture. I would not deceive you. Just wait until Lu exchanges souls with you, and then we shall seize the 100 Flowers order and escape from this place. Luo Hongyan still appeared unconvinced, her suspicion lingering. You are indeed truly planning to assist Lu in exchanging souls, are you? What deal have you struck with her to manipulate me? How could that be? Have you not seen Lu and Appo's erratic behavior these past days? That is all my doing. If I had made a deal with her, would I need to deceive her into consuming those maddening potions? Changqing and Appo's tone was tinged with incredulity. After some contemplation, Luo Hongyan acknowledged that he had no reason to betray her. I have underestimated you. I hope our collaboration remains steadfast. Of course, he affirmed. Very well. I shall summon Rose, she declared before turning to leave. As she departed, Changqing and Appo's voice echoed through the chamber. Exercise caution in all matters. You too, she replied. Through the crack of the door, Changqing observed Luo Hongyan and Appo's silhouette gradually fade into the distance. His expression remained impassive as he regarded the 2 spirit tokens in his possession. He did not rush to tame the transference spirit she had gifted him. Instead, he gently crushed it in his hands. Given his own limited strength, he felt akin to an ant in comparison to Luo Hongyan. She was unaware of the myriad of methods available to ensnare him. One must always maintain a guard against others. He dared not accept the spirit she offered, thus regrettably spurning her goodwill. For those ensnared in adversity, even the slightest kindness from others can shine like a spark in the darkness, cherished immensely. Yet, Changqing was not so easily swayed. He had navigated this world alone for 4 lifetimes, discerning the harsh realities of human nature and the coldness that often accompanies it. He was like a solitary wolf, wandering through the shadows, devoid of companions and principles, and equally devoid of weaknesses. Perhaps Luo Hongyan was a commendable individual, yet their circumstances dictated a precarious coexistence. He could not afford to be careless. Changqing peered through the door into Appo's crack, his gaze piercing as it shimmered in the darkness. Rose, you are coming again. This woman is the most pivotal element of my plan. Rose, do you know why I have summoned you? In the grand hall amidst the colorful clouds, Lu gazed down at Rose, who knelt by the glazed pool, letting out a deep sigh. Once, guardians had stood beneath the glazed pool, but now only Rose remained. Changqing stood beside Lu, both looking down from their elevated position, casting a formidable shadow over Rose. Master, Rose has always been loyal to you. Please spare me. She trembled, overwhelmed with fear. Rose, what do you fear? Do you think I would harm you? Lulu responded. her tone calm, yet chilling. Wind chime, cold plum, and laurel have all been executed at your command, master, and their deaths were gruesome. I have heard the tales. You have been in seclusion, and upon your return, you summoned me here. Surely it is my turn now. I beg you, master, spare me, Rose pleaded. Lulu frowned at Rose's words, her displeasure evident. Who said they're dead? They have merely been transformed into human puppets to assist me in achieving my ascension. With a clap of her hands, curtains fell from the three corners of the hall. Rose's pupils dilated in horror as she lost her ability to speak. Each corner held a large vat. Within each stood a grotesque figure, their bodies marred and disfigured. The remnants of their faces were obscured beneath a pool of dark, viscous liquid. The lower halves of these figures were submerged in an unidentifiable thick substance, bubbling ominously, releasing tendrils of black smoke. Yet it was evident these were once three living beings, their mouths opened and closed in agonizing silence, devoid of sound. Lulu rose, her gaze fixated on the three human puppets, an expression of rapture on her face. Rose, they willingly sacrificed themselves for my ascension. Do you not wish to do the same? Master, Rose stammered, her mind spiraling into madness at the sight of Lulu and Amp. Oppose, as fervor, unsure how to respond to escape her fate. Fear not, Rose. Compared to them, you possess an even more crucial mission, Lulu declared, suddenly extending her hand to seize Chongqing by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Before he could react, countless serpents slithered from Lulu's sleeves, ensnaring Chongqing tightly, rendering him immobile. Master, why are you doing this? Chongqing managed to choke out, disbelief clouding his expression as he looked at Lulu. Chapter 16. Memories of venomous serpents slithered down Chongqing's body, eventually coiling around the black token at his waist inscribed with the characters Ling Yu Chongqing, and presented it to Lulu. Ling Yu. Lulu's withered fingers caressed the engravings on the token, a flicker of complex emotions surfacing in her eyes. Dear disciple, your surname is Ling Yu, isn't it? What is your relation to Ling Yu and Yong? Lulu's inquiry momentarily left Chongqing speechless. How did she know his surname? Did she recognize the characters on the token? Or was it something more? Had Luo Hongyan deceived him, revealing that Lulu and Amp, Oppo's knowledge surpassed his own assumptions? And had she always known he had mistranslated? Noticing Chongqing and Amp, Oppo's silence, Lulu was unperturbed, continuing her monologue. Perhaps that person has long since passed. How many years have gone by? 30? 50? Almost a century, perhaps. Back then, there was no Huanhe Sect, and I was certainly no sect leader. I followed my master solely to cultivate, free from worldly worries. I remember, at that time, you were my maid, Rose. At that moment, she did not refer to herself as an Oppose. This seat and Oppose. Her voice tinged with a melancholic resonance, as if the exalted sect leader had transformed into a frail elder. Kneeling on the ground, Rose was momentarily taken aback, unsure why Lulu suddenly reminisced about the past, yet she answered honestly. Yes, master. It was you who later opened my meridians, taught me techniques, and guided me in my cultivation, leading to the Rose of today. Indeed, Lulu sighed deeply. You are also a child of misfortune. Your talents are exceptional. Had I not deliberately suppressed you all these years, you might have already broken through to the transcendent realm, standing shoulder to shoulder with me. You must harbor resentment towards me. Master, without your guidance in my cultivation, I would have perished long ago, reduced to nothing but a pile of bones. How could I dare to hold hatred towards you? Rose hurriedly expressed her loyalty. Lulu waved her hand wearily, seemingly fatigued. Unwilling to argue. You hate me, and I have harbored hatred for you all these years. How could you not resent me? Back then, Ling Yu and Yong stumbled into the 100 Flowers cave, so perfect, so extraordinary, whether in cultivation, appearance, or demeanor. He captivated all. Lulu clenched Chongqing's token, applying such force that it cracked slightly. Yet I was the most radiant presence in the entire 100 Flowers cave, and I loved him so dearly that I even took my master's life at his behest, all because he promised me that with the 100 Flowers token, we could escape to a better life. In his words, the outside world was so beautiful, resplendent with lofty mountains, vast oceans, lush forests, and endless deserts. teeming with boundless spiritual energy and infinite cultivation resources. Compared to the outside world, the Hundred Flowers Cave felt like a prison. I once questioned why my clan was doomed to languish in this dark confinement for a lifetime. It was only when Ling Yuanyong spoke to me about the meaning of cultivation that I finally understood. He said that the myriad sufferings of this world are like a cage, and only through cultivation and transcending as an immortal can one attain eternal bliss and dispel calamities. So, cultivation was indeed the path to becoming an immortal. To me, he was like a celestial being who had fallen into the mortal realm. Thus, Wei told me that if I could steal the 100 Flowers token and hand it to him, he would take me away from here. I agreed without hesitation. I ambushed my master, killed her, and extracted the 100 Flowers token from her body. Lulu recounted the tale of her past with a calm demeanor, her voice transcending time, drawing thoughts back to those days long gone. At that time, I possessed only a fleeting amount of cultivation, even if I succeeded by chance. I was battered and on the verge of death. Yet when I bloodied handed the token to him, he did not keep his promise to take me away. Instead, he desired to take you, Rose, for you were younger, more beautiful, more enchanting, and more to his liking. Only then did I realize that in his eyes, my talents, my cultivation, my sacrifices, and even my heartfelt devotion meant nothing. In his view, we were all mere vermin, objects for his pleasure, with beauty as our only worth. She sighed softly, gazing at Rose, her eyes devoid of hatred, instead filled with a sense of resignation and sympathy. Perhaps the very existence of our clan is destined to be thus. Ha ha ha. Fortunately, he cannot take you away. For the 100 Flowers token can only be wielded by one of pure human blood. Only a human can leave this 100 Flowers cave. Neither you nor I can escape. We are destined to be imprisoned in this dark cavern for life. Lulu approached Rose, gently stroking her head, and asked softly, "Child, are you content?" She turned her gaze toward Chongqing, now ensnared by the serpent, her expression suddenly contorting with rage, her teeth clenched. At that moment, I understood, to us, they are the celestial beings, and that beautiful world outside is the realm of immortals. We are but insects, even with the highest cultivation. Remaining in this cave holds no significance. We are merely insects. In a fit of madness, she seized Chongqing, violently shaking him, tightly wrapped in the serpent and Apos, as coils. Why are you humans, while we are demons? By what right are you immortals, while we are mere mortals? I refuse to accept this. I shall defy the heavens, alter my fate, undergo a transformation, and ascend to immortality. After uttering these words, Lulu instinctively grasped a handful of powdered medicine from her bosom and inhaled it. No longer concealing her frenzied aura, she lifted Chongqing before Rose. "Child, see, if you too were human, you could leave this 100 Flowers cave with me. We will seek that man. We will take our revenge. His surname is Ling Yu. It cannot be mistaken. The characters Ling, you were the first I learned from Luo Hanyan, and I will never forget them, even turn to ash. All these years, I have suppressed and humiliated you, making your path of cultivation arduous. Yet you should not hate me. The one you should despise is Ling Yuanyong. Why should he take you away? He deceived me, deceived you, deceived everyone. He is a heartless wretch, abandoning us to flee to the realm of immortals alone. This boy is his bloodline, and now, I want you to seize his life and escape here with me, together achieving transcendence. Ling Yuanyong, when we find him, I want you to personally kill him. Let him witness his own progeny take his life. This shall be his greatest retribution, as if already envisioning the day of vengeance." Or perhaps under the influence of the inhaled powder, Lulu erupted into manic laughter, then produced a spiritual token to imprint into Rose and Apos' mind. Chapter 17. Soul Exchange. This is the method of soul exchange, and for a century, you have never absorbed human essence. You possess an exceptional primaline body, while this young man is a primal yang body, making him an ideal candidate for possession. You are currently in the soul transfer formation, crafting a soul transfer spirit, and will exchange souls with this young man. Lulu's voice brooked no dissent, and though Mei Gue wished to interject, she was swiftly interrupted. "What? Do you not desire to ascend alongside me? Or do you wish to remain in this wretched pit for eternity? If you fail to achieve the soul exchange, it must be that the materials used in this soul transfer formation are inadequate. I shall refine you into a human puppet and try again. Her voice carried a chilling undertone, revealing the terrifying aura of a sixth transformation powerhouse, overwhelming Mei Gui with an endless sense of oppression. Trembling, Mei Gui nodded, absorbing Lu's transmitted thoughts. Instantly, the method for crafting the soul, transfer spirit, and the techniques for possession filled her mind. Lu tossed her a bag of materials. Come now, ignite the furnace and refine the spirit. Mei Gui could only retrieve the materials required for the spirit refinement. Stepping in front of Chongqing to begin the process step by step. The notion of ascending together was merely a sweet facade. Both understood that Lu regarded her as nothing more than a test subject. After a short while, a beam of light shot forth from her body, landing upon Chongqing. Subsequently, Mei Gui collapsed to the ground like a marionette, lifeless. In contrast, Chongqing, bound by the serpentine coils, began to struggle violently, writhing in agony. Lu's expression betrayed a rare hint of tension, but upon witnessing Chongqing cease his struggles and open his eyes, the despair that had once clouded his countenance transformed into sheer astonishment. Is it? Mei Gui has succeeded? Chongqing gazed vacantly at Lu, who had already released him from the serpentine bindings. Bewildered, he looked at his own hands and then at the unconscious Mei Gui on the ground. Have I succeeded? Lu's excitement was palpable, yet out of caution. She questioned Chongqing about secrets of the Huanhe Sect known only to him and Mei Gui. Chongqing answered each query. Ha 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 ha. It is done, it is done. Ascension is within reach. With that, she carelessly tossed Chongqing and the unconscious Mei Gui aside. Lu formed incantations with her fingers and within the glass pool. Countless venomous serpents coalesced into a grand bed, cradling Luo Hongyan before her. Luo Hongyan lay in a deep stupor, utterly motionless. Lu's hands trembled slightly as she removed Luo Hongyan's garments, caressing her flawless form as if she were an exquisite work of art. Finally, she removed Luo Hongyan's mask, gazing at her breathtaking visage with rapture. This beautiful body is finally mine. She withdrew a splendid robe from the serpents and carefully draped it over Luo Hongyan, her expression fervent, akin to a queen receiving her coronation. I am on the verge of becoming an immortal. Wang Yuan, I will make you regret this. With that, she gestured and countless spiritual energies erupted from her being, swirling around the two. A ring of flames ascended, isolating them from the outside world. In the midst of the flames, Lu trembled with madness, her head bobbing as if spring-loaded, casting shadows that danced wildly. The entire hall echoed with her maniacal laughter. It is done. It will be done. I am about to become. Outside the fiery circle, Chongqing rubbed his sore back for being flung by Lu and sat up. Beside him, Mei Gui appeared to remain in a deep slumber. Chongqing approached and gently patted her shoulder. Wake up. This old serpent has gone completely mad, and hasn't he noticed us? Yet, Mei Gui seemed oblivious, remaining sprawled on the ground, unresponsive. Chongqing shrugged indifferently and turned his gaze toward the bizarre spectacle within the flames. Luo Hongyan lay upon the serpent's bed, while Lu danced around her like an eccentric shaman, lost in a frenzy. It was evident that she had succumbed to madness. Her head, mouth, hands, and feet moved in disarray, creating a grotesque display. Though Chongqing could not see Luo Hongyan's features clearly amidst the flames, her beauty, accentuated by the resplendent robe, left him in awe. What a pity! Just as he lamented, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the hall. Boom! The entire hall shook violently from the force of the explosion. Instantly, torrents of blood and viscera splattered throughout the chamber, even showering Chongqing's face. The flames continued to blaze, with Luo Hongyan lying upon the serpent's bed, while Lu stood rigidly beside her, motionless. Her shoulders were eerily vacant, devoid of any remnants. What had just exploded was her own head. At that moment, Mei Gui finally stood, gazing at the scene engulfed in flames, exhaling a sigh of relief. She approached, disregarding the fire, and expressionlessly kicked Lulu's lifeless body to the ground, which rolled like a broken log to Chongqing's feet. The 100 Flowers command. You can find it yourself. Chongqing clasped his hands together. I would like to extend my early congratulations to Fairy Mei Guo on her ascension to the position of sect leader of the Huanhe Sect. Mei Guo was his ally, and this had always been part of Chongqing's plan. The two had long conspired to stage this soul exchange. Though he had not anticipated Lu recognizing the characters on his token, it mattered little. In his previous life, Chongqing had known that Mei Guo never engaged in the harvesting of human essence. It was highly likely she was still a primaline. As for why Lu had imparted the Huanhe Sect's techniques to him, the answer was apparent. He was a primaline, Mei Guo a primal yang, and both practiced the Huanhe Sect's methods. Lulu's intentions were already foreseen. With the memories of his past life, Chongqing understood that Mei Guo coveted the position of sect leader. This desire was less about greed for power and more a manifestation of her animosity towards Lu. Convincing her to betray Lu was not difficult. The challenge lay in persuading her to assist him. Thus, Chongqing laid bare his plan alongside Luo Hongyan, aiming to instill in Mei Guo the belief that collaborating with him would indeed enable her to eliminate Lu and secure the leadership position. After all, with only her remaining of the 4 guardians, Lulu's demise would leave her as the only candidate for sect leader. All of this had been orchestrated long before Chongqing deceived Lu into transforming the other 3 guardians into human puppets. His intended ally had never been Luo Hongyan, for he did not know her well and harbored no trust. He felt too weak, always at risk of losing his value and being discarded. However, he understood Mei Guo. She was a quintessential opportunist, aligning herself with whoever appeared victorious. Why would you think I would assist you? Because you desire to be the sect leader? And surely you covet the method of soul exchange as well. I have concealed the true, translated version. If you assist me in eliminating Lu and obtaining the 100 Flowers command, I will reveal to you the whereabouts of the genuine soul exchange method before we depart. This is the exchange of interest between the two, and it represents his appraisal of Mei Guo's worth. Chapter 18. The Crimson Tentacles. Chongqing retrieved a small knife from his bosom, unhesitatingly slicing open the withered chest of Lu, delving his hand within to rummage. Meanwhile, Rose approached the fiery bed of serpents, casting a glance at the unconscious Luo Hongyan, and inquired of Chongqing, "What about Luo Hongyan? Do you not intend to take her with you?" Of course, Luo Hongyan was to be taken along. It was merely Chongqing and Appo's distrust that held him back. However, it appeared she harbored no malicious intent towards him. Now that success was within reach, bringing her along would be a trivial matter, akin to performing a good deed. Fortuitously, she remained in a state of unconsciousness, and once they departed from this place, they could each go their separate ways, thereby avoiding the complications of parting later. After all, he was undeniably weak. Should he remain in the company of Luo Hongyan, he risked losing his value, with life and death resting solely on her whims. Parting ways would be beneficial for all. Having endured trials across 4 lifetimes, to entrust his fate once more to another's benevolence would be a foolhardy act. "Then come and take her away," he said. TSK, seeing her without her mask for the first time, she truly is a rare beauty. "Don't you wish to see a beauty?" "Nonsense," he retorted, utterly indifferent. While he did not mind taking Luo Hongyan with him, his priority was to locate the Hua Ling. Delay could spell disaster. As for Luo Hongyan and Appo's beauty, it bore no consequence to him. Should it hinder his pursuit of the Hua Ling, he would swiftly change his mind and abandon her. "I have no interest in beauty. I only wish to obtain the Hua Ling as swiftly as possible." Just then, he extracted a token from Lu's corpse, wiping away the blood to reveal the vibrant Hua Ling. Seeing this, Rose hurried over and grasped his shoulder. "Do not rush. Before we leave, you promised me. It is time to fulfill that promise. Tell me, where is the soul exchange technique?" "Of course, I placed it in." Chongqing's words faltered as an unexpected turn of events transpired. Lulu's lifeless body suddenly exploded, crimson tentacles bursting forth from the gaping wound. These tentacles writhed in the air, akin to enormous parasitic creatures released from their host, convulsing and thrashing about. Lulu's mangled form gradually rose, supported by the crimson tentacles. From the gash in her neck, countless twisted serpents emerged, entwining and gnawing at one another, coalescing into a massive serpent coil cradled around Lulu and Appo's neck. At first glance, it appeared as though her head had miraculously regenerated. However, the proportions were grotesquely mismatched, reminiscent of an infant's body with the head of a giant. The serpents that danced chaotically in the air began to intertwine, constricting tighter until only the multitude of serpent heads remained exposed. In the next moment, all the serpent heads opened their eyes, and countless crimson serpent gazes appeared atop Lulu and Appo's head, resembling the compound eyes of an insect. Changqing stood frozen, the scene before him surpassing comprehension, so disorienting that merely gazing upon it could disrupt one and Appo's thoughts. Before he could react, a crimson tentacle pierced through the bodies of both him and Rose, skewering them into the air as though they were candied hawthorns. With a forceful thrashing of the tentacle, both were flung against the wall of the Huanhe Hall, crashing to the ground. Ha ha ha! It has succeeded. I have finally undergone a rebirth, ascending to immortality. Is this the sensation of becoming an immortal? Marvelous, indescribably marvelous. The serpent coil atop Lulu and Appo's head emitted a shrill, hoarse sound, akin to sharp stones grinding against a tattered bellows. Countless serpent eyes flickered with an eerie light, and Lulu and Appo's body, resembling a stumbling infant, swayed unsteadily as she advanced, supported by the myriad crimson tentacles. She approached Luo Hanyin, the tentacles joyfully lifting her overhead, exclaiming, "So beautiful, so exquisite. My newly reborn form is utterly perfect." Changqing opened his eyes, the recent turmoil having left his vision slightly blurred. He reached down to find a bloodied hole in his abdomen, fresh blood oozing forth. Cough, cough. This does not bode well. He glanced at Rose, who, as a momentarily powerful figure, might not find such injuries fatal. Yet she now appeared devoid of spirit, like a marionette stripped of its soul, staring blankly at the center of the hall. The revived Lulu was frantically shrieking, her voice piercing Changqing and Appo's eardrums. I have become. I shall ascend to the upper realm. Where is the Hualing? Casting Luo Hanyin aside, she began to rummage through her own body in search of the Hualing. Lulu and Appo's hands incessantly toward her form, extracting writhing masses of crimson tentacles. Her body resembled a doll stuffed with cotton. Only her stuffing comprised those bizarre appendages. After a lengthy search, she found no trace of the Hualing within herself. No, I'm Luo Hanyin now. The Hualing should reside in my original body. Where is it? At this moment, she seemed to regain some sense, frantically seeking her original body. Little did she know, the so-called soul exchange was but a ruse. Her soul had never left her original form. If she had truly succeeded in seizing another and Appo's body, Luo Hanyin could not possibly stand before her. Her perception and logic appeared severely compromised, caught in a struggle between chaos and reason. Changqing observed the hall, filled with this frenzied and indescribable spectacle, and fought to suppress his inner turmoil, weighing his options. A desperate situation? It matters not. The Hualing remains in my possession, even with a mortal wound. I can still endure and depart from this place. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. Even if survival seems futile, I have gained invaluable insights about this world, a treasure that will surely aid my plans in the next life. Regardless of the perilous circumstances, I shall not yield. With this resolve, he forced himself into a meditative position, cradling the Hualing in his hands, closing his eyes tightly to shield himself from external distractions, and summoned his remaining spiritual energy to activate the Hualing. Unfortunately, his cultivation was too feeble, compounded by his grievous injuries, having lost much of his spiritual power. Even with all his might, the Hualing remained unresponsive. Faster, please. Changqing's heart raced with urgency, disregarding his wounds. significantly diminishing his chances of survival in this life, all for the sake of accumulating enough spiritual power to activate the Huanhe Ling and escape this place. Meanwhile, Lulu, with her countless serpent eyes, scoured the hall. Her intellect seemed severely impaired, utterly oblivious to the fact that the Huanhe Ling lay in Changqing's grasp, stubbornly searching for her own body. Her head twisted at an exaggerated angle several times, until finally, it appeared she noticed something, as the multitude of serpent eyes fixated on Luo Hongyan. Luo Hongyan, how could you be here? No, I am Luo Hongyan. This is an illusion. It must be my inner demon. Inner demon, you shall not hinder my rebirth and ascension. Perish. With fervent incantations, Lulu charged towards Luo Hongyan, her movements grotesquely uncoordinated, as twisted, writhing crimson tentacles fell from her form, and serpents tumbled from her head, causing her to stumble and fall. Her body appeared to be on the verge of collapse, yet her strength remained formidable, embodying the overwhelming aura of a sixth transition that could slay gods and Buddhas alike. With an unparalleled might, she surged towards the unconscious Luo Hongyan. At last, Changqing's eyes fluttered open. He had amassed sufficient spiritual energy and was finally ready to depart from this place. As his gaze swept over the grand hall one last time, he suddenly froze just as he was about to activate the 100 Flowers order. Chapter 19. A fractured victory laid upon the ground by Luo Hongyan lay sideways, her exquisite visage reminiscent of a fairy tale-esque delicate sleeping beauty. Changqing could not restrain his cry. His eyes widened in desperation, and a surge of strength propelled him forward towards Luo Hongyan, disregarding the treasured Baiwa Ling that he had carelessly flung aside, now lost in the distance. At that moment, his mind was consumed by a singular thought: to save her. In the nick of time, Changqing reached Luo Hongyan's side, summoning every ounce of his strength to lift her, narrowly evading the onslaught of crimson tendrils that coiled around Lulu, poised to strike. The severe loss of blood left him weak, and soon both collapsed on the ground. Yet instinctively, he shielded the girl beneath him, channeling the last remnants of his spiritual energy to awaken the bone-spike spirit within his meridians. Several ribs protruded from his body, enveloping Luo Hongyan in a protective cocoon. A futile gesture, yet one he felt compelled to undertake, despite the knowledge that all was in vain, and that rebirth offered a second chance. He acted as if it were second nature, much like how, back on Earth, he would instinctively walk on the roadside during strolls with Yi Qinghe. Though his vision blurred, he strained to gaze at the girl's face, as if unwilling to accept the reality before him. Her exquisitely beautiful features were both familiar and agonizingly painful. Qinghe behind him, the myriad of crimson tendrils from Lulu converged with a thunderous force, descending upon them to shatter their bodies into mere fragments. I'm sorry, in his mind, a peculiar clock began to reverse. Its face and hands twisted grotesquely, pulsating and flowing, as 12 orbs representing time formed and dissolved in a grotesque spectacle, shimmering with an ominous glow. Upon reopening his eyes, Changqing found himself staring at the familiar ceiling. He abruptly sat up, instinctively checking the date on his phone. January 8th, unchanged. Just then, that familiar call came through, and he hurriedly answered, gazing at the girl on the screen, as if transported to another realm. Changqing, are you feeling better? The familiar voice resonated like a celestial melody, stirring emotions he struggled to suppress. Fighting back tears, he clenched his jaw, yet found himself unable to utter a word. What's wrong? Why are you silent? Yi Qinghe asked, her tone laced with concern. Nothing, Changqing replied, his voice slightly choked. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, regaining his composure. Qinghe, did you also have that dream? Dream? What dream? Yi Qinghe did not provide the answer he sought. Luo Hongyan? He inquired again. What are you talking about? Have you lost your mind? Are you feeling any better? If not, I can come check on you after class. Noticing Changqing's incoherent words, Yi Qinghe's worry deepened. Her words plunged Changqing into silence, sowing doubt in his speculations. Wasn't I transported to another world just like her? Could it be that Luo Hongyan merely resembles Qinghe by coincidence? Unthinkable. Such coincidences are improbable. However, just as my transformed self in another world differed from my original form, if Qinghe truly traversed realms, she might not look the same as before. I must find a way to confirm this. This ordeal of crossing worlds is tormenting, and I cannot passively watch as Qinghe potentially becomes ensnared in it. If she has also crossed over, I must assist her. While he remained silent, he could hear Qinghe's voice on the other end of the line. Yi de Xiuhua, watch where you're going. You've missed the turn. The classroom is this way. Okay, I got it. Qinghe exclaimed, lifting her head and hurrying along. Qing, I'm heading to class now. I'll call you after. She rushed ahead, taking a few quick steps. Go ahead with your class. I'll find you, he resolved, determined to confirm matters face to face. Huh? No need. Aren't you still unwell? It's just a common flu. Focus on your studies. I'll wait for you outside the classroom. With that, Qing hung up and rushed to the restroom, where he began to vomit. If there was anything he missed about the other world, it was the possession of a healthy body. However, perhaps due to his prior death having bestowed upon him a sudden surge in cultivation, this rebirth had not significantly exacerbated his condition. In fact, he felt somewhat stronger than in his previous life. After meticulously grooming himself to appear less haggard, he stepped outside. He and Qinghe attended the same university. He possessed her class schedule, making it easy to locate her classroom. After recently discovering his brain cancer, he had taken leave under the pretense of flu, and now it was only natural to return as the break neared its end. Qing had garnered a modicum of fame within their major, especially since Qinghe was widely recognized as the campus beauty. As the only boy closely associated with her, he naturally attracted attention, and many assumed they were a couple. Yet, the truth was more complex. In reality, Qing was an orphan, having grown up in an orphanage since childhood. At the age of 8, the Yi couple adopted him, making Qing his sister. They had grown up together, and it was through their bond that his once reclusive nature gradually transformed into a brighter disposition, albeit only toward her. This aspect mirrored his counterpart in the other world, for a tumultuous childhood had left him somewhat closed off, bordering on selfishness. The difference lay in the fact that the Qing of that realm bore an icy demeanor, while the Qing of reality donned a sunny and handsome facade as a mask, concealing a deeply contemplative mind. Over the years, the only individuals occupying his heart were Qinghe and the Yi couple. Did he harbor feelings for Qinghe? The answer was unequivocal. Yet to label their relationship merely as that of romantic partners would be an oversimplification. To him, Qinghe was unique, irreplaceable. Even amidst the trials of the other world, where he wrestled with desires ignited by the cultivation of the evil techniques of the Huanzong, he steadfastly upheld his principles, largely because she was ever present in his thoughts. Did Qinghe reciprocate his feelings? The answer was equally clear, yet they had never explicitly acknowledged their relationship. It had developed naturally, and if one were to claim they had been dating for over a decade, it would not be far from the truth. Unbeknownst to him, the bell rang, signaling the students to exit the classroom. Spotting Qinghe in the crowd, he approached her, and they instinctively clasped hands, drawing envious glances from many boys around them. Chapter 20. Zhuangzhou's dream of a butterfly. Are you truly all right? Your complexion does not appear particularly well. Perhaps you should take a few more days off. Qinghe expressed her concern upon their first encounter. I'm fine. My pallor may simply be due to a lack of rest these past few days. I shall recover soon, he reassured her. Then do take the time to rest. You've completed your classes, yet you still insisted on coming here, she replied. I came to see you, not merely to attend class, Qing said, taking Qinghe's backpack and slinging it over his shoulder. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Shall we find a place to sit for a while? Of course, Qinghe smiled sweetly. Let me take you somewhere nice to eat. After a modest lunch, the two lingered in the restaurant. In truth, Chongqing's illness had diminished his appetite significantly, yet he forced himself to eat as Qinghe eagerly served him dishes, not wanting to cause her worry. Are you hiding something from me? Qinghe suddenly inquired, observing Chongqing's silence. Indeed, he admitted without pretense. You've been looking down the entire way here and barely spoke during lunch. It seems you carry a heavy heart, she noted, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed into his eyes. You are such an intelligent person, It is rare for you to be troubled by anything. I am curious, what weighs on your mind? She encouraged him to share. Changqing nodded, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. He knew he could not disclose his brain cancer to Yi Qinghe. To him, this world was the true reality, one he needed to nurture and inhabit. If he were to speak of his experiences of reincarnation, it would merely be framed as a dream. I have been having a dream quite frequently of late. Oh, what sort of dream? Do tell, Yi Qinghe inquired with keen interest. In this dream, I find myself in another world, a dark cave, winding, with no light and endless depths. That sounds like a nightmare, Yi Qinghe remarked. As Changqing recounted his dream, he carefully observed Yi Qinghe's expressions, hoping to discern something unusual. Yet she merely blinked her large, innocent eyes, listening intently. It is dark and damp, the air thick with strange fragrances and the scent of blood. And there are many bizarre creatures lurking within. Creatures? What sort of creatures? She pressed. Some snakes, insects, and rodents take on human forms, all of them women. They call themselves the Huanhe Sect, and they are ravenous, intent on draining my essence. Yi Qinghe's cheeks flushed slightly. You naughty rogue, is that not merely a spring dream? How could you speak of such a thing without feeling embarrassed? Changqing shook his head with utmost seriousness. Qinghe, do I seem a jest? Realizing his earnestness, Yi Qinghe asked, what is so peculiar about this dream that it troubles you so? The dream itself is not inherently strange, though it is frighteningly real. However, I believe I have said enough for now. Changqing's gaze intensified as he locked eyes with her. Qinghe, have you truly never had a similar dream? I have not. I assure you, I have never dreamt such a thing. Why do you think I have? She replied. Changqing closed his eyes, feeling a mix of helplessness and deep relief. This sentiment was complex. He both wished that Yi Qinghe had also traversed to another world, as she would be his sole beacon of hope amidst the darkness. Yet he did not wish for her to endure the same endless suffering he faced in that cruel realm. Changqing, what is the matter? You have yet to finish your thought. Why do you believe I might share your dream? Yi Qinghe inquired, leaning closer with concern. This was one of the qualities Changqing admired most about her. Her personality struck a perfect balance between rationality and emotion. Yi Qinghe excelled academically, was quick-witted, and possessed a keen intellect. Yet, no matter how fanciful or absurd his ideas, even if he merely jested, she would contemplate his words seriously. Given this, Changqing felt compelled to be forthright with her, unwilling to leave her in the dark. Because I dreamt of you. I have had this dream 5 times in total, each beginning anew. Yet in the first 4 dreams, you were absent. It was only in the last that I saw you. In those initial dreams, I struggled desperately to escape that cave, but failed each time. In the final dream, however, you came to my side and assisted me in escaping. It was the closest I had ever been to success. He carefully weighed his words, striving to convey the entirety of the situation without sounding too fantastical. Are you suggesting that in the last dream, I entered a dream? Yi Qinghe asked. Changqing nodded. Contemplating for a moment, she took his hand. Although I have never experienced such a dream, if you were ever in danger, I would undoubtedly come to your rescue. Feeling the warmth of her gentle hand, Changqing tightened his grip. He had come to a firm conclusion. Luo Hongyan and Yi Qinghe were not the same person. There was no particular reason for this belief. It was simply that Yi Qinghe would never deceive him, no matter the circumstance. If she had dreamt of something, she would surely share it with him. Since she did not mention such a dream, it confirmed his suspicion that Luo Hongyan was not Yi Qinghe. This realization left him with a pang of regret. Had he known, he would not have sought to save her, thus missing a golden opportunity to escape the 100-Flower Cave. Yet, could he truly bear to witness a girl, identical in appearance to Yi Qinghe, perish before his eyes? He found that he could not. Moreover, even if Yi Qinghe were not Luo Hongyan, did that imply there was no connection between them? Why then did they share such striking similarities? If it were mere coincidence, he could not believe it. Do you think parallel universes exist? He pondered aloud. Parallel universes? Are you referring to scenarios similar to those we've seen in movies, where in another universe, there exists a person identical to you? Yi Qinghe mused, deep in thought before suddenly realizing. Oh, I see. You mean to liken Zhuang's dream of a butterfly to the concept of parallel universes. That was your implication, wasn't it? Changqing was taken aback by her insight, his heart swelling with admiration for her intelligence, as her thoughts aligned closely with his own. You were suggesting that the world I dreamt of may indeed be a parallel universe, and that my dreams serve as a conduit connecting the two realms. The you I encountered in my dreams is, in fact, another version of yourself from that parallel universe. Her interpretation resonated with his earlier thoughts, leaving him astonished. Qinghe, you do not find my ideas utterly absurd? Do you not think I am merely spouting nonsense? Not at all. Yi Qinghe shook her head, her expression earnest. You are the most intelligent person I have ever met. Throughout my life, your assertions have rarely been incorrect. I believe you must have a valid reason for such speculation. Either your dreams are exceptionally vivid, or there is something else you have yet to disclose. Her assessment was entirely accurate. Changqing had once questioned whether everything he experienced in that other world was merely a terminal fantasy of a brain cancer patient. Yet two undeniable truths reassured him. Everything was indeed real, and he had genuinely traversed to another realm. Chapter 21 Rebirth. Once more, firstly, his physical condition indeed fluctuated in accordance with his cultivation level in another realm, a sensation he experienced firsthand. Secondly, each time he was reborn, he would awaken on the morning of January 8th, only to traverse once more into the early hours, reliving the same day 5 times, becoming intimately familiar with every event that transpired. This was a genuine supernatural occurrence, utterly beyond the realm of mere fantasy. When Yi Qing had denied having had the same dream, Changqing had already formed a hypothesis. Could it be that he had traversed into a parallel universe, where Lingyu Changqing was merely another version of himself, and Luo Hongyan was the Yi Qinghe of that parallel realm? If this were indeed the case, in his next rebirth, he must do everything in his power to protect Luo Hongyan and escape with her. For if the cultivation level of Lingyu Changqing in that other world could influence his physical condition in reality, then should Luo Hongyan perish, it would likely affect the existence of Yi Qinghe in the real world as well. Perhaps she might meet with an accident. Perhaps she could vanish into thin air. Changqing dared not ponder such thoughts, nor did he wish to. He simply needed to know what he must do, and that was sufficient. Perhaps he himself had not noticed the myriad flaws in his conjecture. He merely instinctively sought to convince himself. After all, with his extreme rationality and cold detachment, had he confirmed that Luo Hongyan and Yi Qinghe bore no relation, he would undoubtedly have relinquished his attachment to her. Yet, he subconsciously resisted that notion, needing to provide himself with a reason to protect her. You are entirely correct, Changqing sighed. Qinghe, you are the most intelligent person I have ever encountered. Not at all. Yi Qinghe playfully stuck out her tongue. I simply understand you very well. So your heavy-heartedness relates to something you've concealed from me? Changqing shook his head, fabricating a lie. The young woman before him was astoundingly perceptive. Understanding him too well, he could deceive her over the phone, but now that they were face to face, he feared he could no longer maintain the pretense. Enough of this. Today is a rare occasion without much coursework. Allow me to take you out for some fun. Very well. Yi Qinghe did not press further, as she always conducted herself with such ease around Changqing, never imposing any pressure upon him. The pair departed from the restaurant and made their way to the familiar riverside. The river's surface was thickly frozen, with children frolicking upon it. They strolled across the ice, exchanging idle chatter, basking in the warm sunlight. Were it not for your company, I would not dare tread upon this surface. What is there to fear? It is quite solid. Did you not see the snowmaking machine over there? But I am afraid. As she walked, Yi Qinghe kicked at a shard of ice beneath her feet, embodying the spirit of a mischievous child. Yet with you beside me, I feel no fear. Do you remember when I fell into the swimming pool when we were young, and you rescued me? Huh, you still recall? Back then, you were as reckless as a boy, and such incidents occurred far too frequently. I thought you might have forgotten. How could I ever forget? I do not know when it began, but as long as I am with you, I fear nothing. She turned back with a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. The sunlight illuminated the snow, reflecting upon the young woman's face, creating a breathtaking scene. He had beheld this same visage countless times over the past 10 years. Yet the youth remained entranced, with the torments of his existence in that dark, damp cave to yield but a fleeting glance from her. He would unhesitatingly endure it all. Yet he could not return. Illness was steadily claiming his life, and he could not bear to part from the young woman before him. Do not disturb the spring slumber. Let the fragrance of tea linger, he mused within. Lost in thought, Yi Qinghe approached and cupped his face. Changqing, the young woman enunciated deliberately. Whether in reality or in dreams, I will undoubtedly find you. Because I cherish you, I will always be by your side, come what may. Changqing was bewildered by her sudden declaration, yet Yi Qinghe offered him no opportunity for contemplation. The moment her delicate lips pressed against his mind went blank. This was their first kiss. Yi Qinghe's kiss was a stark contrast to her usual playful and demure demeanor. Fiery and fervent, it nearly left Changqing breathless. Indeed, he felt as if he could scarcely draw breath, his instinctively shut eyes struggling to open. The world around him faded into darkness. The howling wind and the laughter of children coalescing into a blurred ringing in his ears, mingling with the dazzling sunlight reflecting off the snow, exploding in his mind alongside that kiss. Finally, he managed to open his eyes. What met his gaze was an exquisite wooden mask. In the dimness of the cave, he lay upon a bed, with Luo Hongyan seated beside him. It was no wonder he struggled to breathe. Luo Hongyan was firmly covering his mouth with the quilt. It seems my time of rebirth has advanced once more. This must be just after I was gravely injured by Lu, when Luo Hongyan awakened me. Changqing collected his thoughts, his vision clearing, before gently patting Luo Hongyan and Appo's arm to signal her release. Luo Hongyan shot him a look of disdain, puzzled by the audacity of this man, who acted so familiar. Do not speak. Do you remember me, Luo Hongyan? The master is in meditation. Keep your voice down, lest you awaken her. Luo Hongyan spoke softly, fearful of disturbing Lu. Understood, Changqing replied obediently. You have been unconscious for 3 whole days, and most of your bones are shattered. I was the one who brought you back to consciousness. After saying this, Luo Hongyan shifted the topic. I know you would not wish to end your life in this demon lair. If you wish to escape, I can assist you. But you must tell me what you saw in the pill chamber that the master sent you to investigate. Was it? Lu showed me an ancient text entitled Soul Exchange and Seizure Method. She could not comprehend the characters within and requested me to decipher it. Changqing answered fluently, catching Luo Hongyan momentarily off guard. Yet he continued, engrossed in his own thoughts. This soul exchange and seizure method has 3 major conditions. First, both parties must possess either primordial yin or primordial yang. Second, both must cultivate the same technique. Third, a special soul-transferring spirit must be used. Lu has not engaged in any supplementing for years, her cultivation regressing, likely practicing the reverse of primordial yin, and you must also be of primordial yin. Is it that she wishes for you to teach her your technique? The target for her soul exchange is self-evident. Luo Hongyan observed the animated Changqing and felt an odd sensation. Although she had initially intended to collaborate with him, this all seemed remarkably too smooth. Chapter 22. Blood Spirit. Are these merely your assumptions? The proactive demeanor of Changqing elicited skepticism from Luo Hongyan. Realizing that he may have been overly forward, Changqing quickly moderated his approach, engaging Luo Hongyan in a discussion regarding Lu's intentions and how they might collaborate to escape their predicament. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his words still conveyed a subtle undertone of eagerness. After devising a plan akin to that of his previous life, he voiced his concerns. While detonating Lu during the spirit refining process appeared to be a viable strategy, he pondered whether it was possible that the explosion might not be fatal to her. Luo Hongyan shook her head. That is impossible. No matter how formidable she may be, she is merely at the transient 6th transformation level, and her practice is in poison techniques, not in physical prowess. Furthermore, my method involves detonating several unique spirit controls within her acupoints, causing an internal explosion. I dare say her head would be shattered. Changqing recalled the explosion from his previous life, where Lu's head had indeed been obliterated, leaving her a headless corpse. Yet, she had revived in a most peculiar manner. Only by completely obliterating Lu Lu could he ensure Luo Hongyan's safety and their escape. However, the mystery of Lu Lu's resurrection and the method required to truly eliminate her lay beyond Changqing's understanding, leaving him with no recourse but to inquire further with Luo Hongyan. Is there a possibility that a person could have their head blown off yet still come back to life? Changqing asked. Luo Hongyan pondered for a moment before shaking her head again. Lu Lu cannot possess such abilities. To my knowledge, only spirit controls of the celestial level can confer the power of resurrection, and even they are bound by numerous restrictions. Lu Lu, being at the transient 6th transformation, lacks the requisite thousands of acupoints to utilize celestial spirit for revival. Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Changqing contemplated the notion of a spirit control that could protect its user, allowing them to survive even if their head were to be destroyed. When you speak of survival, what do you mean? Can one truly live without a head? That would imply a transformation into a zombie or a living corpse, which I know some poison techniques can achieve, but that requires one to be refined into a corpse beforehand to effectuate such an outcome. Wait, no, Changqing interrupted. I mean living in the sense of regrowing a head in a most bizarre manner, as if countless worms were to surge forth from a person's body, reconstituting the missing head and organs amidst a shower of blood. Changqing's vivid description plunged Luo Hongyan into deep thought. You might be overly cautious. Lu Lu cannot possess such powers. Trust me. Yet Changqing's gaze remained unwavering. Reluctantly, Luo Hongyan conceded, I cannot ascertain what spirit control could possibly create such worms. However, if it involves the reconstitution of flesh amidst a torrent of blood, it could only be the long-lost blood spirit. Many forms of blood spirits possess the ability to reshape flesh. The one that aligns most closely with your description would be the blood demon spirit, which is an earth-level spirit. To wield an earth-level spirit requires far fewer acupoints than celestial spirits, and Lu Lu does indeed have the capacity to utilize earth-level spirits. However, blood spirits are exceptionally rare and have been lost to time. As a practitioner of poison techniques, it is improbable that Lu Lu possesses such an advanced blood spirit. Luo Hongyan appeared unfazed. What we ought to focus on now is how to eliminate Lu Lu during the spirit refining process. Your attention seems misplaced. Changqing was at a loss as to how to convey that he had indeed witnessed Lu Lu's resurrection firsthand, believing it essential to comprehend her methods in order to devise a countermeasure. I have witnessed Lu Lu's body rapidly regenerate after sustaining grievous injuries. Thus, I fear that an explosion may not suffice to kill her. It is prudent to be prepared. Please share what you know about the blood demon spirit. Seeing Changqing's insistence, Luo Hongyan relented. Blood practitioners are among the most infamous of rogue cultivators, even more reviled than poison practitioners. Are you not aware of this? Unlike other spirit controls, which are naturally occurring, blood spirits are entirely man-made. It is said that this malevolent spirit control was created by a nefarious figure eons ago. As the name suggests, the crafting of blood spirits necessitates the use of blood, be it beast blood, spirit beast blood, or even human blood. The blood of mortals is the least risky and most easily obtainable material, often requiring the blood of hundreds or thousands of individuals to forge a single blood spirit. Thus, every blood practitioner bears the weight of countless lives lost. In ancient times, the realm of cultivators was rife with chaos and conflict, leading to the rampant proliferation of blood practitioners and immense suffering. It was only through the concerted efforts of righteous cultivators that the practice of blood spirit gradually faded into obscurity and ultimately became lost to time. Changqing understood Luo Hongyan's implication. Blood practitioners were akin to pariahs, and to traverse the world was akin to wandering as a fugitive. But the Huanhe Sect is also a thoroughly nefarious cult, is it not? It is entirely plausible that other rogue practices thrive within its ranks. Consequently, Changqing queried, could it be possible that Lu Lu possesses a blood demon spirit that protects her from death? That is inconceivable, Luo Hongyan responded. Blood spirits do not function like ordinary spirit controls, which can be sustained by absorbing a cultivator's spiritual energy. Blood spirits must be nourished by fresh blood. Without an ample supply of blood energy, they will gradually wither and perish. If Lu possessed a blood demon spirit of such high caliber, she would need to be an exceptionally powerful blood practitioner capable of sustaining it with her own blood energy. Otherwise, she would have to kill daily to feed the blood demon spirit. Over these years, has the Huanhe Sect provided her with enough victims? Despite Luo Hongyan's logical reasoning, Chongqing remained steadfast in his belief that Lu possessed a blood spirit. Are you certain that only blood spirits can facilitate the reconstitution of flesh? Certainly. While other types of spirit controls do possess healing capabilities, only blood spirits can restore a body that has been so severely damaged that it requires the regrowth of significant portions of flesh. With Luo Hongyan's affirmation, Chongqing was convinced that Lu must have utilized a blood spirit to achieve a resurrection. After all, seeing is believing. He had witnessed Lu's bizarre revival with his own eyes. Now, the pressing concern was how to counteract Lu's blood spirit. If Lu truly possesses a blood demon spirit, how can we eliminate her? Chongqing inquired. It is impossible to kill her. Luo Hongyan shook her head. That is an earth-level spirit, capable of merging her blood and flesh into a singular entity. As long as there is even a trace of blood energy remaining, she can transform it into regenerated flesh. With such a formidable and malevolent spirit at her side, severing her head is no different from severing her hand. To truly kill her, we would have to obliterate her entirely, leaving not a single trace behind. Do you believe the two of us are capable of such a feat? Luo Hongyan's words cast Chongqing into silence, as it sounded all too much like a deadlock. Chapter 23. The scheme renewed. Seeing Chongqing so troubled, Luo Hongyan felt somewhat helpless. Did you not comprehend what I just said? It is impossible for Lu to possess a blood demon spirit. You are merely worrying for no reason. Chongqing remained silent, continuing his contemplation. Luo Hongyan's analysis held merit. Blood sorcerers had vanished from the world for millennia. Even if a blood sorcerer had inadvertently entered the 100 Flowers cave and bestowed a blood demon spirit upon Lu, she would not be able to sustain it. However, there is a glaring flaw in this reasoning. Lu did indeed possess a blood demon spirit. Where then did the issue lie? Wait, is it possible that Lu has been nurturing a powerful blood sorcerer, extracting his blood essence periodically to sustain the blood demon spirit? After all, the only way she could have acquired the blood demon spirit would be if a blood sorcerer inadvertently wandered into the cave and she seized it from him. If she could take the spirit, why couldn't and amp, oppose? Did she also keep the blood sorcerer like livestock? Luo Hongyan placed her hand on her forehead. Are you a fool? First of all, if a sorcerer and oppose, innate spirit is taken from them, they would immediately perish. Once dead, their corpse would cease to produce blood essence, making it impossible to nourish the blood demon spirit for so many years. It is also possible that the blood demon spirit is not the sorcerer's innate spirit. Chongqing countered. Then that makes it even less plausible. The blood demon spirit is an earth spirit, and an innate spirit is typically the strongest spirit within a sorcerer and amp, oppo's body. If the blood demon spirit is not even that sorcerer and amp, oppo's innate spirit, then he must be at least a momentary level powerhouse. Such a being would be beyond Lu and amp, oppo's control, let alone nurturing. Chongqing, however, held a different view. If we eliminate all impossibilities, the remaining outcome, no matter how bizarre, must be the truth. I am certain that within the 100 Flowers cave, there exists an exceptionally powerful blood sorcerer, somehow subdued by Lu. While I may not be able to directly unravel the blood demon spirit with our combined strength, acquiring this valuable information is sufficient. The more desperate the situation, the greater the need for variables. The more adverse the circumstances, the more we must provoke change. Any change is a step forward. A nurtured blood sorcerer would undoubtedly serve as a significant variable, granting me ample room for maneuver. The plan was thus established. I shall resolve the issues of the 4 guardians and the blood demon spirit. I will deceive Lu into self-destructing during the spirit refining process, and I will eliminate the 4 guardians one by one. If the blood demon spirit truly exists, I shall find a way to confront it. There is little point in discussing further. I have a plan. Although my goal in this lifetime has expanded beyond mere escape to include protecting Luo Hongyan, a complexity that significantly heightens the difficulty. I remain resolute in my confidence. As long as you don't reveal anything in front of Lulu, I will be grateful. Chongqing scratched his head, realizing that his proactive demeanor and concern for Luo Hongyan had led her to form some misunderstandings about him. He nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. You must also take care of yourself and exercise caution. We are merely collaborators. There is no need for you to worry about me. And frankly, that is somewhat unsettling. Meanwhile, Lulu, with her withered hand gripping a brush, was diligently following Chongqing and Amp, Oppo's instructions, scribbling awkwardly on paper. Master, this soul transference spirit is quite peculiar. Once successfully refined, it dissipates within the duration of a single incense stick, so it must be used immediately. As she wrote, she pondered aloud. I have some knowledge of refining methods. How have I never heard of a spirit with such characteristics? Chongqing, you are not deceiving me, are you? Master, how could I dare to deceive you? During this time, I have devoted myself entirely to translating the soul transference method for you, without a hint of deception. If this method were to fail and anger you, I would surely face dire consequences. I am well aware of that. Since confirming the collaboration with Luo Hongyan, Chongqing had not had the opportunity to meet her alone. He had been residing in Lulu's alchemy chamber, translating the soul transference method for her. The two lived and dined together as if they were true master and apprentice. Under Chongqing and Amp, Oppo's manipulation, Lulu had consumed copious amounts of toxins, her mental state growing increasingly unstable. His goal was clear, not only to brainwash Lulu into a state of frenzy from the drug powders, leading to her self-detonation amidst the spirit-refining process, but also to identify the powerful blood sorcerer that Lulu had been nurturing and exploit that advantage. Master, the probability of failure for this soul transference method is exceedingly high. Only by using these drug powders in advance, along with some spirit refining to strengthen the body, can we significantly enhance the likelihood of success. Most importantly, the location of your cultivation must be in a place rich in blood essence. Blood essence? Lulu inquired skeptically. What relation does that have to the training of the soul? Only in an environment abundant with blood essence can one forge the soul with blood during cultivation. This text states that blood sorcerers are the most suitable practitioners of this soul transference method. If one is not a blood sorcerer, they must still engage in some form of blood sorcery cultivation, at the very least spending a period in a blood essence-rich area. Upon hearing Chongqing and Oppo's convoluted explanation, Lulu appeared to grasp the concept and nodded in understanding. Chongqing felt a sense of relief. His gamble had paid off. He had long suspected that this soul transference method might have originated from the powerful blood sorcerer. The strength and profound knowledge of that sorcerer made it plausible for such a secret technique to exist. Additionally, the red pages of the soul transference text exuded a metallic scent, hinting at its origins. If Lulu had indeed obtained this method from the blood sorcerer, then Chongqing's words would be easily believed. The location where Lulu intended to cultivate was likely where the blood sorcerer was imprisoned. This would grant him insight into the sorcerer and Oppo's whereabouts. Subsequently, he could direct Lulu to another location for her training, creating an opportunity for himself to seek out the blood sorcerer. After spending 3 days cultivating in the blood essence-rich area, he would then shift to a yang essence-rich location for another 3 days, repeating this cycle thrice. During this time, he must be alone, ensuring no external interference, as any disturbance would greatly diminish the effectiveness. The reason for delaying Lulu's relocation to other cultivation sites was to allow her to consume the drug powders for a few days, rendering her mind more malleable and susceptible to his influence. Master, what exactly do you mean by blood essence-rich and yang essence-rich locations? After stating this, Chongqing hastily pretended to inquire further, attempting to shed any suspicion of his deliberate guidance. The cave where humans reside is naturally a yang essence-rich location. As for the blood essence-rich area, Lulu began, but she did not continue her explanation. Continue detailing the training specifics. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Yes, master. That evening, Lu Lu departed from the alchemy chamber, leaving Chongqing confined within. Yet he did not fret. This time, he and Luo Hongyan were genuinely collaborating with sincerity. Although he was trapped, Luo Hongyan had the freedom to move outside. They had established numerous signals for covert communication. Now that Lu Lu had exited the alchemy chamber, it was likely that Luo Hongyan would soon notice. She would utilize her ability to navigate freely within the cave to ascertain Lu Lu's whereabouts. After all, the 100 Flowers Cave was not vast. Chapter 24. Cross-dressing, are you saying she is merely in her own cave? Chongqing inquired with a hint of surprise. Precisely. She has been in her own cave for 2 days now. I estimate she will return tomorrow, Luo Hongyan affirmed confidently. Have you visited her cave? Is there a hidden chamber or secret passage? Luo Hongyan shook her head. She has never permitted anyone to enter her cave. It appears that the place where that blood magic practitioner is imprisoned is indeed Lu Lu's cave. When she emerges from her seclusion, she will likely retreat to the cave where the captive beings are held for another 3 days. I must seize this opportunity to investigate her cave. Though it is perilous, it is undoubtedly worth the risk. Raising an eyebrow, Chongqing remarked, Now you believe my judgment? Luo Hongyan readily admitted, I do. Since you mentioned training in a place rich in blood energy, and Lu Lu has secluded herself in her cave without bringing anyone else to slaughter and sacrifice for blood energy. There is only one possibility. There exists a powerful presence within her cave, likely the blood magic practitioner you surmised. Though your cultivation is modest, your intellect is impressive, and I commend you for it. Speaking of cultivation, Chongqing felt somewhat helpless. To lower Lu Lu and Appo's escort, he continued to study the techniques of the Huanhe Sect in this lifetime and had now reached the second transformation realm. However, the persistent torment of desire still plagued him. But how will you leave here and enter her cave? This alchemy chamber is secured by Lu Lu and Appo's restrictions. If you disrupt these serpentine locks, she will undoubtedly sense it. Moreover, her cave will surely be fortified with its own defenses. How can you sneak in unnoticed? Do not worry, Chongqing replied, and astonishingly, right before Luo Hongyan's eyes, he yanked a venomous snake from the door. Luo Hongyan gasped, instinctively glancing over her shoulder, as if fearful of Lu Lu and Appo's furious return. You and Appo's, V lost your mind. She will detect this. Relax, Chongqing dismissed her concern. Watching the snake slither back to the door and coil itself once more, he nodded in satisfaction. He was well aware that Lu Lu could sense it. His confidence stemmed from having discerned her patterns and established rules for her. Through careful observation, he had realized that whenever Lu Lu consumed those excessively potent narcotics, she would become exceedingly exhilarated for an extended period. He had intentionally tested this several times. After Lu Lu took her medicine, no matter how he manipulated the serpentine locks, she exhibited no reaction. Taking her medication at the hour of the rat and the hour of the horse was a rule that Chongqing had set for Lu Lu. This timing also ensured that she would not notice his absence from the alchemy chamber. The most remarkable part was that after he removed those venomous snakes, they would autonomously return to their place, leaving Lu Lu oblivious to his escape upon her return. Seeing Luo Hongyan preparing to flee, Chongqing hastily called out to her. Rest assured, Lu Lu follows my instructions and takes her medicine at the appointed hours. During this time, her mind is in disarray, making her unable to sense those serpentine locks. After hearing this, Luo Hongyan paused, her skepticism evident. What kind of drug is so potent? How could it not be formidable? On Earth, it is a scourge, and even a mere touch can drag an ordinary person into despair, leading to the loss of reason and the destruction of families. Lu Lu, however, consumes an extraordinarily high dosage, a mixed, storm-inhaled concoction. Even a most formidable practitioner would fall victim. Once again, he marveled. Studying mathematics and chemistry opens doors everywhere. This was not merely traversing the world. Chongqing could roam through other realms effortlessly. Do not concern yourself with the specifics of the drug. What matters is its efficacy. As long as I leave the alchemy chamber during the hours of the rat and the horse, I can enter her cave without issue. The challenge lies in my conspicuousness as a man. I require your assistance for cover. Upon hearing this, Luo Hongyan scrutinized Changqing from head to toe, lingering on his face for a moment. You possess a decent appearance. Disguising yourself as a woman could be convincing. Absolutely, Changqing agreed without hesitation. In the past, to avoid being harvested, he had not flinched at the thought of self-castration. Transforming into a woman was a far lesser challenge. Let be settled then. When Lu retreats to the cave of the captives, I shall come at the hour of the rat to escort you. I will prepare women and oppos as garments for you then. After solidifying their plan, Luo Hongyan hurriedly departed the alchemy chamber for safety. Once she left, Changqing felt a tinge of loneliness. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Hongyan's presence lingered in his mind, and he found himself unconsciously projecting his feelings for Yi Qinghe onto her. The following day, Lu returned to the alchemy chamber. Upon entering, she seized Changqing by the throat in a fit of rage. Rebellious disciple, are you deceiving me? Cough, cough. Master, I would not dare to deceive you. Your insight is unparalleled, Changqing gasped. Yet Lu remained unfazed, tightening her grip until his eyes rolled back. Still, Changqing did not confess to deceiving her. Even as the specter of death loomed, his heart remained steadfast. This old serpent surely believed him. Her suspicion was merely a product of doubt. Perhaps the blood magic practitioner had whispered something to her, but the fact that she had secluded herself for 3 full days in her cave indicated that she still trusted his translation more. Noting Changqing's continued silence, Lu finally released him. He collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, greedily inhaling the air. It seemed she was attempting to deceive him. Amidst the ringing in his ears caused by asphyxiation, Changqing heard Lu muttering to herself. A cold smile crept upon his lips. It appeared his suspicions were correct. That blood magic practitioner had indeed sown seeds of doubt in her mind. However, this was of little consequence. Human nature often leans towards believing what one prefers to accept. Moreover, the frequent drug use had only muddled her senses further. After having waited for so many years, Lu finally found someone to assist her in translating the soul-possessing technique. Given that the translator was but a negligible insect firmly within her grasp, she naturally inclined towards trusting herself. After a brief exchange with Changqing regarding experiences in blood-rich locales, Lu departed once more to the cave where the captives were held, to seclude herself for cultivation. Of course, her so-called insights likely stemmed from the hallucinations induced by the narcotics she inhaled. As for the captives in the cave, since Changqing had mentioned that no disturbances should occur during cultivation, Lu would likely relocate them to another cave for confinement. After Lu's departure, another day passed before Luo Hongyan returned to the alchemy chamber, bringing women and oppos, as attire with her. Why is it that you can dress so normally, while I must wear something so revealing? Changqing lamented, staring at the nearly backless attire adorning his form. Such is the nature of the female demons in this cave. I'm one of the few who dress normally. If you wear something modest, you will stand out. Fortunately, Changqing's youthful skin was fair and delicate, and his slender frame allowed him to maintain a semblance of beauty from behind, despite his predicament. Chapter 25. The cave from an overall perspective. You barely managed to pass as a woman, yet your figure remains rather lacking, remarked Luo Hongyan, resting her chin on her hand as she appraised him. She had lightly applied some rouge to Changqing's pallid complexion and styled his long hair in a manner reminiscent of a woman's hairstyle. However, she was still not entirely satisfied with his physique. It was not entirely unfounded for her to be meticulous. The female demons in the cave were all voluptuous, and Luo Hongyan herself possessed a tall and graceful figure. Changqing, being tall, appeared almost like a mere stick in the revealing women's attire. And then there's your expressionless face and dead fish eyes. It was acceptable when you were a man, but as a woman, it seems utterly awkward. Can't you make any adjustments? Changqing sighed in resignation. Perhaps we should just leave it as is. I feel that from a distance, no one would notice. That simply will not do. You are usually quite cautious, so why be so careless at this juncture? With that, Luo Hongyan pointed her finger, and a milky white spirit emerged. She touched it to Changqing's chest, and then traced it along his backside. The sensation of her fingers sent a shiver through Changqing's body. Almost immediately, An odd feeling enveloped him, and he felt his chest swell rapidly while his rear began to curve enticingly, causing the fabric of his attire to accentuate his new, alluring silhouette. If he had previously resembled a stick, he now resembled a ripe peach. "Ah, now that's more like it," Luo Hongyan said with a mischievous smile. "Do not worry. This is a little spirit I crafted myself, merely a solid bubble of flesh color that can reshape itself, altering your attire and physique as an illusion." Changqing did not seem particularly surprised. In this world, spirits were diverse and possessed myriad functions. However, his gaze drifted toward Luo Hongyan's chest. "Surely, yours isn't also?" Luo Hongyan hurriedly covered her chest, indignantly retorting, "You scoundrel, mine is undoubtedly real. Who would I pretend for? And I poke your dead fish eyes out if you look again." With that, she turned her head away, refusing to meet Changqing's gaze. "When you walk, lower your head a bit. Don't let anyone see that lifeless expression of yours." With that, she departed. It must be said that when one's mindset shifts, the way one perceives things also changes. In his previous life, Changqing regarded Luo Hongyan as a mere puppet, remaining unfazed by her words and actions. Yet in this life, he unconsciously imagined her expression behind the mask as the adorable, capricious demeanor of Yi Qinghe, finding her exceedingly agreeable. He reached out, placing his hand atop her head, caressing her silky hair. "All right, I apologize. I shouldn't have teased you. Your spirit is quite interesting. Might you give me one?" At his gentle touch, Luo Hongyan felt deflated. Changqing was peculiar. Despite his seemingly apathetic demeanor, he always spoke to her with a subtle warmth that rendered genuine anger impossible. Yet, his persistent closeness and eagerness to bridge the gap between them were baffling. She swatted his hand away. "Here, take it, but don't touch me casually in the future." "Understood. I shall seek your permission before any contact from now on." Changqing accepted the milky white spirit and absorbed it directly into his acupoint. He was currently undergoing a sudden transformation, and he had 2 acupoints available, one belonging to the bone spike spirit he originally possessed, and the other, this bubble spirit. Why didn't you need to refine it? You just absorbed it straight into your acupoint?" Luo Hongyan inquired, somewhat surprised. "Isn't a spirit supposed to be usable as is? Does it require refinement?" Changqing countered, genuinely unaware of the necessity for refinement upon absorption, as he had never possessed any other spirits in his previous lives. Only the innate bone spike spirit within him. Of course, whether it be a naturally occurring spirit or one that had been captured and refined by other cultivators. They were filled with natural spiritual energy or the energy of other cultivators, which if one wished to absorb it into their own acupoint, would be considered impurities that required refinement first. Understanding that Changqing was only a novice in cultivation, she patiently explained, however, the difficulty of refinement varies according to the spirit's inherent strength. After a moment's consideration, Luo Hongyan continued, "This spirit was a little trinket I casually refined. It is not very stable. After a few uses, it will dissipate, and the one I gave you may already be on the brink of vanishing, with little spiritual energy remaining, which is why you could absorb it without refinement." "Perfect, it saves us time. Let us set out immediately." Changqing nodded, and the 2 departed the alchemy chamber. As they journeyed, Changqing followed Luo Hongyan at a respectful distance. With each step, his attire revealed a significant portion of his thighs, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Yet, Luo Hongyan was right. The more revealing his outfit, the less attention it attracted in this place. They arrived at Lu's cave without incident, quickly unraveling the serpentine coils entwined at the entrance before stepping inside. The cave was spacious, imbued with an unusual fragrance. This aroma was peculiar, not floral, nor herbal, but reminiscent of a pot of savory broth, tinged with a faint fishy scent. The cave was somewhat damp, and Luo Hongyan conjured a flame at her fingertip. Under its glow, they noticed slimy, transparent substances clinging to the walls, which appeared exceedingly repulsive. This did not resemble a blessed sanctuary, but rather a lair of some ancient demon. Luo Hongyan retrieved a small torch from her satchel, ignited it with her flame, and handed it to Changqing as they began to search separately. Before long, Changqing followed the faint scent of meat to a small opening. The entrance was low, barely half a person's height, akin to a dog's den, yet the increasingly potent aroma emanated from within. Changqing beckoned to Luo Hongyan, instructing her to wait at the entrance while he crawled inside to investigate. The entrance was narrow, and he squeezed through with difficulty, noting that the edges were coated with the same slimy substance as the walls, sending a chill down his spine. "What is inside?" Luo Hongyan called out, concerned as she saw him disappear. However, she received no response, only the sound of him retching moments later. "What is wrong?" Luo Hongyan asked anxiously, lowering her head to follow him inside. Just then, Changqing's hand emerged from the opening, firmly pressing against her head to stop her from entering. "Don't look," he urged, his voice striving to remain calm and gentle. "Step back. I'll continue searching on my own. Wait for me outside." But Luo Hongyan would not heed his warning. She turned her head and squeezed in beside him. Her eyes had yet to adjust to the fluctuating light. But once they did, and she beheld the scene within the cave, she too succumbed to the urge to retch, just as Changqing had. Chapter 26. The serpent cluster. The scene within the cave was utterly horrifying. Longqing believed he had acclimated to the blood-soaked and bizarre nature of this world. Having witnessed the cannibalistic practices of female demons, severed limbs, and the grotesque half-human, half-insect forms of his kind. Yet, the sight before him shattered his comprehension once more. The cave was constricted and dim, its entrance shrouded in a dense thicket of darkness. However, the walls of the cavern were covered in pustules, tumors, and grotesque growths, reminiscent of a plague-ridden patient-esque skin. The walls were tinted in a strange flesh-like hue, appearing even more vivid red under the flickering flame-esque glow. More disturbingly, the entire cave seemed to pulsate as if it were alive, the flesh-colored walls undulating in rhythm with the cavern-esque breath. As the walls writhed, pustules occasionally burst, splattering their viscous contents onto the ground, which oozed along the flesh-toned floor towards the entrance. The rich scent of meat wafted through the air, emanating from these ruptured blisters. This appeared to be a grotesque cycle of transformation. The bulges on the flesh walls gradually morphed into tumors, which in turn evolved into pustules, culminating in their eventual rupture. However, these grotesqueries were not enough to nauseate Longqing and Luo Hongyan, who had witnessed far worse. The true source of their dread lay at the cave's end, a massive fleshy orb that resembled an exposed cerebral cortex, yet was tinted a delicate pink. It bore numerous fissures and appeared to be writhing with thick, fleshy appendages. Countless eyes dotted the surface of this orb, each one a sentinel of its own. Suddenly, Longqing recalled having seen this orb before. It was the very head that had regrown when Lu Lu was resurrected in his previous life. The distinction lay in the fact that Lu Lu's head was entwined with countless venomous serpents, its surface adorned with fine black scales that rendered it a pitch-black visage. In contrast, the orb before him was a sickly pink, resembling a multitude of serpents stripped of their skins, coiling together. Even more repulsive were the serpentine tails that dangled freely, writhing erratically in the air, giving the orb an appearance akin to a bloodied, multi-limbed octopus. The serpent cluster abruptly ceased its writhing, then trembled violently. A cleft appeared in its center, from which a placenta slid forth. From this placenta emerged a bizarre creature, astonishingly peculiar. It resembled a flesh-toned serpent, devoid of scales or fur, its skin soft and wrinkled like that of an infant. On either side of its body sprouted 4 arms, akin to those of a human. Yet it did not survive long. It coughed violently, as if on the brink of a whale, but within mere moments it succumbed, dissolving into a viscous substance that flowed toward Longqing's feet, reminiscent of the foul-smelling pus from the ruptured pustules. The skinless serpent appeared to endure immense agony after birthing the aberration. It writhed and convulsed, while its myriad eyes quivered violently. Strangely, despite their constant movement, these countless eyes remained fixated in a singular direction, as if the serpent cluster possessed a unified consciousness, a singular life form. Ultimately, all those eyes turned toward Longqing. "Mother," the serpent cluster uttered, its voice a childlike, tender tone. It lacked a mouth to substantiate the origin of the sound, yet when that innocent call of mother resonated, the appendages scattered beneath its orb-like head lifted in a semblance of joy. Seeing Longqing's silence, the serpent cluster called out again, "Mother." Longqing was bewildered. Why did this grotesque entity refer to him as mother? If it truly had a mother, should it not be Lulu? To ascertain whether it was indeed calling him, Longqing stepped aside, distancing himself from Luo Hongyan. As anticipated, the multitude of gazes followed his movement, shifting to focus on him. Observing this, Longqing turned to Luo Hongyan, inquiring, "What manner of creature is this? It is utterly revolting, and why does it call me mother?" Luo Hongyan appeared profoundly shaken, staring blankly at the serpent cluster. "A spirit embryo," she finally articulated. "I did not expect such a thing to exist. Was this created by Lulu? What kind of terrifying creature has she nurtured? What is a spirit embryo?" Luo Hongyan collected her thoughts and explained, "A spirit embryo is the precursor to a spirit entity." Longqing shook his head in confusion. "I did not quite grasp it. ISNT, a spirit entity born of nature? How can there be a precursor?" Luo Hongyan pondered, then attempted to clarify. "Have you heard of ghosts? Yes, when a person dies, they transform into a ghost, do they not? But that is merely a legend. Surely, ghosts do not truly exist. I only used that as an analogy. The legends of ghosts are derived from spirit entities." She gestured to the flame flickering at her fingertips. "For example, this spark of fire can be likened to a ghost. It is a fire spirit born from the soul of flame after death. The concept of a spirit entity encompasses the ghost of all things in existence. However, it is not as simple as saying that all beings become spirit entities after death. This is an exceedingly complex process. Otherwise, the most challenging aspect of refining would not be the cultivation of spirits. This spark of fire is a product of my meticulous alchemical process involving various materials. Yet, while I can directly refine a spark of fire, I cannot first create a spirit embryo, then slay it to crudely transform it into a spirit entity. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Longqing nodded, beginning to understand. "It is akin to a chemical experiment. Magnesium burning in carbon dioxide produces carbon, which represents the ordinary method of spirit cultivation. Meanwhile, the spirit embryo before us is like constructing a grand tree through a chemical reaction, only to burn it down into charcoal. Utterly unfathomable." Luo Hongyan added, "A spirit entity is merely a spiritual form. You may consider it an inanimate being, a spectral body, ethereal and elusive. Conversely, a spirit embryo is a tangible life form, which is simply astonishing. I have only heard of it, never seen it before. Moreover, Lulu's spirit embryo is exceedingly malevolent and even somewhat terrifying." Longqing gazed at the fleshy orb for an extended period, failing to discern any malice, merely feeling a profound sense of revulsion. It was evident that this was a bloodline spirit embryo, and to create such a massive entity required an unfathomable amount of blood essence and life force. Maintaining it would necessitate an enormous quantity of flesh and blood, consumed continuously. As I previously mentioned, relying solely on the inhabitants of the 100 Flowers Cave and the female demons to sustain a blood demon spirit would be impossible, let alone something of this magnitude. Such a spirit embryo would require the lives of countless mortals daily merely to survive. In this light, it was clear that whether nurturing a blood demon spirit or creating and sustaining such a colossal spirit embryo, Lulu must have relied on external forces. The bloodline cultivator from whom she incessantly drained life force, blood essence, and flesh must surely possess formidable strength. Chapter 27. Delving into the cave upon hearing Luo Hongyan's analysis. Chongqing's expression turned grave. He lacked a concrete understanding of the cultivators in this world, as he was exceedingly weak, merely a lowly second transition. Compared to Luo Hongyan, he felt akin to an ant. The power that astonished her, he believed, must surpass that of Lulu. What do you think their cultivation level is? At least a fleeting moment, perhaps several transitions? Fleeting moment? Are you jesting? Luo Hongyan cast a withering glance at Chongqing. Though I have never encountered a true blood law practitioner, I cannot fathom how much stronger their vitality and blood energy could be compared to other cultivators of the same realm. However, a fleeting moment is absolutely impossible. Even a ninth transition practitioner The most adept in physical cultivation would instantly become a desiccated corpse after having so much blood energy extracted. Do not assume that just because you have only seen Lulu at the fleeting moment level, all practitioners of that level are so formidable. It is simply not feasible for a fleeting moment practitioner to possess such immense power. Her tone was resolute and critical, reminiscent of a teacher admonishing a student. This reminded Changqing of his high school days when he was too preoccupied with studying to eat or sleep properly, and Yi Qinghe would scold him in a similar manner. Don't think that just because you're young now, you're invulnerable. If you ruin your stomach and eyes, you will regret it later. Changqing had developed later than his peers, and at that time, Yi Qinghe was slightly taller than him, giving her an elder sister vibe. The memory caused a faint smile to grace his lips. Luo Hongyan, perplexed by his sudden smile, remarked, "Are you not in your right mind? What is so amusing at this moment?" "Nothing at all." "Then please refrain from smiling inexplicably in the future. You are quite odd, sometimes clever, sometimes foolish. In such a bizarre place, your sudden laughter sends shivers down my spine." "My apologies, I shall be more mindful." Returning to the matter at hand, I believe we should refrain from further exploration. If Lulu has imprisoned a being of such caliber, we are merely two trapped insects. Even if we were to find this person, what could we possibly do? Changqing shook his head. Since they are in dire straits, their goal must be to escape. Our objectives align, which opens the possibility for cooperation. Luo Hongyan scoffed. What reason would such a powerful being have to collaborate with you? Collaboration is not the only option. One can also be utilized. The principles remain the same. His words caused Luo Hongyan to turn her head, observing Changqing's expressionless face and calm tone. Where there are difficulties, there are demands. Where there are weaknesses, both can be exploited. You're not utilizing me, are you? How could that be? Changqing's expression shifted to a smile, but remembering her aversion to sudden laughter, he quickly composed himself, saying earnestly, "We are partners, not exploiters. I will never take advantage of you. In any peril, I shall protect you. You, be quiet. You have no sense of shame while speaking." Luo Hongyan, perhaps feeling shy, ignored Changqing and hurried a few steps towards the serpentine mass. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, Changqing quickly followed. "Mother." Upon seeing Changqing approach, the mass of serpents quivered with excitement, their numerous appendages trembling. "Why does this spirit embryo call me mother? Does it mistake me for Lulu?" Luo Hongyan shook her head. "Do not attempt to understand the spirit embryo with our reasoning. It is merely a living mass of flesh, lacking normal cognition, internal organs, and sensory perceptions. Its way of perceiving the world differs from ours. Perhaps it sees similarities between you and Lulu. What should I do? Can this creature truly communicate? If I ask it where the blood law practitioner is, will it respond?" Luo Hongyan shrugged. "I do not know. We have searched the cave thoroughly and found only this peculiar entity. Since Lulu nourishes the spirit embryo with the blood law practitioner, I suspect the place where he is imprisoned is not far from here. You could try asking the spirit embryo. It bears no ill will towards you." Changqing agreed with Luo Hongyan's suggestion and attempted to inquire. "Mother asks you, where is the blood law practitioner?" The serpentine mass did not react, merely blinking its multitude of eyes in apparent confusion. "I doubt its intellect is high. You must ask it something simpler," Luo Hongyan advised. Before Changqing could pose another question, the mass spoke. "Mother, hungry." Changqing pondered for a moment and asked, "If you're hungry, I shall take you to find food. Tell me, where's the food?" "Mother, hungry, eat." The serpentine mass continued to repeat similar phrases in a dazed manner. Just as Changqing and Luo Hongyan were about to express their disappointment again, the creature suddenly began to convulse. A bizarre sound akin to tearing muscles echoed as the intertwined serpents slowly parted, revealing a massive opening in the center of the mass. The peeled serpents appeared to have grown together, and the opening seemed to be forcibly torn apart, hence the strange sound they had just heard. The creature appeared to be enduring immense pain, its appendages thrashing violently, creating an unsettling sight. "Mother, hungry." Its voice was weak, reminiscent of a sleepy child awakening. Emitting a tender call, Changqing and Luo Hongyan exchanged glances, gazing at the enormous gash in its body. Countless tiny flesh buds writhed around the edges, evoking a sense of dread. Is that its mouth? Luo Hongyan hesitated. Do you think it's possible that the imprisoned blood law practitioner is behind that opening? Chongqing inched closer, peering into the gash. However, all he could see was darkness. Nothing was discernible, only the writhing flesh buds nearby. There must be a considerable space inside. Wait here. I will venture in to take a look. As he spoke, he leaned forward. Luo Hongyan rushed forward, grabbing him. Have you lost your mind? You dare to crawl in there? What if the spirit embryo mistakes you for food and swallows you whole? It's fine. Someone has to go in. You are strong. If anything happens to me, you can rescue me from outside. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Hongyan reluctantly nodded in agreement. Take this torch. If you encounter danger, shake the torch. I will see it and find a way to save you. All right, do not worry. I will be fine. He habitually ruffled Luo Hongyan's long hair, freeing himself from her grip, and turned to step into the darkness. Chapter 28. The malevolent sovereign of the other shore upon entering. The rich aroma of flesh gradually dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming scent of blood, pure human blood. Before him lay another cavern, which appeared far less grotesque than the previous chamber of flesh and blood. It was merely an ordinary cave. Chongqing raised his torch, glancing back. The entrance through which he had come was a wall composed of flesh, adorned with numerous folds and dotted with small, writhing flesh buds. Surrounding the opening were several cord-like appendages, reminiscent of umbilical cords, extending deep into the cave. Following these appendages, Chongqing found himself before a vast blood pool that occupied most of the cavernous space, nearly the size of an entire grand hall. Towering around the pool were 8 pillars, from which hundreds of unknown filaments extended, weaving together to form an enormous spider's web. At the center of this web was a captive, a woman. The term captive hardly seemed adequate, as Chongqing's torch illuminated the scene. He saw that the figure was pierced through by countless strands, suspended in agony. Clad in tattered garments, stained with blood, her arms were outstretched, held firmly in a position of suffering. The filaments not only penetrated her limbs and torso, but also threaded through her neck, head, and cheeks, rendering her a tragic figure reminiscent of a kite left to weather the elements, tattered and full of holes. As Chongqing approached, he noticed her face appeared as if it had been cast in molten iron, obscuring her features, leaving only a mouth, red lips, and white teeth, suggesting exquisite facial structure beneath the corrosion of iron. Barely clothed, her long, silvery hair cascaded down, shrouding her mystery. Blood continuously seeped through the filaments, pooling at her feet, which were submerged in crimson liquid. Strangely, there were no visible wounds on her body. The areas penetrated by the filaments were merely punctured, while the rest of her skin remained flawless, smooth and delicate as if crafted from fine jade, almost ethereal. The woman was exceptionally tall, while Chongqing, a mere youth of 16 or 17, stood at approximately 175 meters. She towered over him by half a head, likely reaching 180 meters. Her figure was the epitome of perfection, and even in her peculiar state, she exuded an allure that stirred the imagination. In this cave teeming with enchanting female spirits, Chongqing had never encountered such an exquisite form. She seemed a devilish enchantress, with each part of her body perfectly proportioned, as if conceived by an artist's most fervent imagination, exaggerated to the point of surrealism. However, he understood the necessity of not being beguiled by her appearance. She was likely the blood sorceress he sought. Are you all right? What's it like inside? Outside the cave, a voice tinged with urgency belonged to Luo Hongyan. Come in. I found her, Chongqing replied. What did you find? As his words faded, Luo Hongyan slipped inside, rushing to his side. Before she could finish her thought, she stood frozen, staring at the woman before them, speechless. Chongqing cast a puzzled glance at Luo Hongyan, noticing her shiver, and he instinctively grasped her shoulder. Are you all right? What is wrong? After a moment, Luo Hongyan steadied herself, pointing at the woman. It's the sovereign. There is no mistake. It's the sovereign. Chongqing was perplexed. What is a sovereign? You don't know? Who helped you unlock your acupoints? I can't shake the feeling that you're completely oblivious to the knowledge of cultivation. I only know that cultivators are divided into 5 realms: sudden, instant, momentary, fleeting, and transient, each further divided into 9 transformations. I've never heard of sovereign. Changqing spoke the truth. His understanding of the cultivation knowledge in this world stemmed from countless lifetimes of exploration and piecing together fragmented tales from others. The pinnacle for mortal cultivators was the transient realm, yet beyond that lay the realms of thousand autumns, sea drought, and sky ruin. Even powerful beings in the transient realm were still mortals. Only upon reaching the thousand autumns realm could one be deemed sovereign. So it's someone more formidable than the transient realm, Changqing mused, viewing the practitioners of this world without any veil of admiration. To him, even the mightiest cultivator was merely a powerful mortal, devoid of mystery. But if it's merely a realm above transient, why is it called sovereign? What fundamental difference exists between thousand autumns and transient? Luo Hongyan shook her head. I'm not sure. All I know is the legends speak of sovereigns seizing the very fabric of creation, wielding powers unmatched by mortals. In battles of sovereign level, the number of cultivators becomes irrelevant. Even transient cultivators are but ants. Changqing scoffed. Then how is it that this one is imprisoned by ants? Oh right, Lulu isn't even transient. She is merely momentary, less than an ant. Impudent. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated in their ears. In an instant, both felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. The voice bore an immense authority, echoing not just in their ears, but resonating within their very souls, sending tremors through Changqing. Who dares to speak so recklessly about this sovereign? The woman's voice dripped with chilling disdain, leaving Changqing truly shivering with fear. If the cold demeanor of the fourth guardian was merely surface level, this woman's chill penetrated to the bone. Even in her state of entrapment, her pride remained unyielding. Her voice akin to ancient ice. Bow down. With just 2 words, Luo Hongyan collapsed to the ground. Despite Changqing's struggle to maintain his stance, he found it an arduous task. The pressure emanating from the woman was overwhelming, a sensation he had never experienced before. Even if he had previously underestimated the sovereign's power, he could no longer afford such folly. This palpable pressure was unlike anything he had sensed from the 4 guardians or Lulu, and yet a sovereign trapped in a blood pool for countless years exuded such formidable presence. Though the woman lacked eyes, she seemed to perceive everything around her. Noticing Changqing's refusal to kneel, she displayed a flicker of curiosity. Even this momentary girl beside you has knelt, yet you, a mere sudden realm child, still stand here. Fascinating. It appears you possess exceptional will. You too are the human race, not those vile spirits. How did you find your way here? Changqing helped Luo Hongyan to her feet, wiping the blood from her knees, and glared at the woman with a mix of resentment and defiance. First, reveal your identity, and then we shall converse. The woman did not appear angered. Rather, it seemed her earlier display of power had merely been a test. Now, she regarded the two with keen interest. I am known as Danji, sovereign of the other shore, 1,000 autumn sovereign. You may refer to me as the malevolent sovereign of the other shore. Chapter 29. Collaborating with a tiger to skin at Ling Yu. Changqing, in an instant, shifted twice. The junior, Luo Hongyan, swiftly advanced her cultivation to the 4th level and had an audience with the esteemed elder from the other shore. In contrast to Changqing's casual demeanor, Luo Hongyan exhibited far greater respect, although she was no longer as astonished as when she first encountered the elder. The presence of such a formidable being still filled her with awe and caution. She had surmised that the blood sorcerer must possess strength beyond the fleeting realm. Yet witnessing the legendary elder firsthand was undeniably overwhelming, even if the elder was a fallen Dark Lord. Due to her face being molded by molten iron and pierced by threads, Danji could neither move nor express any emotion. Thus she responded, "How did you 2 little ones find yourselves here?" "We are." Luo Hongyan began to speak, but Changqing interrupted her by patting her shoulder and said, "Elder, why not first explain why you fabricated a false soul exchange method that led Lulu to such misery?" Hearing Changqing and Appo's words, Danji burst into laughter. "Is that so? Not long ago, when that little snake arrived, this esteemed one noticed her spirit was erratic, nearly maddened. It seems your handiwork is evident. Does it not align with your intentions? If Danji could display any expression, the two would surely have shared a knowing smile like two cunning old foxes. The so-called soul exchange method was indeed a ruse concocted by this esteemed one to deceive that little snake, without any particular reason. I am aware that I am destined to remain here for many years, so I might as well find amusement in her plight. Each time she gazes helplessly at the inscriptions above, torn between belief and disbelief, desperately probing for answers yet receiving none, I find it immensely entertaining. Changqing pondered deeply, discerning that Danji and Appo's words were a mix of truth and falsehood. Perhaps the soul exchange method was indeed fabricated, but a being of her stature would not indulge in such trivial amusement. More likely, it was a means to preserve her own life from Lulu. For the method had originated from Danji herself, and Lulu would not easily dispose of her. Changqing, taking on the role of negotiator in place of Luo Hongyan, sought to prevent her overly honest responses from granting Danji the upper hand in their discourse. Thus, he continued to inquire, "Might I ask if the elder is aware of the peculiar serpent mass outside? You refer to that spiritual embryo?" Danji's tone dripped with disdain. "That little snake has long gone mad, attempting to defy fate and alter her bloodline, hoping to create a new body for herself through blood sorcery. It an amp, Appo's is laughable. With her level of skill, she can only produce a being that is neither human nor serpent. That embryo produces incessantly. Yet all that emerges are abominations that the heavens cannot tolerate. I doubt a single success has occurred." Changqing recalled the moment he entered the cave and witnessed the placenta's birth from that serpent mass, alongside the lifeless, grotesque infants within. He understood clearly. However, Lulu, relying solely on her own abilities without any spiritual puppetry, would be incapable of creating that embryo. Danji did not conceal the truth. Indeed, she had seized a blood demon spirit from this esteemed one, and it was through the combination of that spirit and her own flesh that the embryo was fashioned. With this confirmation, Changqing felt a sense of relief. Thus far, everything aligned with his suspicions. Lulu and Appo's revival was indeed reliant on the blood demon spirit, and the soul exchange method was a mere fabrication of Danji and Appo's, a powerful entity he could utilize. What he needed to do now was leverage Danji to acquire a means to counter the blood demon spirit. "Might I inquire, Elder, if you could enlighten us on how to restrain the blood demon spirit?" "Oh, it appears you already possess a strategy to deal with Lulu, yet you are merely concerned about her blood demon spirit?" Danji chuckled. "Dealing with Lulu need not be so troublesome. If you were to release me, I could crush her with the ease of squashing an ant. At that time, I would take you both away with me. How would that sound?" Changqing and Luo Hongyan exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. If Lulu posed the threat of a ferocious wolf, Danji was akin to a rampaging tyrannosaurus. All three were astute individuals. Though Luo Hongyan was kind-hearted and straightforward, she possessed keen insight. Changqing was dark and cunning, with meticulous thoughts. Danji, a venerable being who had lived for countless years, was a master of cunning. Thus, without needing to voice their respective aims, they all understood that each party sought to escape the Hundred Flowers Cave. Now, both their demands were laid bare. Changqing and Luo Hongyan had means to contend with Lulu to mitigate risks. They merely needed to extract from Danji a method to counter the blood demon spirit. Conversely, Danji's demand was for her release, and in return, she would eliminate Lulu and escort them out. It sounded like a tantalizingly simple proposition, yet it was akin to collaborating with a tiger to skin it. Setting aside whether releasing her was a straightforward endeavor or if any price needed to be paid, the critical concern remained. What would happen after her release? Earlier, Luo Hongyan had asserted that blood sorcerers were invariably of the dark path. Danji and Appo's hands were undoubtedly stained with the blood of countless lives. How could one expect such a being to honor her word? Lulu was but an ant to her. Thus, were they not even lesser than ants? In other words, only while Danji remained confined here did they possess the leverage to negotiate with her. Once she regained her freedom, the balance of power would shift dramatically, collapsing the transaction. Elder, Yuyist. Should you regain your freedom, it would be akin to a tiger entering the mountains or a dragon returning to the sea. Our humble agreement would likely be easily forgotten. Perhaps we should explore an alternative form of collaboration. Danji suddenly revealed a broad grin. You young one, do you believe yourself clever? I have roamed the world for centuries, possessing ample time and means. Do you think that because I'm trapped here, you hold the privilege to converse with me on equal footing? What can a mere Lulu do against my many years of existence? Even if you do not assist me, I will eventually escape. When that time comes, no matter where you flee, I will have the means to trace you through your bloodline. First, I shall slay this little girl, then I shall come for you. If fortune favors you, you may have perished by then, and I shall annihilate your entire family, your friends, your descendants, and even their descendants, leaving not a single soul alive. Release me, and out of my great mercy, I might still consider taking you with me. Should you refuse to free me, your fate is sealed. Even if you manage to escape, it will be the same. Do you understand? Her words dripped with an oppressive weight. She had expected Changqing to quail in fear or to feign bravado while subtly seeking a promise. Yet, Changqing paid her no heed and turned to leave with Luo Hongyan. Young one, think carefully, Danji's voice echoed behind them. Luo Hongyan tugged at Changqing's sleeve. The elder's methods surpass ordinary comprehension. Her threats are not to be taken lightly. Should we reconsider? Upon hearing this, Changqing halted his steps. If we are to escape, elder, you must agree to one condition. Chapter 30. Confronting together before I can release my senior, I must first ensure the safe departure of the woman beside me after acquiring the 100-flower order. To achieve this, my senior must reveal to me the method to restrain the blood demon spirit and assist me in obtaining the order. Once I secure it and send her away, I promise I will set you free. Danji appeared taken aback by Changqing's proposal, but promptly replied, even so, how can I trust that you will release me after obtaining the 100-flower order? Changqing, with an impassive expression, calmly responded, I have heard of a type of spirit that compels one to uphold their oaths. It is precious to mortals, but should be commonplace for a venerable being like you. You may employ it against me. If you lack such a spirit, it matters not. You could administer a slow-acting poison. Should I fail to release you, you need not provide me with the antidote, allowing me to perish. After a moment of contemplation, Danji spoke, indeed. I possess such a spirit known as the blood oath spirit. However, it is not for everyone. It is a type of blood magic spirit that requires the oath taker to be a practitioner of blood magic to be effective. If you wish to cooperate with me, you must first cultivate blood magic alongside me, after which I can trust you. Changqing did not hesitate in his response. No problem. Please enlighten me on the effects of this blood oath spirit. At this moment, Luo Hongyan stood in complete shock. The two had just appeared to be at an impasse. Yet in the blink of an eye, they had reached an agreement. Additionally, what had Changqing just mentioned? He would send himself away first before releasing Danji? Have you lost your mind? We are hardly acquainted. Why would you go to such lengths for me? This thought echoed in Luo Hongyan's mind repeatedly, though she refrained from voicing it. She was not foolish. Despite her confusion, she feared it might be part of Changqing's plan and worried about jeopardizing his intentions. Thus, she remained silent. She merely tugged at Changqing's sleeve, and when he turned to her, she shook her head vigorously. Changqing said nothing, continuing to smile as he tousled her hair. Do not worry. I promise to protect you. Are you serious? Luo Hongyan's heart trembled, and she longed to confront Changqing loudly, but feared disrupting his plan. In the end, she could only quietly inquire, what do you mean by serious? Once I say I will protect you, I will indeed do so. He gestured towards Danji. I have made my intentions clear. How could there be any pretense? Why? Why what? Luo Hongyan felt exasperated, wishing to stomp her feet. Their encounter was merely a coincidence, two souls adrift, navigating the storm together. How could she accept such heartfelt devotion from him? Why could he not simply? Do not concern yourself. I am aware of what I am doing. Before she could finish, Changqing interrupted her. Luo Hongyan was left speechless. This man, with his cunning demeanor and somber expression, surprisingly seemed to easily succumb to matters of the heart. Perhaps, she mused, he was simply acting out of kindness. Had she been too quick to judge based on appearances? As she pondered, Danji spoke again. Once the blood oath spirit is invoked, any breach will result in instant demise. turning one into mere blood. Think carefully. Do not consider deceiving me, for it would waste a precious spirit. No, that is far too dangerous. Before Changqing could respond, Luo Hongyan interjected. Even with a soul oath spirit, a breach merely causes spiritual turmoil or damage to one's cultivation. At worst, it could lead to mental impairment. The backlash of your blood oath spirit is excessively severe. It could lead to a complete and utter demise. Fear not, Changqing reassured her, patting her shoulder. I am prepared to take the oath, allowing you to employ the blood oath spirit against me. Danji chuckled at Changqing's determination. I did not expect you to be such a romantic. Very well. Entering my dark path requires one to be passionate and free-spirited. I agree. You may first send this young lady away. Luo Hongyan interjected urgently. Wait, what do you mean by entering the dark path? Danji replied nonchalantly. Young lady, did you not understand? The blood oath spirit can only be used on practitioners of blood magic. He must cultivate blood magic alongside me. Do you believe that engaging in blood magic is not a dark path? No. Luo Hongyan turned to Changqing with a serious expression. Even if you send me away first, I can barely accept that, but to cultivate blood magic, the cost is too great. Do you understand what it means to be a practitioner of blood magic? When I first met you, your noble attire and remarkable demeanor suggested you hailed from a prestigious cultivation family. Do you know the fate of those who tread the dark path from a righteous family? Even if you manage to escape, your life will be in ruins. All dark paths share a common trait. Once one begins to cultivate, it becomes impossible to extricate oneself, leading to uncontrollable desires. It is not as simple as saying you will refrain from practicing. The dark arts you practiced with Lu surely have side effects, but at most, they require dual cultivation, which can be resolved with a suitable partner. However, should you cultivate blood magic, you will inevitably succumb to madness. Becoming an outcast, despised by all, Luo Hongyan's urgency was palpable. She sensed Changqing's resolve and understood how stubborn he was, making it difficult to dissuade him. Before she could continue, Danji erupted into laughter. The young lady speaks the truth. However, young man, I have observed that your sudden advancement seems to stem from late-stage cultivation. With such mediocre talent, pursuing the righteous path will likely yield little success in this lifetime. It would be better to join me in the dark path, where your cultivation will advance rapidly, far surpassing any righteous practitioner. Changqing was aware that Luo Hongyan was acting in his best interest, while Danji was undoubtedly trying to lead him astray. To her, releasing Luo Hongyan was insignificant, as long as she could use the blood oath spirit to control him, ensuring her own release. Thus, she likely hoped he would cultivate blood magic, disregarding the potential consequences for him. Yet, Changqing's initial intention was indeed to learn blood magic from Danji. Since he sought to restrain the blood demon spirit within Lu, cultivating blood magic would undoubtedly be beneficial. Moreover, in his heart, he had already regarded Danji as another adversary. To subdue the blood demon spirit, he could not overlook the obstacle that was Danji. Thus, he would confront both her and Lu together. While he had promised Danji he would release her, he had never stated he would not seek a means to seal her again. Compared to Danji, Lu was but an insignificant being, yet he had managed to seal Danji. As long as he mastered the same methods, subduing Danji would not be impossible. He refused to believe that, with the ability to be reborn, he could not uncover the means to seal her while learning blood magic throughout his lifetimes by her side. Chapter 31. Master. As for the consequences of practicing the blood technique mentioned by Luo Hongyan, he remained indifferent. If he could not escape, then all talk of a fulfilling life would be futile. Moreover, he did not perceive this world as one he intended to inhabit permanently. It was merely a means to cure his brain cancer in reality. As long as he could enhance his cultivation, he cared not whether the path was righteous or wicked. I am willing to follow my master and practice the blood technique. Once I achieve some success, I will immediately swear an oath using the blood vow spirit. Changqing half kneeled on the ground, expressing his reverence. Very good, very good. Danji expressed her satisfaction. Luo Hongyan, standing nearby, wished to persuade him further. But Changqing turned and shook his head at her. With no choice left, She understood that this was indeed the most pragmatic approach. Danji would assist them in eliminating Lu Lu's blood demon spirit, and after acquiring the 100 Flowers Order, they would release Danji. This arrangement essentially wagered their lives on whether Danji would turn against them. Since you have entered my tutelage, the secret techniques of my lineage can only be imparted to you alone. Let this little girl depart at once, Danji declared. After this, Changqing rose, took Luo Hongyan's hand, and walked towards the cave's exit. Are you truly resolute? We have other options. It does not have to be this way, Luo Hongyan insisted, still unwilling to relent. At this juncture, there is no need for further discussion. After I train in the blood technique under Danji, I will naturally acquire the means to dispel the blood demon spirit. Once we eliminate Lu Lu, we shall be free. This is the optimal solution. But what if Danji regains her strength upon emerging and it turns against you? Changqing fell silent, offering no response. Only when they reached the entrance of Lu Lu's lair did he speak. Do not rush. I will have my methods for escape. Luo Hongyan nodded, and he ceased further conversation, stepping into the darkness of the cave. According to your account, Lu Lu will return after 3 days to resume her seclusion for another 3 days. Repeating this cycle thrice, Danji murmured. 9 days should suffice for you to make an entry. In the blood pool, Changqing sat cross-legged, allowing Danji's blood to permeate his body. Master, I have heard that practitioners can only specialize in a single technique and cannot cultivate multiple at once. Previously no need to hurry. I sense another aura of cultivation within you. It must be the poison technique you practiced with Lu Lu and Appos, little serpent. Normally, to practice another technique, one must first cleanse their meridians with the soul-purging spirit and start anew. Otherwise, different techniques can easily interfere with one another, leading practitioners astray. However, your cultivation is quite low, only at the second transformation, so these influences can be disregarded. After all, the soul-purging spirit is quite precious. Changqing understood that his original poison technique would indeed affect his practice of the blood technique. Ideally, he would cleanse it with the soul-purging spirit, but it was evident that Danji had no intention of providing that, preparing instead for him to adapt. First, allow me to see what your innate spirit is and whether it is suitable for practicing the blood technique. Unfamiliar with the term innate spirit, Changqing assumed his bone spike spirit was it. He retrieved the bone spike spirit from his meridian and presented it before Danji. Ah, a bone spike spirit. It seems you truly share a connection with me. What is special about this bone spike spirit? Changqing inquired, puzzled. Danji explained, those with exceptional talent will generate an innate spirit during the opening of their meridians, known as the innate spirit. This spirit does not occupy any of the cultivator's meridians and can evolve as their cultivation increases. Most gifted individuals will develop their techniques and collect spirits around their innate spirit. For example, if a person's innate spirit is a thunder spirit, they are exceptionally suited to practice thunder techniques. However, most individuals of average talent do not generate an innate spirit at the onset. Instead, their first open meridian absorbs a spirit from the surrounding world that best matches their constitution, which then becomes their innate spirit. Though these innate spirits lack the evolutionary advantages of those born with them, they still require meridians to cultivate, reflecting the cultivator's most suited path. Danji remarked thoughtfully, the bone spike spirit within you is indeed a blood technique spirit. It likely originated from the lower-level spirits that scattered in this realm after I suffered grave injuries, eventually becoming a wild spirit over the years. When you opened your meridians, you absorbed it, making it your innate spirit. It seems you are naturally inclined toward the dark path, possessing low talent, yet harboring great ambition, cunning yet resolute, a fitting candidate for the blood technique. Changqing was uncertain of the veracity of Danji and Appos' words, yet it was evident that upon learning his innate spirit was the bone spike spirit, Danji and Appos' confidence surged. Disciple, calm your mind. I shall impart the technique to you. This technique is named in Appos, Blood Sea Beyond, and Appos. Changqing sat cross-legged in Lu Lu and Appos' alchemy chamber, surrounded by a faint aura of blood. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, The blood hue in his irises gradually faded as he shook his head and sighed. Without the nourishment of blood essence, the pace of cultivation is exceedingly slow. After 3 days of training with Danji, he hastily returned to the alchemy chamber. Lulu remained oblivious to any anomalies, still appearing erratic. After a brief visit to the chamber, she retreated into her lair to resume her seclusion. Seizing this opportunity, he diligently practiced the Blood Sea Beyond technique that Danji had taught him. One must admit, the Blood Sea Beyond technique was extraordinarily domineering, entirely different from the emotional techniques Lulu had imparted. Furthermore, perhaps due to cultivating in the blood pool and receiving Danji and Appo's blood essence, his progress was remarkably swift. In just 3 days, his cultivation soared from the 2nd transformation to the 9th transformation. The speed was nothing short of astounding. However, he was still far from the entry point that Danji had described. According to Danji, practicing Blood Sea Beyond would allow a practitioner to develop 3 additional organs beyond the usual 5 viscera and 6 bowels. While ordinary individuals possess only 5 viscera and 6 bowels, those who practice the blood technique would possess 6 viscera and 8 bowels. One of these organs is named Human Sea, and the other 2 are Earth Palace and Heavenly Abode. Only upon cultivating one of these organs can one be considered to have entered the technique. These organs are equivalent to 3 meridians. However, their true strength lies in the fact that they can each accommodate 3 blood technique spirits, regardless of their rank. Even a heavenly spirit can be housed within. It is essential to note that even the most ordinary low-grade heavenly spirits require thousands of meridians for accommodation, while higher-grade spirits may need tens of thousands. Thus, the additional 3 organs that can hold any tier of blood technique spirit effectively grant a practitioner many more meridians than others. Moreover, as one's cultivation increases and the quality of spirits encountered rises, this advantage will only grow more pronounced. Chapter 32. The acupuncture point. The singular flaw of this technique lies in its dependency on the nourishment of blood vitality. While the cultivation speed accelerates rapidly under its influence, the moment this nourishment ceases, not only does the pace of advancement slow, but there is also a tendency for regression. Over the past 3 days, Changqing had been practicing within Lulu's alchemical chamber and had begun to sense this unsettling phenomenon. Moreover, he harbored a nascent, insatiable craving for the absorption of fresh blood and the plundering of life itself, which filled him with trepidation. The lingering side effects of the emotional cultivation imparted by Lulu still plagued him, occasionally igniting within him an unbearable fire of desire. The only remedy lay in the continued practice of emotional cultivation, yet the more he engaged in it, the more frequent these sensations became. He had heard on multiple occasions that any cultivator should focus solely on a single technique. Practicing multiple arts concurrently could lead to mutual interference, regression in cultivation, or, in the worst case, madness resulting in a fatal explosion. However, these 2 techniques seemed to bloom within him like competing flowers, both invisibly compelling Changqing to cultivate them simultaneously. The blood sea, akin to rowing upstream, demanded constant progress. The rapid pace of cultivation seduced one to continually absorb blood vitality, while a lack of absorption hindered any advancement and could even lead to decline. Changqing could easily envision the chaotic ancient times, where those who practiced the blood techniques fell deeper into depravity, transforming into bloodthirsty demons. Furthermore, emotional cultivation ensnared him in a manner so addictive that it compelled him to practice without cease. Fortunately, at least for now, there appeared to be no direct conflict between the 2 techniques within him. He resolved to practice both simultaneously. He contemplated the grim fate awaiting him. The blood sea would ultimately turn him into a killer, while emotional cultivation could render him a lecherous fiend. Neither path seemed promising, yet he found himself unable to extricate himself from either. The immediate concern was to find a way to escape, and once outside, he could seek a solution. Hadn't Danji mentioned that there were soul-cleansing elixirs capable of erasing a cultivator's meridians and lingering techniques, allowing one to start anew? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After Lulu returned briefly, Changqing seized the opportunity to venture once more into the cave. During this time, Luo Hanyin had sought him out, but he refrained from divulging his circumstances, assuring her not to worry and promising to share any methods he discovered to restrain the blood demon spirit. Though Luo Hanyin was deeply concerned, she complied with his wishes. Upon entering the cave that housed the blood and flesh chamber nurturing the spirit embryo, Changqing observed the spirit embryo's apparent excitement upon seeing him. Its serpentine eyes darted about, and its numerous tendrils writhed joyfully, calling out for its mother. Changqing speculated that the spirit embryo could sense the bone-spike spirit within him, recognizing a kinship with Lu's blood demon spirit, both being manifestations of blood techniques. As before, he instructed the spirit embryo to open wide, and he dove into its depths, arriving before the blood pool that imprisoned Danji. I pay my respects to my esteemed master. Changqing shed his garments and stepped into the blood pool, bowing respectfully. The scene might have appeared comical, but after 3 days of practice, he had grown accustomed to it. Despite Danji and Appo's alluring beauty, he regarded her merely as an ancient enchantress, only occasionally distracted by the side effects of emotional cultivation. Indeed, it appears your diligence in practice over these 3 days has not waned. I anticipated you would have regressed to the Shuhua 8th transformation, yet you have managed to maintain your original cultivation level, a rare feat. Today, we shall strive for the Shana stage. Seated cross-legged, Changqing immersed himself in the blood pool, an indescribable sensation of bliss coursing through him. He felt as if his body were an insatiable sponge, ravenously absorbing the blood vitality from the pool. Master, I have been diligently practicing, yet I still cannot sense the formation of the realms of the human sea, the underworld, and the celestial palace within me. Do not fret. I possess methods for this. Simply follow my guidance, and once you advance to the Shana stage, I shall instruct you on how to cultivate your 6 organs and 8 vessels. As Danji spoke, her form shimmered with bloodlight, and drops of rich crimson blood flowed from the myriad wounds adorning her body, cascading downwards. Come, position yourself beneath me and absorb this essence to aid in your breakthrough. Changqing, recognizing the value of the precious blood released by his esteemed master, wasted no time. Suspended in midair, he settled between her legs, his shoulders pressing against her feet. A droplet of blood, as resplendent as a ruby, rolled down Danji's long, pale thigh, landing upon his shoulder. He had expected it to merge with the pool's blood as before, but to his astonishment, the droplet acted as if it were a molten steel bead plunging into ice, instantly creating a gaping wound in his flesh before entering his body. The blood droplet did not assimilate immediately. Instead, it surged violently within him, akin to a bullet ricocheting inside, tormenting his every organ. He grimaced yet remained silent, gritting his teeth against the pain. Just then, another droplet fell from Danji. Soon, one drop after another descended, each embedding itself into his flesh, creating a multitude of gaping holes across his head, shoulders, back, and legs, resembling a honeycomb and exuding a grotesque sight. Accompanying this was the explosive surge of blood vitality and spiritual power within him. Initially at the Shuhua 9th transformation, he ascended directly to the pinnacle of that realm, only a half step away from the Shana stage. The next step was to break through the acupuncture points. Breaking through the acupuncture points is not exclusive to blood technique practitioners. All cultivators must undergo this phase during their training. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9th transformation, one must break through the barriers of the body. This process, known as breaking and establishing, allows the body to accommodate more acupuncture points. It is inherently excruciating, yet at this moment, Changqing felt no extraordinary sensations. The agony inflicted by absorbing Danji's precious blood far surpassed the pain of breaking through the acupuncture points. The violent blood vitality and spiritual power relentlessly coursed through him, countless droplets swirling within, and he could only grit his teeth and absorb, allowing the tumultuous blood droplets to gradually diminish until they vanished. To describe this sensation, it felt akin to being bombarded repeatedly by shrapnel grenades from within. Unbeknownst to him, the final droplet of essence flowed into his being, leaving him riddled with wounds. He persevered, his teeth nearly crumbling under the strain, yet he remained voiceless. Once he had absorbed all the blood droplets, a warm current surged upwards, striking his crown, transforming his acupuncture points from a milky white to a soft blue. Shana, transformation, achieved. Yet it was not over. Remnants of the violent blood vitality and spiritual power surged within him, once more assailing his acupuncture points. Shana's second transformation, breakthrough. Chapter 33. The 6 organs and 8 viscera quick, rise and acquire this blood-healing spirit, refine it and absorb its essence. Longqing, still reeling from the recent agony, barely grasped Danji's urgent voice. Gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through him, he stood up and noticed a faint azure glow emanating from Danji's chest. Placing his hand upon it, he sensed a profound spirit and withdrew it. Unlike other spirits, he extracted from Danji's alabaster chest a rather grotesque lump. Typically, profound spirits manifest as luminous azure orbs, yet this spirit, while also radiating a soft blue aura, took the form of a fleshy tumor. It resembled a decayed peach, surrounded by numerous fine red, worm-like tendrils reminiscent of the larvae within a rotting fruit. Settling down once more, Longqing prepared to refine this spirit. Marking his inaugural attempt at such a feat, he had heard from Luo Hongyan that refining a spirit was no trivial task. It necessitated the spirit's incorporation into one's acupoints, followed by continuous infusion of one's own spiritual energy until the spirit brimmed with it, thereby rendering it usable. If the blood-healing spirit could not be absorbed into the acupoints, it had to be swallowed for refinement. Danji's voice urged him again. Suppressing his nausea, Longqing swallowed the spirit, which felt akin to a colossal parasite. He could sense the writhing tendrils traversing his esophagus, settling within his abdomen, and coursing throughout his body before finally burrowing into his spine. Subsequently, the spirit traveled up his spine and ultimately penetrated his mind, secured by the newly formed acupoints within him. Unexpectedly, as he infused his spiritual energy into it, the spirit began to operate autonomously, consuming his life force and healing his wounds. Noticing Longqing and Appo's as transformation, Danji paused momentarily. However, Longqing remained oblivious to her intrigue, entirely focused on the rapid recovery of his injuries. Those who have undergone surgery know that the regrowth of flesh is far more agonizing than the initial incision. The pain and itchiness surged simultaneously. At that moment, his body, riddled with wounds resembling a honeycomb, healed swiftly, accompanied by a torment that rivaled the initial injury. What Longqing did not realize was that he was but a hair's breadth from death. Danji was scarcely concerned for his survival. Her method of facilitating his breakthrough to the momentary realm was perilously reckless, akin to hastily nurturing a seedling. She had simply and brutally allowed the blood of a revered master from the Thousand Autumn realm to flow into Longqing's body, flooding him with a torrent of life, force, and spiritual energy. Should he fail to ascend to the momentary realm, the overwhelming influx of blood essence would leave him in a state of ruin, for how could one survive such a fate? Conversely, if he succeeded, he could swiftly refine the blood-healing spirit and mend his wounds, a win-win situation. The blood-healing spirit's efficacy was straightforward. By expending copious amounts of life force, it could heal most injuries. However, the severity of Longqing's wounds meant that relying solely on his own life force would be futile. Fortunately, with Danji at his side, an abundance of life force was assured, sufficient to revive countless longings. Yet, as a low-grade profound spirit, the blood-healing spirit required 13 acupoints for its refinement. Should Longqing fail to transcend to the momentary realm, with only 9 acupoints, he would be utterly incapable of refining the spirit. Failing to achieve a second-level breakthrough would mean certain demise. This challenge was a gamble with no option for retreat. It was a matter of life or death. Unbeknownst to Longqing, he was slightly naive compared to Danji, overestimating his importance to her. Initially, she harbored doubts regarding his ability to slay Lulu and obtain the 100-flower order, so his demise would not evoke sorrow in her. However, should Longqing survive and grow stronger, it would undoubtedly benefit her as well. As Longqing's wounds gradually healed, he felt utterly drained, kneeling in the blood pool, unable to rise for an extended period. It appears your will is quite tenacious. You indeed possess the aptitude for blood cultivation. Stand up. I shall now teach you the cultivation of the 6 organs and 8 viscera. Danji, not permitting him a moment's respite, adopted a tone of mentorship that was markedly gentler than before, revealing her admiration. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Longqing mustered the strength to rise. Did you bring the items I instructed you to prepare? He nodded, moving to the edge of the blood pool, retrieving a dagger and a small pouch of sharp stones from his belongings, presenting them to Danji. Now extract the rotating spirit from me. Following her command, Longqing extended his hand to her chest and withdrew a milky white orb. Master, why do some spirits manifest as ethereal orbs while others take on tangible forms? Longqing could not help but inquire. Other spirits in the world are ephemeral, yet the blood spirits exist in a realm between the tangible and the intangible. Observe closely what your bone spike spirit resembles. Upon hearing this, Longqing retrieved the bone spike spirit from his acupoint and, upon comparison with the rotating spirit, discerned their distinct natures. The rotating spirit felt gossamer to the touch, seemingly devoid of substance, merely a halo of light. In contrast, the bone spike spirit, while also radiating a milky glow, revealed itself to be a hard, tooth-like object when he pressed upon it, surrounded by countless minuscule red tendrils, though they were so fine that they were nearly imperceptible. As he stored the rotating spirit in his acupoint, still unrefined, he summoned his spiritual energy, and it emanated a glow, awaiting his command. The earlier trial had left Longqing in excruciating agony, his thoughts momentarily halted. Now, he recalled that the blood-healing spirit had seemingly been effective without requiring refinement. What is the meaning of this? Did not Luo Hanyin say that spirits must be refined before use? He posed this question to Danji. Master, why was I able to use the blood-healing spirit and rotating spirit you bestowed upon me without refining them first? After a brief hesitation, Danji replied, You absorbed a substantial amount of my life force, essentially aligning your essence with mine. Naturally, you can utilize my spirits. Longqing nodded, accepting her explanation without skepticism. What should I do now? This rotating spirit is a type of weapon spirit. Its purpose straightforward. It allows the attached object to spin rapidly. Danji paused momentarily. The method I am about to teach you requires courage. Fear will prevent you from succeeding. Longqing was taken aback. He had not anticipated her comforting him. Reflecting on the agony of the earlier trial, he thought that the cultivation of the 6 organs and 8 viscera was likely to be even more terrifying. Nevertheless, he maintained a stoic expression, having endured a plethora of suffering throughout his past lives, rendering him indifferent to such corporeal torment. Master, please proceed. I am unafraid. Listen closely. Nothing can be created from nothing. The seas, the underworld, the heavenly abodes cannot materialize from thin air. The key to cultivating the 6 organs and 8 viscera lies in returning all to chaos, and from that chaos, rebirth. You're not to cultivate merely additional organs, but rather entirely distinct 6 organs and 8 viscera. It is a process of deconstruction and rebirth. Longqing, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Master, what do you mean by deconstruction and rebirth? Literally, she replied, glancing at the dagger and sharp stones beside him and the rotating spirit she had entrusted to him, an ominous premonition rising from within. Chapter 34. Flesh and blood nourishment. The meaning conveyed by the master is, to cultivate the 6 organs. One must use a sharp blade to cleave open the chest, insert a sharp stone within the body, and then employ the spiraling spirit to make it whirl inside, until all internal organs are utterly shattered. During this process, one must continuously invoke the blood-healing spirit to mend the wounds, allowing the organs to regenerate repeatedly, supplemented by the consumption of celestial flesh, guiding the body to grow new internal organs, and so forth, until the 6 organs are fully formed. Upon hearing this, even Changqing could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He was reminded of the mythological Prometheus, punished by being bound to a rock while an eagle perpetually feasted upon his innards. This method of cultivating the 6 organs was even more terrifying. It was akin to torture. Regaining his composure, he did not waver. Having chosen to practice the blood method, there was no turning back. Even if not for the sake of the overarching plan, strengthening his own abilities was not without merit given his current predicament. He understood the general method of cultivation. But what exactly was this celestial flesh? The disciple, feeling dull-witted, dared to inquire, "What is this celestial flesh, master?" Danji explained, "Celestial flesh refers to flesh brimming with blood vitality and spiritual power. For ordinary cultivators, it holds little significance, but for us practitioners of the blood method, it is an extraordinary tonic, greatly beneficial when combined with special techniques. As for the source of the celestial flesh you require," she smiled, "isn't it right here with me?" Changqing was taken aback, then quickly grasped the implication, responding, "Then I must dare to offend." He picked up a dagger, preparing to advance. "Foolish disciple, if this celestial flesh is severed, the blood vitality and spiritual power will swiftly dissipate, greatly diminishing its efficacy." Changqing was not a fool. He understood from her words that Danji intended for him to absorb it on the spot. He considered himself to possess sufficient fortitude. Yet the notion of consuming flesh from a living person was still a jarring blow to his rationality. Despite having grown accustomed to the bizarre and terrifying entities of this world. Sensing his hesitation, Danji was about to offer some words of comfort when Changqing stepped forward. Placing his hand upon her thigh, "How much does the disciple need to consume, and where should I begin?" Hearing his calm voice, Danji was surprised at how quickly he could remain composed, and she admired him somewhat. "Very well, just choose a precise spot to begin. Each time the organs are shattered, consume a small morsel. My celestial flesh is too potent for you. Do not be greedy, lest you face the peril of exploding from within." The dialogue between them was exceedingly strange, one preparing to shatter his own organs and consume human flesh, while the other was about to witness her own flesh being devoured, all the while reminding the other to be cautious of excess, as if confident in her own flavor. Yet their voices remained entirely undisturbed. Changqing had already taken up the dagger, its tip pressing against his chest. Without hesitation, he plunged the blade down, creating a deep wound. Do not hastily invoke the blood-healing spirit to close the wound. Endure it. First, pour the sharp stone into the wound, then activate the spiraling spirit. Danji reminded from aside. Changqing gritted his teeth and complied, suppressing the excruciating pain as he unsteadily opened the cloth bag and poured the sharp stone into the wound, subsequently activating the spiraling spirit. Instantly, his insides were torn asunder, heart and lungs shattered. Endure it. Invoke the blood-healing spirit. The intense agony caused his consciousness to blur, and he vaguely heard Danji's voice urging him on. He instinctively activated the blood-healing spirit to heal his shattered organs. However, such grievous injuries quickly drained the blood vitality from his body, and the blue light emitted by the blood-healing spirit soon dimmed, leaving his condition only partially restored as it continued to worsen. Sensing Changqing's life force rapidly dwindling, Danji hastily urged, "Consume the celestial flesh, quickly." In that instant, Changqing lunged at Danji like a ravenous creature, disregarding everything else, driven by an overwhelming desire to feed and the instinct for survival. Danji and Appo's flesh did not resemble ordinary meat. It was not blood red, but resembled a piece of warm, lustrous jade, with veins of crimson weaving through the white. Changqing found the taste to be exquisitely sweet, a warm current nourishing his damaged body, a wave of comfort washing over him. Yet, this feeling soon dissipated, replaced by intense pain. This drove him to ravenously consume Danji's celestial flesh once more, the cycle repeating. Time became meaningless as he ceased to think. The sharp stones within him and his bones grinding into powder, which he expelled with a spurt of fresh blood before finally losing consciousness. Danji remained as she had been upon their first meeting, her skin delicate and smooth, with no visible wounds apart from the countless threads penetrating her body. Despite being continuously consumed by Changqing, her recovery speed far surpassed the rate at which he devoured. What a pity, were it not for the dire circumstances. This young man truly deserved careful cultivation. In just 3 days, he had cultivated the Earth Palace organ, surpassing even my past achievements. Furthermore, he was. The essence of the demonic path lies in the wickedness of its cultivation methods. Often, the initial speed of these practices is astonishingly rapid, disregarding the innate talents of the practitioners, relying instead on other elements. For instance, in practicing the blood method, the most crucial requirements are ample blood vitality to assist, and the practitioner and oppose, as formidable willpower. Danji had painstakingly cultivated to her current level, acutely aware of the arduous nature of cultivating the 6 organs. The greatest trial lay in the necessity for the practitioner to actively invoke the spiraling spirit without pause, allowing the sharp stone to continuously damage their organs until success was achieved. This was a torment 100-fold worse than self-inflicted wounds. Yet, in the face of such torturous desires for life and death, few can maintain their composure and steadily invoke the spiraling spirit. Most falter, their resolve crumbling, and never has anyone persisted like Changqing, who managed to endure from start to finish. When Danji was at the threshold of her realm, she achieved the Earth Palace organ by slaughtering a small cultivation family to gather sufficient blood vitality, refining it into a piece of meat tainted by the essence of the earth, which she consumed as celestial flesh. Yet, she attempted multiple times before finally persevering to success. Changqing and Appo's ability to cultivate the Earth Palace organ in mere moments was undoubtedly aided by the celestial flesh and nearly boundless blood vitality provided by Danji. However, it was equally dependent on Changqing's nearly terrifying willpower. It is no exaggeration to say that the process of cultivation was akin to traversing the 18 layers of hell, and to cease invoking the spiraling spirit would immediately end this suffering. In such circumstances, how many could endure to the end? Chapter 35. Blood Oath. When Changqing gradually awakened, he distinctly sensed a transformation within his body. It seemed as though something extraordinary had been added to him, altering his breathing, coordination, and sensory perceptions in ways that were markedly different from before. You are fortunate. You have successfully cultivated the Earth Palace organ in one attempt. Meeting my expectations and officially entering the fold, came the voice of Danji from above. Changqing hastily rose to his feet. All thanks to my master's guidance, he replied. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Time is of the essence. Now that you have attained the Earth Palace organ, swiftly make your blood oath, Danji instructed. As she spoke, her chest emitted a deep purple glow. Changqing reached out and drew forth a slender, purple-hued creature resembling a worm, which writhed with fine red tendrils, reminiscent of a centipede. The purple aura signified that this blood oath spirit was, in fact, a precious earth spirit, given its rarity and the fact that it could be used only once to bind one individual to an oath. It was no wonder that even Danji regarded it as a treasure. This blood oath spirit requires you to infuse it with your spiritual energy and essence blood before you can take the oath. Once the vow is fulfilled, it will naturally dissipate. But heed this warning. You must not violate your oath, nor harbor even a fleeting thought of betrayal, lest you be reduced to a puddle of blood. Do you understand? There is no need for further admonishments. Master, I have no intention of being disloyal, Changqing affirmed. Very well, my good disciple, then take your oath. Changqing nodded, channeling his spiritual energy into the blood oath spirit and pricking his finger to let a drop of essence blood fall into it. I, you Changqing, vow that once I obtain the 100 Flowers Order and escort Luo Hongyan out of the 100 Flowers Cave, I shall first ensure Master Danji regains her freedom before departing the cave myself. Should I fail to free my master, I willingly accept the fate of becoming blood. The blood oath spirit quivered momentarily before swiftly darting from his grasp and into his ear. Danji expressed her satisfaction. It appears you are indeed sincere. In that case, I shall impart to you the method to subdue the blood demon spirit. With that, her chest glowed with a soft blue light, and Changqing retrieved a spirit that resembled a fleshy sack. This spirit, known as the blood storage spirit, could accumulate a portion of blood energy. It had absorbed Danji's blood energy and was classified as a mid-grade profound spirit, requiring over 50 acupoints to harness. You must integrate it into your Earth Palace organ to wield its power. Recalling his previous experience of refining the blood-healing spirit, Chanqing opened his mouth and swallowed the blood storage spirit. It traveled down his esophagus and settled within his chest. In a novel organ, he surmised, was his newly cultivated Earth Palace organ. Much like the process of refining the blood-healing spirit and the spiraling spirit, he had not undergone any refinement. He merely infused it with some spiritual energy, and he could already sense the blood storage spirit within, awaiting his command. Do you comprehend why I insisted you cultivate the Earth Palace organ before teaching you how to subdue the blood demon spirit? I understand, Master. For this blood storage spirit is the key to restraining the blood demon spirit. My cultivation is insufficient. Without the Earth Palace organ, I would need to reach at least the 6th transmutation to utilize it. Indeed, you are quite perceptive. Your wit does not go unrewarded, Danji acknowledged. How could I have possibly known that without the blood oath, you would have withheld this vital knowledge from me? Chanqing thought bitterly. Are you aware of what the blood demon spirit is? Danji inquired. Chanqing shook his head. The blood demon spirit is an exceedingly perilous earth spirit. If one were to disregard its flaws, its formidable strength could rival that of most celestial spirits. It enables cultivators to control all aspects of their blood and flesh, facilitating effortless transformations between blood energy, flesh, and spiritual power, allowing for regeneration of severed limbs and shape-shifting at will. However, it is also an insatiably greedy spirit, usable only by those versed in blood arts. When invoked, the blood demon spirit incessantly invades and fills the cultivator and Oppo's acupoints until none remain unoccupied. Should any cultivator other than a blood art practitioner attempt to use it, the spirit will gradually infest their entire being, ultimately consuming their flesh and blood, leaving them as mere husks. Only those adept in blood arts can control their own blood energy, allowing them to restrain the blood demon spirit after invocation. Chanqing recalled how Lulu was infested with red, thread-like worms upon her resurrection, aligning perfectly with Danji's description. The blood demon spirit's greatest flaw lies in its rapid occupation of all acupoints, rendering the simultaneous use of other spirits impossible for most cultivators, which significantly weakens their combat prowess. Therefore, if that small serpent were to employ the blood demon spirit, it would be in a dire situation, perhaps even on the brink of death, necessitating its use for survival. While a blood art practitioner would face some difficulties in wielding the blood demon spirit, for someone of her caliber, it would be considerably easier. After defeating her, one need only inject the blood storage spirit's accumulated blood energy into her body to prevent the blood demon spirit from being drawn to her own acupoints and flesh, redirecting its attention to absorb the master's pure blood energy instead, until the blood demon spirit has consumed the master's blood energy. It would not be available for the serpent's use. You could then take the opportunity to retrieve the 100 Flowers order and safely escort your beloved girl away before releasing the master. Danji paused before continuing with a confident smile. I surmise you have gained the small serpent's trust and intend to manipulate her during the execution of the soul transfer technique I fabricated, ensuring her cultivation goes awry and eliminating her without conflict. Truly, you are a cunning old fox, having discerned my plan at a glance, Chanqing conceded. Recognizing that they were now allies in this endeavor, Danji had invested much effort. There was no reason for her to betray him. What remains is to discover the method by which Lulu has sealed you, Master, so that I may release you, he inquired, attempting not to sound too deliberate. Yet this was indeed his primary concern. I can tell you how to break the poison. It's relatively simple for me, but requires your assistance, my disciple. Danji replied with a hint of pride. The poison had accumulated within the acupoints in her mind, and she had sealed her senses to prevent Danji from expelling the toxins through her 5 senses, yet allowed her to speak and interrogate Danji about the soul transfer technique. You need only sever my head. With my cultivation, I can regenerate it in no time, and then that small serpent will be powerless against me. Chanqing understood now. Chapter 36. The spirit, rest assured, Master, once I acquire the 100 Flowers Order and release Luo Hongyan, I will certainly rescue you and restore your freedom, avenging all grievances. The 100 Flowers Order should always be carried by that little snake. It is resplendently colorful, so I must not mistake it. Danji reminded. However, Chongqing expressed his confusion. I witnessed Lu Lu swallow the 100 Flowers Order. It should be a large, rough-surfaced, milky white shell radiating a faint white glow. Could it be that Master misremembers? His words plunged Danji into a moment of bewilderment as she murmured. Could it be that she deceived me back then? Yes, it must be so. It appears that this little snake is more cunning than I imagined. She then regained her composure. No matter. As long as you can ascertain that the 100 Flowers Order you obtain is authentic, once infused with spiritual energy, it will carry one away from here. This cannot be fabricated. It is getting late. You must depart before that little snake returns. After 3 days, you need not come again to avoid further complications. I shall wait for you to fulfill your promise. Wait. Chongqing hesitated to leave. Master, may I return to see you again in 3 days? You possess great powers and countless spiritual entities. I wish to request a few that can ensure my safety. Oh, Danji did not anticipate that Chongqing would make such a request. However, she did not resent his greed. For such avarice is a common trait among practitioners of the dark path. This is a trivial matter. I will bestow upon you the Flying Spirit, Blood Recovery Spirit, and Blood Storage Spirit. The Blood Storage Spirit resides within your subterranean palace, while the Blood Recovery Spirit is a low-grade profound spirit that requires 13 acupoints. The Flying Spirit and your original Bone Spike Spirit are both low-grade yellow spirits, each necessitating only 1 acupoint. As you have reached the second transformation of the instant phase, you should have 5 acupoints still available. I possess an abundance of such low-level spirits. Choose carefully when you return in 3 days. Chongqing expressed his gratitude before leaving the blood pool. On his way, his mind raced, contemplating how to simultaneously contend with both Danji and Lu Lu. Despite Danji not having shown any malice towards him thus far, he remained resolute in his decision to seal her. This matter transcended the dichotomy of righteousness and evil. He felt no sense of belonging to this world, nor did he fancy himself a righteous guardian. Danji's morality was of no concern to him. His sole motivation was self-preservation. Yet, having sworn an oath of blood, he must release Danji. This was already a foregone conclusion. Initially, he fantasized about the possibility of Lu Lu and Danji perishing together, but reality proved harsh. The disparity in their powers was vast. While Lu Lu might have triumphed over Danji once through treachery, she could not possibly do so again. Moreover, Danji faced merely Lu Lu, who had succumbed to the blood demon spirit, rendering her akin to a soulless husk, severely diminishing her strength. It seemed the only feasible way to confront Danji was to exploit the special poison spirit Lu Lu possessed. However, a spirit with such extraordinary effects could hardly be wielded by a mere second transformation practitioner like himself. It appeared he was ensnared in an inescapable deadlock. The following day, Lu Lu retreated to the cave where the captured beings were held to cultivate, affording Luo Hongyan the opportunity to seek out Chongqing and discuss strategies. Your cultivation has progressed remarkably fast. Upon seeing him, Luo Hongyan and Appo's first reaction was one of astonishment. Perhaps I am exceptionally gifted. I simply had not found the right path before. Chongqing replied with a wry smile. Do not dismiss this lightly. The more sinister the cultivation technique, the swifter the progress, but the cost is equally great. You may not have paid any price yet, but should that change in the future? Chongqing could not help but recall the torturous breakthroughs and the trials of cultivating the subterranean palace, falling momentarily silent. Noticing his change, Luo Hongyan seemed to grasp something. She hesitantly extended her hand and gently caressed his cheek. Their similar heights and the familiar sensation brought back memories of his past with Yi Qinghe on Earth. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes grew moist. Luo Hongyan was unaware of his inner thoughts. She only guessed that he had endured hardships during his cultivation. Softly, she said, Did that old woman make you suffer greatly? I am sorry. It is because of me that you walked the dark path and practiced blood techniques. Once we escape, I shall do everything in my power to find you a purifying soul spirit to help you rid yourself of this dark cultivation and spare you further suffering. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Changqing's gaze returned to calmness as he ruffled Luo Hongyan's hair, reassuring her. Do not worry, I am fine. I merely soaked in the blood pool during my cultivation, and that old woman in Appo's blood was foul and nauseating. He pinched his nose and made a comical expression, causing Luo Hongyan to feel somewhat helpless. How can you be so carefree? The time for Lu to exchange souls draws near. And you are not concerned about the plan failing? What if Danji turns against us after being released? Do not fret. I may have a plan, but first, you must assist me with an experiment. An experiment? What do you mean? Changqing flicked his hand, and a spirit radiating a milky white aura appeared. Do you remember this? Luo Hongyan took the spirit he offered, sensing its energy. This is the bubble spirit I gave you initially, is it not? Yes, but back then, you mentioned it was merely a trinket I casually refined, destined to dissipate after several uses, and when you received it, you said its energy was already depleted and close to vanishing. Luo Hongyan looked puzzled. Indeed, that is correct. I crafted this spirit. I'm not aware of that. However, on my way back from Lu and Appo's cave, I used it again to conceal my form. On my second trip to Lu and Appo's cave, I employed it once more. Returning, I used it yet again. Changqing smiled mysteriously. But do you see any signs of it dissipating? Luo Hongyan observed closely, noticing that the small bubble spirit was steadily emanating a soft, milky white glow. Although not intense, it was remarkably stable. A spirit destined to dissipate should resemble a flickering candle nearing its end, its light dim and its breath weak. Being a practitioner of the refining arts, Luo Hongyan possessed profound knowledge of spirits, and given that she had crafted this one herself, she could easily discern that it was certainly not a spirit on the verge of vanishing. What is the meaning of this? This spirit was meant to dissipate after only a few uses. I discovered its flaw during its creation. It cannot be replenished with energy. Once used, it is rendered useless. Have you modified it? Is it possible? It is not as complicated as you think. Changqing smiled slightly. Have you never considered that perhaps, when you gave it to me, it was already a brand new, vibrant spirit? Changqing's words plunged Luo Hongyan into deep contemplation. After a long moment, she suddenly looked up, her pupils shimmering with disbelief. The two exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's thoughts perfectly. I suspect that Danji deceived me regarding a very significant matter. Chapter 37. Blood Thread Spirit. The concealed aura of the spirit of control holds little significance for you at present. You are concerned that the little snake might perceive your rapidly advancing cultivation and grow suspicious, but there is no need for such worry. Within the blood pool, Danji advised, only those who have reached the level of a venerable can discern the cultivation of ordinary practitioners at a glance. Unless that little snake employs special means to investigate, it will not be able to detect anything. Longqing had to select again. After 3 days of cultivation in Lu's alchemy chamber, he returned to Danji to choose a spirit of control, but found nothing particularly appealing. Although Danji possessed a vast number of low-tier spirits, their variety was limited, mostly comprising blood-based spirits, with the rest being auxiliary types. You might as well select this blood arrow spirit. It is indeed a means of offense, and far superior to your previous bone spike spirit, Danji suggested, noticing his indecision. However, Longqing hesitated, instead pondering over the 3 spirits he had finally chosen. The blood arrow spirit resembled a slender trachea, slowly writhing. After infusing it with blood energy, it violently constricted and then shot forth an arrow forged from coagulated blood, striking the wall and leaving a shallow dent. Its power was decent, but it required a moment to accumulate before firing and consumed a considerable amount of blood energy. It reminded him of the water guns he played with during summer back on Earth. Beside it were 2 more spirits. One resembled an egg, covered in countless tiny holes. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, it instantly expelled a large volume of blood mist from the holes, soon enveloping the entire cave. The blood mist spirit, consuming blood energy, could release a substantial amount of mist to confuse an enemy and Appo's sight, functioning similarly to a smoke bomb. Its drawbacks were evident. It consumed vast amounts of blood energy and lacked any offensive capability. The final spirit resembled a bundle of red threads, continuously writhing. After Longqing infused it with spiritual energy, the red threads danced across his body but yielded no apparent effect. Both the blood arrow spirit and the blood mist spirit were low-tier yellow spirits, requiring 4 of Longqing's acupoints, making them suitable for him. He chose the last spirit solely because it was the only medium-tier yellow spirit in Danji and Appo's possession that required 5 acupoints to sustain, perfectly matching the 5 he had remaining. Master, what is this spirit, and why does it not respond when I infuse it with spiritual energy? He inquired. It is the blood thread spirit, merely a trivial trick. You may try wrapping it around your wrist and then detach your wrist, Danji explained. Longqing, though puzzled, complied. What followed was a peculiar scene. The red thread wriggled and burrowed into his wrist, and with a mere thought, his hand detached from his wrist and fell to the ground. Although startled, he felt no pain. Upon closer inspection, he noticed several red threads extending from the severed wrist, connecting to his hand. When he attempted to control his hand, it moved just as nimbly as before. The blood thread spirit could be used as a medium to manipulate one's own limbs. Its advantage lay in its minimal consumption of blood energy, while its drawback was that it would snap under even slight attack, rendering one's hand as if truly severed. Thus, it was practically unusable in combat, effectively exposing a weakness. Yet, after hearing Danji and Appo's explanation, Longqing did not perceive the blood thread spirit as useless. Rather, it sparked a new idea within him. This spirit was indeed quite useful. Firstly, its nature was discreet. In darkness, it would be nearly undetectable from a distance. Secondly, if utilized on the eyes, it could function as a rudimentary camera. If placed on the ears, it could serve as a simple listening device. These thoughts were just the beginning, but even so, they sufficed. Master, may I have this blood thread spirit as a gift? He asked. Take it if you wish. Following me in the future, you shall have countless spirits far superior to this one, Danji generously replied. Longqing gladly accepted the blood thread spirit, perfectly filling all his acupoints. Currently, within his acupoints, he possessed the low-tier yellow spirit's bone spike spirit and spinning spirit, along with the medium-tier yellow blood thread spirit, a low-tier black spirit of healing blood, and within his subterranean organ, a medium-tier black spirit of blood storage. He had previously returned the bubble spirit to Luo Hongyan, leaving him with 4 blood-based spirits, marking him as a true blood practitioner. Regrettably, his offensive capabilities still rested solely on the bone spike spirit. The remaining spirits either provided healing or auxiliary effects, making him, as a practitioner of the dark path, appear somewhat out of place. After retrieving the spirits, Longqing did not linger, performing a brief cultivation session in the blood pool to consolidate his cultivation before returning to the alchemy chamber. A plan began to form in his mind, and he needed to verify whether any details had been overlooked. Otherwise, he risked repeating past mistakes, as in his previous life, where he had failed to account for the existence of the blood demon spirit within Lulu. He had been contemplating one question: how could Lulu seal Danji? If, as Danji claimed, it was solely through that peculiar spirit capable of sealing others and Appo's acupoints, could it truly be so? Clearly not. There were flaws in Danji and Appo's words. As a dark sovereign with years of experience, it was improbable that she had never encountered practitioners of poison arts. According to her, if poison practitioners were the natural nemesis of blood practitioners due to their ability to easily administer poison, how could she not be wary of Lulu's attacks? So, how was Lulu able to inject poison into Danji's body? Through deception? Through ambush? Longqing did not think so. Wait, it seemed he had overlooked something again. Why had Danji come to the 100 Flowers Cave? Although he lacked memories of events prior to his arrival, he had learned from the mouths of those imprisoned alongside him that they had stumbled into a cave and, upon touching a peculiar stone, found themselves here. He had asked Luo Hongyan the same question, and her account was similar, the difference being that those individuals were mere mortals who accidentally entered, while Luo Hongyan, intrigued by the dense spiritual energy of the stone, sought to study it and ended up here. If Luo Hongyan could discern the stone and Appo's extraordinary nature, Danji, as a formidable dark sovereign, could not have inadvertently wandered in here without any understanding. She likely had a purpose for her arrival. But what could that purpose be? Longqing speculated two possibilities. First, there was some treasure hidden within the Hundred Flowers cave, something remarkable that even a figure like Danji would covet. Second, for some reason, she had been forced into the cave as a powerful dark practitioner with numerous enemies, perhaps seeking refuge from her foes. Chapter 38. The soul exchange again. Regardless of Danji and Appo's intentions, he would soon come to know them. Even if he stumbled in this lifetime, he still had the chance of rebirth. The more information he gathered, the more advantageous it would be for his resurgence. Moreover, if worst came to worst, he could send Luo Hongyan away first, ensuring her safety and that Yi Qinghe on Earth would remain unharmed. Thus, Chongqing began his plans anew, albeit with a slight deviation from his previous life. This time, he did not deceive Lu into transforming the three guardians into human puppets, but instead instructed Lu to turn all four guardians into puppets during the soul exchange, ensuring a smoother process. In this lifetime, Lu, under Chongqing and Appo's manipulation, had consumed even more elixirs, her mental state deteriorating further than in her past life. She harbored no doubts about his arrangements and had prepared early for the soul exchange ceremony. Meanwhile, Chongqing was also making ample preparations to deal with Danji. Time flew by, and soon the day of the soul exchange arrived, mirroring the events of his previous life. The difference this time was that Chongqing had Lu choose her own cave as the venue. Inside the cave, the four guardians exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Lu and Appo's intentions. "Master, why have you summoned us?" The impatient Fengling asked first. "I have an exceedingly important matter to discuss with you all. I summoned you here specifically to protect this ceremony," Lu replied earnestly. "Master, is there an issue with your body again?" Lu shook her head, assuring them that all was well. She then retrieved 4 pills from her robes and distributed them among the group. "You must take this clear heart pill. The ceremony might affect you all, and this will ensure your safety." Without hesitation, the 4 guardians consumed the pills, except for Meiguei, who hesitated briefly before following suit upon seeing the others. Satisfied that they had all ingested the pills, Lu declared, "I have planned for many years, and now I am but one step away from ascension. You are all my dearest, akin to family, and it is time for you to lend me your strength." The 4 guardians, having taken the poison pills, stood motionless, resembling exquisite statues, devoid of any resistance. Lu clapped her hands, and several female spirits entered, carrying a small bed upon which lay Luo Hongyan, tightly bound by snakes. Unlike the previous life, Chongqing had specifically reminded that the soul exchange ceremony must occur while both parties were conscious, preventing Luo Hongyan from being rendered unconscious as she had been before. This ensured he could escort her away after obtaining the 100 Flower Order. Removing the mask from Luo Hongyan's face, Lu caressed her cheek, her expression one of rapture. "What a flawless vessel, what a splendid body," she mused, her countenance darkening as she licked her lips, revealing a gluttonous desire. "Soon, you'll be mine." As she spoke, she pulled out a handful of powder from a sachet and inhaled it deeply. "Ah, such exquisite elixirs. Alas, I shall no longer require them after today." With a blissful expression, she gestured for the female spirits. "Assist her in changing clothes." As the snakes loosened their grip, the female spirits swiftly restrained Luo Hongyan, removing her garments and dressing her in the luxurious robes Lu had prepared in advance. Despite her understanding that this was a necessary part of the plan, Luo Hongyan felt a surge of humiliation and anger. Instinctively, she glanced towards Chongqing, who was turned away, focused on cleaning the tools Lu had prepared for the transformation. "This guy, surprisingly reliable, not taking advantage of me," she thought. Once Luo Hongyan was dressed, the female spirits lifted her to the center of the cave. Lu approached, her gaze fixed on Luo Hongyan's face, her expression wild with fervor. "While I conduct the ceremony, you will follow my instructions and transform your senior brothers and sisters into puppets, just as I taught you." The female spirits eagerly complied, picking up various sharp instruments. Ready for the task. It's about to begin, Changqing thought to himself, bracing for the unfolding events. Indeed, Lulu, seeing that all was ready, finally turned her attention to him. Lingyu Changqing, my dear disciple, it is a pity that you are his descendant. In her previous life, Lulu had treated herself and Mei Guwei as test subjects for the soul exchange. This time, Mei Guwei was to be made into a puppet, and Lulu would not allow Changqing to escape unscathed, for he was the descendant of the scoundrel from her past tale. Changqing gambled on the hope that she would not kill him outright. Her deep-seated resentment would likely compel her to torment him or keep him nearby to witness her so-called revenge. As expected, Lulu extended her hand, and the snakes ensnared Changqing tightly. You may not realize that I recognize the Lingyu from your token, Lulu said, her fingers caressing Luo Hongyan's cheek. When I ascend, I shall also transform you into a puppet. I will present you before Lingyu Wenyong as the first step of my revenge. Ha ha ha. I am about to become an immortal. An immortal. Lingyu Wenyong, you will surely regret this. With that, she formed a seal with her fingers, summoning countless spirit entities that spiraled around them. A ring of flames erupted, isolating everything else from their vicinity. In this cosmic union, I'm nurtured by the essence of the seven, my elixir nurtured in silence through diligent practice. In the midst of the flames, Lulu trembled with madness, her head twisting wildly, as if on a spring, her maniacal laughter echoing throughout the hall. I have succeeded. I am becoming. Outside the inferno, Changqing struggled against the serpents binding him. Channeling his spiritual energy, he employed the blood thread spirit to detach his hand. His severed hand crawled across the ground, eventually grasping a fallen tool, a knife, and slowly maneuvering it back. Amidst Lulu's frenzied state, the female spirits were busy transforming the four guardians into grotesque puppets, blood and flesh intermingling, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish tableau. Perfect. This way, no one will notice me, Changqing thought as he used the knife to cut through the serpents, ensnaring him. Freeing himself and gazing towards the flames in the cave. In the fiery chaos, he saw Luo Hongyan's silhouette looking in his direction. Although he was unsure she could see him, he nodded reassuringly, signaling her not to worry. She lay on the bed, while Lulu danced around her like a frenzied shaman, lost in her own madness. Lulu had descended into a state of complete insanity, her head, mouth, and limbs moving independently, forming a bizarre spectacle. Meanwhile, the female spirits had successfully transformed the guardians into gruesome, bloodied puppets, with Fengling, Lingmei, and Yue Guwei all subjected to the gruesome process. Soon, it would be Mei Guwei's turn. Chapter 39, The Final Moments. His senior sister. It will be ready soon. Just a moment. Several female demons approached Rose, their bodies and faces smeared with blood, excitement etched upon their features. Born from various spirits and creatures, they possessed an innate thirst for blood and cruelty. The four great guardians were, to them, absolute authorities, yet at this moment they resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, which greatly satisfied their primal instincts and awakened their latent bloodlust. Rose stood still as if carved from stone, having consumed the poison pill. She would soon meet the same gruesome fate as the three before her, transforming into a bloody abomination. However, just as the blades and the demons and Appo's hands were about to graze her skin, Rose and Appo's eyes suddenly shifted, fiercely glaring at them. What? How could this be? The demon caught in her gaze was startled, and before she could react, her body levitated, a spurt of blood erupting from her mouth. From Rose and Appo's side, four spiked arms pierced through the demon's chest. The demon's once rosy complexion turned ashen, then pitch black. After a few convulsions, she succumbed, her form dissolving into a puddle of putrid fluid, hanging limply from Rose's arm. Seeing Rose spring into action, the remaining demons scattered in fear, rushing towards the flaming Lulu for refuge. Yet, Rose was swifter. In the blink of an eye, they too met the same fate as the recently slain demon, transforming into viscous sludge. Having completed her grim task, Rose anxiously focused on Lulu, who was casting spells in the center of the cavern. Lulu appeared as mad as before, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unfolding around her, which allowed Rose to breathe a sigh of relief. Chongqing approached, clasping his hands in greeting. Congratulations, Fairy Rose, on ascending the throne of the sect leader. The 8 crimson orbs on Rose's forehead turned towards Chongqing, and she spat out a pill, tossing it into his hand. It was the so-called heart-purifying pill she had feigned consuming earlier. Don Apos, Tia rejoiced too soon. Are you so certain she will die? Chongqing replied confidently. Rest assured, she won't survive. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous explosion erupted from the flames. Bang! The entire cavern trembled from the force of the blast. Instantly, countless splashes of blood, along with crimson and ivory remnants, scattered throughout the cavern, even splattering across Chongqing's face. The flames continued to blaze, with Luo Hongyan lying on the bed, while Lulu stood rigidly beside her, motionless. Her shoulders were eerily empty. It was her head that had just exploded. Witnessing this, Chongqing rushed over to support Luo Hongyan. Unlike his calm demeanor, Luo Hongyan appeared shaken. Are you all right? Chongqing helped her sit up. Taking a moment to collect herself, Luo Hongyan replied, I'm fine. It merely startled me when her head burst open. We must act quickly and retrieve the 100 Flowers order. Leave it to me. With that, he produced a knife and expertly sliced open Lulu's chest, probing within. He knew that Lulu possessed the blood demon spirit, and despite the apparent fatal explosion, she would soon awaken. Time was of the essence. At this moment, Rose stepped forward, still wary of Chongqing. Noticing him searching Lulu's corpse for the 100 Flowers order, she cautioned, don't be too hasty in claiming the order. Did you not promise to hand over the complete translation of the soul exchange technique first? Chongqing waved his hand dismissively. Why the rush? That thing is of little use, anyway. Of little use? Rose and Apos' expression hardened. Chongqing, what do you mean? Are you attempting to deceive me? Deceive you? I'm merely offering a friendly warning. I genuinely believe that technique is of no value, but whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. And what do you mean by that? Rose pointed at Luo Hongyan, who had now stood beside Chongqing, her voice rising in anger. Was it not agreed that we would eliminate everyone in this cavern with cultivation above a certain level? I had expected Luo Hongyan to perish alongside Lulu. Why is she still alive? Ah, her. Chongqing paused in his search, glancing at Luo Hongyan. That was indeed a deception. What? Rose seethed, ready to unleash her fury. But Chongqing swiftly flicked his hand, splattering blood and viscera across Rose's face. In his grip was a multicolored token. Attack! He shouted, and Luo Hongyan, already channeling her spiritual energy, chanted incantations, unleashing a barrage of brilliant fireballs towards Rose. As Rose wiped the blood from her face, she saw the approaching fireballs, and, in a moment of panic, extended the 4 monstrous arms from her sides to shield herself. With a thunderous boom, amidst the thick smoke, Chongqing seized Luo Hongyan and fled towards a hidden passage within the cavern. Ah, Chongqing, Luo Hongyan, I will have you dead, Rose roared, parting the smoke as she pursued them. Just as Chongqing and Luo Hongyan squeezed into the narrow passage, Luo Hongyan summoned her spiritual energy once more, conjuring a wall of fire at the entrance to block Rose's advance. Rose's 8 blood-red eyes blazed with fury as she swung her monstrous arms to break through. But the firewall seared her, forcing her to retreat. She recognized that such a barrier consumed significant energy and could not last long. She would have to wait outside until Luo Hongyan exhausted her power, then exact her revenge. Inside the passage, Chongqing and Luo Hongyan gasped for breath, reveling in their narrow escape. Their eyes met, and they shared a relieved smile. According to your plan, should we not wait here for Lulu to awaken? Indeed, once Lulu revives, she will deal with Rose. Then I shall awaken Danji to eliminate Lulu. This is what one might call driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, Chongqing said, a hint of pride in his smile. Luo Hongyan shot him a sidelong glance, uncertain how to respond to this youth, who was at times cold and at others carefree. Yet, before she realized it, her initial wariness had dissipated during their time together, and she felt entirely at ease. Chongqing, too, took a moment to appreciate Luo Hongyan's beauty. Her features mirrored those of Yi Qinghe. The distinction being that Yi Qinghe often adorned herself with subtle makeup, appearing more refined, while Luo Hongyan, without cosmetics, radiated a natural elegance and ethereal charm. He understood that their parting moment was approaching. He could ensure Luo Hongyan's safety, but what awaited him afterward remained uncertain. Whether they would ever meet again was a mystery. Thus, he cherished this fleeting time together. Could Luo Hongyan be considered a substitute for Yi Qinghe in this world? He could not articulate it, but he could not deny his feelings for Luo Hongyan, even if their connection had not begun purely. It had ignited fiercely and swiftly, like a wild firestorm raging within him from the moment he beheld her visage in a past life. Noticing his unwavering gaze upon her, a blush crept across Luo Hongyan's cheeks. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? She stammered, instinctively touching her cheeks to mask her shyness. You are truly beautiful. Chongqing smiled sincerely, devoid of jest. And no more looking. Luo Hongyan lowered her gaze, avoiding his eyes. If you must look, let it be after we get out. Then, a soft, almost shy voice emerged from her lips, causing Chongqing's smile to widen. Chapter 40. The unsealing of Danji. Chongqing could not help but recall the question he had once posed to Luo Hongyan regarding her masked visage. In our family's belief, an unmarried girl must not reveal her face. Only after marriage, when her husband has seen her, may others gaze upon her. Such customs struck him as peculiar, for they seemed to ensure that one's beauty was not the sole reason for affection. He had scrutinized Luo Hongyan from head to toe, and it was evident to him that she was a rare beauty. Perhaps you should don armor entirely, so that your beauty remains concealed, he jested. You see, I told you that you must be a great beauty. Indeed, you're the most stunning girl I have ever encountered. His flattery was met with a playful retort. Yet within Luo Hongyan stirred a delightful sensation, one she had never experienced before. Here, you should wear this. Chongqing offered her a silk scarf. Upon learning the reason for her mask, he, drawing from memories of a past life, recalled that during Lulu's soul-swapping ritual, her mask would be removed. Concerned that she might feel uncomfortable, he had prepared the scarf in advance. Nevertheless, he indulged himself by admiring her beauty before presenting it to her. Luo Hongyan was taken aback. Did you prepare this beforehand? What else could it be? Oh, it's nothing, she replied, accepting the scarf and tying it around her face. Thank you. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Chongqing beamed at her, yet even with the scarf, her captivating beauty remained unimpeded, and he found himself entranced. Stop grinning foolishly. At this juncture, you should reveal to me your final plan. We are about to confront Danji, and, as mere novices, I find it hard to fathom how we can succeed. Just as her words faded, a cacophony of manic laughter echoed from outside the cave. Ha ha ha, it's done. I have finally transformed, achieving transcendence. Is this the sensation of becoming immortal? Extraordinary beyond words. The ground trembled violently, and Chongqing could envision Lulu's grotesque form struggling to contain the surging power, reminiscent of a toddler taking its first steps, swaying unsteadily forward with the aid of countless crimson tendrils. Rose and amp, oppos, as frantic cries pierced the air. Impossible. Master, master. I was wrong. Master. No. The upheaval and tumult heightened Luo Hongyan's urgency. Lulu has attained the power of the sixth transition. Rose cannot hold out much longer. We must release Danji at once. Please tell me your plan. Time is of the essence. Chongqing remained unhurried, exuding a calm confidence. Oh, worry not. Had he not insisted on staying, I could have managed this myself. Close your eyes. I will perform a trick, and you shall see how I intend to handle Danji. Do not think of sending me away. We agreed that I would stay, and we would face this together. Besides, how can you still? Luo Hongyan's tone was laced with urgency, but Chongqing remained unfazed. Forget it. Hurry up. Though skeptical, she closed her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, a profound trust in the young man before her had taken root. Even his assertion that he could contend with the evil sovereign seemed credible to her now, let alone this moment of closing her eyes. Chongqing's voice gently reached her ears. Silly girl, remember not to be deceived again. Luo Hongyan opened her eyes abruptly to a dazzling light. Changqing was holding a resplendent, multicolored token, the 100 Flowers token, and suddenly embraced her, pressing the token against her back. "What are you doing? Changqing, let me go. Did we not agree that I would stay, and we would leave together? You deceiver. Release me." Yet his grip was unyielding, rendering her struggles futile. In an instant, the 100 Flowers token shimmered, and Luo Hongyan vanished without a trace. "Well, now there is nothing left to worry about." As he spoke, he carved a small pit in the ground with his knife and buried the token within. Once this task was accomplished, he leaned against the wall, allowing his weary body to slide down to the ground, emitting a long sigh akin to that of every man sinking into a vehicle. With Luo Hongyan's disappearance, the flames at the cave entrance flickered out, and in the next moment, Rose's half-figure appeared at the entrance, her face awash with terror. 2 of her 6 arms lay severed, and as she struggled to crawl inside, she cried out, "Don't come closer. Monster! Monster!" But a foot pressed against her face. Changqing, expressionless, delivered a kick that sent Rose sprawling back outside. It seemed as though Lu's frenzied grasp had seized her, and with a piercing scream, she left behind long drag marks as she was pulled out of the cave. It is time to bring this to a conclusion. Changqing brushed off the dirt from his hands and stood up. Listening to the anguished cries from outside, he approached the lump of flesh and spirit at the cave's end. "Be a good child and open the door for Mother." He tapped the lump with the back of his knife. The spirit blinked its many eyes, seemingly perplexed. Changqing surmised that it recognized him as Lulu due to the blood magic aura emanating from him. However, with Lulu outside, it was momentarily confused, unable to comprehend why there were 2 mothers. Fortunately, the spirit possessed little intelligence, and after a brief pause, it tore itself apart, granting Changqing passage. Before the blood pool that contained Danji, Changqing knelt on one knee and respectfully declared, "Master, your disciple has come to fulfill the promise. You have indeed not disappointed me. Quickly, free me, and I shall take you away from here." Danji's voice, upon sensing his presence, revealed a rare hint of joy. Yet before Changqing could act, a mass of serpents burst forth from the cave entrance, dragging something along with them. As they emerged, countless snake eyes focused intently on him. "Good disciple, I have found you," Danji exclaimed, somewhat surprised. "Did you not use the methods I taught you? Why has she awakened so swiftly?" Before Changqing could respond, 2 arms, entwined with venomous snakes, emerged from the cave, pushing against the entrance while dragging Lulu's grotesque lower half inside. Lulu rushed toward Danji in the blood pool, shedding countless crimson tendrils and snakes that cascaded around her. Among the debris were remnants of spiders and a fragment of Rose's face. "Hungry, so hungry. Is this the feeling of achieving transcendence? Why am I so famished? I crave blood. You shall serve as my sustenance for ascension. Time is running out. Act quickly," Danji urged Changqing. Witnessing Lulu's imminent approach, Changqing struck with his blade. The force of his strike was formidable. He intended merely to sever Danji's head. Yet his blow took not only her head, but also half of her shoulder and an arm. Blood surged forth like a fountain, engulfing the cave in a mist of crimson. Chapter 41. The might of the evil sovereign Changqing retreated a half step, hiding behind Danji, silently praying that Danji truly possessed the invincibility she professed. Otherwise, with the cave being this vast, evasion would soon prove impossible. Sensing the pervasive scent of blood, the frenzied Lulu became even more exhilarated, her wild movements exaggerated as she charged towards the 2. Just as she reached them, a multitude of crimson tendrils coalesced into a colossal arm, crashing down upon their heads. Yet this mighty arm, imbued with tremendous force, suddenly halted in midair. A diminutive hand, seemingly disproportionate to Lulu's frame, caught her full force strike with ease. Danji, with her upper body severed, was left with only one arm. Strangely, that arm lifted, shielding her from the impending doom. The seemingly frail jade hand erupted with astonishing power, and with a mere grip, the colossal arm composed of countless tendrils and venomous serpents shattered with a resounding crash. Lulu staggered back, emitting a chilling scream. The pain was palpable. Even as her mind fragmented and her body succumbed to the blood demon's corruption, a primal fear instinctively awakened within her. The dense blood mist in the air dissipated swiftly, converging around Danji and Appo's severed upper body. Unlike a simple healing, her vanished form reconstituted almost instantaneously from the blood mist, returning to its former state. The iron mask that had obscured half her face, nourished by Lulu, finally lifted. Beneath her silvery hair, her unsettling red eyes glimmered, her high-bridged nose and alluring. Delicate features exuded an ethereal beauty, yet her expression remained frosty, imbued with nobility and authority. With an air of disdainful supremacy, she smiled, a beauty both terrifying and breathtaking. Little snake, the true form has returned. With that, she extended her slender fingers, a mere flick causing the surrounding 8 stone pillars to shatter instantaneously, severing the countless threads that penetrated her body. As she slowly levitated, a fountain of blood erupted beneath her feet, her tattered garments disintegrating in the wind. The surging blood enveloped her entirely, and when she was again visible, she donned an exquisite crimson robe. Before Chanqing could fully comprehend the scene, Danji's figure vanished abruptly. With a thunderous crash, an enormous hole was blasted through the cave's entrance, creating a crater in the ground. Lulu's entire form was nearly compressed into a sphere, lifelessly collapsed within the pit. Before her, Danji cast a lofty glance, her gaze sharp as a blade, radiating contempt. "You have taken my blood demon. It will not be so easy for you to perish. Come, let me slay you repeatedly until I am satisfied." Lulu and Appo's blood demon seemed to sense the pressure from the superior being, gradually retreating, the serpentine coils and writhing crimson tendrils withdrawing into her body, revealing her restored head once more. "This is more like it. It would be dull to let you die in a daze. It seems you are regaining your clarity." As Lulu's gaze regained a semblance of lucidity, Danji placed a foot upon her face, the sharp heel of her skeletal shoe repeatedly stamping down, puncturing her skin, only for the blood demon's tendrils to swiftly mend the wounds. Seemingly dissatisfied, Danji extended her claw-like hand, slowly twisting it before Lulu. Instantly, an invisible force contorted Lulu's limbs into grotesque angles, enveloping her in a grotesque mass of flesh. With a swift kick, Danji sent Lulu hurtling like a cannonball, embedding her into the adjacent stone wall. If Chanqing had been present, he would have been astonished. He had believed that, despite being the evil sovereign imprisoned for so many years, Danji's strength must have waned, while Lulu, with her transient 6th-level prowess and the enhancement of the blood demon, could at least exchange blows with Danji. After all, he had personally experienced Lulu's strength in a past life. He anticipated Danji's power would surpass Lulu's, but he could never have conceived that their confrontation would be a one-sided slaughter. Coughing, Lulu's face emerged from the mass, contorted in agony. Her gaze was vacant as she muttered, "Kill me. Kill me. Regret? Yearning for death." Danji chuckled disdainfully, snapping her fingers, channeling her spiritual energy and blood chi. Radiant lights flickered around her as numerous unknown types of spirit energies surged into Lulu's body. As long as the blood demon has sufficient blood chi, it will remain vibrant, preserving your life. "Fear not. I shall not allow you to die so easily." Indeed, as the blood chi flowed in, Lulu's previously vacant eyes regained a semblance of clarity, plunging her deeper into despair. "No, liars. Why did the soul exchange fail? Why did I fail? Liars. You deceivers. False. All false. Kill me. Please kill me." Danji erupted into laughter at her pleas. "With your wretched appearance, you a lowly insect, still dare to defy fate? You have no comprehension of the extraordinary talent of the girl whose soul you sought to exchange, and my obedient disciple is an unparalleled treasure. Such opportunities are far beyond your contemptible reach. Now they all belong to me." She reveled in her triumph when suddenly an ancient voice echoed, "Who dares to disrupt my 100 Flowers sacred transmission?" Danji frowned. Ugh, even after all these years, this old ghost still lingers. How vexing. Yet Lulu, invigorated, cried out, "The ancestor has manifested. The ancestor has manifested. Danji, you shall inevitably repeat your mistakes. Ha ha ha. Annoying. Danji stomped her foot, crushing Lu and Appo's head, and then summoned her spirit, causing Lu and Appo's life force to rapidly dissipate, transforming her into a lifeless husk within mere breaths. Danji, known for her merciless nature and penchant for vengeance, recognized the gravity of the impending battle and discerned the importance of eliminating any variables. Although Lu and Appo's energy points were fully occupied by the blood demon, rendering her incapable of utilizing the poisons that had once sealed her own apertures, she posed minimal threat. Yet, caution remained paramount. Those who tread the path of evil and ascend to such formidable heights share a common trait. They only indulge themselves when victory is assured. If circumstances shift and even a hint of threat arises, they must exert every effort to eliminate future risks. With Lulu, the only 6th-level practitioner in the 100 Flowers Cave, now fallen, and the remaining cultivators at the fleeting level utterly extinguished, Danji sensed no strong presences around her. What remained were mere ants at the instant and momentary levels, even if she were grievously injured from her battle with the 100 Flowers' old ghost. These individuals posed no threat. I have already marked that boy. Even if he attempts to flee, once I defeat the 100 Flowers' old ghost and seize the sacred transmission, I will still be able to find him. Utilizing him, I can surely locate that little girl. There is nothing to fear. These 2 precious materials are already mine. With this thought, she relaxed her mind and focused entirely on the adversary before her. Chapter 42. The evil saint of the 100 Flowers leave at once. And I shall spare your life. Do not remain obstinately ignorant. The aged voice echoed once more. Old ghost of the 100 Flowers, spare me your threats. I have firmly seized this legacy. Danji retorted, pointing her finger skyward. The 100 Flowers Cave is, in truth, a place of dark inheritance. The so-called Huanhe Sect is merely a collection of sinister artifacts that have emerged over millennia from this small world, a trivial matter. The true value of the 100 Flowers Cave lies in the legacy itself. After much searching, Danji discovered this dark inheritance, initially believing it to be a fragmented remnant taken by others. To her astonishment, it turned out to be the legacy left behind by the formidable evil saint of the 100 Flowers, a dark power from 10,000 years ago. The realm of Chinchio, also known as the Respected Realm, stands above the realm of Haiku, which is referred to as the Saint Realm. The evil saint of the 100 Flowers gained renown for his mastery of toxic arts, a unique prowess in his time. For practitioners like Danji, breaking through from the realm of Shuyu to Chinchio is a formidable challenge. Below the Chinchio realm, ascension merely requires the opening of acupoints, yet ascending from Shuyu to Chinchio, a transformation from mortal to saint, necessitates the shattering of acupoints, a process known as crossing tribulation. To achieve the ultimate status of a saint, one must endure 3 tribulations, from Shuyu to Chinchio, the human tribulation, from Chinchio to Haiku, the earth tribulation, and from Haiku to Tianwang, the heavenly tribulation. For practitioners of the orthodox path, crossing the human tribulation is relatively smooth. There are agents from the righteous sects who engage in combat with those undergoing tribulation, shattering their acupoints to assist them in forming a spirit infant and ascending to the Chinchio realm. However, for dark practitioners, crossing the human tribulation is significantly more challenging, as they often lack guidance and must rely on their own strength to shatter their acupoints. This process inevitably attracts the souls of powerful entities formed from the world's spiritual energy, which seek to seize their bodies. In other words, dark practitioners must engage in battle against these souls while in a severely weakened state, ultimately refining them to achieve the spirit infant and break through to the Chinchio realm. Thus, many dark practitioners opt to seek out places of inheritance before crossing their tribulation, as the spiritual energy is relatively thin in these small worlds, resulting in weaker souls and a higher probability of success. Danji was no exception. However, she never anticipated that she had entered an undeveloped place of inheritance. And even more unfortunately, that the legacy was left by a formidable saint of the Tianwang realm. To prevent anyone from disrupting the legacy, The evil saint of the 100 Flowers had established prohibitions. Upon sensing any presence beyond the Shuyu realm, a remnant of his soul would emerge to annihilate it. Unbeknownst to Danji, the 100 Flowers legacy itself bore restrictions that prevented anyone above the Shuyu realm from entering. At the time of her entry into the 100 Flowers cave, her realm was at the pinnacle of Shuyu 9 turns. It is likely that even the evil saint of the 100 Flowers could not have foreseen that, 100,000 years later, dark practitioners would intentionally hide in the legacies of their predecessors to cross tribulation, thus failing to account for the entry of a Shuyu 9 turns practitioner like Danji, who might disrupt the legacy. A century ago, dark practitioners were not as desperate as they are now, and few would deliberately seek refuge in places of inheritance during their tribulation, as the thin spiritual energy would significantly diminish their potential after the tribulation. Danji managed to exploit a flaw in the 100 Flowers legacy, a serendipitous turn of events. The evil saint of the 100 Flowers, possessing immense strength in life, had left behind an extraordinary remnant of his soul, solely to prevent the dark artifacts within the legacy from attaining excessive power and siphoning too much spiritual energy, which could lead to the collapse of this small world. After all, there exists a profound disparity between ordinary practitioners and the respected realm. The evil saint could not have imagined that one day his remnant soul would engage in battle with a respected realm practitioner. In truth, Danji was exceptionally fortunate. Before entering the 100 Flowers cave, she had endured fierce battles, sustaining grievous injuries. Due to her diminished presence and the remnant of the 100 Flowers soul usually falling into slumber to conserve energy, it failed to detect her. Most individuals would typically recuperate before devising a plan, but Danji, with her fierce temperament and unyielding spirit, chose to shatter her acupoints instead. Drawing upon her formidable will and foundational cultivation, she absorbed the abundant spiritual energy of this small world, successfully crossing her tribulation and ascending to the Chinchilla level. Only then did the remnant of the 100 Flowers soul sense her presence and prepare to annihilate her. But it was too late. Danji's strength at the Chinchilla realm was worlds apart from her previous self, allowing her to engage the remnant of the 100 Flowers soul to a standstill. Practicing blood arts, Danji's energy was relentless and enduring, while the remnant of the 100 Flowers soul, relying on this small world, was gradually worn down by the battle. Just as Danji was gravely wounded, the remnant of the 100 Flowers soul was also nearing its end. At that moment, Lulu stealthily launched an ambush, sealing Danji away. Now, having regained her freedom, her strength remained undiminished. The condition of the remnant of the 100 Flowers soul was uncertain. In the void, wisps of black mist coalesced into an elderly figure, draped in a long robe, leaning on a cane, with sparse hair atop his head and a mouthful of yellow teeth, exuding a gloomy and lecherous aura. If Chongqing were present, he would immediately recognize this as the very statue worshipped in the Dan chamber. Old ghost of the 100 Flowers, if you know what's good for you, hand over the legacy. Otherwise, I shall ensure your remnant soul is reduced to ashes. Danji retorted with a cold laugh. From beneath her, a throne formed of bones and flesh rose, upon which she sat with poise, her long, graceful legs crossed. Confident of victory, she discerned that the remnant of the 100 Flowers soul had significantly weakened since their first encounter decades ago, likely lacking the strength it once possessed. Though she had been trapped for many years and her own strength had waned somewhat, she was evidently stronger than her opponent. Young girl, you do not meet the standards of my 100 Flowers legacy. Depart at once, and I shall spare your life. The remnant, being merely a fragment of a soul, possessed limited consciousness and lacked the memories of their previous encounter. It had been created by the evil saint of the 100 Flowers solely to maintain balance in this small world, now mechanically executing its duty. You old ghost, truly unaware of your own mortality, Danji declared, stomping her foot. Around her, a pool of blood emerged, from which a grotesque skeletal sword slowly rose. The bone sword was adorned with thorn-like carvings, its blade comprised of segments of vertebrae, with sharp ribs forming the edge. Though made of bone, it gleamed with a chilling light. At its hilt rested a severed head, its white hair styled high, forming a bizarre sword tassel. The visage of the head bore an uncanny resemblance to Danji herself. Grasping the hilt, she seized the delicate neck of the beauty, rising to her feet, raising the skeletal sword, and pointing it at the remnant of the 100-flower soul. Since you insist on obstructing me, prepare to die. In a 100-flowers cave, her strength reigned supreme, leaving her with no concerns as she swung the sword towards the remnant of the 100-flower soul. Danji moved with incredible speed, and the remnant quickly raised its cane to defend itself. However, the anticipated collision did not occur. Only a wisp of black mist flashed by. The remnant of the 100-flowers soul, seasoned and cunning, at the last moment transformed into a mass of black mist, passing through Danji and Appo's body. Seeking death. You shall be judged, the remnant declared with an expressionless face. Behind it, Danji's slender waist was severed, dark smoke billowing from a severed section. The cane held by the remnant similarly emitted thick black smoke, dripping with a viscous dark liquid, evidently a deadly poison. With a sudden and unexpected strike, he managed to corrode Danji and Appo's body into two halves. However, her upper half eerily hovered in mid-air, a disdainful smirk appearing on her inverted face. It seems that after all these years, you have not fully recovered. You have even lost the memories of our past battle. After uttering these words, she closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. On the other side of the blood sea, a single tear of blood trickled from the corner of her eye, and in that instant, the entire world transformed into a monochromatic realm. The heavens and earth appeared as if they were soaked in ink, with the drop of blood from Danji's eye serving as the epicenter of a vast expanse stained crimson. Chapter 43. The Battle of the Other Shore, the Power of Domains. This is the source of her unwavering confidence in triumph. A domain is the ultimate technique that can only be comprehended by practitioners of the realm above the 1,000 autumns, who harness their innate spirit to forcefully confine their opponents within their own domain for a decisive confrontation. Despite the formidable prowess of the 100-flowers' evil saint in life, she now faces merely a wisp of residual soul, possessing an abundance of spiritual power yet devoid of any spirit to command, relying solely on the remnants of her inheritance to engage in battle. A mere fragment of a soul cannot possibly wield an innate spirit, thus rendering the use of domain power impossible. From beneath her feet, a boundless abyss of tranquil, mirror-like water emerges, its hue a deep blood red. Upon this vast pool of blood, numerous dark red flowers of the other shore bloom instantaneously. From the severed waist of Danji, peculiar vines sprout, connecting to her fractured upper body, an invisible force pulling her upper half back into place, allowing her to restore herself in an instant. With her sword pointing skyward, the crimson depths beneath her roil with dark currents, and countless pale, bloodied hands stretch forth, reaching towards the remnant soul of the 100 flowers. The remnant soul squints, its form flickering before soaring into the heavens. Countless bloodied hands pursue relentlessly behind. Unfazed, he retrieves a spirit which glimmers with radiant golden light, a heavenly spirit. Instantly, a circle of inky mist envelopes him, and as the bloodied hands make contact with the dark fog, they swiftly wither, decay, and disintegrate, eventually collapsing into a morass of flesh. Danji observes this with a cold snort. You possess a heavenly spirit, but do you assume I lack one? With that, she lightly taps her foot, causing ripples to spread across the boundless abyss, and with a thunderous sound, hundreds of towering bone spikes erupt from the ground. Above, in the blood-red clouds, another 100 bone spikes descend from the sky. Danji brings her wrists together, her hands forming claws, and at the center of her palms rests a blood-and-flesh spirit shaped like a beast's maw, glimmering with golden light, the blood corpse demon shark. She clasps her hands together, intertwining her fingers, while simultaneously the colossal bone spikes in the heavens intertwine, forming a massive, gaping maw of blood. This abyssal mouth, bearing unfathomable power, lunges towards the remnant soul of the 100 flowers, whose only option is to fully activate the spirit. A flash of golden light erupts, and from beneath him, a towering tree rises, barely holding its ground against the monstrous mouth. He summons his spirit again, and countless vines extend from the tree, entwining the massive bone spikes. Within mere breaths, the spikes, once radiant with bloodlight, dim and become enshrouded in black mist, ultimately shattering into dust. Crimson blood transformation. Another tear of blood flows from the corner of Danji's eye, her entire being enveloped in a surge of crimson light. To her astonishment, she transforms her physical form into a colossal blood-red sword, merging with the skeletal sword at her side, spinning rapidly as it charges toward the remnant soul of the 100 Flowers. Her speed is astonishing, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Her sword strikes sharp and precise, aimed at vital points. Yet, the remnant soul proves to be more cunning and agile. Each time Danji's blade approaches, he morphs into a cloud of black mist, evading her assault, using his staff to strike at the giant sword. Though Danji's colossal sword appears overwhelmingly powerful, the staff seems frail. However, each time the potent poison from the staff grazes Danji, it devours a significant portion of her flesh. The lingering black ichor further corroding her body, creating larger wounds. In no time, remnants of Danji's flesh are scattered throughout the air. She finds herself at a disadvantage. Despite being a revered figure, her sword, formed from her very essence, proves to be as vulnerable as tofu against the remnant soul's toxic arts. The remnant soul is the vestige of a top-tier evil practitioner from 100,000 years past. Even in its incomplete state, its combat experience and cunning far surpass Danji's. In comparison, she feels as though she is a mere child learning to walk. The remnant soul continuously shifts forms, its staff striking Danji like a venomous serpent, leaving wounds across her body. He even splits into several phantoms, coordinating to inject different toxins into her, causing her body to be adorned with an array of bizarre and vibrant colors, some rendering her paralyzed, others causing her flesh to rupture, some transforming her into liquid blood, and others corroding her bones. It can be said that the remnant soul has maximized its specialties and techniques. Among these are potent toxins that once sealed her fate, yet Danji remains unperturbed within her own domain. The greatest strength of this Blood Sea domain lies in its ability to convert any attacks and harm she endures into the consumption of blood energy. Regardless of the potency of the toxins, they merely require the expenditure of additional blood energy. The initial advantage gained by Lulu through ambush was primarily due to her severe injuries and near depletion of blood energy. Now, however, bolstered by the Blood Sea domain, she grows stronger with each battle, blossoms of other shore flowers sprouting rapidly from her wounds, restoring her fragmented body as if time were reversing. In stark contrast, the remnant soul begins to exhibit signs of decline, the phantoms it conjures appearing even more dispersed than before. Beyond the domain, the scene unfolds within the 100 Flowers cave. The female demons, drawn by the commotion, feel as though a rain of blood has begun to fall. The power of the domain equates to the temporary establishment of an unstable microcosm. The aftermath of their battle would only exert minimal influence on the outside world. Hence, the monumental clash between the two has not affected the lesser demons. What a heavy stench of blood! What is happening? Where's the master? What about the senior uncles and sisters? Why is there a large hole in the master's cave? Let's go take a look. Are you crazy? How dare you enter the master's cave without permission? Do you wish to die? Suddenly, a female demon, terrified, points toward a large pit not far away. In the pit lies an odd corpse, grotesquely twisted into a ball shape, surrounded by several severed venomous snakes and blood-red tentacles that twitch sporadically. Look, is that? Is it the master's clothing? This can't be the master, right? Nonsense. The master is immensely powerful. How could she possibly be dead? Several female demons gather around the grotesque corpse. One younger demon exclaims this. This must be the master. Look at her clothing and the scales. An older female demon licks her lips, swallows hard, slaps the younger one, and scolds, "Are you seeking death? How dare you say the master is dead? This is surely just a foolish disciple who dared to wear the master in damp oppos as clothes. If it's not the master, then what about us?" The female demons exchange glances, all revealing greedy expressions, and after a moment of mutual understanding, they crouch down, exposing their ghastly maws, and begin to tear apart the corpse. The master has cultivated for so many years. This flesh is truly delectable, a great tonic. What nonsense! This is not the master. Just a fool who dared to wear the master's attire. Just then, a flash of blood light ignites, and several female demons feel a sudden warmth across their faces, instinctively looking up, only to let out a collective scream. Before them, the demons that had been sharing the feast with them now lie headless, blood gushing from their necks like a fountain. In the next moment, they simultaneously feel the world around them spin, their companions and oppos, headless corpses seemingly soaring into the sky, their vision blurring into obscurity. Several heads rolled to the ground, caked in mud and filth. In the final moments of their sight, they beheld a frail figure clad in tattered garments stained with blood, struggling to crouch down. Chapter 44. Victory amidst peril. The fierce battle in the realm has reached a fever pitch. Danji has expended an immense amount of energy, to the extent that she can no longer maintain her original colossal sword avatar and has resorted to wielding a bone sword, struggling to contend with the residual spirit of Baiwa. The bone sword in her grasp is battered and broken, with numerous fragments, and though the exquisite head that serves as the hilt remains strikingly noble, it is stained with blood, and even the white hair tassel tied in a ponytail has turned crimson. The situation for Baiwa's residual spirit is even more dire. His shadow has become insubstantial, flickering in and out of existence, teetering on the brink of dissolution. In his possession are 9 spirit tokens, each emanating a different hue of light, though several are dimming, on the verge of vanishing. Unbeknownst to Danji, Baiwa has the opportunity to perish alongside her. However, these spirit tokens are a legacy left by his true self, the Baiwa evil saint, and his mission is to protect this inheritance. Thus, he cannot act recklessly and allow the spirit tokens to dissipate in pursuit of defeating Danji. He is not human, but a wisp of residual spirit, existing solely to safeguard the legacy. Even if the inheritance were to be seized by Danji, it would be preferable to its destruction by his own hand, leading to a mutual demise. From this point forward, to prevent the spirit tokens from fading, Baiwa has almost ceased their use, relying solely on the dwindling remnant of his spiritual power and a couple of usable tokens to engage Danji. His combat prowess has diminished significantly. Nevertheless, he maintains a relentless offensive to suppress Danji. In their confrontation, Danji is compelled to exhaust a considerable amount of her vitality to heal her wounds, leading to significant depletion. Baiwa, with his extensive battle experience, recognizes that if this continues, he will be the first to collapse. Thus, he begins to seek a decisive method to overcome her. Perhaps due to her excessive consumption of energy, Danji is left with little in the way of defense, her vulnerabilities laid bare. Seizing the opportunity, Baiwa steels himself, draining the last vestiges of his spiritual power to unleash a special poison spirit, injecting the venom into Danji's pristine neck. The spirit of the soul-severing maiden, a mid-tier earth spirit, is precisely the one used by Lulu during her initial ambush on Danji, sealing her power away. This spirit possesses immense might, capable of sealing a cultivator's meridians, rendering them unable to utilize their spiritual tokens despite having spiritual power. A cultivator requires 3 conditions to activate their spirit tokens. First, the tokens must be refined and recognized by the user as their own. Second, sufficient spiritual power must be employed. And third, the tokens must be anchored within the cultivator and Oppo's meridians to function. The poison of the soul-severing maiden can seal a cultivator and Oppo's meridians, obstructing this connection. Even though Danji has attained the status of an esteemed being, her meridians have transformed into spiritual embryos. She remains susceptible to its effects. The potency of this poison is formidable, yet not insurmountable. Firstly, it is merely a mid-tier earth spirit, while its effects are strong. Inducing poisoning in a high-stakes duel is no simple task. Baiwa has precisely timed his assault for Danji's moment of exhaustion, daringly injecting the poison into her body. Secondly, as long as the adversary possesses robust recovery or healing abilities, timely expulsion of the poison portion can significantly alleviate the effects, allowing for a swift recovery from the poison state. At that moment, as the venom coursed through her, Danji's neck immediately expelled a copious amount of foul blood. She half knelt on the ground, racked with agony. Baiwa had exerted all his strength in this strike. She was deeply poisoned, and despite expelling a large volume of toxic blood, the damage was done. Gritting her teeth, she raised her bone sword and unhesitatingly aimed it at her own neck. This was a gamble. She was at her wit's end, and Baiwa was on the verge of dissolution. If she could regenerate her body first, Baihua's all-out attack would be rendered ineffective, securing her victory. Conversely, if Baiwa could muster enough spiritual power for another strike before her regeneration, she would become an easy target. With a dull thud, Danji's head fell into the endless pool of blood below, creating ripples. In this critical moment, the domain of the blood sea became her final trump card. Flowers of the other shore blossomed beneath her severed head, as her body rapidly began to regenerate from top to bottom, her long, white neck and sculpted shoulders re-emerging. Yet just then, Baiwa charged forward, his hand shimmering with golden light. He still had some strength left, along with a single usable spirit token. As he conjured a dark mist, ready to touch Danji's head, a hand seized his wrist. Danji revealed a strange smile. "Got you." Baihua's heart raced with dread as he immediately summoned his spiritual power, attempting to transform into black vapor to escape. Yet Danji's hand radiated a pure, white light, causing Baiwa to cry out in despair. He did not transform into vapor, but collapsed to the ground, immobile. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Danji's arm was a semi-transparent spiritual entity. This was the soul-locking spirit. Impossible. You're a blood magic cultivator. How can you possess such pure soul magic energy? This is from the Huanhe Sect. As she spoke, Danji's body had already regained much of its form. She propped herself up with her arm, displaying a rare, bitter smile. You truly are formidable. You required me to expose a flaw to lure you in. Intricate runes surfaced on her semi-transparent arm, ultimately morphing into several chains that ensnared Baiwa's residual spirit tightly. Old ghost, I respect that you once were a figure of significance. I shall grant you a swift end. With that, the chains binding Baiwa ignited with pure white flames, the sacred fire contrasting starkly against the blood-red backdrop. Before Baiwa could utter a sound, he was reduced to ash along with the flames, disappearing without a trace. As the fire consumed him, Danji collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The flowers blooming beneath her began to wither, her spiritual power and vitality nearing exhaustion. After a considerable time, she finally restored her physical form. Although she had recovered, it was not entirely so. In an effort to conserve her vitality, her restored body was notably smaller than before. Previously towering at nearly 1.8 meters, she now stood at around 1.5 meters. She had lost her previous alluring figure, appearing slender and diminutive, her once flowing white hair now dragging almost to the ground. Who would have thought that merely a wisp of the heavenly wasteland's saintly spirit could reduce me to such a state? She finally rose, lamenting the circumstance. The bone sword once again submerged into the depths of the blood pool, and in her final moments, Danji gently caressed the exquisite head that bore a striking resemblance to her own. "Mother, I owe you my victory for the legacy you left me." That head, of course, could not respond, ultimately sinking into the depths, while the boundless sea of other shore flowers quickly withered, and the crimson hue of the heavens and earth faded. Returning to their original state, Danji landed steadily on the ground, her gaze sweeping over the desolation surrounding her. Chapter 45. The yellow sparrow. This young man must have seized the opportunity to slip away. There is no rush. I have completely obliterated the restrictions of this inheritance. I shall first claim the legacy of the illustrious Hundred Flowers evil saint and restore my strength to an adequate level before pursuing him. With this thought, Danji settled down to meditate and recuperate her spiritual energy. In this cave, all who possessed even a modicum of power have perished. Luo Hongyan was sent away by Chongqing using the Hundred Flowers order, leaving behind only a handful of ephemeral, insignificant little demons. Thus, even in her severely injured state. She need not seek a concealed place to recuperate. It was akin to a lion on the prairie, resting wherever it pleased, undisturbed by any predatory creatures. For Danji, it was no different. It would be no exaggeration to say that 1,000 of those fleeting beings would merely serve as nourishment for her. She mused to herself, I shall recover for a while, then seek out the 100 Flowers Order and conveniently devour the flesh and blood of these little demons. Although they may be unpalatable, they will at least provide some sustenance. No need to search. The 100 Flowers Order is already in my possession, came a voice from the darkness. Changqing approached Danji, holding the token aloft. His tattered, bloodied garments suggested he had endured a fierce battle, and in his hand he clutched a blood-stained white bone tablet, upon which the words 100 Flowers Order were inscribed. Danji was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled gently. My dear disciple, I thought you were about to flee. It appears you have not forsaken me to commit heinous acts. Changqing chuckled in response. Old woman, what are you saying? I am free now. Do you think I would hesitate to break this facade? Call me Master a few times, and you truly believe I would regard you as my obedient disciple? I have come to negotiate. His words struck Danji like a thunderclap, freezing her smile in place. After a long pause, she erupted into a furious laugh. Very well, very well. Repeating the phrase thrice, she seemed to witness the world's greatest fool, and after a moment's reflection, she felt no anger, merely amusement at Changqing's foolishness. Young man, do you assume that after my fierce battle, I am now at my weakest, and you can take advantage of me? Go ahead and try. Even the likes of Lu could only injure me through stealth. You, a mere second-tier ephemeral, are nothing to me. Changqing shook the token in his hand. Do not be hasty. I overheard your earlier conversation. You came here for the inheritance of the 100 Flowers Cave, did you not? I believe. I too may partake. Danji was suddenly amused by his audacity and burst into laughter. Ha ha! You are truly a born villain, but alas, your greed outstrips your intellect. Have you considered on what grounds you think you can negotiate with me? The token is in my possession, and without my permission, you shall never claim it. As he spoke, Changqing mimicked Lu from before, placing the token in his mouth and swallowing it before Danji's eyes. The token is now within me. If you wish to kill me for it, I will infuse it with spiritual energy and leave the 100 Flowers Cave with it. Without the token, you will remain trapped here. I demand you swear an oath with your blood to never harm me, plot against me, or act to my detriment, and in return, I will give you half of the inheritance. Otherwise, you may remain here for eternity. Danji rose to her feet. Though she had become diminutive in stature, her aura firmly suppressed Changqing. My dear disciple, allow me to impart a lesson to you, though you may find no use for it in this life. Heed it in your next. She smiled wickedly, for she had regained her freedom, and Changqing now held no value for her. Initially, she had intended to keep him close, to later refine him into high-quality blood material. However, his foolishness had entirely extinguished her interest, and she decided to refine him now. Remember, dear disciple, never presume too much. Do you truly believe you can take the 100 Flowers Order away? How naive! That token and this inheritance are one and the same. Upon your departure, it shall remain here, and how laughable it is that you think to use it to ensnare me. She extended her delicate hand toward Changqing's chest. Your cultivation is a gift from me. Now I wish to reclaim it. You have no objections, I trust? Before Changqing could react, Danji's hand swiftly slid downward, her pale arm piercing through his abdomen like a spear. Blood erupted from Changqing's mouth, his expression one of sheer disbelief. You, how could you? He stammered. Danji's face contorted with disdain. What? Because I taught you the techniques and granted you spiritual energy, you dare to continually overstep your bounds and covet my inheritance? Do you not comprehend the immense value of this legacy? It is not for the likes of you to touch. As she spoke, she disregarded the pain etched across Changqing's face, rummaging within his body, brutally parting his insides, until she forcefully extracted a blood-stained token. A piece of Changqing's intestine was still attached to it, the other end still connected to his body. Changqing knelt on the ground in agony, yet he stubbornly lifted his head, fixating on the token in Danji's hand, his eyes filled with defiance. Danji appeared to take pleasure in his pitiful state, not in a rush to sever the piece of intestine, instead pulling it as if leading a dog, one foot resting on Changqing's shoulder. Looking down upon him with a condescending gaze, she examined the token. Indeed, as Changqing had claimed, its surface was rough and entirely milky white, emanating a gentle glow. This 100 flowers order clearly belongs to the 8 lanes, yet it is inscribed with characters of the 8 desolates. Furrowing her brows, she attempted to channel her spiritual energy into it. Danji! Changqing suddenly roared from the ground. Startled, she turned to him, only to see the young man's face contorted in rage, his eyes burning with fury. The wails of the weak, the futile struggles. Danji shook her head, twisting her wrist to yank on his intestine, pulling him down into the dirt. With her foot pressing down on his head, she looked down imperiously. I had intended to spare you for a while longer, but your ignorance has sealed your fate. What a pity. Had I waited until you cultivated your entire being before killing you, the effect would have been far greater. However, now I must make do. With that, she applied more pressure with her foot, threatening to crush his skull. Changqing writhed in agony beneath her, emitting pitiful whimpers, which only served to heighten Danji's excitement as she twisted her toes and pressed down harder. Yet, contrary to her expectations, his head did not explode. Apart from the sound of his mournful cries transforming into cold laughter, nothing else transpired. A jolt of fear surged through Danji. How could it be that she could not even crush his head with her strength? Old woman, have you only just realized? Came a young man's voice from beneath her foot, dripping with scorn. Her eyes widened in shock as the boy beneath her transformed into an imposing figure, rising against her weight. He pushed against her foot with both hands, slowly lifting his head and straightening his back, causing Danji to stumble back slightly. I had guessed correctly. Ever since I began cultivating your techniques, my sense of pain has dulled considerably. At your level, you have likely lost your sense of pain altogether. Danji was momentarily stunned, then frantically glanced at her palm. The 100 flowers order was now bristling with sharp thorns, her hand punctured as if it were a cactus, yet she remained blissfully unaware. Only then did she notice the fine, blood-red threads wrapped around the piece of Changqing's intestine that was entwined with the token. Bone! Bone spur spirit? Blood thread spirit? How could this be? In a flurry, she opened her palm, attempting to discard the thorny card in her grasp. However, the young man stepped forward, his pale hand gripping hers with unyielding strength. His elongated fingers enveloped Danji's delicate hand, the joints turning white from the pressure, preventing her from escaping even an inch. Let go! Danji screamed, trying to use her other hand for assistance, only to have her wrist seized by the young man, rendering her immobile. She struggled with all her might, yet he relentlessly closed in, pinning her down to the ground with his weight. Master, did you ever imagine? I am indeed the Yellow Sparrow. His voice was laced with an icy chill, reminiscent of a reaper come to claim a life. For the first time, fear flickered in Danji's eyes. Chapter 46. Counterattack. Why? Why can you wield Lu's poison spirit? Danji's face was a mask of disbelief. She was acutely aware that she had been poisoned. Once again, it was that damned soul-departing enchantress, sealing all her acupoints. The youth, however, shook his head, choosing silence. How could the soul-departing enchantress, a dignified spirit, be under his command? It was merely the heart-purifying pill spat out by the rose. From a moment, Danji informed him that Lu had sealed her with a unique poison spirit. He had thought of the heart-purifying pill. In his previous life, he had witnessed Lu extracting venom from that purple spirit to concoct the heart-purifying pill, which, when administered to the several guardians, rendered them motionless as if sculpted from stone, unable to wield their spirits. This aligned perfectly with Danji and Appo's account of the peculiar spirit that sealed her acupoints. Thus, he devised a plan to obtain a heart-purifying pill. Nevertheless, employing such a poison spirit undoubtedly demanded significant resources from Lu. The quantity of heart-purifying pills was limited, with each guardian requiring one. Attempting to pilfer one amidst such circumstances was akin to scaling a mountain. Hence, in this lifetime, he had conspired with the rose in advance, feigning to consume the heart-purifying pill, only to regurgitate it later, securing the key to sealing Danji. All of this was merely a scheme from the outset. His aim was to seal Danji along with himself, to play the role of a cunning bird waiting for the mantis to capture the cicada. The moment he first described the 100-flower token to Danji, he had already concocted such a plan. At this moment, the so-called 100-flower token in Danji's hand was but a crude replica he had carved from his own bone. Attached to the bone was a thread of blood spirit, enabling the bone to channel spiritual energy, thus activating the bone spurs to inject the venom from the heart-purifying pill into Danji and Appo's body. This was why he had deliberately swallowed the token, provoking Danji to snatch it away. When swallowed, the token became entwined with his intestines, the intestines serving to conceal the blood spirit linked to the token. As the bone spurs were about to be activated, he shouted to momentarily divert Danji's attention. As he had surmised, Danji was nearly devoid of sensation. After the bone spurs pierced her hand for quite a while, fully injecting the venom, her focus remained on Chongqing. He had gambled correctly. Had Danji sensed anything or decisively severed her arm at the moment of activation, the outcome would have been entirely different. The youth rose, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, disregarding the gaping wound in his abdomen. He grasped one of Danji's feet and coldly declared, "No need to struggle. I shall return you to where you rightfully belong, confined in that blood pool for a few hundred or even 1,000 years. You needn't threaten me with what will happen when you escape. I am unencumbered and free. Welcome to come as you please." With that, he hoisted Danji and made his way toward Lulu's lair. Fury ignited within Danji. She had not faced such a dire predicament in many years, nor had she endured such humiliation. Her mind raced, contemplating her next move. What should she do? Should she sever her head to survive? No, her blood energy was depleted, and though she would not perish from such an act, recovery would be slow, granting Chongqing ample time to inject her with poison several times over. Unbeknownst to her, Chongqing possessed only one heart-purifying pill, which led her to abandon the idea of severing her head. Although her blood energy was exhausted, a trace of spiritual energy still lingered within her. The soul-departing enchantress could not seal her vital organs. The sea of humanity, the underground palace, and the heavenly abode still had 3 spirits at her disposal. The heavenly abode housed the spirit of the blood sea, her innate spirit, which possessed extraordinary powers, enabling the user's flesh and blood to regenerate infinitely, remaining unyielding even in the face of depleted energy, albeit with a slow recovery. It was her trump card for daring to sever her head previously, yet now it was of little use. The spirit of the sea of humanity was a blood-refining spirit, her most formidable attack, yet required considerable blood energy to activate, rendering it unusable. Only the underground palace contained a boiling blood spirit, which consumed blood energy, but significantly enhanced the user's strength in a short time. If activated amidst insufficient energy, the cost would be damage to her essence, another of her life-and-death trump cards. After Lulu's surprise attack, she had been ensnared in a grand formation designed to seal her, with countless steel wires piercing through her organs, preventing her from utilizing her spirits. Otherwise, she would not have been trapped for so long. The sea of humanity, the underground palace, and the heavenly abode were her vital organs, not acupoints. Specific acupoints could seal these organs, rendering her spirits unusable. The 100-flower remnant soul, a formidable being from 100,000 years ago, possessed such capabilities, and it was not surprising. Yet Chongqing did not know how to seal these organs, thus granting Danji an opportunity to counterattack. Though low on energy, she realized that this youth, merely at the second level of momentary transformation, could not match her if she activated the boiling blood spirit. While it would harm her essence and complicate her future cultivation, it was preferable to being sealed for decades. With this thought, Danji steadied her breath and concentrated, using the last vestige of her spiritual energy to activate the boiling blood spirit. She spat a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling further. Her already white hair took on an even more ghostly hue, and her crimson pupils darkened, a sign of backlash and damage to her essence. Clearly not her first time undertaking such an act, Chongqing felt a sudden heaviness, The once light and easily movable Dan Ji now felt as immovable as a mountain. Turning to look, he met a pair of blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. A surge of force gripped his wrist, twisting it painfully. Dan Ji and Appo's foot slipped from his grasp, faster than he could comprehend. A blur flashed before his eyes. Before he could react, Dan Ji had kicked him away. Coughing, he spat blood, struggling to rise. Dan Ji stood before him, her gaze icy, devoid of the earlier mockery, as if regarding a corpse. Ling Yu Chongqing, you are a worthy opponent, she remarked, twisting her wrist before seizing Chongqing's neck, lifting him effortlessly. Your victory was indeed splendid, your scheming remarkably clever. Having lived over 300 years, I have never encountered a junior with such talent. Were you not a natural spirit body, but rather a prime specimen for my cultivation? I might have considered taking you as my disciple. Alas, you have faltered at the final step. You only understood that the soul-departing enchantress could seal acupoints, forgetting that the 6 organs are beyond her reach. In this world, power reigns supreme, yet you foolishly aspire to devour an elephant as a mere snake, shaking a tree as an ant, inevitably leading to failure. However, to have compelled me to this extent with your momentary second-level cultivation, you have reason to be proud. She tightened her grip, poised to snap Chongqing's neck, yet hesitated. She was perplexed. Why was there no despair or helplessness on his face? Only a composed expression. Why was he so tranquil? Did he not fear death? Or did he possess a hidden card? No, that was implausible. He was merely a momentary second-level cultivator. What could he possibly have? Perhaps he was merely masking his true emotions or bluffing. As she spiraled in her thoughts, Chongqing slowly spoke. You must be at the end of your strength. The spirits within your acupoints are rendered unusable, yet you can still unleash such power. Let me guess. Is this your final trump card? You are indeed correct. In this world, strength reigns supreme. My experience has been limited, as I have only witnessed Lulu's prowess. However, judging by the force of your attack, it seems that you are currently inferior to her. He smiled serenely, as if everything were under his control, and remarked calmly, It appears that I have emerged victorious. Chapter 47. Intricate schemes. A sudden chill coursed through Danji's heart, a feeling she loathed, reminiscent of centuries past when she was a helpless wretch. In those days, she faced repeated setbacks among her fellow disciples and later, the relentless pursuit of the Yueying division after her descent into the dark path, engulfed in profound helplessness and dread. At this moment, she found herself recalling those feelings in the presence of a mere boy, aged 16 or 17. She erupted in fury, exerting all her strength to snap Chongqing's neck. With a resounding thud, his lifeless body was hurled to the ground like a tattered puppet. You wretch, how dare you attempt to intimidate me? Such delusions. She descended into madness, straddling Chongqing and Appo's corpse, relentlessly pummeling his head until it was reduced to a grotesque mush, leaving a deep crater in the earth. Only when drenched in sweat and nearly exhausted did she cease her assault. Gasping for breath, she gazed at the headless body beneath her and was suddenly overcome with a sense of futility. Why am I stooping to the level of a blustering clown? A mere joke? With that thought, she rose, intent on seeking the true Baiwa Ling and departing with the inheritance. Yet, in an instant, her pupils constricted. From the deep pit where Chongqing and Appo's severed head had been, a slender, crimson tentacle emerged. Gradually, his headless corpse began to rise. Danji stood frozen, struck by a despairing realization. Countless crimson tentacles erupted from Chongqing's neck, intertwining and coalescing into a semblance of his head. Before she could ponder further, instinct took over, and she leaped back as a scarlet shadow flashed past her, leaving a deep gash where she had just stood. Chongqing surveyed the gouge in the ground, and then the massive war hammer formed from the crimson tentacles entwined around his arms, nodding in satisfaction. The blood demon spirit is truly a remarkable entity. It not only heals wounds and enhances vitality, but also allows one to manipulate one and amp Appo's blood energy at will, yielding wondrous transformations. This is impossible, Danji exclaimed in disbelief. Even if you possess a congenital spirit body, allowing you to utilize the blood demon spirit without refinement. Your fleeting blood energy is insufficient to catalyze it. How have you achieved this? It turns out this ability is called a congenital spirit body, Changqing responded. But he did not rush to explain further. Instead, he transformed the flesh of his hands into two menacing wolf-tooth war hammers and charged at Danji. Previously, such an assault would have been laughable to Danji, akin to a child's play. Yet now, she was depleted and afflicted by a peculiar poison, forced to fend off his attacks with great difficulty. Though Changqing and Appo's expression remained impassive, his regenerated head, born from the blood demon spirit, initially exhibited a slight dullness. He fought Danji almost instinctively, murmuring to himself, "Master, you bestowed upon me that mid-grade Xianling, the blood storage spirit." Danji was still enveloped in confusion. Indeed, the blood storage spirit she had given Changqing was merely a mid-grade Xianling, capable of storing a vast amount of blood energy. However, before bestowing it upon him, it had been filled with her own vital essence, rendering it exceptionally potent for activating the blood demon spirit for a considerable duration. Yet, the issue remained. Changqing had only attained the fleeting second transformation, with merely 20 acupoints, insufficient to contain the blood storage spirit. Even if he had cultivated the subterranean organ, it was already assigned to house the blood demon spirit. How was he utilizing the blood storage spirit? Let us rewind time to the moment Changqing had just cultivated the subterranean organ and returned from the cave where Danji was sealed, meeting Luo Hongyan. Observing the flickering flame spirit perched on Changqing and Appo's fingertip, Luo Hongyan gasped in astonishment. While this flame spirit was merely a low-grade yellow spirit, inconsequential in value, the striking aspect was that Changqing had not refined it at all. He simply held it in his hand and casually placed it within an acupoint. It was as effortless as drinking water. Luo Hongyan mused that if she were to capture a rogue flame spirit, it would take her at least half an hour. "Are you a monster? How is this possible?" Changqing nodded thoughtfully, as if he had anticipated this outcome. "Indeed, Danji deceived me. My ability to directly use the spirit she gave me is not due to any shared bloodline, but stems from my own capability. Changqing, this ability of yours is extraordinary." Luo Hongyan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "I initially thought your talent was mediocre, but now you appear to be a genius." Changqing, however, seemed unimpressed. "This ability merely saves the tedious process of refinement, allowing me to conserve time and effort, but it doesn't seem particularly remarkable." Yet, after a moment of contemplation, a spark ignited in his mind. "Do you think I could seize the spirits from others directly?" Luo Hongyan shot him a disapproving glance. "You possess such formidable power, and yet you remain unsatisfied? You wish to pilfer the spirits from others? These spirits reside within a cultivator's acupoints, which are located within their minds. How would you even attempt to steal them? By reaching inside? Well, when you put it that way, it does seem quite challenging. Unless the spirit I wish to seize is tangible and visible, an entity I can consume along with the cultivator," Changqing murmured, eyeing the row of headless female demons and the grotesque corpse of Lulu. This was all part of his grand design. Having confirmed his ability to utilize spirits without the need for refinement, he had meticulously crafted a plan. Injecting Danji with poison was merely the initial step. He had surmised that as a formidable evil sovereign of the Millennium Realm, she would undoubtedly possess means of retaliation. Thus, his second step was to acquire sufficient power to confront her. He did not require overwhelming strength. He merely needed to replicate the restraint he had exerted over Lulu after Danji had been poisoned. His first thought was the blood demon spirit. Danji had mentioned that the subterranean organ he cultivated could bypass the limitations of acupoint numbers, allowing him to contain a blood spirit of any grade. Therefore, utilizing the blood demon spirit should be a trivial matter. However, activating the blood demon spirit demanded a substantial expenditure of blood energy. Otherwise, he would end up like Lulu, completely dominated by the blood demon spirit and rendered a mere puppet. How would he activate it? Changqing then remembered the blood storage spirit left to him by Danji. Yet, the blood storage spirit was a mid-grade yellow spirit, requiring 50 acupoints for containment, and was currently within his subterranean organ. If he allocated the subterranean organ to house the blood demon spirit, he would be unable to utilize the blood storage spirit. Yet, Changqing found a perfect solution to this dilemma. As he pondered, he knelt on the ground and began to consume Lulu. His tattered, blood-soaked garments and his pale, gaunt visage bore witness to the inhumane torment he had endured. Indeed, just moments ago, while Danji was engaged in a fierce battle with the remnants of Baiwa within her domain, Changqing, alone in Danji's blood pool, had cultivated another organ within his 6 organs and 8 viscera, the Sea of Humanity organ. Chapter 48. Regardless of despicability, this is precisely why. When severing Danji's head to break the seal, Changqing intentionally cleaved off half of her body. Danji had previously stated that to cultivate the 6 organs and 8 viscera, one must continuously absorb celestial flesh to replenish one's blood and vitality, stimulating blood regeneration and allowing the internal organs to be reborn. Despite lacking extensive cultivation experience, Changqing was acutely aware that his actions were fraught with peril. He could perish on his quest for enlightenment, or worse, succumb to the torment akin to Prometheus, enduring the excruciating cycle of his organs shattering and regenerating. Yet he was undeterred. Having faced numerous life-threatening situations during his rebirths, he found himself in dire straits now, but with a glimmer of hope. Compared to the helpless despair of his previous lives, this flicker of possibility was something he would pursue without hesitation. His nature dictated that before reaching the brink of despair, he would meticulously strategize to seize control of the situation, and when cornered, he would dare to gamble his life. He was the most astute schemer and the most audacious risk-taker. Ultimately, he emerged unscathed, utilizing the residual blood in the blood pool and the severed portion of Danji's body to forge the Sea of Humanity's viscera. With both the underground palace and the Sea of Humanity at his disposal, he could employ the blood demon spirit and the blood storage spirit simultaneously, gaining the power to subdue Danji. With unreserved vigor, he unleashed the vitality stored within the blood storage spirit, activating the blood demon spirit, causing his entire form to swell. His hands transformed into blunt wolf-tooth hammers, striking indiscriminately as he relied solely on speed and strength to firmly suppress Danji. He cunningly converted his hands into blunt instruments rather than sharp ones, making it easier to injure Danji and restrain her. Aware that Danji could not be killed, his primary objective was to incapacitate her. Danji, evading his assaults, quickly discerned Changqing's intent, her 3 centuries of combat experience allowing her to see through his strategy. Bolstered by the blood demon spirit, Changqing grew bolder with each encounter, while Danji, nearing her limits, could only continue to evade. Yet she had not fully surrendered. Both understood that this was a war of attrition. Although Changqing possessed the vitality stored in the blood storage spirit to fuel the blood demon spirit, the vitality was ultimately finite, destined to deplete. Conversely, Danji's use of the crimson blood boiling spirit, though taxing on her essence, would enable her to endure longer due to her extensive experience as the master of these blood techniques. Once the vitality in the blood storage spirit was exhausted, Changqing's dwindling vitality would inevitably lead to his being consumed by the blood demon spirit, just as Lulu had been. On the other hand, Changqing's consciousness gradually returned throughout the battle. It was the first time he felt as if his body did not belong to him, struggling to control it as if restraining a raging stallion. By the time he comprehended his situation, over half of the vitality in the blood storage spirit had been consumed. Realizing this, he paused, standing still, refraining from further action. Upon witnessing this, Danji inwardly cursed his treachery. Her crimson blood-boiling spirit was a sustained enhancement of her own abilities, consuming energy and essence regardless of the intensity of the battle. In contrast, the blood demon spirit was parasitic, akin to an extension of the user's body. Without use, there was no consumption. In other words, once Changqing rested, their rates of depletion would reverse dramatically. However, under the enhancement of the blood demon spirit, Changqing's imposing stature and overwhelming strength far surpassed Danji's, who relied solely on centuries of combat experience to endure his onslaught. Yet, if she were to initiate an attack, the risks of being subdued would escalate significantly. Where has your earlier momentum gone, boy? Come on, kill me. You will have no further worries, and the 100 Flowers legacy will all be yours. Though urgency gripped her, she maintained a facade of disdain, attempting to provoke Chongqing into action. Yet, his expression remained unchanged, even as his body swelled grotesquely. Tendrils of crimson occasionally writhing from his features, he remained serene. "What's the matter? Are you frightened? You've pushed me to this extent, yet you hesitate to strike?" Danji's tone grew increasingly frantic, transitioning from provocation to scorn and invective. The dark arts never shied away from employing such base tactics, for they often proved effective against certain individuals. However, her words fell upon Chongqing like ephemeral bubbles, leaving no trace. He stood resolutely, embodying a monstrous form, unmoved by her taunts, his gaze as deep and tranquil as a still pond, indifferent to her scornful descriptions of tormenting him and Luo Hongyan. Danji's hatred for his expressionless face intensified. Even affixed to the frame of a raging beast, it retained the pallor of a delicate porcelain mask, betraying no emotional turbulence. Panic began to envelop her, as rage and profound helplessness drove her to a frenzied scream as she lunged at him. Her blows, laden with the reckless abandon of inflicting mutual harm, left deep wounds upon Chongqing's fearsome body. Suddenly, Chongqing's arms spread wide, each transformed into countless slender crimson tendrils, intertwining to form a formidable shield that absorbed her assaults. "If I can minimize my losses, victory shall be mine." He was in no rush to finish the battle, nor did he seek any openings in Danji's offense. His focus lay solely on defense, ensuring his invulnerability. This approach, while despicable, proved remarkably effective. There are no grand climaxes. Only when Danji's strength waned to the point of leaving no trace upon Chongqing's body did he finally lower his defenses, observing her collapse to the ground. Gasping for breath, "Master, you have lost." Subduing the blood demon spirit within, he reverted to his original, lean form, with at least 20% of his vitality still intact. He remained unfazed by any potential surprise attacks from Danji. He could once again summon the blood demon spirit to restore himself, thus emboldened. Now, everything lay within his grasp. He had fulfilled his promise to himself by dismantling the depraved lair known as the Huanhe Sect. Of the 4 guardians, 3 had been transformed into grotesque puppets, while 1 had been torn apart by Lu Lu's own hand, and the sect leader, Lu Lu, now resided within him. As for the lesser minions, he had eradicated them entirely. Indeed, long before Danji had engaged in battle with the remnants of the 100 Flowers, he had employed the blood demon spirit to annihilate the Huanhe Sect, leaving no living being behind. Whether it was the thousands of succubi in the cave or the captive beings, not a single one had escaped. He had left no survivors. These were his trump cards, each body pile behind him in Lu Lu's cavern, ready to be consumed should the vitality in the blood storage spirit run dry. He would emulate Lu Lu's previous actions, turning to devour these corpses to nourish the blood demon spirit and continue the fight. However, it seemed this card would not need to be played. Chapter 49. A desperate struggle with these thoughts in mind, Chongqing dragged his weary body toward the fallen Danji, seizing her feet and slowly pulling her into the cave. Time was of the essence, for the duration of the poison in the Qingxin pill was uncertain. He needed to act swiftly to reseal Danji within the blood pool. He must obtain the Baohua inheritance and inherit the spirit control that Lu Lu had once employed on Danji. Unlike Lu Lu, he could not repeatedly infuse Danji with poison to enhance her seal. Thus, Danji remained a lingering threat. The effects of the Qingxin pill would not last indefinitely. He had to concoct the venom of the soul-severing beauty before the Qingxin pill completely lost its efficacy to reinforce the seal. Otherwise, he would face a slow demise and the wrath of the Venerable One, a burden he could scarcely bear. Danji offered no resistance as he dragged her. She had completely exhausted her strength, the red blood boiling spirit long since ineffective, and her final gambit had failed. Beholding the heaps of corpses within the cave, she quickly comprehended Chongqing and Appo's intentions and let out a deep sigh. Even after engaging in a fierce battle with me, you could still utilize these corpses to continuously supply the blood demon spirit. It seems I have lost so utterly. Chongqing cast a glance at her, bemused by her composure. On the brink of being sealed once more, perhaps for decades, or even centuries, how could you remain so unperturbed? Have you resigned yourself to fate? Dragged along the ground by him, Danji gazed vacantly at the dark ceiling of the cave, replying nonchalantly, I have lived for over 300 years. The lifespan of a venerable one far exceeds your imagination. Being sealed for a few decades is not as terrifying as you think. She smiled, a serene expression gracing her features. My earlier provocations and insults were merely strategies, a moment of loss of composure. You need not take them to heart. Chongqing was taken aback by her words, surprised. You do not hate me? Danji shook her head, yet her youthful visage bore an indescribable weariness. Young man, you do not understand. This world is one of survival of the fittest, merciless and cruel. There are no eternal friends, nor eternal enemies, only eternal interests. As long as I have not reached a dead end, I will still consider how to maximize my own benefits. Though adversaries, Chongqing pondered her words with great care. You speak quite wisely. I never anticipated you could remain so composed. Truly, you are deserving of admiration, having over 3 centuries of experience as a wicked sovereign. Danji smiled faintly, acknowledging his remark. She was indeed calm and was currently contemplating how to maximize her interests. Should I resort to that? Yet I feel so reluctant. She weighed the pros and cons in her heart. She looked at Chongqing, only able to see his somewhat frail silhouette, straining to drag her deeper into the cave. In truth, she had lied. Her heart had experienced a distinct tremor. During their recent confrontation, she had sensed an emotion long absent, fear, emanating from the very youth before her. We be on guard? Could he have foreseen this? Was he merely testing me? She shook her head internally, dispelling such absurd and laughable doubts. Regardless of his brilliance, he was merely a young boy, having lived but a little over a decade. What was I truly worried about? Chongqing's calmness and decisiveness had instilled a profound psychological shadow in her, even after centuries of existence. Just then he spoke up. However, master, do not think to delay. If you wish to negotiate terms with me, we shall discuss them once I have securely resealed you in the blood pool. Are you not curious about the nature of your innate spiritual body? He inquired. Not curious. As he positioned Danji in the center of the blood pool, he retrieved over a dozen long nails from the cave and began to drive them into her wrists. The innate spiritual body has a significant flaw. If you remain unaware, you will suffer greatly in the future. Not interested, he picked up a piece of rubble and expressionlessly began to hammer down on the nails embedded in Danji's wrist. Danji sighed and murmured, the innate spiritual body. Such a convenient ability. Were I to possess such power, I would not need to harbor so many reservations. It seems I must resort to that tactic. Suddenly, Chongqing felt an overwhelming chill, instinctively retreating a few steps, creating distance between himself and the prone Danji. His gaze wary. The blood method of the other shore. All blood returns to source. A wave of sound erupted from Danji and Appo's lips. A complex and bizarre sequence of symbols surged into Chongqing and Appo's mind, leaving him disoriented, as if the world had spun into darkness, his head throbbing painfully. What have you done? The excruciating agony forced him to kneel, gasping for breath. You are truly remarkable. You have even compelled me to use this technique. Danji sat up, expressionless, pulling the nails from her arms with an unexpected strength, entirely at odds with her earlier exhaustion. Chongqing sensed danger, realizing she still possessed strength. He quickly stifled his pain, summoning the blood demon spirit, but it responded not. Instead, the world spun more violently, his headache intensifying. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Several luminous orbs emerged from his body, the spirits within him uncontrollably escaping. Upon closer inspection, it was not just the bone spike spirit, blood healing spirit, and blood thread spirit. Even the blood demon spirit and blood reservoir spirit from the underground palace had flown out, rapidly heading toward Danji, entering her body. In an instant, all of Chongqing and Appo's blood spirits were siphoned away by Danji, save for the solitary Fa spirit. He felt as if he were a fish out of water, powerless to wield the strength he had just possessed, collapsing in agony. Yet his voice remained calm, trembling slightly beneath the weight of his suffering. If such a method exists, you would not have waited until now to employ it. The cost must be considerable. Danji rose, a gaping wound remaining on her wrist, blood trickling down. Her self-healing abilities evidently at their limit. The innate spiritual body is inherently attuned to various spirits, requiring no refinement for direct use. However, the drawback lies in the fact that the spirits retain their original master's will and power, capable of being reclaimed at any moment. I had not intended to use this method. Your blood reservoir spirit and blood healing spirit belong to me. Once reclaimed, I could use them directly. However, the blood demon spirit carries Lulu and Appo's will and power. Even I must refine it anew. As she spoke, a thin crimson tendril began to emerge from her eye socket. Her voice growing hoarse, a sign of impending distortion from the blood demon spirit's parasitism. This technique, all blood returns to source, is a capability of my innate spirit. Blood sees other shore spirit. It forcibly absorbs all blood spirits within range into my body, consuming blood energy, swiftly subjugating and refining them, akin to your innate spiritual body. She cast a glance at the wound on her wrist, now being filled with the blood demon spirit's delicate crimson tendrils, slowly regenerating, resembling a red sweater being stitched back together. However, I am nearly out of blood energy, only able to draw them in without refining. The blood demon spirit has a parasitic nature. Even I, forcibly absorbing it without surplus blood energy, would ultimately become an empty shell. Alas! You seized the opportunity to deplete the blood energy within the blood reservoir spirit before I could activate all blood returns to source. Had I done so earlier, the blood energy from the blood reservoir spirit would have sufficed to refine the blood demon spirit. She pointed at the piles of corpses within the cave, smiling. Chanqing, your intelligence has become your own downfall. The moment I laid eyes upon the corpses you prepared, I realized that victory was already mine. Chapter 50. The Return of the Beauty in an Instant. Chanqing comprehended her intentions and recognized the flaws of his so-called innate spiritual body. Although he could wield the spirits of others without refining them, it was merely a temporary borrowing. Once the spirits returned to their original owners, those owners could utilize them without the need for further refinement. He felt fortunate that he had exhausted the blood essence of the blood spirit, or he would have lost long ago. Damn it. I meticulously calculated every move, yet I never anticipated she possessed such means. This power, which transcends my understanding, is utterly against the rules. A bitter smile tugged at Chanqing and Appo's lips. A desperate situation, yet again. How many times have I faced such dire straits in my existence? His heart remained largely unperturbed as he contemplated his next course of action. According to Danji, she could utilize these corpses to refine the blood demon spirit. She, too, possessed internal organs, which meant that after refining the blood demon spirit, she could use it normally. Even if her blood essence was insufficient, it would still be more than enough to slaughter Chanqing, who had no means of resistance. To take a step further, even without these corpses, Danji's actions could still lead to mutual destruction. If Danji were to be consumed by the blood demon spirit, she would be left as an empty shell, while Chanqing would be killed by the soulless Danji. Mutual destruction. Chanqing scoffed. Very well, let it come to that. He retrieved a fire stick from his bosom, ignited it, and hurled it towards the corpses in the cave. With a whoosh, flames erupted, engulfing the cavern in an inferno, transforming it into a hell of fire in the blink of an eye. Just as Danji prepared to seize a corpse to consume, a blazing fire ignited before her, causing her to drop the burning body in disbelief. Although I didn't expect you to have such a backup plan, I anticipated the possibility of you devouring those blood offerings I intended to keep for myself. How could I be foolish enough to provide you with resources? Thus, I had preemptively obtained oil from Luo Hongyan and doused the corpses with it, just in case. Chanqing lay in the heart of the flames, laughing uproariously. You have lost, Master. Without these blood offerings, your forceful use of the blood demon spirit will consume you entirely. If you expel the blood demon spirit, you shall perish alongside me in this raging inferno, allowing your disciple to offer you a grand feast of roasted meat. Ha 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 ha. Danji, unwilling to accept defeat, howled defiantly and charged at him. Changqing, however, remained calm, neither evading nor struggling. Danji could very well kill him and then expel the blood demon spirit, but he wondered whether her self-healing abilities could withstand the raging fire in such a state of blood essence depletion. Yet, none of this mattered to Changqing anymore. He was aware that this lifetime had reached its conclusion, with no hope for a turnaround. His thoughts had already begun to contemplate how he would triumph over Danji in his next life. Just as Danji's hand was about to touch Changqing's body, a wave of fire surged forth, striking her and sending her flying. The flames had already constructed a towering wall around the cave, but now a path was carved from the center, revealing a familiar figure stepping through the fiery barrier. Demon, I do not care if you slay every female demon in this cave, but if you dare to harm him, I will fight you to the end. A resolute voice echoed, and Changqing turned to see Luo Hongyan. Her attire was somewhat disheveled, several strands of hair plastered against her cheeks due to sweat, clearly indicating her hurried arrival. Perfect timing. Luo Hongyan, she is at her wit's end, about to be consumed by the blood demon spirit. You must be cautious. Victory is within our grasp. Witnessing this turn of events, hope reignited within Changqing. He was not a relic of male chauvinism or individual heroism. At this moment, Luo Hongyan's timely intervention was akin to a timely blessing. If Danji did not receive a supply of blood offerings soon, she would soon be entirely consumed by the blood demon spirit. Although Luo Hongyan had only recently attained her fourth transformation and was not skilled in combat, her strength could firmly suppress Danji in her current state. He simply hadn't anticipated that Luo Hongyan would truly return. Stop with the nonsense. Once we deal with her, I will deal with you. Luo Hongyan turned back, glaring at Changqing in irritation. Do you have any idea how long I searched for the entrance to this wretched cave after scaling an entire mountain? You'll pay for this, Changqing. I'm doing this to protect you. Watch out. Luo Hongyan lightly tapped her toes, summoning two flames beneath her feet, enhancing her speed as she evaded Danji's onslaught. Tanyu fire. She conjured azure flames with her fingers, emanating several faint blue glows, gathering different fire spirits together to form a gigantic fireball at her fingertips. Divine Heart Flamebird. The fireball coalesced into an oval-shaped giant egg, from which a mysterious bird wreathed in azure flames emerged, circling around her. Danji was now teetering on the brink of madness, her entire being thrumming with the scarlet tendrils of the blood demon spirit. Her body had already been largely eroded by the spirit, and her only escape lay in defeating Luo Hongyan, thereby transforming both her and Changqing into sustenance for the blood demon spirit, refining it further. She dared not release the blood demon spirit. To do so would render her a lamb awaiting slaughter. However, if she allowed this to drag on, she would also be consumed entirely by the spirit, necessitating a swift resolution. Countless crimson tendrils morphed into colossal claws, lunging toward Luo Hongyan. With a thought, Luo Hongyan formed seals with her fingers, guiding the azure flame bird to engage Danji in battle. Danji was now a cornered beast, fighting without strategy. And every time her claws met the bird, they would be seared by its fiery wings, causing chunks of flesh to burn away and numerous charred tendrils to fall off. Her vitality was waning. Each attack accelerated the blood demon spirit's consumption of her, while the flame bird, bolstered by Luo Hongyan's support, grew increasingly formidable. Years of combat experience made Danji acutely aware that the flame bird was not a spirit beast, but rather a manifestation created by Luo Hongyan using various flames. In her current state, she was like water without a source, and if she continued this way, she would surely be the first to fall. Yet, every time she attempted to bypass the flame bird to reach Luo Hongyan, the bird, under her control, acted as a guardian, thwarting her every effort. Initially, she had regarded these two young souls as mere trifles, but she had suffered significant setbacks time and again, especially at the hands of Changqing, through ruthless determination and cunning schemes, had repeatedly brought her down from her pedestal, nearly leading to her demise. She could not afford to prolong this battle. She needed to eliminate this girl with a single strike, even if it meant sacrificing the most precious of blood materials. She moved with incredible speed, her attack draining the last remnants of vitality and spiritual power from her body, almost reducing her to an empty shell, leaving only her consciousness intact. The azure flame bird left a deep gash upon her, tearing apart one of her colossal claws, incinerating half of her body into charred remains. Yet she roared, channeling all her fury into this one attack, completely disregarding the injuries inflicted by the azure flame bird, her massive claw reaching hungrily for Luo Hongyan. With a soft thud, Danji and Appo's body came to a halt. Drawing upon a century of experience and her mastery of blood magic, she managed to preserve the last vestiges of her corporeal form. While her entire body was consumed by the blood demon spirit, her mind remained lucid. This was her limit. Should she suffer even the slightest injury or expend the tiniest bit of power, she would be utterly consumed, facing true death. She resembled a machine that had burned through its last drop of fuel, unable to advance even a fraction further. Before her, a trickle of blood fell from Luo Hongyan's flat abdomen, staining her white dress crimson. Chapter 51. A soul for a soul. Luo Hongyan staggered back a few steps, collapsing onto the ground. Meanwhile, Changqing lay in her embrace, a torrent of blood pouring from his mouth. Changqing, are you all right? Please Don and Appo's. He frightened me. Luo Hongyan supported his shoulders, laying him flat across her lap, shaking his head repeatedly. Hiss! She lifted her clothes and looked down, only to discover a shallow wound on her waist, blood trickling from it in small rivulets with every movement. But she could not afford to dwell on her own injury. For Changqing's body bore a grievous sight, a massive, gaping wound that pierced through his abdomen. As a practitioner of spellcraft, Luo Hongyan was inherently unskilled in combat and had little experience in fighting others. She had been wholly focused on controlling the azure flame phoenix when Danji had suddenly attacked at blinding speed, leaving her no time to evade. In a critical moment, Changqing had rushed forward, only to have Danji and Appo's enormous claws impale his body, the sharp tips piercing Luo Hongyan and Appo's waist. Under normal circumstances, such an injury would pose no significant threat to him. His vitality was still robust, and both blood recovery spirit and blood demon spirit could facilitate a swift recovery. However, at this moment, he was devoid of spiritual control, and such a wound became fatal. Changqing felt his vision beginning to blur, an icy chill engulfing him, a suspected symptom of excessive blood loss. Do you see? Is there still hope for me? He did not panic. Instead, he calmly inquired. Danji had lost her ability to resist, and the raging flames could not hinder Luo Hongyan, who wielded fire herself. He was aware of her medical knowledge. Perhaps she could still save him. Victory was within reach. With tear-filled eyes, Luo Hongyan instinctively shook her head, then hurriedly nodded, wiping away her tears as she spoke urgently. There is hope. Please, I will save you. Yet, all these emotions were not lost on Changqing, who sighed. Then do not trouble yourself. The 100-flower order is buried over there. Once you confirm Danji is dead, take the order and leave swiftly. He raised his hand, pointing to the spot not far away where the order lay buried, then seemed to recall something and asked, By the way, you are not injured, are you? Luo Hongyan touched her wound, being astute and rational, yet her mind was shrouded in chaos. She knew the youth before her was on the brink of death. She didn't know what to say, merely shaking her head repeatedly, as if pleading with Changqing not to die, or perhaps beseeching the heavens for a miracle. That's good. Changqing managed a faint smile, laboriously raising his hand to place it on Luo Hongyan's face. Seeing this, she grasped his hand and placed it against her chest, as if her warmth could revive his cold touch. I am so very tired. I wish to sleep for a while. Yet his hand could not feel the warmth of her chest, and the world swiftly descended into a cold darkness. No, please don't. Luo Hongyan shook his shoulders desperately, her voice transforming from a whimper into a cry. Stop shaking him. The only one who can save him now is me. Instead of mourning, let's make a trade. Danji and Appo's voice came from behind, turning toward the source of the voice. Luo Hongyan saw Danji frozen in the pose of her final strike, resembling an immovable statue. Wiping her tears, she stood and demanded, How will you save him? In Namp, Oppos, that's quite simple. This boy is a blood practitioner and possesses an innate spiritual body. His wounds cannot heal simply because I have taken away all his spiritual control. As long as I return it to him, those wounds will heal in the blink of an eye. Luo Hongyan and Amp, Oppos. S eyes lit up with hope, barely concealing her excitement. What are your conditions? Speak freely. The conditions are simple, Danji replied with a sly smile. We will exchange souls. Neither of us will suffer loss. If you destroy all your spiritual control, I will return this boy to him. Luo Hongyan nodded without hesitation. All right. With that, she raised her hand. A brilliant light, flashing as more than 10 azure glowing spirits and over 100 milky white spirits materialized before her. She fixed her gaze on Danji and Oppos' eyes, enunciating each word. After I destroy my spiritual control, you must immediately return Chongqing and Amp, Oppos' to him. Danji, however, appeared unconcerned. Whether you believe me or not, it matters not. This boy is dying, and I am not in a hurry. Indeed, there was no time for Luo Hongyan to ponder. Regardless of whether Danji was deceiving her, she had to trust her. For Chongqing's life ebbed away with each passing moment. Had Chongqing been conscious, he would have deliberated intently. Why was Danji doing this? What was her purpose in saving him? What could she possibly gain by compelling Luo Hongyan to destroy her own spiritual control, an act that seemingly held no benefit for her? Yet Luo Hongyan had no time for further contemplation. Clenching her teeth, she closed her eyes, allowing all her spiritual control to shatter into myriad specks of light. Dissipating into the air, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, for the backlash from losing all her spiritual control inflicted considerable harm upon her. Nonetheless, she stubbornly extended her hand. I've done it. Now you must fulfill your promise. Danji did not hesitate, nodding in satisfaction as her body below the neck began to wither and decay rapidly, ultimately transforming into a desiccated ash-gray form, overtaken by countless crimson tendrils of the blood demon spirit. With a crack, her body shattered completely, her head falling to the ground. Among the ashes lay a blood spirit resembling a worm and another resembling a tumor, each radiating deep purple and pale blue light. These are the blood recovery spirit and the blood demon spirit, sufficient to revive him, Danji's severed head proclaimed. As the blood demon spirit was expelled from her body, the parts of her being that had been parasitized began to vanish, leaving only her head. Yet, thanks to the formidable life force of her innate spiritual control, the blood sea beyond, she did not perish. She merely found herself reduced to a head, incapable of regenerating her body in her state of blood exhaustion. Luo Hongyan quickly picked up the two spirits, enduring her injuries as she stumbled to her knees beside Chongqing. The blood spirit only needs to be consumed by him. He will naturally utilize it to recover, Danji reminded her. Hastily, Luo Hongyan placed the two spirits into Chongqing and Amp, Oppos' mouth. Indeed, the massive wound on his body began to visibly mend, and before long, he opened his eyes. In a daze, Chongqing found himself back in reality. Gazing at Luo Hongyan's concerned expression and instinctively calling out, Qinghe, Luo Hongyan's face immediately darkened. Realizing something was amiss, Chongqing hurriedly scanned his surroundings and touched his wounds. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and hesitation as he stammered, Ahem, I and Oppos. Not dead? Luo Hongyan huffed, replying curtly, Had I known you wished for death so much, I would not have saved you. Chongqing, feeling sheepish, scratched his head as he sensed the blood demon spirit and blood recovery spirit within him, perplexed. What happened? How did my spiritual control return? Luo Hongyan pointed to Danji's head lying on the ground. I made a deal with her to return your spiritual control. Deal. Chongqing's demeanor shifted to one of alarm as he questioned urgently, What did you trade with her? As he spoke, he scrutinized her, as if fearful she had suffered some grievous loss. Luo Hongyan felt somewhat embarrassed under his gaze, yet she did not withdraw her hand from Chongqing's grasp. Instead, her eyes flickered with a hint of evasion. It's nothing. Let us swiftly deal with this fellow and take our leave, she suggested. Chongqing sensed an indescribable peculiarity in the air, but upon observing the surrounding flames still raging, he nodded in agreement. Very well, let us first depart and discuss matters later. However, Danji will not perish so easily. We must retrieve her head and deliberate on how to seal her away or eliminate her entirely. Chapter 52. Conspiracy? There and Oppos. There's no need for your concern. I'm nearing my end. Before Changqing could reach her head, Danji spoke. However, Changqing showed no hesitation as he gently cradled her head, turning it to examine the wound on her neck. There was no sign of healing, just a faint wispy smoke rising. Danji sighed. Consider yourself fortunate, young man. I had intended for us to perish together, but this little girl has moved me, and I have chosen to spare you. With that, she smiled, her exquisite visage tinged with a hint of sorrow and relief. I know I have no chance left. Having exhausted so much of my vitality without external aid, recovery is nearly impossible. Of course, you Wooden and Oppos, to show mercy and assist me in regaining my strength, would you? As long as I can take my last breath and speak my piece, I shall be content. Danji regarded Changqing with sincerity. You must have cultivated the human sea organ by now. With the Earth Palace and human sea, you can disregard the limitations of the acupoints and store 2 spirit tokens. I hope you will inherit my life spirit, the blood sea beyond. Luo Hongyan interrupted. When we return to the family, I will seek a soul-cleansing spirit for him. He will no longer stray onto the path of evil. Danji shook her head. You do not understand, little girl. This lad is a rare genius, destined to walk the path of darkness. He is cold-hearted, cunning, with an indomitable will unafraid of the brutal blood techniques. His innate spirit body is better suited for killing and seizing spirits. He is fated to tread the sinister path, and you cannot stop him. I won't be mistaken. Changqing scrutinized her expression, but discerned no discernible clues. I cannot believe you have suddenly developed a conscience. If you intend to exchange your life spirit for my mercy, then it and Oppos, it's best to abandon that thought. That is not my intention. With that, a pale blue spirit token flew forth from her forehead. This transmission spirit contains the blood sea beyond technique and the insights from my hundreds of years of cultivation. Due to the extensive content, it employs a higher grade, mid-tier spirit. You're not yet capable of using it, but you may entrust it to your little girl for safekeeping. Luo Hongyan accepted the transmission spirit, inspected it closely, and nodded to Changqing. It is indeed a transmission spirit, yet it has a restriction placed upon it. Only a specific person can unlock it, likely tailored for you. Danji spoke with an indifferent tone. Once I have conveyed my instructions, I shall bestow my life spirit upon you. Without it, I shall perish immediately. After you accept it, whether you choose the path of darkness or righteousness is your own affair. The fate of this spirit, whether you destroy it or keep it, is also your choice. However, should you ever tread the path of evil, I hope you will carry on my legacy. Luo Hongyan hesitated for a moment. A cultivator can destroy their own spirit with merely a thought. No matter how formidable the spirit, if she wishes, you would find nothing upon her corpse. It seems she genuinely intended to give him the spirit, not merely spinning a tale. Changqing pondered for a long while before asking, Is there a final wish you wish for me to fulfill? Not really. Danji's voice carried a hint of melancholy. I have traversed the path of darkness all my life, killing kin and refining spirits, committing murder and theft, engaging in deception, and walking on thin ice, only to realize in the end that I have merely been going in circles. She opened her eyes and looked at Luo Hongyan, her gaze filled with admiration. It was only upon witnessing this little girl's genuine care for you that I suddenly felt my life has been wasted, as if I have missed many significant things. No matter how great the power I attained, I remain alone. Right and wrong, honor and disgrace, have begun to lose their meaning to me. This girl destroyed her entire spirit without hesitation to save you. Danji closed her eyes. Treat her well. Do not let her down. After leaving these words, a golden-hued spirit flew from her forehead, resembling a flower made of flesh and blood, gracefully landing in Changqing and Oppos' hands. Indeed, after losing this spirit, Danji and Oppos' head quickly crumbled into dust. A dazzling golden light flickered in her ashes for a moment before rapidly dissipating. What was that light? Chongqing, still on guard, inquired of Luo Hongyan. Women are emotional beings. Luo Hongyan was still immersed in Danji's final words, shaking her head in confusion. When their gazes met, she shyly lowered her head. I don't know. Perhaps it was the light left behind by some celestial spirit of hers dissipating. That is not right. Spirits only emit light when in use. The golden light. Could it be she used some celestial spirit? Luo Hongyan shook her head. She no longer possessed sufficient spiritual energy to activate any celestial spirit. She has long since turned to dust. Chongqing hesitantly approached the pile of ashes left by Danji, testing it with his foot to confirm it was truly mere ashes devoid of any spiritual energy or vitality. The once mighty revered one left behind nothing but a handful of dust in this world. Yet he scattered it all into the flames, dividing it into several portions and splattering it across different locations to ensure her resurrection was impossible. After completing this task, he clapped his hands. Gazing upon the exquisite celestial spirit, the blood sea beyond, he hesitated for a moment before integrating it into his earth palace. The schemes of 2 lifetimes and the rebirths of 6 lifetimes had finally led him to break free from despair, even overcoming the seemingly insurmountable revered one with a mortal body. What a monumental struggle it was. With these thoughts, his boundless ambition coalesced in his heart, transforming into poetry, beauty like a sword, blooms of 100 flowers. In an instant, they dissipate into the ether. Reincarnation reverses, drifting like duckweed, killing to become a demon for the sake of beauty. The evil lord of the other shore seizes true blood, sacrificing my frail body for a slender hope. Shackles of gloom become ethereal as the dragon of the waters returns once more. For him, notions of righteousness or vileness, glory or disgrace, no longer held significance. He was free once more, and the sword of Danji that loomed overhead had finally been drawn. Moreover, he had acquired the legacy of the 100 flowers, which would undoubtedly benefit his future cultivation and safeguard Luo Hongyan. After this journey of cultivation, returning to Earth might even cure his brain cancer, akin to a dragon of the waters soaring into the heavens. Such lofty aspirations, alas. A sudden sigh echoed within his mind. Immediately after, Chongqing felt darkness envelop his vision. I never expected you to possess such literary talent. Luo Hongyan glanced at Chongqing, only to find him standing in a daze, tugging at his sleeve. Let's depart. Leave this place. Come home with me. I will help you find a soul-cleansing spirit. The 2 spirits Danji left you are high-grade earth and celestial spirits, worth a fortune, yet they are too malevolent. You can offer them in exchange for appropriate rewards and walk the righteous path with me from now on. All right? Her tone was sincere, her words earnest. She genuinely feared that Chongqing might succumb to the temptations of the dark path and stray from righteousness. Rest assured, Chongqing naturally took her hand. I will no longer practice any blood techniques. From now on, I shall cultivate the righteous path and stay by your side. What nonsense are you speaking? Luo Hongyan's face flushed crimson, yet she did not pull away from his grasp. Instead, she allowed him to hold her hand, lowering her head and following behind him. However, as she bowed her head, she failed to see Chongqing's expression, half twisted with malevolence, resembling a man-eating demon, while the other half radiated a fierce rage, akin to an enraged deity. Chapter 53. Struggle. Have you ever pondered why I, in my entirety, would unreservedly impart the blood sea beyond cultivation method to you, assisting you in becoming a practitioner of blood magic, and even aiding you in cultivating the organs of the underground palace? In the darkness, Chongqing heard a familiar feminine voice. It was Danji's voice. The world in his eyes gradually regained clarity, revealing only a vast expanse of pure white nothingness. Danji sat before him, resuming her regal demeanor, perched upon a throne constructed of flesh and bone, looking down upon him with an air of superiority. Startled, Chongqing rose abruptly, regarding her with caution. The 2 found themselves in a realm of pristine whiteness. Danji lightly tapped her foot, and beneath them, an image projected from the 100 Flowers cave, depicting Luo Hongyan in dialogue with Chongqing. Witnessing this scene, even with his extraordinary composure, Chongqing and Appos, face was overtaken by astonishment. What trickery is this? He had a vague inkling of the answer, but felt compelled to seek confirmation. Do not be alarmed. This is your spiritual realm. Danji, seated upon her throne, lazily gestured. The soul exchange technique is genuine. You were deceiving me from the very beginning? Changqing inquired. At his words, Danji appeared somewhat surprised. I didn't expect your mind to be so quick. Indeed, my ability to enter your spiritual realm signifies that I have seized your vessel. The so-called blood oath spirit can only be employed by practitioners of blood magic. It is merely a pretext. Your true aim was to compel me into cultivating blood magic, enabling you to usurp my vessel. For a prerequisite for possession is that both parties must practice the same technique, Changqing replied coldly. Correct, you are entirely right. Danji clapped her hands, unabashedly expressing her admiration. Seizing your vessel was merely my final contingency. Initially, that was not part of my plan. Forcing you to practice blood magic was merely a precaution on my part. Danji grinned mischievously, spreading her hands. After all, who would willingly relinquish their hard-earned century of cultivation? Changqing remained silent for a long while, lowering his gaze to his hands. Am I dead? What am I now? To be precise, you are not dead. I have merely borrowed your body within your spiritual realm. The entity before you is the true and Appos. You and Appos, she explained. Changqing nodded, acknowledging this realization. From an idealistic perspective, the self he perceived was indeed the authentic self. But what significance does this hold? Ultimately, he had still failed. With a deep sigh, a dreadful question suddenly dawned upon him. Why has he not been reborn? Do not despair. I find you quite admirable. I still require your innate spiritual body for a while. If I were to obliterate you now, causing your innate spiritual body to fail, it would be a lamentable loss, she stated, stepping down from her throne. She approached Changqing, lifting his chin with her fingertip teasingly. Simply accompany me, offering your counsel, and in due time, I shall procure a suitable vessel for you, and you shall emerge victorious. You wish for that to happen? Ah, I never anticipated such righteous words to escape your lips. It is rather endearing, Danji chuckled, snapping her fingers. Instantly, Changqing found himself prostrated on the ground, unable to move. It appears you have yet to grasp your current predicament. I am now the sovereign of your spiritual realm. To be precise, you are imprisoned and controlled by me. The visions you perceive are merely for the sake of facilitating our communication. You will do as I command. I shall not permit your demise, nor shall you even be capable of dying. With that, Danji crouched beside Changqing, seizing his hair and forcefully pressing his face into the ground, compelling him to gaze at the projected image below. On the immaculate surface, the scene revealed Changqing holding Luo Hongyan and Appos' hand, searching for the 100 Flowers order. Do you know? This little girl has already fallen for you. I can see it at a glance. Rest assured, I've been a man for over a decade. Captivating her heart is a mere trifle, and I shall undoubtedly perform better than you. Do you understand why I must have you cultivate the 6 organs and 8 viscera? Because only by refining them can I safeguard my life spirit. Other spirits are expendable, but my life spirit is exceedingly precious. Losing it would cause me great sorrow. She continued, surprisingly, you have indeed given me ample delight. Not only have you cultivated the underground palace, but you have also succeeded in refining the sea of humanity. Now, not only the blood sea beyond is preserved, but even the blood demon spirit remains intact. Well done, well done. Changqing clenched his fists tightly, feeling an unprecedented sense of helpless defeat. He had not anticipated that his cultivation of blood magic, the very foundation of all his schemes and arrangements, was merely a trap set by her. Success and failure were both rebirths. Overconfidence had led him to neglect his caution, relying solely on the notion of rebirth without leaving himself an escape route. Thus, he had not foreseen that Danji, a practitioner of blood magic, would employ soul techniques to seize his vessel, nor had he instinctively considered that she might retain such contingency. Yet there remains a chance. With more than a month until the forced rebirth, he could return once more, prepared and resolute, and surely he could reverse the tides of fate. After a brief moment of despondency, he immediately reinvigorated his spirit. Since his first rebirth in this world, he had never entertained the notion of surrender. It was merely a matter of starting anew, repeatedly. No amount of hardship or setbacks had ever shaken his resolve. Noticing Changqing's clenched fists, Danji appeared quite pleased. Rather than reveling in the joy of victory, she seemed intent on deliberately tormenting Changqing's psyche, seeking to erase the shadows and humiliation he had cast upon her. I have become the master of this body's spiritual realm. I can torment you as I wish. However, since you can endure the pain of cultivating the 6 organs and 8 viscera, I believe only a direct assault on your spirit can utterly shatter your soul, she declared, her voice laced with cruelty and madness. Do you know why I compelled that girl to destroy all her spirits? Because this way, she is akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, allowing me to exert complete control over her, rendering her incapable of resistance. This fool even dreams of bringing you back to her family. Ha ha, splendid. Let her take you along. If she belongs to a significant clan, I shall exploit her affection for you, gradually extracting her full value, and then you shall witness how I toy with her, ultimately transforming her into my blood feast. This can be seen as merging with the beloved, can it? Ha ha. I trust you will find it delightful. Her voice brimmed with ecstatic delight. Your innate spiritual body, combined with that little girl's refining method and the 100 Flowers legacy, once acquired, will pave a smooth path for my future cultivation, allowing me to ascend to greater heights. Oh, sensing the tremors beneath him, Danji's delight only intensified. The youth beneath her, pounding the ground with his fists, did not emit the anguished cry she anticipated, but instead erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face. What are you laughing at? Danji's expression soured as she furrowed her brow. I laugh because you have suffered a crushing defeat, Changqing replied, gazing at the scene below. The entire cave lay in ruins, a desolate expanse of charred earth, while Luo Hongyan, under Changqing's teasing, blushed and feigned anger, both of them searching for the buried 100 Flowers order. It seemed this girl had genuinely fallen for him. Otherwise, with her astute intellect, how could she fail to realize the 100 Flower order laid down by Changqing himself, which he cannot locate? Does she not find this suspicious? Huh, foolish girl. Must she await a forced rebirth? He had thought so moments ago, yet now he has altered his perspective. To witness this girl suffer, while remaining powerless to intervene and to bear the humiliation of returning to life in such a manner, he cannot abide. This seizing of the body must be your last resort, Danji. Chapter 54. Kill me. Danji was taken aback as the youth beneath her slowly rose, reminiscent of his defiance in the 100 Flowers cave, standing as an unyielding peak against all odds. She would not permit such an occurrence to transpire again. In this realm of Changqing, she was the sovereign. With a decisive step, an immense force surged forth, forcibly pinning Changqing to the ground. As intricate chains adorned with complex runes sprouted from nowhere, binding him tightly. Blood spurted from Changqing's mouth, yet his spirit showed no signs of waning. Useless, Danji. You cannot intimidate me. In truth, you cannot kill me. Fury ignited within Danji as she extracted a colossal bone sword from the blood pool beneath her skeletal throne, pressing it against his throat. Do you wish to provoke me? Do you believe I will truly slay you? No, you cannot kill me. Changqing turned his gaze towards Danji, his eyes resembling deep, unfathomable pools, devoid of any ripple. Once again, after enduring profound helplessness, doubt, despair, and fury, he reverted to this expression, one that instilled fear within Danji's heart. Upon reflection, you have suffered a crushing defeat. Transmitting your techniques, deceiving me into cultivating alongside you was merely to leave yourself an escape route. Yet, you could never fathom that this very route has rendered you utterly pathetic, forcing you to abandon your physical form. Where your innate spiritual body, your sacred body of cultivation, your 100 Flowers legacy, compared to your mere 300 years of cultivation? Stop deceiving yourself. Do you wish to instill despair and doubt in me? To compel my submission? You have lost so thoroughly. Do you still seek to comfort yourself? How laughably immature. With these words, Danji and Appo's rage reached a boiling point. The blood pool beneath her throne expanded, engulfing the entire space, and she submerged within it, transforming into a towering, ethereal figure. Brandishing the colossal sword, she struck towards Chongqing, each blow causing the very fabric of this void to tremble. You are but a mere insect. I have traversed this world for over 300 years. How could I falter in your foul mire? Just you? Do you even deserve to challenge me? Today, you shall undoubtedly perish. With relentless strikes, the bone sword shattered, flesh and blood mingling, as she summoned countless spirit entities, unleashing an array of lethal moves upon Chongqing, each more formidable than when she battled the remnants of the 100 Flowers. In an instant, blood mist enveloped the air, and the ground trembled violently. Time passed, and Danji's movements began to wane. Her furious roars gradually diminished until silence enveloped her. For Chongqing had risen, standing steadfast, his expression tranquil. The chains that bound him now riddled with cracks, emitting a mournful cry of impending collapse. Impossible, impossible! Why? Why have you not surrendered? By what right does your soul possess such resilience? My heart, tempered by 3 centuries of trials, is as unyielding as iron. How could I be defeated by you? Her colossal, ethereal form shouted in rage, a crimson strike cleaving the sky towards Chongqing. Yet he remained expressionless, unwavering as he faced this onslaught. I have meticulously studied the soul exchange technique. Every word I have committed to memory. Apart from you, I'm the most knowledgeable about that art. True success in casting the spell is the exchange of souls, yet you have long since lost your physical form. You occupy my body, but cannot expel my soul. Hence your pretentious claims of reluctance to kill me, seeking to exploit my innate spiritual body. Danji and Amp, Oppos, as cataclysmic strikes struck him, leaving no trace. All of this is an illusion, Chongqing declared, shaking his head. Every practitioner can only cultivate a singular technique, and you are no exception. Although I'm unaware of how you enacted this soul-snatching method, you are a practitioner of blood magic. Your soul is not extraordinary. All your words are mere attempts to sway me, to extinguish my fighting spirit, to compel my submission. Dream on. With that, he finally advanced a step, and the chains binding him shattered. Leave this body. A tempest of crimson mist coalesced into a dragon-like vortex, surging forth as if a river emanating from Danji, rushing towards Chongqing. Yet he ventured upstream against her onslaught, moving ever closer, armed only with an indomitable will that rendered his body as steadfast as rock. He walked forward, step by step, determined to reclaim his body. A golden ethereal figure emerged behind him, his soul. With each stride, the apparition grew stronger. Get away! Stay back! Stay back! In a frenzy, Danji commanded myriad summoned spirits to unleash their attacks. Yet nothing could halt his advance. He endured the torment of illness, the oppressive dread of death, and the exile from his homeland, arriving in this brutal world. Yet he knew the path he must tread and the person he must meet. He was transformed into pus, ground into mush, refined into elixirs, ravaged, tormented, subjected to humiliation and pain. Yet none of these could impede his march. He grew taller, mightier, until he stood shoulder to shoulder with Danji, surpassing her, matching the heavens, transcending them, appearing to her as a colossal, world-shattering deity. Danji knelt, feeling diminutive, akin to an ant. She waved her hands frantically, barely able to articulate a complete thought. Stop, cease. I have merged with your spiritual realm. You will also grant me your realm. Then let it come. Chongqing suddenly roared, startling Danji, who trembled like a frightened mouse. You speak of how I must do as you say. A cold smile finally graced his expression. Then let us see if you can make me stop. Don and Oppos, T. With Danji's shriek, Chongqing unleashed a punch, shattering the very void. As the pure white realm and the colossal figures of Chongqing and Danji fragmented like a broken mirror, scattering into countless shards. Together, they plummeted into an abyss of darkness. You madman, without the spiritual realm, we shall both perish. Your body will become a lifeless husk. In a frenzy, Danji clutched Chongqing and Oppos' neck. Is that so? Chongqing replied with a faint smile. Enough, enough. Luo Hongyan watched as Chongqing, crouching on the ground searching for the 100 flowers order, suddenly halted, uttering a chilling remark. "What did you say, Chongqing?" Luo Hongyan approached from behind and tapped his shoulder, yet he displayed no reaction. Sensing an oddity, she shook his shoulder, but he collapsed onto the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. "Chongqing!" Luo Hongyan gasped, hurriedly checking for his breath, only for Chongqing to suddenly grasp a wrist. His face contorted, voice hoarse, as if enduring immense agony. "Kill me." Chapter 55. Mutual Destruction. What? Before Luo Hongyan could comprehend the situation, Chongqing's hand had already tightened around her throat. His face, bloodied from all 7 orifices, resembled a grotesque specter as he lunged at Luo Hongyan with wild abandon. "I will kill this little girl. I will slay the woman you hold dear." His voice, high-pitched and shrill like that of a woman, struck fear into Luo Hongyan, who was momentarily oblivious to the peril before her, even neglecting the sensation of suffocation, rendered completely dazed. It was only when the choking feeling surged that she began to struggle desperately. "Cough, cough. Chongqing. What is happening to you? Where am I?" Stripped of her spiritual support, she was nothing more than an ordinary weak woman, pinned beneath him with no chance of resistance. Soon, her eyes rolled back, on the brink of death. Just as she was about to lose consciousness, Chongqing suddenly released her. He rolled away from Luo Hongyan without hesitation and dashed toward the cave and Oppos, S-wall, crashing into it with full force. "Ha ha ha, futile. The spirits of the blood sea and the blood demon are present. Your physical body cannot perish." Indeed, his shattered head quickly began to mend. "Before my soul dissipates, I must drag her down with me." Gasping for breath and narrowly escaping death, Luo Hongyan gazed at Chongqing in disbelief. Yet, she was soon stunned. Chongqing was writhing in agony, as if 2 souls were battling for control of his body. "Kill me," he gritted out, each word a struggle. Luo Hongyan, with great effort, rose from the ground and hesitated for a moment before rushing to his side. "Have you fallen victim to soul-binding magic? What should I do?" Luo Hongyan, well-versed in such matters, discerned some clues. However, little did she know that Chongqing was already a doomed man. He forcefully shoved Luo Hongyan aside, blood trickling from his clenched teeth, as if caught in a tempest, each step fraught with tremendous resistance. His trembling hand reached for his abdomen. With a sickening sound, he plunged his hand into his own belly. "No, what are you doing? Stop." His voice turned sharp as Danji and he struggled for dominion over the body. Chongqing painfully extracted a blood-red flower from within himself, accompanied by a writhing blood thread worm, manifestations of the blood sea and the blood demon. Straining with all his might, the 2 spirits flickered in his grasp, teetering on the brink of collapse. "No, what are you doing? Let go." His voice once again became shrill, as Danji's spirit fought to reinsert the 2 spirits back into his body. "Give me destruction." With a furious roar, the 2 spirits finally dissipated in his hands. Now, I have one." He grinned malevolently before collapsing to the ground. Luo Hongyan rushed over and supported Chongqing, her understanding dawning as she cried, No, Chongqing, don't die." But Chongqing could no longer respond. In the darkness, he felt himself plunging into an endless abyss alongside Danji. Luo Hongyan and Oppos, tear-streaked visage rapidly receded from his sight until it vanished completely. In his mind, the strange clock began to reverse. The face and hands of the clock grotesquely collapsed, writhing and flowing. 12 eyes representing time pulsated on its surface, forming and disintegrating like pus, glimmering with an eerie light. What kind of wicked object is this? In his final moments, he heard Danji's terrified voice. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself staring at the familiar ceiling. As customary, he reached for his phone to check the time. January 8th, unchanged. Rubbing his heavy head, he sat up. It was still the familiar room, yet this time, he could palpably sense that his physical condition had improved significantly compared to before. This life is the closest I have ever been to success, and my cultivation is at its peak. Could it be that my progress in another world has enhanced my physical state in reality? As he pondered, his phone chimed again. and his gaze softened as he answered the video call. "Chanqing, are you feeling better?" Yiqinghe and Appo's charming face appeared on the screen, clad in her white down jacket. Her originally pale cheeks were slightly flushed from the cold wind, her long black hair tousled yet still beautiful. "I and Appo's, am fine really. Why are you video calling while walking?" "Be careful," Chanqing replied as he always did, but suddenly he froze. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Kid, where is this?" It was Danji. "What's wrong, Chanqing? Why did you stop talking?" "Oh, it's nothing at all. You should go to class. I have some matters to attend to." He hastily deflected, ending the call in a flurry of panic. What is happening? Why has Danji returned with me? Is this merely a figment of my imagination or a reality? To verify this theory, he closed his eyes, meticulously probing the depths of his mind. Upon sensing his gaze, the 12 eyes on the strange clock simultaneously opened, their pupils resembling a profound starry sky. The only difference was a black, shadowy figure floating beside the clock, flickering with dim light. Is this Danji's soul? Chanqing attempted to communicate with her, but received no response. Recalling the knowledge from the soul exchange technique, he understood that unless the soul was refined through special means, direct communication was impossible. To converse with a soul, one could either refine it with unique methods or find a corporeal body for the soul to temporarily inhabit. Naturally, he could not refine Danji's soul here on Earth. Not only could he not sense any spiritual energy from this world, but he also had no means to perform any techniques. The only feasible solution was to find Danji a corporeal body. A corporeal body. I can end Appo's. Just steal a corpse from a morgue. Nor can I become a murderer. He resolved to attempt some actions instead, hastily preparing to uncover the truth behind this bizarre situation. With such thoughts, Chanqing dressed quickly and stepped outside. Before long, he returned with 3 items. The load was heavy, and given his physical state, even a young and vigorous man like him felt utterly exhausted. On the table lay a complete pig and Appo's, had bought from the market, and a large rooster that had just been untied and was flapping wildly in the room. Standing beside it was a tall box, wrapped securely in black packaging. He took a wallpaper knife and began to unwrap it, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he recalled the awkward purchasing process. In summary, let us begin with a trial. Gazing at the peculiar and unsettling smile of the second senior brother on the table, Chanqing pondered for a moment before resting his forehead against the pig and Appo's head. With eyes closed and mind focused, he endeavored to guide the dark, nebulous shadow within his consciousness into the pig and Appo's form. Under the influence of Chanqing and Appo's intent, the shadow seemed to waver slightly, yet ultimately it did not penetrate the pig and Appo's head. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, he released the pig and turned to seize the large rooster, attempting the same method once more. However, the results were equally fruitless. It appeared that the bodies of livestock were incapable of accommodating his endeavors. Thus, he resolved to explore the fruits of human ingenuity instead. Chapter 56. The Sinful Heaven. Chanqing hesitantly opened the enormous packaging box towering beside him, extracting its contents. Within the dust-proof bag lay a naked female figure. To be precise, it was a life-sized, temperature-sensitive, voice-activated, fully automatic, motorized alloy skeletal, 6-in-1, realistic silicone doll. It is worth mentioning that this was the long-legged mature lady version. When the proprietor enthusiastically introduced his prized possession to Chanqing, even he, who faced countless perils in the Huanhe Sect without batting an eye, felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. Having just returned from the market, one hand carrying a pig's head and the other a rooster, he now found himself in an adult store. What a hellish tableau. Carrying the doll to the bed, Chanqing pressed his forehead against it. Desperate times call for desperate measures. At this moment, the only things that could resemble a flesh and blood body, apart from the pig's head and live chicken, were these silicone dolls. With a thought, he summoned the dark silhouette from his mind, watching as the humanoid shadow blurred and ultimately dissipated, converging into the doll before him. Was this successful? Kid, where's this place? Before Chanqing could confirm his thoughts, the doll suddenly emitted a sound, startling him into retreat, causing him to fall backward onto the ground. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, He looked again, only to find that the doll's mouth remained motionless, its expression unchanged, despite having encountered numerous oddities in another realm. This was an undeniable occurrence on Earth, leaving him astounded. "Quick, bring back my real clothes, or else, I swear I'll gouge your eyes out." The doll's voice echoed again, prompting Changqing to realize that her mouth had indeed not moved. The sound emanated from a hidden speaker at the back of her neck. "Are you Danji?" Changqing cautiously inquired. "Who else could I be? What have you done to me? What kind of soul technique is this?" The doll's electronic voice, somewhat stiff, questioned as her eyes swiveled frantically, yet she remained utterly motionless, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Changqing assessed the situation. Clearly, Danji had indeed been brought back to the real world through his rebirth ability. Moreover, she seemed devoid of any power to resist, reduced to a mere puppet. This was undoubtedly good news for him. What state would Danji be in when he traversed back to the 100 Flowers cave? Changqing pondered 3 possibilities. The first, Danji might not exist at all. She could have been entirely erased from another world. The second, the Danji of that world might still be, as she was, with both the original evil Lord Danji and the doll version coexisting. The third possibility was that the Danji of the other world had lost her soul, becoming a living corpse. His ability to arrive at these conclusions was evidently influenced by countless films and novels. The first bore a distinct flavor of the Kashi genre. The second suggested a time-traveling sci-fi narrative, while the third leaned towards traditional fantasy. Rather than indulging in wild speculation, it would be prudent to ask her. Changqing weighed his words carefully before speaking. "You must sense it as well. This place is entirely different from your original world. There is no spiritual energy, no existence of spirit taming. This is my world, and I have brought your soul here. You are now at my mercy, if you wish to survive. You must obey me." Danji hesitated noticeably. "You claim to be an outsider demon? That and Oppos. That's impossible. How could an outsider demon traverse between 2 realms? Don and Oppos, T try to deceive me." Changqing, puzzled by her words, sought clarification. "What do you mean by outsider demon? I do not comprehend." After a brief silence, Danji seemed to regain her composure, her artificial eyes darting around as she assessed her surroundings. "Is this not the Jojo realm?" Changqing shook his head. "This is called Earth, not the Jojo realm you speak of." "Earth? I have never heard of it. What is your purpose in trapping me here?" "Wait." She suddenly trembled in surprise. "You are the sinful heaven. That explains it. No wonder such terrifying evil is sealed within you. And no wonder you possess such formidable will and intellect at such a young age. You are indeed the sinful heaven. It all makes sense now." "Sinful heaven? What is that?" "It is entirely normal for you not to know what sinful heaven is. Once a sinful heaven is reincarnated, they lose all memories of their past life, believing themselves to be ordinary until a certain period of awakening restores their full recollection." Changqing was left bewildered, still struggling to grasp her explanation. "I do not understand your terms. Outsider demon, sinful heaven. Please clarify." Sighing, Danji replied, "Since I have been captured in your domain, I can no longer resist. Perhaps it would be best to accompany you. If I can rise alongside you, it would be worthwhile." An outsider demon is an individual from one realm who retains memories of their past life upon reincarnating into another realm. Oh, and what is a realm? You probably don't know either. It's normal. Some cultivators, despite reaching lofty heights, remain ignorant of the existence of realms, believing their location to encompass the entirety of the world. In truth, the world is divided into 4 realms: Jiuzhou, Beishan, Bahuang, and Bong. These 4 realms are like concentric circles, each nested within the other, yet remaining discrete, which is why individuals within one realm seldom know of the other's existence. The 100 Flowers Cave is located within the Beishan realm, while I hail from the Bahuang realm. After enduring numerous hardships, I fortuitously arrived from Bahuang to Beishan. Changqing, well-read and knowledgeable, quickly comprehended the essence of what she described regarding realms. It was akin to certain superstitions about the Earth's flatness, where the North Pole was the center, surrounded by a ring of icebergs at the South Pole, beyond which lay a vast, unknown world. Jiuzhou occupied the center of the 4 realms, with Beishan beyond it, followed by Bahuang, and beyond that, Bong. when an individual's soul reincarnates into another realm. They are termed an outsider demon. Upon finishing her explanation, Chanqing interjected, "If this is a well-guarded secret, how do you know it's so well?" "Because I am an outsider demon," she replied, a hint of bitterness lacing her laughter. Perhaps it was a twist of fate, or perhaps the information disparity brought by reincarnation. Outsider demons often possess talents beyond their peers, capable of stirring the winds of change and accomplishing great deeds, which invites jealousy from others. It is a common understanding among those of higher cultivation that outsider demons must be quashed in their infancy. Chongqing pressed further, "And what exactly is the sinful heaven?" Danji responded, "In comparison to outsider demons, the sinful heaven is even more extraordinary. While an outsider demon is a rarity, the sinful heaven is a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon. You are aware that there are only 8 levels of cultivation, correct?" She countered with a question. "I know only 6. Shuhua, Shania, Qingku, Zhuanxuan, Shiyun, and Qinxiu," Chongqing answered. "Beyond Qinxiu, there exist the realms of Haiku and Tianhuang. In fact, above Tianhuang lies the ancient realm known as the Great Emperor. However, due to the constraints imposed by the heavenly Tao, only one individual can exist within the ancient realm in any given era. If other fully realized practitioners of the Tianhuang realm can currently exist in the same era, one cannot ascend to the ancient realm. To achieve this, they would dissolve their reincarnation, sealing their life spirit within their soul, while their entire cultivation would be stored within a small world opened by their soul, called the heavenly domain. Thus, those who reincarnate in this manner are known as the sinful heaven. The infernal celestial will remain in a deep slumber within the celestial realm. Emerging in the era of the Emperor's fall, it will inhabit the bodies of others, starting anew, gradually cultivating its strength until it reaches the celestial wasteland realm. Subsequently, it will reclaim its full powers sealed within the soul's miniature world, aiming to swiftly ascend to the ancient realm. At this moment, Chongqing comprehended the situation. The infernal celestial is akin to the second-ranked player in a game, transferring resources from one account to a lower tier one, with the intent of conquering an entirely different domain to seize the title of the server and amp, Oppos, as champion. Yet, what does this have to do with him? As a native of Earth, how could he possibly be the infernal celestial from another world? Chapter 57. Other transcenders nonetheless, he inquired, "What is your basis for claiming that I am the evil celestial?" "You perfectly embody the criteria of the evil celestial. First, your soul is sealed with an immensely malevolent and powerful entity, likely your innate spirit from your previous life. It is extraordinarily formidable. I can feel the oppressive aura emanating from your soul." Chongqing was taken aback. Was Danji referring to that bizarre clock in his mind? Moreover, the mere fact that you brought my soul here serves as the best evidence of your identity as the evil celestial. How could an ordinary person's soul contain a complete world, a celestial domain? After pondering for a moment, Chongqing smiled faintly. "It is futile. I will not believe a single word you say. I know who I am, what I intend to do, and the nature of this place. You need not deceive me." Danji sighed, a hint of helplessness in her demeanor. "If it were anyone else, perhaps they would not be as accurate as I am. But I am certain you are indeed the evil celestial, for I have witnessed one myself, and his state was nearly identical to yours. You claim your world is called Earth, a rather peculiar name, yet not as intriguing as his." He referred to his world as Blue Star. Chongqing felt a surge of energy. As an avid reader, he was exceedingly familiar with the term Blue Star. Danji must be telling the truth, even if she were fabricating. It would be an astonishing coincidence to conjure those 2 words. Could there be other transcenders in this world? After becoming possessed by the evil celestial, he had descended into madness, unable to distinguish reality from delusion, perpetually believing himself to be a denizen of another world. In his previous life, he was a soul practitioner, and the souls he had vanquished were confined within the celestial domain, leading him to fantasize about them as his kin and friends. How laughable. It was only upon reaching the celestial desolation realm and reclaiming his previous cultivation and memories that he finally recognized himself as the evil celestial. His so-called Blue Star, his kin and friends, were nothing more than figments of his imagination. Chongqing felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively shook his head. Your lies hold no significance. I will not be deceived. I know you are reluctant to acknowledge your identity as the evil celestial, but I have no reason to mislead you. The evil celestial I speak of is my biological father. They fell into silence, each lost in contemplation until Danji resumed speaking. He was utterly convinced that he did not belong to this world, unable to discern reality from fantasy. He even slaughtered half of his sect in Amp, Oppos, Eskin, all for an elusive technique he imagined would return him to that so-called blue star. It was only after achieving the celestial desolation realm and reclaiming his previous cultivation and memories that he had an epiphany. Regardless, the sudden restoration of his powers caused his realm to surge from just entering celestial desolation to nearing its completion, while others require millennia of arduous cultivation. He accomplished it overnight. This is inarguable. You are all evil celestials. You must share his fate, having suddenly lost your original memories, only to adopt new ones in this so-called Earth. Oh, how peculiar. From your perspective, you must feel as though you had lived on this so-called Earth for an eternity, only to find yourself in another world, transformed into another person. Her words left Chongqing utterly stunned. You will not deceive me. In a sudden outburst of fury, he hurled the silicone doll on the bed to the floor. Despite being diagnosed with brain cancer, tormented by the sirens of the Huanhe Sect, and driven to the brink countless times, never had he experienced such a surge of emotion. Yet Danji's words cast doubt upon the very essence of his life. Had his 20-plus years of existence merely been a fleeting dream within a fabricated cocoon? Were his experiences, dreams, and the most significant people in his life all illusory? Was everything he endeavored to heal himself, to thrive in this world, to continually witness the smile of Yi Qinghe, all rendered meaningless? Could Danji be deceiving him, harboring ulterior motives? Ha! Although I have been captured and reduced to this state, I have never seen you so flustered. Your anger is far more charming than that of your usual impassive countenance. The mechanical voice of the doll sent shivers down his spine, yet Danji pressed on. Have you never pondered something rather strange? You understood my soul exchange technique, did you not? It is inscribed in the script of the 8 Desolation Realm, a language incomprehensible to its inhabitants. Yet you grasp it. Do you genuinely believe that it is mere coincidence that the script of your so-called Earth is identical to that which has been used for 100,000 years in the 8 Desolation Realm? It is likely because you were once a celestial sage of the 8 Desolation Realm. Silence. Chongqing kicked the doll's face, but Danji only laughed more heartily. Have you not noticed? I'm a prime example. This world is of your own creation. Here, you wield unrestrained power. There is no spiritual energy, and without employing any spirit, you have allowed me, a soul, to inhabit this peculiar object and converse with you. Do you find this logical? I command you to be silent. Chongqing lifted the doll from the ground, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Danji with intense fervor. I do not care whether I am the evil celestial. What matters now is that you are in my grasp. I demand your silence. Do you not comprehend? He had never been a man of indecision. Even if he were the evil celestial, even if everything he cherished were illusory, it was not the pressing concern at hand. What was paramount was resolving the immediate predicament. As for the veracity of it all, that could be pondered later. If everything were but a fabrication, if even Yi Qinghe were merely a figment of his imagination, he dared not delve further into that thought, for to do so would drive him to madness. Very well, no matter. You will understand in due time. However, I am curious. Your spiritual realm has been shattered by your own hands. Even in my prime, a shattered spiritual realm would inevitably lead to the disintegration of one's soul. How is it that you have survived? Chongqing forced himself to remain calm. Why should I divulge my secrets to you? You need not be so cautious. I am currently trapped within your celestial domain. Our fates are intertwined. Should you perish, I too shall have no means of survival. Furthermore, even if I lost all my spirits, there is not a shred of spiritual energy here. Even if I wished to cause you harm, it would be impossible, would it not? Her reasoning made sense to Chongqing. After all, she was merely a talking silicone doll, incapable of any movement. Then tell me first, how did you seize my body? At that moment, you were afflicted by the poison of the sealed apertures. Your spiritual energy and vitality nearly depleted, reliant solely on the blood method from your organs, yet you ultimately employed soul techniques to usurp my body. Danji paused for a moment before replying. Have you heard of the three great soul manipulation techniques? Love of parting, hatred of separation, and yearning for the unattainable. No. What are soul manipulation techniques? Chongqing inquired suspiciously. Are you trying to deceive me again? If deception is at play, it is mutual. You have deceived me as well. The soul manipulation techniques and the three great soul arts are not particularly secretive. It is merely that your current realm is too low for you to grasp them. In time, you may learn more from other sources to discern whether I speak the truth. Very well, continue. I possess the love of parting bestowed by my mother, which could be used thrice. I utilized it once when traversing from the 8 Desolation realm across the Dead Sea to the 8 Boundaries realm. Once during my battle with the remnant soul of the 100 Flowers evil saint, and once when I usurped your body. The power of love and damp. Appo's farewell can only be wielded upon the moment of the user and damp. Appo's demise, leaving 3 distinct marks upon another. With each mark consumed, one can summon a spirit of the user from their lifetime without any prerequisites. This ability can only be activated through the boundless anguish that arises from parting with a beloved one, and it must be a pure sorrow, devoid of any trace of other emotions, no resentment, no hatred, only the pain born of love. Do you comprehend now? Let us assume for a moment that your words hold truth. Longqing discerned a hint of bitterness and profound fatigue in Danji and Appo's voice. He was reluctant to delve further into the matter of love and Appo's farewell. Now, it is your turn, surely. You ought to share your secret with me, Danji inquired. Chapter 58. Willing to be a slave, although the mention of the sinful heaven by Danji lingered uneasily in his mind, he swiftly composed himself, choosing to regard the notion as an ethereal possibility of the future, unworthy of further contemplation. His aim was straightforward. Having cultivated to the second transformation of the momentary realm in this life, he hoped that upon returning to reality, his physical condition would have improved significantly. If his powers in the other realm could escalate to the point of completely curing his brain cancer, he would be devoid of desires, content to live peacefully alongside Yi Qinghe in the real world. As for the implications of sinful heaven, he resolved to dismiss them from his thoughts. Indeed, when have I ever hesitated or faltered? Such an intangible concept cannot sway my resolve. With this in mind, he summoned his focus once more and began to ponder how best to utilize Danji. Since she posed no threat to him, it would be advantageous to exchange information with her on a broader scale, thereby extracting greater value from their interactions. You are not mistaken. Indeed, I will perish after the so-called spiritual realm shatters. However, I possess the ability of rebirth. At this thought, Chongqing no longer hesitated and revealed his greatest secret. Rebirth? Danji was taken aback. Resurrecting from death? What is your innate spirit? Did you not claim that my innate spirit is the bone spike spirit? Chongqing countered. That is absurd. You, the illustrious sinful heaven, could not possibly possess an inferior spirit like the bone spike spirit. The innate spirit of sinful heaven is but a manifestation of one's previous life, concealed within the soul, rarely exerted and difficult to uncover. Since your innate spirit possesses the power of resurrection, you must have achieved sanctification through healing or blood magic in your past life. Chongqing shook his head, clarifying. My concept of rebirth does not involve resurrection, but rather a return to the past, a fresh start. What do you mean? Danji was momentarily perplexed, but soon exclaimed in shock. You mean the ability to reverse time? Precisely. After my death, I can be reborn at a prior point in time. Such an exceedingly sinister and bizarre spirit. What? Have you never heard of a spirit with such abilities? Never before. Danji hesitated briefly before inquiring. Such formidable power surely cannot come without limitations. What is the cost of utilizing this ability? My cultivation will diminish with each rebirth. For instance, if I return to a time when I was at the momentary second transformation, I might emerge as only a momentary first transformation. Is that all? There is also. On Earth, in my world, I am eternally confined to the same day, Each time I am reborn, I relive that day in perpetuity. This precisely confirms your identity as sinful heaven. Your spirit can indeed reverse time. Yet, in this so-called earth of yours, devoid of spirits and spiritual energy, you still manage to reverse time, affirming that this earth is merely a figment of your imagination. Perhaps, although Danji again mentioned sinful heaven, Changqing and Appo's demeanor remained indifferent, no longer fraught with turmoil as before. Danji's glassy eyes scrutinized him, expressing mild displeasure. You've reverted to this lifeless visage. How dull. I'd hoped to see you in a more flustered state. Suit yourself. I am unconcerned with that now. As you stated, we rise and fall together. I require your assistance to navigate this predicament. I bear you no animosity. We can indeed reach an accord. Danji replied nonchalantly. Changqing inwardly scoffed, recalling how not long ago she had occupied his body with the intent of killing Luo Hongyan as collateral damage. Yet, he could comprehend Danji's mindset. Centuries of experience had conditioned her to prioritize self-interest above all else. There are no eternal enemies or friends, only enduring benefits. Her previous desire to perish alongside Luo Hongyan was predicated on her belief in her inevitable demise and a thirst for revenge against Changqing. However, now that she found herself trapped and discovered a glimmer of hope, she had no choice but to rely on him, thus adopting a new demeanor. From a certain perspective, she and Changqing were cut from the same cloth, cruel, ruthless, and driven by self-interest, yet adept at patience. I have 3 conditions. If you can assist me in fulfilling them, I shall aid you in reconstructing your physical form and facilitating your resurrection. Changqing attempted to employ a modern mindset, aiming to extract all the information Danji possessed before proceeding further. However, the notion of reconstructing a physical form seemed overly simplistic. You are sinful heaven, endowed with such extraordinary innate spirit. Your future is limitless. This should be a natural outcome for you. Danji appeared to possess an extraordinary confidence in Changqing's so-called identity as sinful heaven. I too have 3 conditions. If you swear by the blood oath spirit to assist me, I shall unconditionally obey you until you aid me in reconstructing my physical form and facilitating my resurrection. Speak your terms. First, upon your ascendance to the Thousand Autumn Realm, you must assist me in my rebirth without interfering with my freedom thereafter. Second, once I am reborn, help me return to the 9 Provinces realm. Third, once you have ascended to the Celestial Wasteland realm, aid me in eliminating someone. Changqing did not hastily agree, but weighed the pros and cons of her demands. Each of these tasks seemed far from simple. To be honest, I do not even know how to help you reconstruct your physical form. That is inconsequential. You are sinful heaven. The first 2 tasks may be daunting for others, yet for you, they should be trivial. Then, the third task is the most challenging. Indeed, the individual to be killed is, like you, also sinful heaven. Danji did not conceal this fact, stating it openly. Are you asking me to assist in patricide? Changqing shook his head. Each of these tasks is nearly insurmountable. Assisting you in resurrection is already a significant endeavor. Traversing realms and opposing powerful beings of the Celestial Wasteland is simply not worth the effort. Do not be so quick to refuse. I shall offer you unexpected benefits. You will not suffer loss. Go on. Before you reach the Thousand Autumn Realm, you will have a venerable protector. Does that suffice? Danji's words stirred something within him. What do you mean? Literally, since my soul has already been taken by you, once you are reborn, my physical form will become a soulless vessel, entirely at your command. You are a primordial spiritual body. You can utilize your innate spirit without refinement. However, ordinary innate spirits are ethereal entities residing within the acupoints. Unless willingly bestowed by the practitioner, they cannot be seized. Yet, blood magic spirits are tangible and visible. They largely dwell within my body. And by imparting to you some special techniques, you can summon any blood magic spirit from within me. You need only extract a blood slave spirit and use it on me, and my physical form will become your blood slave, granting you unfettered access to my blood energy, spiritual power, and innate spirits. Although the strength you wield will not rival that of a true venerable, it is still a considerable asset. Bear in mind, the legacy left by a venerable of the Thousand Autumn realm is enough to incite fervent competition among large sects, let alone that you have a living venerable at your side. Chapter 59. Refining the Blood Slave. How could you possibly know that upon my rebirth, your corporeal form would lose its soul and become a mere shell? Even the most extraordinary spirit manipulation cannot defy the laws of nature. If after your rebirth, Danji remains the complete Danji, then who am I? He was half convinced, yet Danji appeared utterly confident. After a moment's contemplation, Changqing revealed a wicked smile. Your method is quite clever. However, it seems I have no compelling reason to collaborate with you, since your body has already lost its soul and is incapable of resistance. The only thing you can offer me is a means to extract the blood slave spirit from within you. I can certainly attempt that on my own, gradually searching for the blood slave spirit within you, and then following your method to transform your flesh into my blood slave. You may certainly try, but my words are grounded in the fact that you have no opportunity to refuse. If a doll were capable of expressing emotions, Danji would surely mirror Changqing's wicked grin at this moment. Indeed, I hold little utility in assisting you with obtaining that body. Yet, I can ensure that you do not acquire it. If I were to disperse my soul, that body would revert to its original form as Danji, which would no longer be a soulless entity. To think that you could control a true evil sovereign with the blood slave spirit is nothing short of a fantasy. Changqing pondered for a moment and asked, is returning to the Jojo realm and avenging your father of such paramount importance to you that you would even threaten me with your life? It is hardly a threat. I merely perceive that you and I are alike, driven by compelling reasons to grow stronger, and it is certain that one cannot resist such temptation. Very well, I agree. But you ought to procure me a garment. To be honest, this body leaves much to be desired. It pales in comparison to my original form. Now that we are allies, surely you can provide me with something better. This body is all there is. There are no women's clothes in Changqing's home, so he could only offer Danji the clothing that came with the packaging. Observing the long black stockings and the barely there sheer skirt adorning her form, Danji teased, TSK. Who would have thought that the attire conjured from a visage as unappealing as yours would be so indecent and filthy? Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Once we officially become allies, I will find you something more appropriate. For now, this will have to suffice. Why have you become so verbose? In truth, I am indifferent. This peculiar body was provided by you, and I assume you have already scrutinized it. Regardless, I am merely a soul, so feel free to regard it as you wish. You are wasting words when you lack even this body. As Changqing finished speaking, he suddenly felt a spinning sensation, rushing to the restroom to retch into the sink. This bout of dizziness arrived later than the previous ones, suggesting an improvement in his physical condition, yet the sudden wave of discomfort remained excruciating. Until he retched to the point of cramping, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, his vision blurring, and the world began to twist and distort. With a sudden gasp, he opened his eyes to a scene drenched in crimson, the air thick with the stench of blood. He gasped for breath, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. At that moment, he found himself half kneeling in a pool of blood, a long knife in hand, with Danji's body suspended before him. Is this the cave where Danji was imprisoned? Or have I been reborn? Rising to his feet, Changqing immediately reached out to touch Danji's body. Upon discovering her lack of response, he finally confirmed that Danji and Appo's words were indeed true. Her body had become a soulless vessel. To think such extraordinary spirit manipulation exists, capable of reversing time. In his mind, Danji's voice resonated. Did you not leave me behind on Earth? How is it that you appear in my mind? I have said countless times that your so-called Earth is merely a figment of your imagination, a domain of your own creation. I have been sealed within your soul from the very beginning, unchanged. Changqing felt a sense of unease, regardless of whether this so-called theory of twisted heaven was true. Having Danji's cunning spirit lingering in his mind was far from comforting, a stark contrast to her being left on Earth where he felt at ease. You need not worry. From your perspective, my presence on Earth or in your mind may seem distinct, but from my viewpoint, they are one and the same. After all, that Earth exists only in your imagination. I cannot pry into your heart, nor can I control your actions. You are a being of a higher order than I, and I can only share your five senses. This facilitates our communication, does it not? For now, Changqing accepted this reality, rising to assess his cultivation and physical changes. Muttering to himself, "My cultivation remains at the second transformation of a fleeting moment. It appears that the cost of this rebirth was not a reduction in my cultivation, but rather a progression through time." Upon examining the spirits within his acupoints, he discovered the bone spike spirit, the whirling spirit, the blood healing spirit, and the blood storage spirit that Danji had later bestowed upon him. Changqing's heart sank as he realized the implications. This is troubling. It seems I have been reborn at the moment when Lu utilized the blood demon spirit for her rebirth, right after I sent Luo Hongyan away. He spoke urgently. Lu will likely invade shortly. We must act swiftly. Let me extract a blood oath spirit and establish our pact. Go ahead, Danji replied. Under Danji's guidance, Changqing retrieved a blood oath spirit from her body. I, you Changqing, hereby vow that once Danji becomes my blood slave, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to assist me in achieving the realm of 1,000 autumns, I shall aid in her resurrection and thereafter refrain from interfering with her freedom. Once Danji is revived, I must devise a way to return her to the Jojo realm. Upon reaching the heavenly desolation realm, I must uphold this vow and eliminate. Dan Shao, Danji reminded him within his mind. Understood. After reaffirming his oath, the blood oath spirit transformed into a centipede-like creature, burrowing into his body. Now, it is done. It is your turn to fulfill your promise. Allow me to extract the blood slave spirit and refine your corporeal form. Naturally, with that, Danji imparted the method for locating the blood slave spirit to Changqing, enabling him to extract it from her body. The blood slave spirit resembled a chain fashioned from flesh and blood, entwining around Changqing's wrist and Danji's neck as he channeled his spiritual energy, radiating a deep purple light, a sign of its precious nature as an earth spirit. Had it not been for Changqing's cultivation of the Earth Palace physique, he would have been unable to utilize it. This blood slave spirit, like the blood oath spirit, is a one-time use spirit. Upon activation, as long as this body remains near you, its blood energy, spiritual power, and spirit manipulation can be summoned at will through the effects of the blood slave spirit. This body will obey your commands, but due to its soulless nature, it cannot utilize spirit manipulation and can only perform simple tasks. However, be mindful that while there are many advanced spirits within this body, you must rely on the Earth Palace physique to wield them at your current level. Thus, although your abilities are formidable, you cannot employ more than one powerful spirit at a time. If you use a lethal spirit without a protective one by your side, your demise could be imminent. I advise caution in your actions. This is already quite remarkable. Changqing expressed satisfaction, feeling a distinct and subtle connection with Danji's body after utilizing the blood slave spirit. Chapter 60. The second battle with Lu. At that moment, a massive swarm of serpents emerged from the cave entrance. Behind this multitude of serpents, something seemed to be dragged along. As they burrowed halfway in, countless serpent eyes simultaneously turned, ultimately fixating on Changqing. My obedient disciple, I have found you. Two arms, entwined with venomous serpents, extended from the cave, bracing the entrance as they gradually pulled Lu's corpulent lower body inside. With a gaze as sharp as a blade, Changqing fixed his stare on Lu, who was about to crawl into the cave, and calmly inquired of Danji, "Is there a chance of victory?" "You underestimate the enhancement this body affords you," she replied. "That is reassuring." Changqing then turned and severed Danji's head. From her neck, a dense aura of blood surged forth, and in an instant, she returned to her former self, a stunning face re-emerging, albeit with eyes that seemed devoid of life. I must remind you, although the spiritual power and blood essence of this body can be transferred to you at any time through the blood slave spirit, it does not imply that you can wield all its spiritual techniques. Certain advanced techniques, such as crimson blood surge and beyond the sea of blood, require a consumption of spiritual power and blood essence that far exceeds your total reserves, and their depletion rate surpasses the replenishment speed of the blood slave spirit. Using such techniques would equate to self-destruction. Ultimately, my physical form cannot utilize spiritual techniques. The consumption of spiritual power and blood essence remains your own, while this body merely assists in replenishing them. Changqing nodded, easily grasping Danji's meaning. Simply put, it is akin to a novice inheriting top-tier equipment from a master, yet can only equip one item at a time, and some might be incompatible, leading to glitches and penalties. Nonetheless, it was already an extraordinary advantage. Danji, as a revered being with over 300 years of accumulation, possessed a body that was a vast treasure trove, capable of rapidly restoring spiritual power and blood essence. Changqing nodded, his thoughts in motion. From his wrist, a chain forged of flesh and blood sprouted, extending to Danji's neck, a manifestation of the blood slave spirit's effect. He could feel a continuous flow of blood essence and spiritual power connecting from Danji and Appo's neck to his wrist, alongside countless spiritual techniques awaiting his command. With your physical enhancement, what level of power can I expect? Most would become arrogant upon gaining power, yet you remain cautious. Fear not, although your cultivation is too low to utilize many potent offensive techniques. If you strain your essence and forcefully employ some high-cost techniques, you can still overpower Lulu. However, it must be swift, otherwise the techniques will incessantly deplete your essence, hindering your future cultivation. Excessive use of techniques that exceed your capacity could render your meridians inactive, leaving you unable to progress in your cultivation. Do you know why I have white hair? It is due to having been compelled to use techniques far beyond my ability in my early years, exhausting my essence, which affected my natural talent. White hair and red eyes are signs of excessive depletion. Danji and Appo's voice resonated within Changqing and Appo's mind for but a moment, and just then, Lulu and Appo's entire form finally slithered into the cave. She resembled a clumsy, giant infant, lunging toward the duo in the blood pool. Along her path, a multitude of crimson tendrils, accompanied by serpents, fell from her body, littering the ground. I'm so hungry. Is this what it feels like to ascend? Why am I so famished? I crave blood. You shall serve as my sustenance for transcendence. With that, countless crimson tendrils coalesced into a gigantic hand, striking toward Changqing. Here it comes. Focus your mind, cast aside distractions, and utilize the spiritual techniques as I instruct, Danji's voice urged. Changqing did not dare to hesitate, following her guidance to swiftly absorb a pale blue spiritual technique into his inner palace. Bone Shield Spirit. From his arm, several long bone fragments erupted, reaching up to the cave ceiling, forming a colossal shield that withstood Lulu's frenzied assault. Bloodblade Spirit. Following Danji's guidance, Changqing concentrated, returning the Bone Shield Spirit to her body before absorbing another pale blue technique into his inner palace. From his back, several wounds tore open, blood gushing forth. Yet instead of spilling onto the ground, it gathered in his palm, forging a blood-colored long knife. He swung the knife, and the blade forged from blood struck Lulu and Appo's massive, twisted appendage, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Lulu emitted a ghastly cry, wielding her enormous appendage in an attack against him. Changqing urged the blood blade spirit, and the blood knife disintegrated under the force of the monstrous limb, transforming into droplets. As the knife passed through the layers of Lulu's defenses, it reformed and pierced her chest. Changqing gripped the long knife tightly, spinning in air to narrowly evade Lulu's sweeping tendrils, while simultaneously stirring the knife within her chest, shattering it, and causing numerous crimson tendrils to spill out. Lulu let out a pained wail, yet she continued her assault on Changqing without fear, her chest cavity gaping and tendrils cascading from it, her body resembling a stuffed doll devoid of any vital weaknesses. Blood-swimming spirit. Changqing retracted the blood blade spirit and, under Danji's direction, absorbed a deep violet earth spirit into his inner palace. Activating the spiritual technique, his form became ethereal, swiftly transforming into a pool of blood. He flowed with remarkable agility across the ground, walls, and even onto Lulu, adeptly maneuvering through her onslaught. Lulu howled in frustration, realizing her attempts to strike Changqing were futile. She pivoted to attack Danji instead. At this moment, Danji was merely a soulless body, devoid of any trace of the evil sovereign and Appo's aura, standing there blankly as Lu and Appo's tremendous blow struck her, sending her crashing into the wall, creating a large dent. Fortunately, the chains of the blood slave spirit extended as the distance between Changqing and Danji grew, continuing to supply him with blood essence and spiritual power. "Is your body all right?" Changqing asked, seeing Danji embedded in the wall, a hint of concern in his voice. "You underestimate me. Such an attack cannot inflict substantial harm upon my body. Focus on the battle." Having lost her head and possessed by blood demons, Lu displayed little intelligence, stumbling toward Danji and unleashing a frenzied assault on her body. Each strike nearly turned Danji's form into pulp, yet she would instantly regenerate. Realizing her inability to inflict genuine damage upon this figure, Lu ceased her attacks, seizing Danji with her massive tendrils, preparing to devour her. "This is bad. If my flesh and blood are absorbed by the blood demons, it will greatly enhance their power. Earlier, I refrained from allowing you to utilize overwhelming techniques to protect your essence, but now it is imperative to act decisively." Understood. Under Danji's guidance, Changqing absorbed a golden spirit into his inner palace. It was a low-grade celestial spirit, the blood domain of the deceased. Chapter 61. I want them all. Changqing emerged from the blood water, regaining his human form. With a stamp of his foot, a pool of blood spread across the ground, enveloping the entire cave. Just as Lu was about to bite into Danji and Appo's shoulder, a pale arm reached out from the blood pool beneath her, grasping her foot. Countless white arms followed, emerging from the pool and ensnaring Lu's body, rendering her immobile. Lu struggled fiercely. Empowered by the blood demon spirit, her strength was immense, and she managed to break several of the arms. Yet, more arms relentlessly continued to rise from beneath her, trapping her like an insect caught in a spider's web. Despite her desperate efforts, she found herself sinking deeper into despair. These arms resembled the vengeful spirits of those who had drowned, slowly dragging Lu into the depths of the blood pool. "No, you shall not prevent my ascension," she cried out, her body now entirely submerged in the blood pool. With only a mass of venomous serpents and crimson tendrils, coiling and converging into a head, remaining above the surface. In a final surge of willpower, she struggled mightily, pulling half of her body out of the blood pool. "I cannot die. I must ascend. You must unleash all your spiritual energy and sacrifice your essence without hesitation." Danji and Appo's voice urged, tinged with urgency. With gritted teeth, Changqing felt a tear of blood slip from the corner of his eye, his hair transforming to match Danji and Appo's pallor. Instantly, more pale arms surged from the blood pool, enveloping Lu completely and dragging her into the abyss of the blood pool. The pool then receded, leaving no trace of Lu in this world. Changqing staggered and fell to the ground, his complexion ashen, his body emaciated, with deep-set eyes and pronounced ribs, resembling one on the brink of death. His eyes had taken on a faint red hue, and half of his hair had turned white, creating an eerie appearance. "Your mastery of the blood demon spirit is perilous," he coughed. In the recent battle, he felt akin to a mere child wielding a cannon in combat. Though victorious, the recoil had inflicted harm upon himself. "Do not fret. As long as your acupoints remain unblocked, there is hope for recovery. We are in this together. I would not wish you harm," Danji reassured him. "I feel utterly drained. Despite your physical form providing me with blood and spiritual energy, I see no improvement," he lamented. "The blood spirit you encountered consumed more spiritual energy and essence than you possess. To wield it requires sacrificing your very foundation," she explained. "Can I recover? Restoration is feasible, albeit requiring a substantial influx of natural spiritual energy. The essence I provided is merely temporary. You cannot cultivate from it. True recovery may necessitate a period of stagnation in your advancement." "I miscalculated, leading to your excessive depletion," she admitted. "The circumstances were beyond your control," he replied, taking a moment to gather himself before standing. "So, In my previous life, using the blood demon spirit also drained my foundation. The blood demon spirit is inferior and cannot be compared to the blood spirit of the deceased. With your current abilities, summoning the blood demon spirit poses no immediate danger. However, prolonged use will exhaust your foundation, Danji remarked disdainfully. Ah, I see. Changqing approached the spot where Lu had vanished, finding the dimly glowing blood demon spirit lying on the ground. He collected it and stored it within his subterranean palace. With Lu dead and the 4 guardians eliminated, the 100 Flowers legacy should now be within his grasp. Obtaining the legacy is no simple task. First, we must retrieve the 100 Flowers token, then devise a plan. As he spoke, Changqing exited the cave, noticing a large gash torn in the flesh and blood spirit embryo hanging on the wall, barely clinging to life. Mother, hungry, the spirit murmured weakly upon seeing Changqing, its childish voice tinged with a hint of joy. What use is this? Changqing inquired of Danji. Merely a spirit embryo. I attempted to refine it during my training, but failed. It serves little purpose. While alive, it is merely a drain on spiritual energy. Lu foolishly wished to use it to create a new body for herself, a futile dream. The spirit that emerges from a deceased embryo may not even be a true spirit. It's rather useless, she explained. Nonetheless, such embryos are rare, as their creation relies heavily on luck. If I were to seize the 100 Flowers cave, perhaps I could keep it as a curiosity, Danji added nonchalantly. Is that so? Changqing hesitated, placing his blade against the embryo, but ultimately refraining from striking. Never mind, I do not lack spirits at the moment. Rather than kill it, I may as well keep it alive. How should I care for it? Taking care of a spirit embryo is not overly complex. Lu, in her folly, added various blood and flesh components. In truth, its essence is merely a small pearl within the flesh. If you extract it and nourish it daily with your essence, it will suffice, she instructed. Understanding, Changqing used his knife to carve open the flesh, revealing a pearl the size of a fingernail, as dark as ink, complete with eyelids and delicate nerves writhing on the back. Mother, it hurts, the pearl whimpered, blinking. Changqing ignored its cries, holding the pearl and contemplating before turning to pry open Danji's mouth. Hey, don't just put that in my mouth, she protested. Feed it with your essence. The little bit it requires is inconsequential for you, he insisted, promptly tossing the pearl into her mouth. The pearl seemed to sense the abundant vitality within Danji's body, quickly adhering to her oral cavity, its nerves burrowing deep. Satisfied, Changqing led Danji's form outside, arriving at the location where he had buried the 100 Flowers token in his past life, unearthing it at last. Now, tell me about the 100 Flowers legacy. Given the changing circumstances, the legacy was a coveted treasure, even sought after by Danji when she was the evil sovereign. He was determined to seize it, escape the 100 Flowers cave, protect Luo Hongyan, and claim the legacy for himself. This 100 Flowers cave was a remnant of the 100 Flowers evil saint from 100,000 years ago. To obtain this legacy, there are 2 methods. First, as I did in my previous life, forcefully eliminating the remnants of the 100 Flowers evil saint. Although most of the legacy would be destroyed, the spirits contained within could be claimed, representing the most valuable aspect, Danji elucidated. However, you're now left with just a physical form, and you cannot contend with the remnants of the 100 Flowers. Fortunately, this body lacks a soul and resembles a mere shell. Devoid of any aura that would attract attention from the remnants, she continued. Changqing nodded. Though he hadn't witnessed the battle between Danji and the remnants, he could glean the remnants' formidable power from Danji's disheveled state after their encounter. It was best to avoid drawing attention. Chapter 62. The notion of righteousness and evil. If you believe my words, you might consider trying the second method. What method? I possess a soul-purifying spirit within me. Although this spirit is not of a high grade, its rarity renders it exceedingly precious. Its sole effect is to assist practitioners in erasing their meridians, thereby reducing their cultivation to the momentary realm. My soul-purifying spirit is of inferior quality, capable of erasing the meridians of practitioners below the momentary realm. While it may seem somewhat wasteful to use it on you, it is indeed appropriate for this moment. You want me to forfeit my cultivation? Why? Longqing inquired. To inherit the 100 Flowers legacy, there exists another method. To undergo the trial left by the 100 Flowers evil saint, which is situated at the heart of the Huanhe Sect, within the Grand Hall of Colorful Clouds. I have been there, yet the restrictions set by the evil saint prevented me from participating in the trial. The requirement for participation is to possess the 100 Flowers token and to have a cultivation that does not exceed the momentary realm. Longqing expressed surprise. Must one's cultivation not exceed the momentary realm? Does that not mean only mortals can partake in this trial? Your statement lacks precision. It is not limited to mere mortals. Those of exceedingly low talent, who have only reached the momentary realm at the beginning of their enlightenment, may also participate. Furthermore, individuals who have utilized the soul purifying spirit and thus forfeited their cultivation are eligible as well. But if I use the soul purifying spirit, would I not be left vulnerable? This brings us to the remarkable utility of the blood sea beyond technique. Danji stated with a hint of pride. Even if you utilize the soul purifying spirit, your realm would merely be diminished to the momentary state. However, your cultivated subterranean organs would still remain intact. You could still employ those subterranean organs to execute certain blood techniques in battle. Even if you temporarily sacrifice some of your essence, obtaining the legacy would make it worthwhile. At first glance, this seems feasible. What does the trial entail? What preparations must I undertake? I cannot say for certain, as I lack the qualifications to enter that trial ground. You will need to test it for yourself. And if I fail, that is difficult to ascertain. The peril associated with different legacies varies significantly. The 100 Flowers legacy, inherited from the evil saint 100,000 years ago, falls under the category of sinister legacies. Likely among the most perilous, Danji remarked. Longqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, if you, as an evil sovereign, are so cunning and treacherous, how much more so would an evil saint be? What is there to fear, given that you are the reincarnation of a fallen celestial, endowed with a life spirit capable of reversing time? Even in failure, you would have the opportunity to start anew. Walking the path of evil seldom guarantees certainty. It is often akin to grasping at embers from a fire. Indeed, Danji speaks truthfully. Her thoughts align with mine. Currently, the 100 Flowers cave is devoid of female demons at the momentary realm, and the remaining lesser demons pose little threat to you. You may use the soul purifying spirit now. There's no rush. I shall use it upon reaching the Grand Hall of Colorful Clouds, and I must also wait for someone. Suit yourself. Whether you use it early or late will not influence your passage through the 100 Flowers legacy trial. Are you waiting for that little girl? Yes. Were you both together when you arrived at this 100 Flowers cave? Or did you meet within? What concern is that of yours? Oh, why the haste? It is evident to me that while you possess a profound mind comparable to that of a seasoned demon in matters of affection, you are no different from ordinary children. If I were to guess, you two must have met within this cave. Am I correct? Oh, pray tell, how did you conclude that? As the pressure on the two eased, Longqing did not mind exchanging banter with Danji while awaiting Luo Hongyan. That little girl possesses extraordinary talent, a sacred body of alchemy. It is clear she hails from a prestigious family. You, on the other hand, are a fool, utterly ignorant of cultivation, with a meager level of prowess. Setting aside your innate spirit and the life spirit of the fallen celestial, you are truly the dregs among the dregs. Moreover, while you may be exceedingly intelligent, your ability to express affection leaves much to be desired, akin to an iceberg, incapable of uttering sweet nothings. As for your appearance, while you are handsome, not all are enamored by such features. Thus, it seems you possess no virtues whatsoever. How could she possibly be fond of you? For one like you to aspire to be with a woman of her caliber. The only logical conclusion is that you two formed a bond through shared adversity within this 100 Flowers cave. Her incessant prattle, devoid of the demeanor befitting an evil sovereign, made her resemble a gossiping villager. You possess quite the imagination. Keep a low profile. I have lived for over 300 years. If I cannot decipher the thoughts of children like you, then my life has been in vain, Danji proclaimed with a touch of pride, then added mysteriously, let me tell you, you must seize the opportunity. That little girl undoubtedly belongs to a prominent family. Only families of a certain caliber can nurture an alchemy practitioner, especially one like her who has been groomed from a young age. Is that your basis for concluding she comes from a distinguished family? Not only that, I tell you, she not only comes from a prominent family, but holds a significant status as well, Danji asserted, feigning profundity. Do you recall her mentioning that she would take you back to her family to procure a soul-purifying spirit? Do you understand the implications of such a statement? As a dignified practitioner of the Thousand Autumn Realm, I have traversed the world for over 300 years and have only amassed 2 soul-purifying spirits. For her to merely utter that she would provide you with one, consider it for yourself. Her words plunged Longqing into contemplation, yet he soon smiled nonchalantly. What concern is her lineage to me? Such sentiments cannot be uttered lightly. Do not feign indifference. If she happens to be a princess of a prestigious family, you could ascend to great heights. Besides, did you not have feelings for her? If you could prosper by simply relying on her, why not abandon the path of evil and pursue the righteous way? Her words took Longqing by surprise. I have always believed that the realms of righteousness and evil are irreconcilable. If I were to pursue the righteous path, would we still be considered allies? In your heart, do you deem the righteous path more significant than the path of evil? Danji countered. Longqing shook his head. Your ability to contemplate this reflects your complete alignment with the path of evil, Danji sighed. Only those truly of the righteous path believe that righteousness and evil cannot coexist. Practitioners of the evil path seek to eradicate their counterparts. Yet, those within the evil path care not for the distinction between righteousness and evil. As long as they can attain their desires, any means of cultivation is permissible. Longqing nodded, comprehending Danji's perspective as it resonated with his own thoughts. Furthermore, the world is inherently cruel. Do you think that those on the righteous path do not commit murder, engage in cunning schemes, or harbor decay and filth? They're all the same, Danji reflected. In essence, the concept of righteousness and evil embodies 2 paths that are not fundamentally different. Only the travelers on those paths differ. I thought you were having a sudden moral revelation and were about to advise me to pursue virtue. Longqing jested. I advise you, should the opportunity arise, to walk the righteous path alongside that little girl, for she possesses the capability to illuminate your journey on that path. Danji scoffed. Were she a worthless being, I would only counsel you to eliminate her. There are those who tread the path of light without prejudice, willingly extending a hand to those on divergent paths. This is redemption. Conversely, there are those who, despite their own sordid existence, stand atop the moral pedestal, demanding that others conform to their complacency and mediocrity. This is foolishness. Longqing found himself disinterested in the dispute between righteousness and evil. He was indifferent to Luo Hongyan and Appo's background. In fact, reflecting upon it now, he even pondered whether he should maintain a certain distance from Luo Hongyan. He merely wished to protect Luo Hongyan, ensuring she remained unharmed. Initially, his motivation stemmed from concern that any peril faced by Luo Hongyan in this world might adversely affect Yi Qinghe on Earth. However, it now seemed he was irresistibly channeling his feelings for Yi Qinghe into Luo Hongyan. In moments of crisis in his previous life, he often acted instinctively, rushing to do various things for her without pausing to think. In retrospect, he found himself at a loss when contemplating how to face Luo Hongyan. Were they truly one and the same? Was his behavior a betrayal of Yi Qinghe? He could not articulate it. For now, he resolved to focus solely on her protection, setting aside any other considerations until he could fully grasp the nature of this transmigration and rebirth, and ascertain whether Luo Hongyan and Yi Qinghe were indeed the same individual. As he pondered this, Luo Hongyan burst into the cave, breathless. The moment she set eyes on Chongqing, she rushed towards him. You fool! Did we not agree to escape together? I traversed half a mountain to locate the entrance to Baiwa Cave. Do you have any idea how anxious I was? Her reproach was accompanied by a deeper tone of concern. Chapter 63. The Heart and Amp. Appo's intent of the beautiful woman. Do not worry. I am perfectly fine, said Chongqing, shaking the Baowa order in his hand. What has happened to your hair? Why do you look so pale? Are you injured? In a flurry of concern, Luo Hongyan gazed at his hair, now half white, and his face as pale as ashes. Before Changqing could offer further reassurances, Luo Hongyan's eyes caught sight of Danji behind him, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Is this the evil sovereign? Do not panic, Changqing remarked, poking Danji and damp Appo's face. See, she is merely a puppet under my control. This action startled Luo Hongyan once more. But upon observing that the evil sovereign indeed resembled a lifeless doll, eyes devoid of spirit, and unresponsive to Changqing and Appo's touch, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. What is happening? You could tell her that my soul was extinguished by the forbidden technique of the Baohua, residual soul, and that you control my body through blood methods. Even this young girl, well-versed in many things, would struggle to discern the truth. Danji and damp Appo's voice chimed in, prompting Changqing to respond accordingly. Luo Hongyan, upon hearing this, accepted it as truth. But what of Lulu? Rest assured, she is dead, slain by my own hands. You resolved the troubles while I was being sent out of the Baohua cave? Luo Hongyan found it hard to believe, but the absence of Lulu's presence in the cave forced her to accept his words. However, seeing Changqing's near-death appearance and piecing the situation together, Luo Hongyan began to grasp the implications. Did you employ some forbidden dark arts to kill Lulu? You foolish man. Such techniques, if used recklessly, could harm your essence, and you might perish. Yet, here I stand, alive, Changqing replied with a faint smile, gently stroking her hair. Oh, my apologies, I didn't Appo's, to mean to touch you. I shall remember to ask next time. Sigh, never mind, let us discuss this later. We must leave at once to avoid further complications. Do not hurry. There are matters yet to be addressed. What matters? This invaluable inheritance. You do not wish to claim it? It is a legacy left by a sage. A tremendous opportunity that has now fallen upon us. How can we not seize it? Inheritance? Luo Hongyan paused. Then realization dawned upon her. Indeed, the Baohua cave must be the site of the legacy. I was so preoccupied with escaping with you that I neglected other matters. She hesitated. The sage's inheritance is indeed precious, but you must promise me a few things. Otherwise, I cannot allow you to claim it. Seeing the seriousness in her expression, Changqing nodded solemnly. Speak your mind. Firstly, we owe our escape from the Baohua cave entirely to your efforts. Thus, you should receive the inheritance entirely, for no merit should go unrewarded. Just half for each of us. Changqing interrupted, 1/2 each. Luo Hongyan sighed in resignation. Secondly, after obtaining the inheritance, you must refrain from practicing its techniques or refining its spirit. This is a path of darkness, and you have already delved too deeply. I cannot allow you to fall further. Instead, take the techniques and spirits back to your clan and exchange them for equivalent rewards. I will not take a single coin. This is beneficial. Practicing blood methods with me is the most advantageous. Leaving the spirits intact while exchanging techniques will save us the trouble of disposing of stolen goods. Danji's voice interjected in Changqing's mind. Changqing, however, appeared slightly displeased. I have already stated 1/2 each. If you desire nothing, we might as well leave. Hey, don't. Before Luo Hongyan could respond, Danji hurriedly chimed in. Seeing Changqing genuinely poised to activate the Baohua order and depart, she relented. Fine. We shall split it equally, but you must promise me not to practice the techniques or refine the spirits. Only then did Changqing appear satisfied. In truth, Luo Hongyan did not particularly care for the inheritance. Her desire for Changqing to obtain it was rooted in ulterior motives. This fool lacked any particular talent. His cultivation aptitude was abysmal, and with a dark background, even if he possessed a unique physique allowing him to wield spirits without refinement. The stubborn elders of his clan would likely dismiss him. However, if he could bring back a sage-level inheritance, perhaps. Is it settled then? Her thoughts were interrupted by Changqing. Luo Hongyan, feeling somewhat guilty, nodded hurriedly. What is it? You seem off. Nothing. She feigned nonchalance, though her heart raced slightly. Luo Hongyan, what are you overthinking? He hasn't said anything yet, and you're already rushing to help him find a way to escape. After masking her emotions, she inquired, how much do you know about this inheritance? I was just about to mention that, Changqing said, retrieving the pre-prepared Dishun spirit from his bag. To obtain the inheritance, one must undergo a trial, and the requirement for participation is that one and oppose, as cultivation must be below the Shuhua first transformation. Hence, I have prepared this. This is Dishun spirit. Where did you acquire it? You cannot disclose that it can turn me into a blood slave. Do not mention that you can use my spirits. Otherwise, if this young girl gets stubborn and insists on turning me over to her clan, it will be troublesome. Danji hurriedly warned. This was initially prepared by Danji for me to follow her in cultivating blood methods, yet I secretly kept it. Now it comes in handy. Changqing had no choice but to fabricate a story. Now I see, that's wonderful. You can finally shed your dark identity. Changqing sensed the sincerity in Luo Hongyan's delighted tone, though he felt a bit awkward scratching his head. If she were to discover that he intended to continue practicing blood methods afterward, she would likely be quite heartbroken. Are you planning to use the Dishun spirit to lower your cultivation to participate in the trial? Is there any danger? Luo Hongyan pondered, her concern evident. Given that the inheritance is designed for those below Shuhua first transformation, it should not be exceedingly difficult, Changqing reassured her. He felt relatively confident. After all, he possessed the Di Gong Fu, a formidable weapon, and bringing along a powerful spirit to participate in the trial should pose little issue. This is akin to bringing a laptop to an elementary school final exam, purely cheating. Indeed, most strong individuals leave their legacies in search of suitable successors or require future generations to fulfill their unfulfilled wishes. Reflecting on this, Luo Hongyan, puffing with indignation, exclaimed, "You want to inherit the legacy and then transform from a practitioner of blood methods into one of poison, will you? Oh please, inheriting the legacy does not mean I must practice poison methods. Rest assured." Luo Hongyan tugged at his sleeve. "Promise me that even if it becomes absolutely necessary to practice poison methods to inherit the legacy, you will return to your clan and use the Dishun spirit to abandon your cultivation and start anew. All right?" Changqing, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Poison methods do not seem as sinister as blood methods. Why do you oppose them so? Even if the process is not evil, it is still a dark path. You must not walk it. If it is not evil, does it not mean I can practice it? Just because I cultivate a dark art does not mean I cannot tread the righteous path. Oh, that is not the issue. It is simply unacceptable. Why is it unacceptable?" Under Changqing's probing, Luo Hongyan's face gradually flushed, and after a long pause, she mustered the courage to whisper, "Our clan will not permit a dark practitioner to marry in." Chapter 64. The colorful clouds bestow heartfelt thoughts upon the utterance of these words. Both individuals lapsed into an unspoken silence. Even one with a wooden head could discern the implications within Luo Hongyan's words. However, Changqing was no seasoned veteran in matters of romance. In fact, his experience was virtually non-existent. Faced with the girl's flushed visage and the image that occupied his mind incessantly, he found himself momentarily at a loss. After a brief pause, he cleared his throat twice, breaking the stillness. "I shall first employ the soul-purifying spirit. You assist me in safeguarding the process." "Ah, very well." The two, slightly awkward in demeanor, found separate spots to sit. Changqing retrieved the soul-purifying spirit and activated his spiritual energy to commence its use. A soft blue glow flickered as the energy points within him began to gradually dissolve and dissipate. What a mess. Just moments ago, it was the perfect opportunity to embrace her and convey his feelings. Yet here he stood foolishly, stuttering out, "I'll use the soul-purifying spirit first. You help me defend." TSK, when I urged you to use it earlier, you hesitated, yet now you're so eager, as if fearing the spirit might escape. Danji mocked within Changqing's mind. Moreover, your inquiry was rather forced, wasn't it? Did you really need to compel the girl to articulate her feelings? Here you are, ready to share half of a precious inheritance without a second thought, yet you can't even muster a decent love confession. Truly foolish of you. We obtained this inheritance through our efforts. She too played a part. It's a shared bounty and has nothing to do with your marital status. Changqing retorted mentally. Oh, spare me. With your ruthless, selfish nature, if someone else were to speak of shared benefits, you'd have them silenced without a second thought. Stop pretending to be a paragon of virtue, Danji scoffed. Suit yourself, but keep your nose out of my personal matters. I'm merely looking out for your best interests. As the esteemed, evil sovereign, traversing the world for 3 centuries, assisting you in winning over a mere girl should be a trivial task. You truly don't appreciate the help. Oh, 3 centuries of worldly experience, is that so? Indeed. Would you like me to impart my wisdom upon you? Changqing smirked coldly. Guess what? Upon realizing you had usurped my body, the first thing that struck me with incredulity was, what were the 3 essential conditions for soul possession? The soul transference, the shared cultivation method, and the third one. What was it again? Danji fell silent. Ah, esteemed master, for your vast experience, I, your dull disciple, humbly request your guidance on the 3rd requirement for soul possession. Oh, I remember now. It seems both parties must possess primal yin and primal yang. So that is how it is. You truly are prophetic, having anticipated the day you would seize my body and began cultivating primal yin long ago. Or perhaps you maintained your primal yin form for a deeper purpose. Oh, master, don't you know? Do enlighten your disciple. Master? Master? Are you still there? Why the silence? Indeed, a true sharp tongue must be grounded in sufficient intelligence and a touch of cunning. Under this relentless mental interrogation, Danji finally fell silent, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the soul-purifying spirit was fully utilized, and the 20 energy points within Changqing dwindled to a solitary 1. His cultivation abruptly reduced to the initial stage. Feeling the frailness of his spiritual energy, he bore no sorrow. The essence of life is to gain and lose. How did it go? Were you successful? Upon seeing him rise, Luo Hongyan approached. I've reverted to the initial stage of a mere novice. Changqing quipped lightly. Do you feel any discomfort? Do you need to recuperate? Luo Hongyan inquired. Rest assured, we shall head to the trial site immediately. Once I secure the inheritance, we will depart from here. The trial site is within the Hall of Colorful Clouds. Let us proceed. The pair quickened their pace, making their way from Lulu's cave to the Hall of Colorful Clouds. Along the way, they encountered numerous female demons attempting to block their path. The commotion from Lulu's cave had attracted these demons from all corners of the 100-Flower Cave. However, without Lulu and the 4 guardians, not a single formidable presence remained in the cave. After dispatching several female demons, the remaining ones fled in all directions, no longer daring to obstruct their passage. These demons, driven by instinct, possessed little intelligence and lacked any notion of avenging their leader. Upon encountering the powerful Luo Hongyan, they instinctively chose to flee. The duo successfully arrived at the Hall of Colorful Clouds. The hall retained its ancient charm, starkly contrasting the chaotic cave. As they stepped inside, Changqing mentally inquired, "Where is the entrance to the trial?" Danji, however, did not respond. "Master, where is the entrance to the trial within the hall?" "My exceptional disciple, your innate talent is extraordinary. I trust you can find it without my guidance. I shall remain silent." "Master, show mercy and forgive my impudence. Do bestow upon me your wisdom." Although he could eventually find it himself, it would be far more convenient if Danji provided the answer, saving precious time. Simply sit upon the throne in the center of the hall, and you shall naturally discover it. Changqing approached the center of the hall and beheld a magnificent throne standing in the glazed pool. In previous lifetimes, this had been Lulu's seat. He approached but refrained from immediately taking a seat, instead circling the throne to observe it closely. The throne was grand and imposing, not crafted from ordinary iron or gold, but rather formed from countless intertwined roots and vines, as if it possessed the ability to breathe, exuding a vibrant life force. "Is this throne the site of the inheritance trial?" Luo Hongyan inquired, moving closer. "Indeed, those who meet the trial's criteria may take a seat with a 100-flower token, and the trial should commence. You may assist me in safeguarding the spot while I activate the trial." With that, Changqing prepared to sit. "Wait," Luo Hongyan suddenly called out. "Do you still possess any spirit beasts?" Before using the soul-purifying spirit, Changqing had already stored the other spirit beasts within Danji's body. But he could not confess this and feigned, "During the battle with Lulu, my spirit beasts were overwhelmed and dissipated." "Then take this," Luo Hongyan said, offering a milky white huangling. Changqing accepted it and examined it closely. A transmitting spirit? Yes, Luo Huanhe nodded. Not an ordinary one. It has been subtly modified to contain a special thought essence. Currently, you are merely at the initial stage. This is the most suitable spirit beast I could think of for your protection. Can the transmitting spirit be used for combat? Changqing asked, puzzled. Certainly not. However, it contains the thought essence of a sage. Once released, it can suppress most enemies instantly, buying you precious time. That is far too valuable, Changqing said, attempting to return it to Luo Huanhe. Take it, you fool. This is undoubtedly a defensive artifact left for her by her family. The sage's thought essence is potent enough to instantly annihilate an ordinary initial stage cultivator and severely injure even those at the fleeting moment stage. Such powerful essence contained within a mere transmitting spirit that only requires one energy point to bear. Truly a masterful creation. This is a treasure. Danji's voice echoed with a hint of anguish. Luo Huanhe smiled gently, placing the transmission spirit against her chest and channeling her spiritual energy. I have stored a fragment of thought here. It now teeters on the brink of dissolution and is likely to vanish within a day. It would be wasteful for you not to take it. Such a precious resource should not be squandered, she remarked. Such a waste, lamented Danji. Changqing solemnly accepted the spirit. I am deeply grateful, though words fail to express my thanks. I shall repay your kindness once I obtain the legacy. He nodded, choosing not to speak further, and, wielding the 100-flower order, ascended to the throne. Chapter 65, Trial Illusion, Part 1. The very instant he settled upon the throne, the entire azure cloud hall began to convulse violently. The throne beneath him seemed to animate, with countless tendrils and branches extending from its base, engulfing the entire hall and ensnaring Changqing's body entirely, as if within a cage. What is happening? Should the qualified be drawn into a trial space? This is... Danji's voice echoed from the depths of Changqing's mind, laced with apprehension. This is an illusionary trial. Damn it. The Hunter Blossom Evil Saint was clearly a master of toxic arts. So why would he establish an illusionary trial? Boy, rise. The plan has altered. Your subterranean palace cannot withstand an illusionary trial. You must. Danji's frantic exhortations were abruptly swallowed by a wave of impenetrable darkness that descended upon Changqing's mind. Changqing struggled to break free, but to no avail. He felt his consciousness plummeting, sinking ever deeper, until it dissolved into a void of nothingness. Clan leader. The lady has given birth a daughter. An elderly woman's voice echoed from behind. The man opened his eyes, regulated his breathing, and rose to his feet with a sigh. Daring to disturb my seclusion will be met with 3 days of contemplation in the hall of law enforcement. With those words, he strode from the room, traversing the winding corridors, acknowledging the respectful bows of his clan members with a nod, and entered his wife's birthing chamber. Jilong, why have you emerged from seclusion prematurely? This is not permissible. The beautiful woman upon the bed was both surprised and delighted, attempting to rise in greeting, but the man gently restrained her shoulders. Roner, you have endured much. Rest well. Let us dispense with formalities. He tenderly cradled the infant in her arms, his stern countenance softening with affection. My, Zhou daughter, shall be the recipient of boundless adoration, cherished above all. Her name shall be Yuer. Changqing strove to reclaim his clarity of mind. The sensation was peculiar, for he was now the man known as Zhou. Though his intellect remained lucid, the memories of Zhou, the profound love for his wife and daughter, were intensely vivid and authentic. Is this the trial? It differs vastly from my expectations. What is it that I am to be tested on? What constitutes success? Bearing these questions, he lived as Zhou within the illusion for several years. Though his consciousness was alert, he could not control his actions. Everything unfolded before him like a preordained film, viewed from a first-person perspective. The sensation was uncanny. Though many years passed, they seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. All people and things were exceedingly blurred, and he could scarcely discern the faces of those around him. Yet, the memories and emotions that accumulated within his mind grew ever more profound. Aside from rigorous cultivation, he was burdened with the myriad affairs of the clan. a ceaseless torrent of responsibilities. Fortunately, his wife was ever at his side, their bond unyielding, confronting every challenge together. His daughter, Huiyu, blossomed into a mischievous young girl, innocent and endearing, beloved by the clan elders. All seem to be progressing favorably. The clan leader is on the cusp of tribulation. Should he advance to the heavenly desolation realm, our clan shall assuredly ascend to the ranks of the paramount families, a cause for celebration. With elder brother's talent and aptitude, he shall undoubtedly attain the heavenly desolation realm, becoming the most formidable clan leader in our history. Huiyu, now a graceful maiden, turned to her mother, inquiring, "Mother, father shall succeed, will he not?" Mu Rong nodded, yet her brow furrowed with apprehension. "Your father possesses exceptional talent. Senior Tianyu prophesied that he would attain the heavenly desolation realm within a millennium. My only concern lies with the cultivation technique he practices, the immortal fate. Is it? With each advancement, this technique forges a new toxic spirit, and one must be afflicted by the spirit's poison to fully refine it. Each advancement extracts a toll from your father, and I fear that this time. Rest assured, Mother, Huiyu interjected, offering solace. Father is the most puissant, the most compassionate, and the most resolute individual in this world. Over the years, he has led our clan to ever greater prosperity. Father has said that he cherishes each and every one of us. I believe that with these bonds, he shall overcome any adversity." Outside, thunder roared, and dark clouds amassed as the tribulations descended upon Huojiutian. After an indeterminate span, the dark clouds and raging thunder finally dissipated. The inhabitants of the chamber, protected by arrays, hastily emerged into the open air. There stood Huojiutian, radiating the unmistakable aura of a heavenly desolation realm sage. Jilong, father, wife and daughter rushed into his embrace, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Jilong, how severe are the effects of the newly refined toxic spirit? Are you greatly afflicted? Gazing upon his wife and daughter, Huojiutian offered a forced smile upon his stern countenance. He shook his head stiffly. The clouds dispersed, the sun shone, and the clan members surged forward to offer their congratulations, the entire clan erupting in jubilation. Yet his towering figure was engulfed in shadow. "You wicked cultivator! Surrender now!" Upon a snow-capped mountain peak, Huojiutian stood amidst a throng, besieged by righteous cultivators. He was bloodied and battered, bearing little resemblance to the upright paragon of years past. His raiment was tattered, his demeanor bordering on madness. "I have said it before, Huojiutian, am the clan leader of the Hua clan, a bulwark of the righteous path. You ignoble villains, begone! Why, even after retreating to this place, do you persist in pursuing me? Fiend, you dare claim to be the Hua clan leader? Have you forgotten that you personally sacrificed your entire clan in a blood ritual? You have slaughtered every inhabitant of dozens of sects and towns, leaving none unscathed, and you dare call yourself righteous." The pronouncements of the righteous cultivators caused Huojiutian to pause before erupting in laughter. "Ha ha, yes, I killed them all. You and Appos. I peeled their skin and extracted their tendons with my own hands. It was so gratifying. Why did I do such a thing? Ha ha." An elder emerged from the crowd, shaking his head in disappointment at the sight of the deranged Huojiutian. "Xiaojiu, I never imagined that you would refine such a malevolent spirit. In reversal, with this poison coursing through your veins, you must be in excruciating agony. Master Tianyu, have you come to slay me? Must I oppose you? Ha ha, excellent. I shall commit patricide." Huojiutian laughed with unbridled glee, unable to contain his elation. "Xiaojiu, I know that this is not your true intention. Though you have resisted our pursuit, you have yet to unleash this poison upon your fellow cultivators, proving that some semblance of virtue remains within you. They should be grateful for your restraint, for those afflicted by this poison would suffer a fate worse than death." The elder sighed. "I offer you a chance. Surrender, and I shall seek a method to alleviate your affliction." "Senior, what manner of toxic spirit could transform him in such a way?" A junior cultivator inquired, perplexed. "In reversal, as the name implies, the afflicted in Appos' very soul is inverted, twisting love into hate, right into wrong, good into evil, joy into sorrow, pleasure into pain. His love for his clan, his family, and the people he protected was too profound. Upon being poisoned, this love was instantly transformed into boundless resentment. Those things that once brought him joy now bring him only pain, and only slaughter, torment, and the embrace of evil. Those things he once abhorred can bring him fleeting pleasure. Alas, it is lamentable. Chapter 66, The Trial Illusion, Part 2, The Elder and Appo's. Words sent shivers down everyone in Appo's spine. The most terrifying aspect was not the inversion of emotions, but rather the simultaneous retention of discernment between right and wrong. Guarding everything he cherished brought only boundless anguish. The act of slaying beloved kin could elicit the greatest joy. It was akin to a fate worse than death. Master, you must leave. Huanhe grasped his hair, his expression contorted in agony. Go, let me be alone forever. In this desolate, snow-covered mountain, let me transform into a stone, eternally devoid of sorrow or joy. I implore you. His words emerged with great difficulty. The elder shook his head. We cannot allow such a dangerous spirit to remain in this world. If we permit its proliferation, chaos will ensue. I am sorry, Xiaojiao. Act now. Ha 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 ha. Come, let me slay you all. As the righteous cultivators charged towards him, Jiuqian reverted to his previous frenzy, lunging at the crowd. Chongqing had long since lost count of the years he had endured this torment. He had experienced every suffering Jiuqian had faced, having personally slain his beloved wife and daughter, as well as his entire clan. Surviving the battle atop the snow-capped mountain, he eradicated every last righteous cultivator that besieged him. Subsequently, he lived solitary in the frozen wilderness for centuries, attempting to harden his heart into stone as the world changed around him. Alas, he failed. The once illustrious figure of the righteous path, Jiuqian, a prodigy of the Hua family and a saint of the Tianwang realm, became a notorious flower thief. He discovered that only through indulgence in the very desires he loathed could he find fleeting moments of tranquility. He transformed his cultivation methods into a means of siphoning power from his partners through carnal connections, earning the title of the Flower Evil Saint. His infamy solidified. Having undergone all this, Chongqing could scarcely discern who he truly was, a trial taker, or indeed Jiuqian, who had traversed a lifetime of calamity. Until at last, as his lifespan dwindled, he gathered the souls of all the beauties he had collected over his life, merging them through toxic methods with the essence of flowers, creating batches of otherworldly demons, casting them into the prepared inheritance site, the flower cave, allowing them to reincarnate endlessly while he reveled in their company until his demise. What a pitiful existence it was. Chongqing opened his eyes, and Jiuqian and Appo's life dissipated like smoke. He remained seated upon the throne in the hall among the colorful clouds, with Luo Hongyan standing beside him, her face etched with anxiety. Seeing Chongqing awaken, she exclaimed, "Wonderful! You have finally awakened." Chongqing stood, a bit dazed, surveying his surroundings. Did I succeed? Yes, you have been in slumber upon this throne for a full 3 days. You have finally obtained this inheritance. Chongqing shook his head, feeling as though he had returned from another world. A petal-shaped mark adorned his wrist, the emblem of inheritance. There is no time to waste. We must leave at once. As he spoke, he took Luo Hongyan's hand, preparing to activate the flower command. In an instant, his brow furrowed. A chilling sensation coursed through him. Luo Hongyan's once gentle and delicate hand felt like a mass of repulsive maggots in his grasp, and a faint fragrance she emanated transformed into a nauseating stench. He turned to look at Luo Hongyan's face. She was gazing back at him. The visage he once deemed exquisitely beautiful now filled him with profound revulsion, almost to the point of vomiting. What is happening? Luo Hongyan stared at him for a moment before inquiring, "Chongqing, what is wrong? What are you looking at?" "Nothing." He still held onto Luo Hongyan's hand and activated the flower command. The two were transported to the foot of a mountain. Luo Hongyan cautiously asked, "Chongqing, do you still wish to return to my family?" "Of course." Chongqing forced a smile, ruffling her hair. "Didn't we agree on this? What, do you wish to backtrack?" "Of course not." Luo Hongyan grasped his hand. This road is quite long. Have you considered it thoroughly? I will accompany you till the end." Yet as they spoke, Chongqing was incessantly plagued by a profound aversion towards Luo Hongyan. It was not merely a fleeting annoyance typical of a quarrel between lovers, but a genuine loathing, even hatred. As if this girl before him were an enemy he longed to annihilate at once. Despite this, he did not waver in his resolve. Thus, he journeyed alongside Luo Hongyan, traversing mountains and rivers, ultimately returning to her family. After contributing the flower inheritance, Luo Hongyan fulfilled her wish of acquiring a soul-purifying spirit, which she gifted to Chongqing, completely erasing the blood and poison cultivation from his being. He then began to study the refining arts under Luo Hongyan's guidance. Although his innate talent was mediocre, his inherent spiritual body, coupled with diligent effort, allowed him to catch up with Luo Hongyan's progress in just a few years. During this time, they often left the family, traveling the world, gathering refining materials, entering inheritances, and seeking opportunities. However, loathing, hatred, torment. As long as he was near Luo Hongyan, even the mere thought of her brought him unimaginable suffering. Coincidentally, Luo Hongyan's tranquil and graceful demeanor contrasted sharply with his own expressionless countenance, making him appear as the cold-faced guardian beside her. Only in interactions with others did he exhibit a more natural demeanor. His nature was inherently aloof. He felt little joy or sorrow towards ordinary folk, which paradoxically brought him comfort. Years passed, and both became revered masters of extraordinary skill in refining arts, often inseparable, earning the title of the esteemed couple of the Luo family. Chongqing, take Miss away quickly. We cannot hold out much longer. What are you hesitating for? The malevolent figure, standing atop countless fallen kin, glanced at Chongqing with keen interest. Interesting, you have darkness in your heart. He stepped upon the body of the Luo family patriarch, laughing. If you follow me, I can spare your life. Beside him, the injured Luo Hongyan gritted her teeth. Demon, release my father. If you dare come at me. The malevolent figure unleashed a strike upon Luo Hongyan, causing her to spit blood and be flung away. Chongqing rushed forward to heal her with his healing arts. It seems the taste of living under another's roof is quite unpleasant, now that this woman is in peril. You cannot contain your joy, your schadenfreude nearly spilling over your face. The malevolent figure's voice startled Chongqing. He looked at the ailing Luo Hongyan and, in the reflection of her eyes, saw himself grinning like a demon. Indeed, an indescribable thrill and joy filled him, almost to the point of bursting with happiness. He could not fathom why he felt this way, from the moment their patriarch, who treated him like a son, was besieged by malevolent cultivators. To Luo Hongyan being gravely injured, this joy intensified, overwhelming him. Come, let us slay these hypocritical righteous cultivators. We need talented individuals like you to serve us in the refining arts. The malevolent figure's voice held a compelling allure, instinctively drawing him to comply. Kill Luo Hongyan. Kill this person I detest beyond measure. How delightful it would be to slay her with my own hands. At this moment, his hand involuntarily found its way to the slender neck of Luo Hongyan. It seemed that personally ending her life brought him greater satisfaction than employing spiritual manipulation, as it soothed the torment and anguish that had plagued his heart for many years. Chapter 67, The Trial of Illusions, Part 2, In the Final Moments of Life. Luo Hongyan and Appo's gaze was remarkably clear as she tenderly looked at Chongqing. This expression, which he had seen for many years, evoked an intense aversion within him each time. Yet he understood that it was a look filled with love. He seemed to recall something significant gradually fading away with the passage of time, yet also deepening in its essence. At last, he slowly released the hand that rested on Luo Hongyan's neck, transforming it into a gentle caress. He stood up, drawing his long sword, and pointed it at the evil lord. Demon, cease your nonsense. Today, I shall eradicate you in the name of justice. At the funeral of the former patriarch, prominent leaders from the righteous path, alongside influential families and sects, gathered to pay their respects. The newly appointed head of the family, Luo Hongyan, publicly declared Chongqing and Appo's monumental achievements in the recent battle between good and evil, where he had valiantly saved the Luo family from peril and vanquished several evil lords. Years later, it was only natural that the two would unite as husband and wife, jointly managing the affairs of their family. On their wedding night, Luo Hongyan was breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Chongqing sat beside his bride, adorned in red finery and a phoenix crown. Yet his expression remained as tranquil and unperturbed as ever. He had long since lost the ability to laugh or cry. Luo Hongyan cupped his face in her hands, perceiving the hardness etched upon it. Yes, hardness. If one could describe a person's expression with that word, Chongqing's countenance was as unyielding as stone, unchanging through the years. Chongqing, do you know? Luo Hongyan gently began, holding his face with care. From the moment I awakened you in the Hundred Flowers Cave, I believe I fell in love with you. She spoke deliberately, each word resonating with emotion. Today, she was a stark contrast to her usual self. Her face, devoid of makeup, was now adorned with heavy cosmetics, losing some of its usual grace, yet gaining a vibrant allure, her crimson lips almost appearing to bleed. Throughout these years, we have faced trials together, shared life and death. The more we experience, the more I feel that my love for you has never wavered. Chongqing, hold me close. Like a marionette, Chongqing embraced his stunning wife tightly, fearful that even the slightest release of strength would compel him to push her away. That night, his disdain and hatred for Luo Hongyan reached an apex. The turmoil, resentment, desire for slaughter, and suppression of his true self surged within him. He recognized that it was not Luo Hongyan's fault. The blame lay solely with him. He was a monster harboring a beast within. He had once fantasized about peeling away his own skin, hoping to unearth the visage of a demon beneath. Yet why he had become this way eluded him. All he understood was that love intertwined with hatred. He loved Luo Hongyan, therefore he hated her. Love was wrong. Hatred was right. Thus he could not love, could not become a beast, could not err. He wished to be with Luo Hongyan. That was hatred, yet hatred was justified. From that point onward, his cultivation stagnated. He spent his days accompanying Luo Hongyan, retreating into the background to assist her with various family matters. After taking charge of the family's law enforcement hall, he established the Shadow Guard, dedicated to apprehending rogue cultivators in the vicinity, personally interrogating them. Those malevolent practitioners often regretted their very existence after enduring his torment. In this, he found fleeting joy. Gradually, he earned a notorious reputation among the dark practitioners, known as the Living Yama. Rumors spread that his stagnation in cultivation had twisted his mindset, deriving pleasure from tormenting evil practitioners, an act that, while ostensibly righteous, was scorned by many. Yet, he was unfazed by their judgments. Sometimes, Luo Hongyan would still share tender moments with him. He loathed it, yet cherished it as well. Later, Luo Hongyan became pregnant, giving birth to a son and a daughter. As he beheld the adorable, flawless visage of his children, his aversion and hatred surged once more. He entrusted the law enforcement hall to Luo Hongyan and disbanded the Shadow Guard, fearing he might lose himself in the hatred for his children and the fleeting pleasure derived from tormenting the rogue practitioners. He often questioned himself about why he persisted, why he adhered to these principles. Was it not better to follow his heart? Once upon a time, he vaguely remembered being someone who loved and hated fiercely, living solely for himself. Every time he contemplated this, he would shake his head vigorously. He understood what was right, what was wrong, what was good, and what was bad. Hatred was justified. Resentment was justified. Suffering was justified. As time passed, his children grew, and their children bore offspring, while he aged. Many years ago, he had ceased his cultivation to facilitate better self-control. Now his wife, Luo Hongyan, had reached half a step to becoming a saint and was soon to ascend to the realm of the heavens, while he remained as the venerable elder. In his old age, Luo Hongyan ceased to maintain her youthful appearance, embodying the saying that a woman beautifies herself for the one she loves. Beside her sickbed, with her white hair and wrinkled face, she held Chongqing's hand. In a hazy moment, Chongqing seemed to see a man enter the room. The man was spirited tall and resolute, standing not far from the bedside, quietly observing him. "Hua, Jiu Qian," Changqing uttered, gazing at the man. The latter nodded, his expression complex. After a long pause, the man finally spoke. "Tell me, how did you accomplish this?" "Huh." Changqing, momentarily stunned, processed the question slowly. He was quite old, and his mind no longer worked as swiftly as in his youth. After a considerable delay, realization dawned upon him. "Ah, I remember now." A glimmer of clarity sparkled in his murky eyes. A smile broke upon his face, a smile he hadn't worn in many years. Yet it mirrored the one from his youth, an expression uniquely his own, tinged with a sense of triumph and mockery, yet profoundly subtle. "So, have I passed your trial?" The man nodded, then shook his head. "I devised this trial to observe how one, tormented by the inversion of yin and yang, would survive and find an antidote. I discovered your cold-blooded nature. You remain unfazed by all, treating everyone as if they were mere flora and fauna, devoid of joy or sorrow, love or resentment. Thus, I placed you with the one you cherished, allowing you to live a fulfilling life, hoping that one day, in a moment of weakness, you would be compelled to slay them, shattering your spirit entirely. Yet, throughout your life, you have endured the torment of this inversion. Do you not harbor hatred for them, those you should have loved?" Changqing initially nodded, then shook his head. "This poison, it is still not potent enough. It merely clouds my understanding of joy and sorrow, yet I can still discern right from wrong. I am who I am. What I wish to do is determined by me alone, unaffected by love or hate." The man pondered for a moment, still somewhat perplexed. "But does not desire stem from a heart? Your heart informs you of joy and sorrow. How is it possible to live devoid of a heart? What I wish to do is not dictated by my heart, but by my own will," Changqing replied, shaking his head, then added with a hint of resignation. "I am no philosopher. Please, do not question me further. My mind is already quite muddled. Let us consider my driving forces as responsibility and will." The man appeared pensive for a moment before finding solace. This legacy was intended to seek an individual capable of unraveling the complexities of this esoteric art, with the hope of preserving its teachings while preventing future generations from repeating past mistakes. "You have passed the trial, have you not?" Changqing smiled serenely and expressed his gratitude. "However, there lies a rather awkward question." The man scratched his head, initially believing that it would be exceedingly difficult to succeed in this rigorous trial, as historically, no one had emerged victorious in millennia. Yet now, two have succeeded simultaneously. Changqing was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp his meaning. "Furthermore, while you have indeed passed the trial, your performance pales in comparison to that of another. Thus, I cannot bestow this legacy upon you." Chapter 68. The inheritance seized and the deadlock. Moreover, the original body had established a restriction. If one could not pass the trial to obtain the inheritance, the only outcome would be death. Did I not pass? Yet, the inheritance eludes you, thus death remains inevitable. You assert that I have succeeded. Might there be room for leniency? The man shook his head, stating, "I am but a remnant soul left by the original body, bound to adhere to the restrictions set forth." "Very well," Changqing replied with a hint of resignation. "How shall I meet my end?" "Those who enter the trial will have their bodies forcibly inscribed with the emotion technique, which is fundamentally a form of poison. The essence of this poison is transmutation and flow. You shall be infused continually with the vast spiritual energy left by the original body until your body bursts apart." Changqing nodded calmly, "Understood. I have one more inquiry. Why is the condition for participating in the trial to undergo a sudden transformation? What was the intent behind the restriction set by the flower evil saint?" Hui Jiuqian shook his head. "The condition itself is not merely the sudden transformation. Rather, it stipulates that participants must have no prior cultivation of other techniques, enabling them to be inscribed with the emotion technique. Only in this manner can one become the heir of the original body." Did the original body never consider what would happen if someone utilized the soul cleansing spirit? What is the soul cleansing spirit? Changqing comprehended that in the era 100,000 years ago, such a spirit did not exist. The flower evil saint and Amp, Oppos, true intention was for the trial participants to become his successors, which is why he mandated the sudden transformation as a prerequisite. Then who could have seized my inheritance? The most probable culprit is Luo Hongyan. She may have failed to safeguard the trial grounds, allowing others to intrude during my participation. Who could this person be, and is Luo Hongyan safe? Most likely, the situation is dire. What then must I do in the next lifetime? Alas, he sighed deeply. These matters shall be pondered in the next life. Seeing him close his eyes, Hu Jiuqian felt a pang of compassion. You are a man deserving of respect. You have passed the trial. In the memories of the original body, I have never encountered someone so resolute as you. Do you have any wishes? In this realm of illusion, I can assist you in realizing them. Longqing contemplated and cast a glance at the elderly Luo Hongyan, her hair white and face lined with wrinkles. Please, release me from this poison. I wish to experience the essence of normalcy one last time. The man nodded. As he appeared, the entire world transformed into shades of black and white, time seemingly frozen. At the instant he gestured, he vanished, and the world regained its vibrant colors. Longqing felt a heavy burden lift from his shoulders, a weight he had borne throughout his life, which had suffocated him, now finally dissipated. He was weary, gazing intently at the elderly woman before him. Although she appeared aged, devoid of her former beauty, for the first time, Longqing felt an overwhelming sense of warmth, akin to a gentle spring breeze. He clasped Luo Hongyan's withered hand and fell asleep, sensing the sudden surge of spiritual energy within Longqing. Danji found herself in a state of confusion. Damn, what is happening? Has the trial failed? If this continues, he will surely perish. What if he were to be reborn? Would I, too, be swept away with this body? By the heavens, may his life spirit endure this moment. Just as she was in a frenzy within Longqing's mind, a commanding voice resonated. Xiao Chanwan, come forth. Danji's soul quivered. She shared the same senses as Longqing. Now, with his eyes tightly shut, he could not perceive the source of the voice, yet she felt grateful for this. However, in the next moment, her vision sharpened. Danji incredulously glanced down at her hands. They were delicate and slender, not the gnarled hands of Longqing, but unmistakably her own. The flowing, snowy hair behind her and the weight upon her chest corroborated this realization. Xiao Chanwan, I summon you to temporarily return to your body. Would you mind stepping outside to guard the door? The female voice resonated again, gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority, reminiscent of ancient truths from primordial times, leaving no room for refusal. She trembled uncontrollably, her legs weakening, nearly collapsing to the ground. This was not mere fear instilled by her rational mind. It was a primal terror inherent to her being. Like a mouse before a cat or a sheep before a wolf, all she could do was submit, devoid of any thought of resistance. Summoning her courage, she turned to face the source of the voice, only to be struck dumb. It was Luo Hongyan. At this moment, Luo Hongyan was no longer the gentle figure of yore. Her entire demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. 2 orbs of blue flame danced within her eye sockets, and she radiated an aura steeped in ominous darkness, surrounded by swirling, corporeal souls. She resembled a deity of death, commanding the realm with an air of grandeur and chilling intensity. Do not linger, Xiao Chanwan. Go forth, secure the great door, and ensure no one disturbs us. As Luo Hongyan issued her commands with a soft voice, she gracefully approached the throne where Longqing sat, her fingers gently tracing the countless vines entwined around him, which spontaneously ignited, turning to ash in an instant, revealing Longqing within. Do not see, do not hear, do not smell, do not speak. I summon you. You may re-enter. Luo Hongyan instructed. Danji dared not delay, kneeling in reverence. As she was instructed not to speak, she hurriedly exited. Firmly closing the great door, she leaned against it, drenched in cold sweat. What was that being? The sea may dry, the heavens may crumble, but in this era, no emperor of ancient realms existed, nor had she ever witnessed one. No, it was impossible. Even the mightiest emperor was still human, yet this force was beyond human comprehension. It was monstrous. What was her intent? To kill Longqing? A mere blink could accomplish that, or perhaps to save him. Such an existence could resurrect this wild youth with a mere gesture. Yet, does such a being require a guard? Who would dare to enter? Why then would she specifically require me to step outside to avoid disturbance? What exactly is her purpose? Should I flee? No, that is unthinkable. It would mean death. She has entrusted me with this duty. If I dare to escape, I would certainly perish. Outside the hall, Danji languished in boundless anxiety and dread, while within, Luo Hongyan knelt, cradling Longqing's head upon her lap, tenderly caressing his face. Qing, who would have thought you would transform into this state? She inhaled deeply, channeling a continuous stream of spiritual energy into Longqing, akin to a river altering its course, redirecting into her own body. Longqing's form swelled like a balloon, every muscle engorged, his entire being flushed crimson, teetering on the brink of explosion. Luo Hongyan sighed softly. This inheritance rightfully belongs to you. It was my oversight. Fear not. I shall undoubtedly save you. Chapter 69. The Legacy of Affection. Upon finishing her words, she gently caressed Chongqing's searing chest, instantly reducing his garments to ashes beneath a blue flame. With a snap of her fingers, the candles in the grand hall extinguished, plunging the entirety of the 100-flower cave into utter darkness. In the obscurity, she shed her attire and spread it beneath Chongqing. Danji endured a prolonged and anxious wait outside, until she finally heard a languid yet authoritative voice emanating from within the hall. Xiao Chanwan, enter. Cautiously, she pushed the door open, and the candles flared back to life. Chongqing lay on the ground, his expression calm, with Luohongyan and Appo's garments spread beneath him, while Luohongyan herself knelt beside him. A few flickering flames concealed her alabaster form, which gradually became translucent, akin to a candle and Appo's flickering light on the verge of extinguishment. Xiao Chanwan, from now on, remain by his side and assist him diligently. Luohongyan seemed weary, letting out a soft sigh as she instructed. Observing Danji nodding like a chick pecking at grains, she offered a faint smile. You may speak now. I shall not punish you. Be at ease. As you command. Danji promptly replied, kneeling. There is no need for resentment. Following him will not be a loss. The spirit technique you possess is intriguing. What is its name? Danji hesitated for a moment before hastily responding. This technique is called and Appo's, love and Appo's, as farewell, and Appo's, a soul-based spirit technique. She had initially deceived Chongqing as an Appo's, love and Appo's, as farewell and Appo's, could be utilized 4 times, and she still had one opportunity left, reserved for a pivotal moment should she ever find herself at odds with Chongqing. And Appo's, love and Appo's, as farewell and Appo's, indeed corresponds with the current situation. Luohongyan mused, delicately tracing her fingers, causing a wisp of ethereal light to flicker across Chongqing and Appo's forehead. I have also inscribed a mark upon him. Yet this spirit technique is rather esoteric. In my haste, the end Appo's, love and Appo's, farewell and Appo's, I left can only be used twice. I hope it serves him well. Danji trembled internally. Love's farewell was one of the 3 great soul-based spirit techniques. The creature before her, seemingly unaware, had effortlessly deciphered and utilized it with a mere imprint. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have deemed it an absurd fantasy. Hongyan sighed softly. He possesses another toxic technique, equally impressive, capable of mutual cultivation and absorption of all from his counterpart. I have just learned it, slightly modified, and have bequeathed to him the 100-flower legacy and the sacred body of refinement. I can do no more. Danji was astounded beyond measure. The profound techniques left by the evil saint, and this creature could amend them at will? Wasn't mutual cultivation supposed to be merely the absorption of cultivation? How could she bestow bloodline traits or legacies? I have inscribed a thought upon you, which will prevent any ulterior motives from arising. However, do not worry. I will erase this memory later, and you will believe it was your own heartfelt decision. Do you have any objections? None at all. Danji, thoroughly intimidated, shook her head vigorously, even in the face of such unreasonable conditions. That is good. With that, Luohongyan gently touched Danji and Appo's forehead, and she felt darkness envelop her momentarily. In an instant, her consciousness returned to Changqing's mind. Luohongyan sighed deeply, pointing at Changqing, murmuring, "Against fate, I enter the fray, and I shall not grant you your wish. You two must depart." With that, she swayed, and as the blue flames extinguished, she collapsed to the ground. Her gaze regained clarity, transforming into a puzzled expression. Then, as if recalling something, she displayed a sorrowful demeanor, seemingly addressing the air, or perhaps murmuring to herself, "Must I leave?" Though there was no response, she appeared to hear something, nodding slightly. "Can I leave something behind?" After reflecting, she approached Changqing, pried open his clenched fist, and revealed the spirit talisman she had gifted him. After infusing it with a fragment of her consciousness, she reluctantly placed the talisman back into Changqing's hand. Within his mind, the peculiar clock began to reverse. As Changqing opened his eyes, he once again beheld the familiar ceiling. So I have indeed perished. But what was that strange sensation in my final moments? Suddenly, he remembered, I must first ascertain whether Danji has returned with me. Contemplating this, he softly called out Danji's name within the room. "Stop calling. I am here." The voice still emanated from the speaker of the silicone doll, albeit now transformed from Danji and Appo's voice back to an eerie mechanical tone. It appeared she remained, and everything was not as dire as feared. Changqing began to assess his situation. In his previous life, he had refined Danji into a blood slave, killed Lu, and activated the legacy trial using the 100-flower order. However, the unfortunate twist was that although he had ostensibly passed the trial, he had not acquired the legacy. Hua Jiutian had informed him that another individual had outperformed him during the trial. Changqing was not surprised that others could also succeed in the trial. The process had been excruciating, and he certainly did not wish to endure it again. Yet, he believed in the adage that there were always greater beings beyond oneself. He had never underestimated the capabilities of others. Nonetheless, there should be no existence within the 100-flower cave capable of threatening Luohongyan. Furthermore, those female demons were ostensibly unqualified to participate in the trial. Who, then, had infiltrated during his trial? The only plausible explanation was that an outsider had arrived at the 100-flower cave during this time, joining the trial. Was it mere coincidence? Or had Luohongyan deceived him? Had she orchestrated this all along? Did she have accomplices? Impossible. Changqing shook his head, dismissing this absurd notion. So what exactly transpired? For the first time, he felt his thoughts entangled like a chaotic mess, devoid of clarity. Danji, during my trial, did you observe anything unusual in the hall? Unusual? Danji pondered momentarily. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Your trial seemed to proceed smoothly. I do not know why, but after you obtained the legacy, you fell into a coma, and I returned with you to your domain. What did you say? Changqing was taken aback. My trial went smoothly, and I obtained the legacy? Indeed, you acquired the legacy. I sensed it distinctly. It cannot be mistaken. I didn't perish. You are perfectly fine. Why would you die? But I distinctly returned to Earth. Danji replied helplessly. I have already said, this domain is merely your imagination. You can return at any time. What does that have to do with life and death? Changqing was disinclined to engage her further in this debate. He was weary of her insistence that Earth was some domain and that he was a cursed being. Instead, he began to contemplate his current predicament. Danji had no reason to lie. From her perspective, he had indeed survived and acquired the legacy. What then was the source of the discrepancy? Why had he been reborn? He needed to clarify the conditions of his rebirth. First, if one perished in another world, they would immediately return to reality and then traverse once more, being reborn. Second, if one spent 3 months in another world, they would also immediately return to reality and be reborn. Time-wise, he was confident that he had not yet reached 3 months. At least a month and a half remained. Thus, was his return due to death? Yet Danji had stated he had not died and had acquired the legacy. From Hua Jiutian's words, he also understood that to avoid death during the trial, one must pass the trial and obtain the legacy. He has successfully passed the trial and received the legacy. It is inconceivable that he would perish during the ordeal. Could it be that after triumphing over the trial and obtaining the inheritance, he was slain by another? After all, with Luo Hongyan serving as his protector, how could he possibly meet his demise? Moreover, if he were to lose his life, what fate would befall Luo Hongyan? Chapter 70. Surprised Danji, with an air of urgency, inquired, "What has become of Luo Hongyan? During my unconsciousness, did you notice anything regarding her?" Luo Hongyan? Danji was momentarily taken aback. "What are you talking about? I do not comprehend. Luo Hongyan, are you feigning ignorance? Was she not the one aiding my protection during the trial? What transpired after I fell into a coma upon receiving the inheritance?" After a prolonged silence, Danji solemnly responded, "Chongqing, are you confused? During your trial, there was never anyone by your side. The Luo Hongyan you speak of is perhaps merely a figment of your delusions." "Nonsense," he retorted, his rare fury ignited. Danji's words were evidently untrustworthy, not worthy of his anger. What truly incensed him was the fleeting moment he had genuinely questioned the existence of Luo Hongyan. Had he conjured an image of her, identical to his girlfriend Yi Qinghe, in this other world due to overwhelming pressure? That notion was absurd. Such a trope belonged to the realm of tedious mystery novels. Yet, why would Danji assert such a claim? What purpose lay in such an obvious falsehood? At that moment, a familiar phone call pierced the air, and Chongqing answered it with a hint of trepidation. When Yi Qinghe's charming visage appeared on the screen, he exhaled in relief. Yi Qinghe was alive and well. Everything was normal. If she and Luo Hongyan were indeed parallel versions of the same individual, then Luo Hongyan could not be in distress. Reassured by this thought, he felt a wave of calm wash over him. He kicked the silicone doll on the bed in a fit of frustration, muttering, "Just you wait. I'll deal with you shortly." "Chongqing, who are you conversing with? Is there a guest at home? If so, I shall hang up." Yi Qinghe inquired from the other end. "Ah, nothing, just playing a game with someone," he hastily replied, deflecting her curiosity. "You claim you are not delusional. Yet without spiritual energy or a spirit tool, your artifacts seem to converse. Consider the absurdity of it. You speak of delusions, yet in your own domain. It is not strange to conjure whatever you desire. However, in reality, one cannot simply indulge in fantasies. My father fell victim to such folly, and in the end..." Danji interjected, but was abruptly silenced by Chongqing's harsh retort. "Be quiet," he shouted at her. "You might as well continue playing. I have never seen you so animated in a game before." Yi Qinghe remarked. "Hold on a moment, Qinghe," Chongqing said, flipping the phone face down onto the bed. He picked up the silicone doll imprisoning Danji and hurled it into the bathroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. "You ungrateful wretch. I am only looking out for your well-being, and this is how you repay me. Where's this place? Release me at once." Danji's voice echoed from the bathroom. However, perhaps due to the electronic sound of the silicone doll's voice combined with the effective noise-canceling features of the chat application, her words were rendered inaudible to Yi Qinghe. Returning to the bed, Chongqing picked up his phone. "There was a minor issue I had to handle, but it is resolved now." "That's fine. Go ahead and play if you wish. I was merely concerned about your health and wanted to check in on you. Seeing you so spirited and engaged in a game reassures me," Yi Qinghe replied, tucking her wind-blown hair behind her ear with a smile. Her words caught Chongqing off guard. Indeed, during this rebirth, he could distinctly feel that his body was much improved, even more so than before. He was no longer as frail as he once was. With time still on his side, he pondered whether he should revisit the hospital for a checkup. What if there had truly been an improvement? That would be splendid news. Overwhelmed with excitement, he engaged in brief conversation with Yi Qinghe before hastening to the hospital. After contacting the doctor who had performed his examination and scheduling an appointment, he received his diagnosis a little over 6 hours later. Unfortunately, it was still terminal brain cancer. Yet, from the astonishment in the doctor and Appo's voice, it was evident that his condition had indeed changed. Although malignant tumors can gradually shrink after systematic treatment, the fact that your tumor has diminished by 2 millimeters in just 3 days is nothing short of miraculous. However, there is now an additional shadow in the same area, and we are uncertain of its nature. You may return tomorrow for further examination. Just eat your meal. Why are you smiling for no reason?" Yi Qinghe questioned as she served Chongqing food at the restaurant. Little did she know, Chongqing was on the verge of bursting with joy. Perhaps it was only in reality that he could experience such profound emotional fluctuations. If everything proceeded smoothly, with his cultivation in the other realm advancing, his brain cancer could gradually be cured, allowing him to return to a normal life. The only concern lingering in his mind was whether he would forever be trapped in the cycle of January 8th. In the initial few lives, he had always traversed to the other realm at midnight on January 8th. In his last 2 lives, possibly due to the frequency of his deaths, he had even arrived prior to midnight. But what of this time? Noticing Chongqing lost in thought without responding, Yi Qinghe waved her chopsticks before him. Did you not invite me out for dinner to celebrate? Yet you remain enigmatic, pondering something. I'll tell you later. All right, but do not forget. Yi Qinghe's character was always like this. If Chongqing chose not to divulge, she would not press him. Qinghe, may I ask you for a favor? What is it? She replied cheerfully, serving him more food. Perhaps due to feeling better, Chongqing had an unusual appetite and enjoyed the meal, which pleased her. Tonight, do not return home. Come my place. Okay. Yi Qinghe nodded. What do you need help with? Stay with me while I sleep. Yi Qinghe and Amp, oppose. S cheeks flushed as she hesitated. Isn't that a bit too early? Realizing his words might have been inappropriate, Chongqing quickly clarified. No, you misunderstand. I meant, could you watch over me as I sleep? Watch you sleep? What do you mean? Chongqing, as before, briefly explained his predicament to Yi Qinghe, still framing his traversing as a dream. He hoped she could accompany him until midnight to ascertain whether he would again be transported at 12. He also wished to test if, when called awake during the dream, he might actually awaken and escape the cycle of January 8th. He would certainly not reveal the concepts of traversing or cycles to Yi Qinghe. However, his portrayal of a recurring dream was already quite bewildering. Nevertheless, ye kinchichos. As always, to unconditionally trust him. After finishing their meal, the couple took a leisurely stroll before returning to Chongqing's residence. Yi Qinghe resided in a school dormitory, while Chongqing rented an apartment nearby. Yi Qinghe came from a well-off family, and Chongqing had always excelled academically, impressing everyone around him. Her parents treated him as their own son, yet he chose to move out after entering university to live independently, not wanting to overly rely on Yi Qinghe's family. The apartment was tidy enough. Yi Qinghe had visited several times and made herself comfortable, pouring herself a glass of water and taking a seat. All right, it's only 11 p.m. Did you not intend for me to keep you company until midnight? What shall we do now? Honestly, Longqing had not contemplated what to do. He never imagined he would endure until this moment without experiencing a transmutation. He could not be certain if, during the interval between 11 and 12, he might abruptly find himself transported to another realm, which left him somewhat on edge. However, upon gazing at Yi Qinghe before him, his spirits began to lift. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. As long as he remained alive and could still see her, that was sufficient. Shall we indulge in a game? Longqing suggested, gesturing towards the game console beside the television. All right, but let me use the restroom first. Yi Qinghe replied as she stood and made her way towards the bathroom. Wait. Just a moment. Longqing exclaimed, darting in front of Yi Qinghe like a startled rabbit. Danji is still in the restroom. Chapter 71. The Eye Within. If Yi Qinghe were to catch a glimpse of that dreadful life-sized silicone doll resembling a long-legged dominatrix, he would undoubtedly be mortified. Yet, this was not the gravest concern. The mere thought of Danji suddenly uttering a word sent shivers down his spine. What's wrong? Yi Qinghe was startled by his abrupt reaction. The sewer is broken. The toilet is out of order. If you and Oppos, I can take you to the public restroom downstairs. No need. I just need to remove my makeup. Longqing, drenched in cold sweat, had a sudden spark of inspiration and clutched his stomach. Oh no, it's unbearable. My stomach hurts too much. I must use the restroom first. His acting was somewhat unconvincing, but the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead lent a degree of authenticity. Didn't TU just say the sewer was broken? Yi Qinghe questioned, her suspicion rising. Having lived together for over a decade, she knew him too well to be easily deceived. Well, what is so secretive in the bathroom? Yi Qinghe waved her hand dismissively. You can tidy up first, and I'll use it afterward. You can't expect me to skip removing my makeup. Staying up late with you is already detrimental to my skin. Thank you. Thank you. Long Qing breathed a sigh of relief as he dashed into the bathroom, shutting the door behind him. Danji was sprawled on the floor, facing the ceiling. Upon seeing her, Long Qing made a shushing gesture and threatened, "From now on, not a word from you. If you dare speak, I swear I will risk defying the blood oath and perish alongside you. Did you understand?" After a moment, the silicone doll blinked in agreement. Not even a twitch. Just lie still like a corpse. Once the doll finally fell silent, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He contemplated the lack of space in the bathroom to conceal such a large object and resorted to wrapping it in a bath towel, mustering the courage to carry it out. Yi Qinghe, ever considerate, was facing away, engrossed in her phone, oblivious to the bathroom's happenings. Hearing the door open, she glanced down and asked, "All tidied up?" "Just a moment." Long Qing sprinted to the wardrobe, stashed the doll inside, and closed the door. Phew! Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he turned to Yi Qinghe with satisfaction. "All set now, you can go." Yi Qinghe nodded and entered the bathroom, closing the door behind her. As the sound of running water filled the air, Long Qing sat on the bed and sighed deeply. Overall, everything remained under control. His gaze fell upon the medical images he had taken earlier that afternoon at the hospital, relief flooding him for having noticed them in advance. Had Yi Qinghe discovered them, there would have been no way to explain. How could I be so careless? He mused, shaking his head in self-reproach. The harsh environment of another world had kept his mind perpetually alert, while the bliss of being with Yi Qinghe dulled his focus, making him less sharp. Enough of this comfort. It's time to contemplate serious matters, he murmured to himself. Just as he was about to tuck the images away in the drawer, a shadow on one of the films caught his attention. Though malignant tumors may diminish gradually with systematic treatment, the fact that yours has shrunk by 2 millimeters in just 3 days is nothing short of miraculous. However, an additional shadow has appeared in that area. It remains uncertain what it is. You may return for a follow-up tomorrow. He recalled the doctor's words from earlier that day. In the hospital, he had been too enamored by the reduction of his ailment to pay attention to the new shadow in his brain. After all, he considered himself in the late stages of brain cancer, akin to a corpse. What could a mere shadow do to worsen his plight? Yet, upon closer inspection, the shadow seemed increasingly peculiar. Why did it resemble a vortex? He recognized what it was, familiar as it was, yet he had not considered it in that context at the time. This is a gateway. Impossible even with his calm demeanor. He was engulfed in shock. Casting a glance toward the bathroom, he noticed that Yi Qinghe was taking her time removing her makeup. She always carried an array of skincare products he hardly understood, and there was no doubt she would be occupied for a while. To be safe, he locked the hospital images away in the drawer and sat cross-legged on the bed, adopting the posture he had used while cultivating in the other realm. Focusing his mind, he began to delve deep into his consciousness. The sensation was enigmatic. It was as if, with closed eyes, he could perceive the inner workings of his body. He easily sensed the bizarre clock within his mind, currently appearing to be in a state of slumber, devoid of activity. The clock face, however, continued to collapse and writhe like a nightmare, with 12 orbs symbolizing time oozing and reconstituting on its surface. Strangely, he felt that this uncanny clock was alive. Yet, what he sought to confirm was the gateway within his mind. Perhaps due to the differences between this body and his otherworldly form, or perhaps influenced by the complete absence of spiritual energy on Earth, Long Qing struggled to connect with his brain's gateway as he had in the other realm. However, through relentless perseverance, he finally discovered a peculiar vortex in his mind. It was formed by countless fine filaments, akin to nematodes in water, swirling together to create a small vortex. Within it lay a solitary eyeball. As if sensing Long Qing's gaze, the eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light. There is no doubt this is the gateway. In the other realm, it existed as a cyclone in my consciousness, but here in reality, it has morphed into this eerie form, resembling an eye within my skull. Long Qing suddenly noticed a faint milky light emanating from the pupil of that eye. A milky glow? He was all too familiar with it. Could it be a spirit? No way, this is absurd. Despite his disbelief, he poured all his energy into his mind, finally establishing a connection with the gateway in his brain, retrieving that spirit. At this moment, a milky orb of light rested in his palm. Though merely the most ordinary low-grade yellow spirit, it left him utterly astounded. In the other realm, such a sight would be unremarkable, yet the context here was extraordinary. On Earth, in Long Qing's own bedroom. Casting a wary glance toward the bathroom door to ensure it remained shut, with a light on inside, he confirmed that Yi Qinghe was still occupied. He hastily locked the bedroom door. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to test whether the spirit could manifest its powers in reality. If it truly could, wouldn't that be a thrilling narrative? Imagine if he could not only cure his brain cancer, but also bring his otherworldly cultivation and spirits into this realm. He would become a godlike being. While Long Qing harbored no grand ambitions and had no plans to achieve anything earth-shattering with his newfound abilities, if he succeeded, his life would undoubtedly transform entirely. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, he attempted to harness the spiritual energy within him to activate the spirit, just as he had done in the other realm. Although this is Earth, devoid of any ethereal energy, and he cannot perceive the flow of his inner power as distinctly as he could in another realm through his efforts. The spirit he commanded radiated a brilliant light, guiding his consciousness into a realm of illusion. Chapter 72. The heart's yearning through time and space in an instant. Chanqing found himself enveloped in darkness, with no entity in sight apart from himself. The spirit of transmission remained clasped in his hand, transforming into twinkling starlight that scattered into the void, ultimately coalescing into an ethereal figure before him. It was Yi Qinghe. No, it was Luo Hongyan. Despite their identical appearances, he discerned the difference at a glance. The apparition before him donned an ancient attire, a simple white gown, characteristic of Luo Hongyan. Chanqing, the spectral figure of Luo Hongyan, smiled gently and addressed him. I wonder if you can still perceive me. After all, the heart and Appo's intent carried by this spirit of transmission is manifold and will surely dissipate soon. It dawned on Chanqing that indeed, this was a spirit of transmission. During his trials, he had utilized the soul purification spirit, causing his cultivation to revert to its earlier state. Luo Hongyan had gifted him a spirit of transmission imbued with a sage and Appo's essence for protection. Initially, he had deemed it too precious, believing it to be her personal safeguard, and had declined to accept it. In a bid to compel him to receive it, Luo Hongyan had unhesitatingly infused a fragment of her heart's intent into it, pushing the spirit to the brink of collapse. Even if he refused, it would soon vanish. Ultimately, he accepted the spirit of transmission, clutching it tightly as he participated in the trials. Yet, hadn't his fate in the previous life culminated in death? Surely, time should revert to the moment before Luo Hongyan bestowed the spirit upon him. Yet this very spirit traversed time and space alongside him into the realm of reality. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words, hoping she would not encounter peril during the trials, rendering the spirit unnecessary. The Luo Hongyan before him lowered her head, a touch of shyness in her demeanor. If you do find yourself in danger and this spirit saves your life, you will owe me a debt of gratitude. I do not know you well. I am unaware of your residence, your age, whether you have a beloved, your likes or dislikes, or your aspirations. She sighed deeply, then began to recount her lineage. I have never met my father. My mother told me he is in secluded cultivation for a decade at least, perhaps even several decades. For someone of his caliber, 10 years is but a fleeting moment. She promised that once I mature, she would join him in seclusion, delving into the essence of cultivation. At that time, I cannot comprehend. I abhorred cultivation. Yet, my mother insisted that only through it could one transcend the mundane and escape suffering. She also mentioned that she would find me a suitable match, a husband who soars like an eagle amidst the heavens, standing at the pinnacle of the path of cultivation. But I did not desire that. At the age of 10, our family faced a great upheaval, compelling my mother to send me to a distant branch family for refuge. By the time I turned 14, the turmoil seemed to have subsided, and my family sent word to retrieve me. My mother had even arranged a marriage for me. However, I did not wish to return. I fled, navigating through numerous trials until I inadvertently stumbled into this flower cave. 5 years spent within the flower cave made the world appear gray and desolate. I was uncertain of my path, consumed by thoughts of escape. Yet, at times, I feared the outside world. My family's influence was vast, and I worried they might one day discover my whereabouts, rescuing me and forcing me back to wed. Even if I escaped marriage, what then would I do? I held no interest in cultivation, yet it seemed my only talent lay in the arts of alchemy. She chuckled softly, as if lamenting the mockery of fate, while simultaneously feeling fortunate. Until I encountered you. At our first meeting, I perceived you as sly, timid, akin to the other men in the cave. But I later realized that was but a fade. The true you is selfish, indifferent, bold yet meticulous, even somewhat terrifying. Yet, it is this very you that treats me differently. You are willing to take risks for me, to protect me, to delve into the dark arts for my sake, to swear blood oaths, to scheme against the evil sovereign, to face everything alone for me. I did not understand your motives. At the time, I merely thought you foolish. Yet I cannot pinpoint when it began, but you started appearing in my dreams. I grew concerned for your safety, anxious about whether you would expose yourself before Lulu, whether you might be led astray by Danji, and whether our plans would be unveiled, jeopardizing your survival. I feared the sudden absence of you, for it seemed that as long as you were by my side, I had no reason to worry, no reason to fear. Regardless of your cultivation level, regardless of your youthful appearance, you instilled in me a belief that cultivation is not everything. Even as a mere mortal, I felt safe with you. Chongqing suddenly felt a sting in his nose, memories of his past life flooding back. Walking with Yi Qinghe upon the frozen river, she had uttered similar sentiments. I do not know when it started, but as long as I am with you, I fear nothing. Luo Hongyan toyed with her fingers for a while. Then, seemingly resolved, she lifted her gaze. Within her ethereal form, her eyes appeared to traverse time and space, bridging reality and illusion, locking onto his with profound affection. I believe I have fallen in love with you. I understand you have your own life, perhaps obligations yet to fulfill, and you might not be able to accompany me. So, once we escape, may I still remain by your side? Upon uttering these words, the apparition before him transformed into glimmers of light, gradually dispersing and returning to Chongqing's hand, coalescing back into the spirit of transmission. A sudden realization washed over him. While he was adept at navigating schemes and plotting against others, he acknowledged his naivete in matters of the heart, lacking experience in love. He had presumed his feelings for Luo Hongyan were solely one-sided. Yet now he recognized that her affections for him might run deeper than he had imagined, since she harbored no desire to return to her family or enter into marriage. It had expressed the wish for him to accompany her back solely to seek the soul purification spirit, to prevent her from straying into darkness. The weight of her words seemed to surpass that of the precious spirit itself. But could he reciprocate? Would this be a betrayal of Yi Qinghe? He recalled his previous life, where he had shared a lifetime with Luo Hongyan, guided by the circumstances imposed upon him, always shadowing her. Yet upon introspection, he questioned whether he could have resisted if he truly desired to. Chongqing found himself at a loss, perhaps in his subconscious. He had never felt an aversion to Luo Hongyan. In that moment, the spirit of transmission in his hand began to dissipate once more, reassembling into the figure of Luo Hongyan. How strange! Had she not infused it with but a single heart's intent? What was this new essence before him? This time, her apparition appeared even more ethereal, wavering and slightly indistinct. Yet Chongqing could still clearly see a tear-streaked face. With a sorrowful smile, she spoke, "Chongqing, I must depart." Chapter 73. The truth of the trial. Chongqing was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend her intent. During her trial, I had a dream. In that dream, you received the 100 Flowers inheritance and returned to our clan with me. I used the soul cleansing spirit for you, abandoning the path of evil, and learned the ways of cultivation alongside you. Those were truly joyous times. You were both intelligent and diligent, progressing rapidly in your cultivation. In the dream, I saw my father. He was warm-hearted and treated me well as you. Though he differed from my expectations, after we returned to the clan, he never secluded himself again, I preferred him this way. Yet, deep down, I knew it was likely a mere illusion. A tightness gripped Changqing's heart, an ominous premonition rising within him. As expected, Luo Hongyan shook her head, her expression sorrowful. But I cannot fathom why. From the moment I departed the 100 Flowers cave with you, the world transformed before my eyes. I became oddly different. Perhaps something dreadful transpired within me. For the emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness I once felt have all been turned upside down. Whenever I see you, I feel an innate aversion. You, my dearest. Yet I cannot suppress the hatred and disdain I feel toward you. The most terrifying aspect is that when dark thoughts creep in, and I teeter on the edge of sin, I experience a genuine delight and relief. I loathe this version of myself and fear it. She chuckled bitterly, recalling a particularly profound moment during the righteous and evil confrontation, when the forces of darkness besieged the clan. Under the demon's manipulation, she divulged the clan's strategies, formations, intelligence, and weaknesses, betraying her family. I knew this was a heinous crime, one that would lead to the deaths of countless individuals because of me. Yet, I couldn't help but feel an overwhelming joy, almost to the point of bursting. In the dream, you remained so astute. You must have sensed my betrayal. When you grasped my throat, I was at a loss as to how to face you. I could only smile, thinking that at least I should let you see my beautiful visage. What I despised most was that, while my heart was filled with guilt, regret, and anguish, I still found inexplicable joy within myself. But you did not kill me. I knew you loved me in that dream, and you couldn't bring yourself to strike me down. At that moment, I was overwhelmed by a fierce resentment and loathing toward you. I felt as though I were losing my sanity, unable to distinguish right from wrong, truth from falsehood, or my heartfelt words from my genuine actions. As her emotions surged, Luo Hongyan's ethereal figure began to waver. But one thing is certain, I love you. As long as you are by my side, I fear nothing. This revelation shook Changqing. In that instant, the truth of the illusory trial became clear to him. Despite countless urges to escape, to distance himself from her, to abandon the family he cherished, even thoughts of succumbing to darkness or seeking death, he persevered. He summoned the courage to fulfill his greatest wish. Luo Hongyan's figure grew ever more indistinct, yet her luminous eyes remained clear. Gently wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she smiled at him. Do you know, Changqing, in my dream, I became your wife. And reflecting on it now, it brings me immense happiness. If only we could experience that again, how wonderful it would be. Alas, even in the dream, I could not suppress my disdain and hatred for you, yet I still wish to be your wife. I long to express my true feelings. I could not deceive myself. I know I love you. Even if my heart has become ill and I have morphed into a monster, I am aware of this. When I spoke those words to you, I felt genuinely happy. A hint of bittersweet nostalgia flickered across her hazy expression. Afterward, we spent many years together. Later still, you grew old. I accompanied you in your aging. After you departed, I alone bore the weight of the family, enduring many years. Despite being plagued by these emotions, the mere thought of you instilled courage within me. Though recalling you only brings forth more hatred, torment, disdain, and suffering, I must think of you. I must. Luo Hongyan stubbornly repeated this, winking at Changqing as if to say, see, I am formidable. Meanwhile, Changqing remained utterly stunned, recalling the words spoken by Huanhe Sect during the trial. Though you have passed the trial, your performance pales in comparison to another. Thus, I cannot grant you this inheritance. There had been no other participants in the trial. The one who had succeeded was Luo Hongyan. He had merely endured a life of turmoil, begrudgingly accommodating Luo Hongyan's whims, bound by duty and will, transforming himself into a hardened stone. In contrast, Luo Hongyan had willingly embraced all of this, actively choosing to stand beside him. If she had not mentioned it, would he have returned to the clan with her? If she had not suggested it, would they have married? It was not some farcical arrangement of the illusion. It was the girl before him, enduring the same torment, making choices, with him simply trailing behind her. It seemed Hua Jiutian's words were indeed accurate. His performance was undeniably inferior to hers. While he relied on will and responsibility, what did she depend upon? Changqing could not answer. He only felt an unpayable debt to this girl, one that he could never repay. Uncertain if it was the overwhelming beliefs carried by the thought transmission spirit reaching their limit, or if it was already on the verge of dissipating. Luo Hongyan's form became increasingly indistinct, almost fading away entirely. Changqing, the girl before him, spoke softly. "Please, do not forget me." Her words left Changqing puzzled. But as this was merely a thought, there was little he could inquire about. The thought transmission spirit appeared to be dissolving, and Luo Hongyan's figure stood still, repeating her final plea. "Changqing, please, do not forget me." This phrase echoed repeatedly in his mind, growing softer and lighter until, with Luo Hongyan's figure vanishing, it too was lost to the wind. Changqing opened his eyes, feeling a haze envelop him. He remained seated on the bed, the thought transmission spirit now absent from his grasp. Yi Qinghe had yet to emerge from the bathroom, and Changqing glanced at his phone, noting the time, 12:01 a.m. Had he seen this time just moments ago, he might have leaped in excitement, for it signified his liberation from the loop of January 8th. Even if only for a minute, it was a monumental change. Yet now, he could summon no such spirit, his mind consumed by Luo Hongyan's final words. "Changqing, please, do not forget me." When had she left this thought for him? Why had she chosen to impart such a message? Her declaration of departure, urging him not to forget her. What did it truly mean? An overwhelming sense of panic enveloped him. Something felt fundamentally wrong, as though an irrevocable event had transpired. Yet he remained in the dark. This unsettling feeling of uncertainty and lack of control was what he despised most. Moreover, he felt akin to an animal sensing an impending earthquake, hair standing on end, cold sweat streaming down his back, inexplicably gripped by profound dread. The night was eerily silent. Suddenly, he sat up in bed, unable to quell the impulse surging within him, desperate for any occurrence to alleviate his unease. He yearned to traverse back in time, to unravel the mysteries surrounding Luo Hongyan. He could no longer endure this torment. Opening the wardrobe in his bedroom, he retrieved the hidden danji and made his way to the bathroom. He intended to confide in Yi Qinghe, to share the entire truth with her. If she remained skeptical, he would allow this talking doll to elucidate matters, even if it meant revealing his affection for Luo Hongyan. The weight of this anxiety had become unbearable. He would surely lose his sanity if he did not disclose everything to Yi Qinghe. With determination, he thrust open the bathroom door. "Qinghe, I have something to tell you." However, before he could finish his sentence, he stood frozen in place, the doll slipping from his grasp and falling to the floor. The bathroom was utterly devoid of life. Chapter 74. A great change, a sensation akin to being engulfed in an ice cavern, crept over him, and he tentatively called out a couple of times. Unsurprisingly, there was no response. Had she gone out? At midnight, what could she possibly be doing? As if attempting to console himself, he mumbled to himself while taking out his phone, preparing to call Yi Qinghe. Oddly, the number he had saved for her had vanished from his contacts. Without a moment to ponder, he skillfully entered her number from memory and dialed. "Beep. Sorry. The number you have dialed is not in service. Please check and dial again." What nonsense is this? Changqing was furious. He had always been confident in his memory. There was no way he could have misremembered Yi Qinghe's number. After confirming several times, he dialed again. "Beep. Sorry. The number you have dialed is not in service. Please check and dial again." Panic set in as Changqing frantically scoured his phone, desperate to find Yi Qinghe on various messaging apps to initiate a video call. However, the friend he had always pinned at the top of his list had mysteriously vanished, eluding his search no matter how hard he tried. Reluctantly, he entered a string of numbers into his phone, praying someone would answer. Beep, beep. After a few rings, the call surprisingly connected, and a steady voice of a middle-aged man came through. "Hello, Uncle Yi. It's me, Changqing. Do you know where Qinghe has gone? I can't reach her." "Young man, you must have dialed the wrong number." He was momentarily taken aback. "Uncle Yi, don't you remember? Your daughter, Yi Qinghe." "I have no daughter. You have the wrong number." The man's voice carried a hint of annoyance before he hung up. In an instant, Changqing felt as if the world was spiraling out of control. In a daze, he collapsed onto the cold tiles of the bathroom, his gaze vacant and bewildered, unable to fathom the reality of it all. Kid, what is wrong with you? What madness is this? Suddenly, the silicone doll beside him spoke up. Seizing upon this as a lifeline, Changqing grasped its shoulders and shook it vigorously. Danji, do you remember the girl who came in with me? Yi Qinghe, do you know where she has gone? What girl? You lunatic, ever since you brought me back. You've shoved me into a cabinet and rambled nonsensically. Enough. Changqing interrupted, inquiring again. What about Luo Hanyan? Do you remember Luo Hanyan? The girl who was beside me when I first met you. The one for whom I vowed blood oaths to send her away. Do you recall? Danji sighed. I told you, you're losing your mind. There's never been a Luo Hanyan by your side. I've never even heard of her. You're talking nonsense. He cast Danji aside, gripping his hair in desperation, truly resembling a madman. Memories of the last words left by Luo Hanyan flooded his mind. Changqing, please, do not forget me. What on earth has happened? Why has Yi Qinghe vanished? And where has Luo Hanyan gone? As if no one remembers their existence at all. It must be the 100 Flowers inheritance. Regardless of the cause of all this, it stemmed from his participation in some absurd trial, resulting in such dire consequences. Struggling to calm his frayed nerves, Changqing forced himself to stand, turning on the tap to splash his face with cold water, compelling himself to regain composure. There's still a chance. I possess the ability to be reborn, if I can traverse back to before participating in the trial. Taking Luo Hanyan away from the 100 Flowers cave, as far away from this so-called inheritance as possible, I can surely avert all of this. But how do I achieve rebirth? It is already past midnight, exceeding the time of my previous rebirths. What triggered my reincarnation? Rebirth without dying. How can there be rebirth? In my previous lives, I only triggered rebirth upon dying for brain cancer at midnight. This time, my condition has improved due to my enhanced cultivation. When midnight struck, I had not died, hence why I cannot be reborn. Yes, that must be it. He suddenly understood, turning to the kitchen to fetch a kitchen knife. Yet, he failed to notice his reflection in the bathroom mirror, where his expression was one of obsession and madness, akin to that of a true lunatic. Changqing filled a basin with warm water, mimicking what he had seen on television, soaking his wrist in the water while pressing the knife against it. Kid, stop dreaming and return to reality. We obtained the inheritance. We should leave the 100 Flowers cave. If you continue this madness, beware of further complications. After all, this is all your delusion, all a fabrication. You should not. Shut up. In a fit of rage, Changqing swiftly severed one of her fingers with a knife, his expression transforming into that of a fearsome demon. If you dare to tempt me again, I'll chop your head off too. With gritted teeth, he drew the knife across his wrist. Qinghe, Hanyan, wait for me. I will change all of this. I will save you. Crimson blood instantly stained the basin, and Changqing felt an icy chill seep into his body. His consciousness growing increasingly hazy. The entire space began to warp, whispers of the unknown echoing in his ears. The bathroom tiles distorting into writhing lines that ultimately coalesced into a new scene. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the center of an ancient and ornate hall, amidst colorful clouds. At that moment, he sat upon a throne, and beneath it, countless female demons were bowing in reverence, paying homage to him. Changqing's south expression froze in place. What? When is this? Danji's lifeless form stood beside him, a tone of exasperation resonating in his mind. Still lost in the illusion? After obtaining the inheritance, you naturally become the master of the 100 Flowers cave, and these female demons will naturally submit to you. That is not what I meant. Changqing interrupted her. What I mean is, why have I not been reborn? Why have I not traversed back to the past? Danji's voice was tinged with confusion. Why go back to the past? Isn't everything going smoothly now? Moreover, isn't your life, essence, supposed to only reborn after death? You merely committed suicide in the illusion. In reality, you have not died. How can you be reborn? Wait, what are you doing? Danji's words sparked a revelation within him. He concentrated his thoughts and directly drew the top-grade heavenly spirit crimson blood-boiling essence from Danji's physical form into the underground palace. Are you mad? By activating the heavenly spirit, you will be drained of all your spiritual power, blood vitality, in essence, dead beyond death. Just as I desire. Previously, he had been uncertain whether he had died during the trial in his past life, since he had not traversed back to the past. This time he would ensure he genuinely died once, thereby guaranteeing his return. He sought to reverse time, to change all of this, to hell with the 100 Flowers inheritance. He wanted his beloved women back. A manic smile spread across Changqing's face as he unhesitatingly activated the crimson blood-boiling essence. In a flash of golden light, it felt as though a black hole had manifested within him, consuming his entire being from the inside out, instantly reducing him to a void, dead beyond death. In his mind, the eerie clock began to reverse, the viscous darkness oozing across the dial writhe, gradually extracting his thoughts until he was wholly engulfed in a void. Long Qing, in a daze, opened his eyes, only to be met with a ceiling so white it seemed to glow, accompanied by the pungent scent of disinfectant. Startled, he attempted to sit up, but felt utterly powerless, only managing to tremulously raise his hand. Where am I? Chapter 75. Mother regaining a modicum of consciousness. Changqing turned his head to survey his surroundings. The room was tidy and immaculate, adorned with medical instruments he could hardly comprehend, stationed by the bedside. He glanced down at himself, clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown. Beside the bed sat a woman in a sharp professional outfit, her head resting on Changqing's hand as she slept. His mind was a chaotic tangle, completely unclear about the situation at hand. What day was it? Where was he? Why was he here? Had he truly been reborn? Was Yi Qinghe still alive? And what of Danji? Where was she? Struggling to sit up, he attempted to locate his phone, eager to ascertain the date and determine whether Yi Qinghe still existed. His movement stirred the woman beside him, causing her to awaken. Rubbing her eyes, she beamed with surprise upon seeing him awake. "So, you and Appos, reawake. Quickly, lie back down, I will summon the doctor." Without waiting for Changqing and Appos' response, she hurried to the door, but instead of calling for a doctor as she claimed, she merely leaned out to instruct someone outside before hastily returning to his side. She grasped his hand, her voice laced with concern. "Son, how do you feel? You scare me to death." Her eyes were slightly red-rimmed, prompting Changqing to scrutinize her with confusion. This woman was undeniably beautiful, though age had etched fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Her makeup was immaculate, yet her pallor revealed signs of exhaustion. Upon closer inspection, he noted a resemblance between them. Both possessed sharp, elongated features. Yet, her current expression was one of deep worry, masking any innate regal quality her visage might possess. Seeing Changqing's dazed demeanor, the woman pressed on urgently. "Son, what is it? Are you feeling unwell?" "Auntie," Changqing hesitantly inquired. "Who are you?" At this, the woman froze as though struck by lightning. "Son, please don't frighten me." Tears welled in her eyes. Observing Changqing's continued bewilderment, she dashed to the door, calling out urgently, "Quick! Where's the doctor? Call the doctor." "Mr. Su, please don't worry. The doctor has already arrived," came a voice from outside. Call again. Bring the best doctors. Neurologists, psychiatrists, whatever specialty, just get the finest experts here." The secretary waiting outside, not daring to delay, hurried off. Soon enough, the ward was filled with a procession of various doctors and specialists. Changqing allowed them to conduct a myriad of tests and answer their questions. His mind raced, analyzing the perplexing situation before him. He suspected that he had not truly traversed dimensions. Instead, he might still be ensnared in the trials of the 100 Flowers inheritance, and everything before him was merely an illusion. Yet, what significance could such a trial hold? What was it testing? Casting a glance at the woman anxiously standing by the bed, he tentatively asked Annie. "Yes, what is it, son?" she replied, wiping away a tear and offering a strained smile. "Could you please fetch my phone?" Of course, she nodded eagerly, instructing the secretary with a few words before returning shortly with his phone. Upon receiving it, Changqing immediately checked the date displayed on the screen, January 10th. He hastily opened his contacts, only to find no trace of Yi Qinghe's number. To his dismay, the call history still contained records of calls made to her and Uncle Yi. In disbelief, he dialed again, but the same empty signal greeted him. Deflated, he sank back onto the bed, shutting his eyes. Why? Why did this happen? The cost of allowing time to flow, Was it the loss of his most beloved? He would rather be forever trapped in a continuous loop of the same day. Auntie, could you ask them to leave? I need some quiet. Changqing's voice carried a deep weariness. Son, please listen. Let the doctors check you thoroughly, she urged. Get them out. He suddenly erupted in anger. What a ridiculous life. This nonsensical traversal, this bewildering rebirth, the inexplicable loss of my most cherished person, and now this barrage of doctors asking questions. I detest this strange woman who insists on calling me son. Am I not an orphan, raised by each of his parents? Where do I derive any family? Yet, as he observed the woman, who was desperately suppressing her sorrow while showing him such concern, his heart ached. With a resigned gesture, the woman signaled to the secretary, who promptly ushered the doctors out of the room. Son, please wait a moment. Mother will return shortly, she said. Changqing called her back. Auntie, how did I end up in this hospital? Don't you remember? You had a quarrel at home and went out. When I found you, I was in the bathroom, attempting to harm myself. He ventured, his mind still muddled, but retaining enough clarity to deduce the situation. The woman nodded sadly. So, if something troubles you, please talk to your mother. Never do something so foolish again. All right, he acquiesced instinctively, but then recalled Danji might still be there and urgently asked, Auntie, when you found me, was there a silicone doll in the room? Though the inquiry was difficult to voice, it had to be asked. The woman appeared momentarily taken aback before responding earnestly, Whatever you desire, mother will buy you a new one. That house brings misfortune. You needn't return there. No, I only want that one. If you can't help me find it, I will go myself. His agitation was palpable. Seeing him worked up, the woman quickly reassured him. All right, don't be anxious. Mother will send someone to retrieve it for you. With that, she exited to instruct the secretary. After a brief interval, she returned to the ward, where Changqing lay with his hand shielding his eyes, weariness etched across his face. Once the woman departed, he made one final attempt. Could it be that he had crossed into another world, one eerily reminiscent of Earth? His immediate instinct was to activate his phone's camera, hoping to catch a glimpse of his own visage, to discern any changes or if he still bore the countenance of a denizen of Earth. Disappointment washed over him as the familiar face he had known for over 20 years appeared on the screen. His last hope was extinguished. To him, even crossing into another world felt preferable to the inexplicable disappearance of Yi Qinghe. A profound sense of helplessness engulfed him. He felt insignificant and powerless in the face of such unknown terrors, lacking any means to resist. Twice he had faced death and rebirth, yet rather than reversing time, it had only served to complicate his life further. Son, the woman seated herself beside Changqing's bed, forcing a smile. Do not worry. Mother has already sent someone to fetch it for you. It will be here shortly. Thank you, he replied hesitantly after a moment and oppose. Pause. Auntie, I may not truly be your son. I do not recognize you, nor do I have parents. Her smile faltered, replaced by a deep sorrow as she gently caressed his face. Yes, mother knows that you cannot recall, but fret not. The doctor has mentioned that you may have experienced some form of trauma, resulting in amnesia and delusions. However, rest assured, with mother by your side, she will certainly find a way to restore your well-being. Changqing let out a sigh, opting not to respond. He surveyed the spacious and brightly lit luxury hospital room, contemplating how the woman before him had summoned so many so-called experts with but a single utterance. He then inquired, Are you quite affluent? The woman nodded. Son, everything that belongs to mother is yours. I shall no longer pressure you. Tomorrow, I will bring you home so that you may recover properly. Shouldn't recovery take place in the hospital? He queried. The hospital is uncomfortable. We shall return home, and I will find the finest physician for you, she assured. Changqing shook his head. I am not ill and do not require your assistance in healing. So, Auntie, please do not rush, Changqing interjected. What I am about to say may seem utterly perplexing to you, but once you retrieve that doll, I will be able to elucidate everything. Chapter 76. Truly insane, he still placed his hopes upon Danji. After all, in this woman's eyes, he was her son, a victim of amnesia. If he rashly spoke of traversing realms or reincarnation, he might well be deemed insane. However, if a talking doll were to appear before her, at the very least, she would not think herself mad and could accept that he was not her son. Although proving this point seemed trivial, he felt a compelling need to demonstrate something. That this world was flawed, twisted, and chaotic. As an orphan, he had been living contentedly with the girl he loved, only for her to vanish without a trace. And suddenly, a wealthy woman appeared, calling him her son. He was determined to rectify all the wrongs, to reclaim Yi Qinghe and Luo Hongyan, and to set life back on its rightful course. The woman responded with a resigned tone. All right, my son is not ill. My son is not ill. Mother will not pressure you. If you have anything to explain, just tell me. I am listening. Changqing nodded. Annie, my name is Lin Changqing, correct? Yes. The woman was pleasantly surprised that he still remembered his name. What is your name? Suingyan. Su Auntie. Changqing pondered, carefully choosing his words. What I'm about to say might seem unbelievable, but every word is true. I may hail from another world. In my memories, I have no parents. I am an orphan raised by a family. Later, I traversed to a strange realm, possibly due to some transgression, resulting in a butterfly effect that altered reality. When I returned, I inexplicably became your son. I know this sounds absurd, and you likely cannot believe it, but soon I will prove it. I have brought back a soul from that other realm, sealed within this doll. Once your people bring the doll back, I'll provide evidence. Su Qingyan gently stroked his head. All right, Mother believes you. Once you prove it, you must promise me not to think too darkly or do anything foolish. Changqing nodded with a hint of resignation. Indeed, from her perspective, he was simply a delusional son, babbling nonsensically. Her primary concern was whether she would lose her precious child again. Though their relationship was fabricated, the affection was genuine, and Changqing could sense the profound maternal love Su Qingyan had for him. Regrettably, this love did not belong to him and was not what he sought. It was entirely natural for Su Qingyan to disbelieve. She likely thought of him as a child to be comforted, hoping that Changqing would gradually heal and return to being her good son. However, she would inevitably be disappointed, for once Danji was brought to him, everything Changqing had said would be undeniable. In the meantime, he resolved to gather information. The more he knew, the greater his chances of altering this reality. Avoidance was not a viable solution. Could you tell me about my origins? Very well, Mother shall tell you. Su Qingyan recounted many details, gradually clarifying Changqing and Appo's as current circumstances. He remained Lin Changqing, but he was no longer an orphan. Rather, he was the sole heir of the city's wealthiest family, Su Qingyan's only child. Truly a favored son of fortune. From a young age, he had been exceptionally intelligent, excelling in his studies, and was deeply cherished by his parents, a quintessential winner in life. However, regarding Yi Qinghe, the orphanage, and his past as an orphan, Su Qingyan completely denied any such claims. A few months prior, he had quarreled with his family and, in a fit of anger, left home to live independently. The nature of the conflict remained unspoken, perhaps to avoid upsetting him, unaware that Changqing was indifferent to it. His father did not hasten to persuade him to return, seemingly wanting to temper his rebellious spirit, while his mother, Su Qingyan, adored him but was hesitant to defy her husband. Thus, on January 8th, she secretly visited Changqing and Appo's residence while her husband was preoccupied, hoping to coax him back, only to stumble upon him in the midst of a suicide attempt in the bathroom. The story was compelling, yet it was all a fabrication. Changqing sighed inwardly, shaking his head. Such a life was, to be honest, the dream of many. It was not what Changqing desired. He was selfish, cunning, and unscrupulous. But that did not equate to greed. He was acutely aware of what he truly wanted and, aside from that, was largely indifferent to other matters. Wealth meant little to him. Having it was preferable, but lacking it was inconsequential. His yearning for parental love had extinguished years ago, and the woman before him, this surrogate mother, was a stranger, hardly a source of emotional resonance. His heart was solely reserved for Yi Qinghe. Perhaps now he also had a place for Luo Hongyan. Su Auntie, your words are quite kind. If possible, I would very much like to be your son. Unfortunately, this is not my life. The girl I cherish is missing, and I must find her. Su Qingyan wiped away a tear. Son, with your qualities, you could find any girl you desire. Why must you? Changqing offered a wry smile. Su Auntie, that and Appo's. That's not what I meant. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, and Su Qingyan and Appos, as secretary, entered, cradling a doll wrapped in a bedsheet. Carrying a life-size silicone doll was rather embarrassing for her, but given the urgency of Su's instructions, she had no time for proper packaging and simply brought it along. Changqing's eyes sparkled as he accepted the doll, unveiling its wrappings to reveal Danji. Suontie, may I ask your secretary to step outside? Su Qingyan nodded, signaling discreetly, and the secretary obediently exited, closing the door behind her. Changqing lifted the doll and addressed it. Danji, speak. What is it, kid? The mechanical voice emanated from the speaker at the back of the doll's neck. Changqing excitedly turned to Su Qingyan. Annie, look. She can talk. Seeing Su Qingyan cover her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment, he continued to question Danji. Tell me, who are you, and where do I come from? Danji replied with irritation. You idiot. Are you starting to lose it again? I am Danji, known as the Other Shore. I was carelessly sealed in your domain, you lunatic. As for where you came from, how should I know? You never told me. Changqing presented the doll to Su Qingyan. You see, this is just an ordinary silicone doll, not some artificial intelligence. Have you ever encountered something so bizarre? Su Qingyan shook her head, seemingly frightened, tears welling in her eyes. Did you hear it speak? She mechanically nodded. So you see, I speak the truth. There exist phenomena in this world that science cannot explain, just like my journey across realms. This soul I brought back is the best proof. If you don't believe me, just ask a question. Su Qingyan repeatedly waved her hands, but Changqing persistently encouraged her to inquire of Danji. Hello, Su Qingyan cautiously ventured. No, kid, what on earth are you doing? Why are you making these imaginary things talk to me? Danji and Appos' voice expressed dissatisfaction. Did you hear that? She responded. Changqing exclaimed with excitement. Su Qingyan, her expression stiff, nodded slowly. Changqing suddenly sensed something was amiss, but could not articulate it. Tentatively, he asked, Annie, you're sure you heard her speak just now, right? Yes. Yes, I did. What did it say? Did it greet me? Su Qingyan's voice was tinged with uncertainty. This statement sent a jolt of tension through Changqing, and he hesitantly examined the silicone doll's entire form. Suddenly, he was struck dumb. The doll's hands, with 10 distinctly formed, plump and rounded fingers, were unmistakably intact. He vividly recalled that before he had made the fateful decision to sever his wrist, he had used a knife to sever one of the doll and Appos' fingers. Chapter 77. Annihilation. Upon closer inspection, the doll appeared to be slightly newer than his own, unmarred by the marks of his previous rough handling. This doll was new. It was not the one that harbored Danji's soul. Child, what are you fumbling with again? Danji and Appos' cold mechanical voice echoed once more. Changqing instinctively glanced at Su Qingyan, who still wore that sorrowful, bewildered expression, seemingly oblivious to Danji and Appos' words. No, this doll is not mine, Changqing exclaimed as he flung the doll away, tossing it to the ground as if it were something dreadful. Su Qingyan grasped his hand and gently reassured him. Dear, earlier, your mother felt that the items in that room were ominous, so we discarded them. This doll is a replica that I just had someone procure. If you dislike it, I will get you another one. Please don't be upset. Can you truly hear it speak? Yes, I can indeed hear it. You cannot. He grasped his hair in despair, while on the floor, Danji's mechanical voice continued to mock his madness. Su Qingyan had already pressed the emergency button by the bedside, and soon several attendants rushed in, restraining him and unceremoniously injecting him with a sedative. As his consciousness hovered on the brink of oblivion, he suddenly chuckled. Indeed, upon reflection, what existed beyond this realm, what spirit taming, what 100-flower cave, what Huanhe Sect, what evil sovereign, none of it was real. A talking silicone doll? How absurd. I must truly be losing my mind. He felt his consciousness withdrawing from his body, everything around him distorting and morphing into writhing lines, forming a new tableau. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the grand center of an ancient hall, precisely in the midst of the clouds of color. At that moment, he sat upon a throne, beneath which countless female spirits knelt in reverence, bowing deeply in worship. Recognizing the scene before him, he slumped on the throne. Yet, within his mind, Danji let out a sigh of relief. You finally decided to return to reality, have you? No longer raving mad? Changqing offered a wry smile. Before I returned to reality, what did you see in my mind? Danji pondered for a moment and replied, a group of individuals in white coats restrained you, and then you returned. Changqing fell silent, sitting there in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. After a long while, he extracted the crimson, boiling spirit from Danji's corporeal form and directed it into the underground palace. Child! Danji's somewhat exasperated voice resounded as he prepared to end his life once more. Even though your innate spirit can reverse time and grant you rebirth, it is not meant to be used for self-destruction. I do not know what you experienced in that illusion, nor the narrative you conjured in your celestial realm, but you must steel yourself. Fantasy is ultimately just that. Fantasy, not reality. You do not comprehend. Changqing interrupted her, this time not with his usual fury, but with a weary tone. None of you remember. Only I do. Remember what? Remember two individuals. Changqing contemplated. If there was anyone among them who understood this other realm best, it would undoubtedly be Danji, who, as a native and a 300-year-old evil sovereign, possessed far greater knowledge than he. After a moment of hesitation, he recounted the events within the 100-Flower Cave and the sudden disappearance of Luo Hanyan. Danji analyzed the situation and stated, there are two possibilities. First, as a fallen heavenly being, your episodes of madness are quite normal. This Luo Hanyan may simply be a figure you fabricated based on your beloved Yi Qinghe from the celestial realm. But that does not explain several matters. Changqing interjected vehemently. I know what you are implying, but from my perspective, the matters you find inexplicable are clearly laid before me, without any flaws. Feeling somewhat deflated, Changqing understood that when a person is forgotten by all, the traces of their existence vanish completely. Even if he remembered, it would merely be considered madness. But there is another possibility. Perhaps this is a result of a spirit and Apos. S effect. Spirit? Changqing and Apos. S spirit lifted momentarily. Indeed, spirits. It is rumored that a fallen evil emperor, known as Ming, possessed a spirit named Annihilation, which could bring about true death. True death? Changqing asked, perplexed. It is said that annihilation can cause one to vanish entirely, leaving no soul, no body, erasing all traces of existence. Yet, this is merely a legend. After all, it has been 100,000 years, and the truth remains elusive. It is said that the Ming Emperor used the power of annihilation to eradicate an entire era of cultivators in the Eight Directions realm, leading to the decline of humanity there, which remains plagued by other races to this day. Do you believe Luo Hanyan was annihilated? Changqing inquired. It is merely speculation, as no one can definitively articulate what it means for traces of existence to vanish. If what you say is true, that would mean even others' memories of her would disappear, altering the will of the world, a terrifying power indeed. Danji contemplated for a moment, then shook her head. In truth, my theory is rather tenuous. There is one aspect that remains unexplainable. If it were an ancient realm and Apos, as powerful being, an existence of the emperor level, using their innate spirit, why would you alone retain memories of her? I still lean towards the notion that you are merely experiencing madness. No, Changqing insisted vehemently. I'm certainly not mad. You are right. It must be annihilation. If it is annihilation, how can I save her? Danji sighed inwardly, viewing Changqing and Apos' assertions as nothing more than the erratic behavior of a fallen heavenly being. While she acknowledged the truth of the Ming Emperor and annihilation, these were ancient legends, and she spoke of them primarily to comfort Changqing, urging him to cease his futile, self-destructive tendencies. Can I die once more? If I return to before her annihilation, might that save her? That is impossible. Even if you are a fallen heavenly being, your innate spirit is merely a remnant of a powerful being. Annihilation is the innate spirit of an emperor, a level above you. If her existence has been fundamentally erased, even if you were reborn, you would find that she may not have even been born, her existence entirely unrecorded. Any attempt to reverse time would be in vain. Changqing's initially fervent demeanor dimmed once more. Do not lose heart. Though I do not know how to counter annihilation, if you can reach heights I have never achieved, or if you can stand shoulder to shoulder with an emperor perhaps you could discover a way to resurrect her. Although this sounded more like a mere dream, Changqing pondered for a moment and resolutely nodded. After a lengthy contemplation, he straightened up from the throne, regaining his usual calm demeanor. Indeed, that clarifies everything. If it was an emperor-level existence that caused Luo Hongyan and Amp Appo's disappearance, the pinnacle of power in this world, then it all makes sense. Her existence was eradicated, completely obliterated. If, according to my earlier conjecture, Luo Hongyan is the parallel world's Qinghe, then with her disappearance, Qinghe would be unable to escape the same fate. Furthermore, the fundamental erasure affected even Danji, a being of evil sovereign caliber, rendering her unable to recall anything related to Luo Hongyan. As though Luo Hongyan had never been born into this world. The influence that Luo Hongyan once imparted upon this world will inevitably be rectified. Thus, within Danji's memories, it is I who independently devised the means to eliminate Lu and sealed her away single-handedly. In the same vein, Qinghe has never truly been born into this realm. Consequently, Uncle Yi would have no recollection of her, and the impact she might have had upon this world has also been amended. This implies that had Yi Qinghe never existed, my life would likely mirror its current state. Suddenly, Changqing was struck by a chilling thought. Could it be that my status as an orphan is somehow intertwined with Yi Qinghe, that she is the one who altered my fate? Chapter 78. The sacred body of alchemy, he cast aside all distractions, as if the chaotic information enveloping him rendered the truth indecipherable. Uncovering the reality in one fell swoop was clearly an impossibility. He could only unravel it thread by thread. What remained certain was his need for strength, for a deeper understanding of this world. I have another question. On Earth, in the realm you refer to as the celestial domain, why is it that the silicone doll before me, which does not contain your soul, still allows me to hear your voice while others cannot? You are a fallen celestial, and the celestial domain is of your own making. If you so wish, you could command the heavens and the earth to speak, let alone a mere doll. Is this idealism? Does that mean I'm not insane? Longqing did not believe in the notion of a fallen celestial or the celestial domain. Regardless of truth or falsehood, he needed only to know that he was not mad. His purpose was to resurrect Luo Hongyan and Yi Qinghe, and that was sufficient. In essence, my soul was drawn into the celestial domain by you. Wherever you desire me to be, I shall be. It is not surprising that any doll could speak. Understood. Longqing exhaled deeply. Had he been on Earth, he would have instinctively splashed cold water on his face. He was never perplexed nor timid. The only thing that could sway him was the unknown. Now that the situation had clarified, the fear stemming from uncertainty dissipated like mist. He resumed his cunning composed. Determined self, unafraid of any obstacle. An emperor, you say? Then let us see if you can obstruct my path. Regardless, in order to heal my brain cancer in reality, I shall be compelled to continue my training. Thus, I shall strive to reach greater heights. No, I must ascend to the pinnacle, to become the most formidable of warriors, surpassing the emperor and discovering the means to resurrect my beloved. Danjia, what do you think my potential for cultivation might be? Danjia seemed taken aback by his sudden inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, You are a rare fallen celestial, and such a foundation suggests that, given ample resources and time, it would be no challenge for you to cultivate to the realm of the eternal void without succumbing along the way. However, in this world, innate talent and foundation do not tell the whole story. I have personally vanquished countless geniuses. Those so-called favored ones often boast unparalleled talent or boundless familial resources. Yet what of it? Recalling the past, she felt a surge of pride. When I opened my meridians, I was no different from you, merely a waste among wastes. Having fled my clan to pursue the path of blood magic, walking a dark road, alone. I possessed neither talent nor foundation, yet I ultimately became a demon sovereign. What did I rely upon? Wisdom, ruthlessness, decisiveness, and perseverance. Ultimately, it is your character that determines your height. You, a mere novice, single-handedly turned me, the esteemed demon sovereign, into your blood slave. Your innate talent may not be high, but you are a reincarnation of a fallen celestial. Now, With the supreme legacy of the 100 flowers in your grasp, and with my corporeal form at your side, your foundation is unfathomably deep, coupled with a heart far more ruthless, insidious, and resolute than my own. The only uncertainty regarding your ultimate achievement may be luck. Longqing smiled faintly, regaining his usual calm, composed, and expressionless demeanor. Then bear witness. While I am generally indifferent, when compelled to act, I shall become terrifyingly strong. He gestured to the hundreds of female demons kneeling in the Grand Hall. You previously mentioned that upon receiving the legacy, I would become the master of the 100 Flowers Cave, and all these female demons would submit to me? Indeed. Did you not notice that upon acquiring the legacy, the 100 flowers order fused with your very being? Not only these female demons, but also the guardians of the legacy, the remnants of the 100 flowers, will heed your command. Is it the spirit I battled in my past life? Yes, its strength is formidable, although its spiritual energy recovers slowly, akin to a sourceless stream. It is more than capable of guarding this legacy. If it exerted itself fully, it could unleash power second only to my peak. Unfortunately, it cannot leave this 100 Flowers Cave. Longqing nodded in satisfaction. The remnants of the 100 flowers represented an unexpected boon. With a revered guardian of such caliber, the 100 Flowers Cave could serve as a formidable base of operations. May I remain in the 100 Flowers Cave to cultivate? He recalled the fantastical novels he had read on Earth, where protagonists became invincible upon leaving their mountains, and he desired to emulate that. Danjia, however, dismissed his idea. The 100 Flowers Cave is but a small world with exceedingly thin spiritual energy. Moreover, your previous use of my blood domain has drained your essence. While it poses no immediate threat, you must swiftly seek out pure heavenly and earthly spiritual energy to restore what you have lost. Prolonged neglect will cause irreparable harm to your body. Does that mean I must venture out to cultivate? Yes, precisely. The outside world offers far more abundant spiritual energy for your cultivation, along with greater resources and opportunities. Longqing pondered for a moment before asking, I have another question. During the trial in the illusion, Huanhe, also known as the remnant of the 100 flowers, told me that all participants would be infused with the bonding technique. He extended his hand, glancing at the petal-shaped mark on his wrist. I can sense that the bonding technique already resides within me. Can I still continue to cultivate your blood method? Is there any danger? Danjia looked somewhat perplexed. Aren't you the sacred body of alchemy? You should be able to cultivate multiple techniques simultaneously. Longqing furrowed his brow. He clearly remembered being a congenital spiritual body. The sacred body of alchemy was originally Luo, Huanhe, and Appo's constitution. Yet, a thought struck him. Just as he had inexplicably transformed into the son of a wealthy family after Yi Qing's disappearance, Luo, Huanhe, and Appo's absence had corrected some effects stemming from her existence, resulting in his transformation into the sacred body of alchemy. It was simply that Danjia had not informed him of the sacred body of alchemy's characteristic of simultaneously cultivating various techniques. However, this also clarified Hua Jiuqian's earlier words. The condition for participating in the trial was not merely a fleeting moment, but rather the ability to cultivate the bonding technique. If the sacred body of alchemy allowed for the simultaneous cultivation of multiple techniques, it was hardly surprising that she could participate in the trial. Seeing his inquiry, Danjia explained. As the name suggests, the sacred body of alchemy, under the harmonizing influence of this unique constitution, ensures that different techniques do not clash, allowing for simultaneous cultivation. It is indeed a remarkable constitution. After speaking, she sighed, what a pity. You possess both the sacred body of alchemy and the congenital spiritual body, two extraordinary constitutions. Yet your talent is abysmally low, and your cultivation speed is sluggish. Such a phenomenon is rare. Longqing found himself at a loss for words. When he had first heard Danjia speak of the sacred body of alchemy and considered that Luo Huanhe was an alchemist, he had naturally concluded that it was an ideal constitution for cultivating alchemy. Yet it turned out that this constitution had nothing to do with alchemy at all. So, if it has no relation to alchemy, why is it called the sacred body of alchemy? ISN and Appo's. It's simply a constitution that allows for the cultivation of various techniques. Hence the name Sacred Body of Alchemy. Is there a problem with that? Oh, so cultivating techniques is abbreviated as alchemy? Why not call it the Sacred Body of Cultivation or the Sacred Body of Techniques? How should I know? The name was given by those who came before, not by me. Never mind. Fixating on this name serves no purpose. In any case, I can cultivate both the bonding technique of the 100 flowers in your blood sea, correct? Indeed. Chapter 79. 8 Pure Spirits. Changqing briefly reviewed the resources at his disposal. First, regarding his realm, it had swiftly transformed. Yet due to the overexertion of his essence, he would be unable to enhance his level through the absorption of spiritual energy for a considerable period, placing him in a position of severe disadvantage. Next, concerning spirit control, with Danji's physical form present, the number of blood-lost spirits could be considered countless, representing a significant fortune. The Baohua legacy should also yield some poison-lost spirits, though regrettably, he was currently unable to utilize them. Then, there was his physique. He possessed both the innate spiritual body and the sacred body of refinement, one allowing him to wield spirits without the need for refinement, and the other enabling him to cultivate multiple techniques simultaneously, both potent and practical attributes. Lastly, regarding territory, the Baohua cave was now under his control, serving as a sanctuary. The cave housed no fewer than 1,000 female demons, albeit all of them at the moment were of the fleeting realm and unable to leave. Yet they constituted a form of wealth. Moreover, within the cave resided the powerful remnant soul of Baohua, which, although not suitable as a combatant, could serve as a safeguard in critical moments, ensuring his survival. And there was an additional asset, a spirit embryo obtained from Lulu, currently nurtured in Danji's mouth. Treated as a mystery box. After all, he was in need of realm progression rather than spirit control, so it was best to keep it for now, as a precaution. He was akin to a famished individual guarding a grain store. It was unwise to covet more sustenance when he had ample to digest and fortify himself. Closing his eyes, a thought arose, and the figure of Huanhe materialized in Changqing and Appo's mind, unlike the soul of Danji sealed within his consciousness. This apparition was only perceptible when he was seated upon the throne amidst the colorful clouds, representing the very legacy he had acquired. Although he recognized the futility of his inquiry, he could not suppress his reluctance to ask, "Senior, are you certain that I am the one who passed the trials and obtained the legacy? Indeed, has no one else succeeded in the trials? In the past 100,000 years, you are the sole victor." Understood. Though he had anticipated this outcome, the realization that the remnant soul of Baohua would not recall Luo Hongyan brought him a tinge of disappointment. However, he quickly regained his composure and inquired once more, "Senior, what does this legacy entail?" The path to sanctification. Hua Jiuqian spread his hands, revealing 8 spirits of various hues shimmering before him. 1 milky white, 2 light blue, 2 deep purple, 2 golden, and 1 faintly glowing spirit of indeterminate rank. As you cultivate the emotional technique, each ascension in realm will grant you 1 spirit from the legacy. These 8 spirits are the culmination of my efforts. Currently, you are merely at the fleeting realm. Take this inferior yellow spirit. Do not underestimate it. It possesses its own unique utility. Each time this spirit undergoes a transformation, you must return to this trial ground to enhance your affinity with it. Remember. Upon concluding, Huiju Qian released the milky white spirit, which flew towards Changqing. He opened his eyes to find an inferior yellow spirit manifesting within his acupoint. Such a fine treasure, Danji marveled. "Do you recognize this spirit?" Changqing inquired. "This spirit is known as a pure spirit. Yours has yet to acquire a name, as it is not fully formed. All that is known is that it is a poisoned spirit." What does pure spirit mean? A pure spirit, as the name suggests, possesses only attributes without specific utility. As its connection with the cultivator deepens, it will gradually evolve to manifest the most suitable functions for the cultivator. However, its evolution is influenced by various factors, which I cannot precisely define. This phenomenon is quite profound. Its rank will also evolve, though ultimately it will face certain limitations. Yet it remains a rare and valuable asset. Indeed, it is a valuable asset. Chanqing nodded, placing greater importance on this unnamed poison spirit. What is even more remarkable is that your legacy is extraordinary. The first spirit you receive is a pure spirit, and subsequent spirits are likely to also be pure spirits. If this holds true, once you ascend to the level of sovereign, you will nearly be able to assemble a complete spirit formation, thereby establishing a domain. What is a spirit formation? Are you familiar with my innate spirit, the blood law of the other shore? I use it as the core, supplemented by 3 heavenly spirits, to form a spirit formation known as the blood sea of the other shore. Each cultivator's spirit formation relies on their own comprehension. The more closely it aligns with their own spirits, the more seamlessly it integrates into their spirit formation. Theoretically, the greater the number of spirits constituting the formation and the higher their ranks, the more powerful the formation becomes. If all the spirits left to you by the legacy are pure spirits, they will gradually evolve into the most compatible spirits for you. How many spirits has the Baohua legacy bestowed upon you? 8 spirits. 8? By heavens! Danji exclaimed, momentarily losing her composure. Her cultivation had been a steady ascent, carving her way through countless battles, and with her exceptional talent and profound understanding of spirit control, she had amassed 4 spirits capable of forming a spirit formation. It is important to note that while all cultivators of the Thousand Autumn realm are referred to as sovereigns, those with spirit formations wield far greater power than those without, as demonstrated in her battles against the remnant soul of Baohua. The minimum requirement for forming a spirit formation is 3 spirits, while 4 spirits are considered excellent. Many sovereigns of the Thousand Autumn realm do not possess spirit formations at all. Yet Chongqing and Amp, Appo's legacy provided him with a staggering 8 spirits. Despite Danji not elaborating, Chongqing discerned that this number was indeed extraordinary. Excellent. This is splendid news. Having organized his resources, it was now time to embark on his journey. The Baohua command had merged with him, allowing him to leave the Baohua cave at will with a mere thought. Casting a glance at the female demons kneeling respectfully beneath the throne, Chongqing turned to Danji and asked, "What do you propose we do with these female demons? They are but lowly creatures, somewhat superfluous. Let them develop freely here for now. What is their loyalty towards me? They are the descendants of the malevolent beings created by the Baohua evil saint, and now that you are the heir of the Baohua evil saint to them, you are akin to a father or creator. Their loyalty towards you is absolute. Then they will be useful." Chongqing rose, raising his arm in a commanding gesture. "Arise and heed my commands." The female demons obediently stood up. "From this day forth, I am your master, and you must comply with all my words." "At your command, Master," they replied in unison, bowing their heads. "Starting today, I shall temporarily depart from the Baohua cave. While I am away, you must diligently cultivate. Who can inform me how many disciples reside in this cave, how many are at the fleeting realm, and how many are the momentary realm?" A female demon closest to the throne stepped forward, clad in a blue gown, appearing youthful and somewhat plain. Her slender form standing in stark contrast to the voluptuous beauty of the other female demons. "Master, there are a total of 865 disciples in the fleeting realm and 364 in the momentary realm." She took a step forward, bowed to Chongqing, and respectfully stated, "Excellent. What is your name?" Replying to the master, "This humble servant is named Haidang." "And your cultivation level?" Replying to the master, "I have only recently opened my acupoints. My cultivation level is merely at the 3rd transformation of the fleeting realm. Such a low cultivation level, but that is inconsequential." Chongqing stepped forward, taking her small hand and raising it above her head. "From now on, Haidang shall serve as my representative within the 100-Flower Cave, undertaking the responsibility of oversight. Henceforth, there shall be no internal strife or mutual devouring among kindred spirits within the cave. Each individual must diligently pursue their cultivation daily. Regardless of who it may be, anyone who achieves the momentary realm of cultivation first shall have the opportunity to replace Haidang and assume the role of my representative. Furthermore, any beings, celestial varieties, or resources within this cave shall be afforded priority access thereafter." Chapter 80. The Lingyu family master, your humble servant possesses limited abilities. I fear I may be unable to shoulder such a significant responsibility. Upon hearing Changqing's arrangements, Haitang expressed her apprehension. You are what I say you are? He replied, affirming his decision. His arrangements undoubtedly bore his own intentions. History has taught that while loyalty tends to foster rapid and stable growth within an organization, it will inevitably face immense turmoil. There will always be individuals of remarkable capability who, feeling undervalued due to insufficient loyalty, may stand in opposition to the organization. Over time, this discontent can coalesce into a formidable force against it. Therefore, to ensure an organization's expansion and success, it is imperative to implement a meritocratic system. However, Danji had indicated that these female spirits exhibited unwavering loyalty. Thus, he need not worry about betrayal. Consequently, Changqing deliberately selected Haitang, who possessed limited cultivation but responded most swiftly to his inquiries, as a spokesperson. This choice would surely provoke dissatisfaction among those female spirits whose skills surpassed Haitang's, which was precisely his intent. He sought to convey to them that his commands were absolute. Even if he commanded them to obey a dog or an insect, dissent was not permitted. Should anyone harbor grievances and dare to act against Haitang, it would provide a perfect opportunity to eliminate the black sheep within the fold. The greatest asset of these female spirits lay in their loyalty. What he desired was unequivocal allegiance, absolute loyalty or absolute disloyalty. Of course, he also allowed these female spirits a chance for advancement. Should they reach a certain level of cultivation, they could supplant Haitang and assume leadership. Thus, while demanding their complete obedience, he established a relatively fair set of rules. Should anyone feel discontented, they could strive for the benefits they desired according to the rules laid out. If anyone dared to act against Haitang and violate those rules, they would be deemed expendable and easily discarded. Haitang, oblivious to his true intentions and unaware that she was merely a bait cast by Changqing, trembled and knelt before him. Thank you, Master, for your recognition. I shall dedicate myself to managing the Huanhe Sect diligently, even at the cost of my life. Her delicate voice reached a crescendo, filled with profound honor and emotion. No longer shall it be called Huanhe Sect. It is henceforth to be known as the 100 Flowers Sect, Changqing declared with a frown. Yes, exclaimed the assembly of female spirits in unison. Changqing felt a sense of satisfaction. This temporary arrangement would suffice for now. It was time for him to depart from the 100 Flowers Cave and embark on his own journey of cultivation. Master, please wait a moment. Haitang called out as he prepared to leave. In truth, during the turmoil within the cave, both the human and celestial populations had been nearly depleted. Without humans, the sisters' cultivation would likely stagnate. Changqing furrowed his brow. Where have the humans and celestial beings gone? In response to the master, the cave was managed by the sect leader and the 4 guardians. However, during the chaos, many of the sisters succumbed to temptation and rushed into the chambers where the humans were kept, consuming most of them. What shall we do? I cannot simply become a slave trader, Changqing lamented to Danji in his mind. Fear not. These female spirits are not entirely reliant on consuming men for their cultivation. Their desire for male bodies is merely instinctual. Their lack of progress stems from the thin spiritual energy in this small world. Consuming men only provides meager sources of energy. As long as you can provide them with resources such as spirit stones that allow them to absorb the world's spiritual energy, they can cultivate normally and even more effectively. Danji reassured him. After some contemplation, Changqing agreed. The emotional cultivation method previously taught to him by Lulu was but an incomplete version. Now, the method he had inherited was whole, and upon careful reflection, he realized that it was not the malevolent practice he had initially imagined. In fact, the emotional cultivation method included a dual cultivation aspect that facilitated mutual enhancement of spiritual power between partners, expediting their growth, provided both parties engaged in the practice. Thus, it seemed that humans were not indispensable for these female spirits. In the future, he would simply need to find alternative means to enhance their spiritual power. With his concerns alleviated, Changqing addressed the female spirits. I shall resolve the issue of humans. You will tend to the remaining ones in the cave diligently. ensuring not a single one is lost. Focus on your cultivation. Upon my return, those who have made progress will be recorded by Haitang, and I shall reward them accordingly. Master, I feel ashamed for troubling you with this. Haitang bowed her head in regret. Changqing chose not to waste further time with the female spirits, offering a few brief instructions before placing his hand upon Danji's shoulder. With a thought, the two vanished from the 100 Flowers cave. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves in a forest, the season now deep into autumn. The dawnlight barely broke, casting a chill through the trees. The crisp autumn breeze rustled the dry leaves, which fluttered down as a ray of sunlight pierced through the branches, scattering soft beams of light across his shoulders. Changqing exhaled, feeling the frosty air. A sharp pain surged in his mind as countless fragmented memories flooded in. He stood still for a moment, regaining his composure. "What is it?" Danji inquired. "It seems I have. Restore the memories of this body," he responded. As the sun climbed higher, the entire valley awakened under its warm embrace. Eagle's Nest Valley, located at the base of the Yuguan mountain range, served as the foundation for the Lingyu family's existence. Though called a valley, Eagle's Nest Valley had evolved over the years under the Lingyu family's stewardship into a thriving community, complete with villages, marketplaces, and ancestral halls, a miniature town in its own right. At that moment, within the family and Appos, as council chamber, the heads of various branches were receiving two unexpected guests. Chairs lined both sides of the chamber, designated for the heads of the four major branches and the clan's elders. Seated close to the end of the table was a striking woman, tall and seemingly untouched by the passage of time. Her long, dark hair was tied in a high ponytail, exuding an air of confidence. Her well-maintained figure was accentuated by a fitted outfit that highlighted her graceful curves. She gripped the armrests of her chair tightly, suppressing her anger as she spoke deliberately. "Miss Tang, your nephew is merely missing. The Lingyu family has always maintained good relations with the Tang family. Is this truly an appropriate response?" "Elder Xiao, your words are excessive. It has been 2 months, and your nephew remains unaccounted for. My younger sister is still so young. Must she live as a widow?" A young man interjected, his short hair and tall stature radiating a sense of vigor. "Brother, do not speak so. Longqing has gone missing, and I share Elder Zhao's sorrow. However, this is also the family's decision, and we siblings cannot defy it." A young girl tugged at his sleeve, her voice a perfect balance of concern and clarity, ensuring all in the council chamber could hear her. "You two are quite the performers, one playing the villain, the other the hero," the woman sneered with gritted teeth. "Tang Ziki, my nephew has treated you quite well, for he is, after all, your betrothed. Now that he has gone missing, you do not appear anxious, nor do you seem heartbroken. Instead, you come to annul the engagement. Elder Xiao, Ziki is not one to shirk responsibility. The betrothal gifts sent by Brother Changqing have been returned." Upon finishing her words, Tang Ziki gestured, and her attendants brought forth several large chests. Upon opening them, they were filled to the brim with milky white spirit stones. Elder Xiao stood, walked to the chests, and grasped a handful of spirit stones, staring blankly for a long while before letting out a deep sigh. "Changqing, oh Changqing, how pitiable is your heartfelt devotion, wasted on such a heartless wretch. Xiao Bingjin, mind your words. We are granting you some leniency due to your status as an elder of the Lingyu family. Now that the betrothal gifts have been returned, we are no longer indebted to one another. Do not overstep your bounds." Chapter 81. The Tang siblings. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bingjin hurled the spiritual stone in her hand to the ground in a fit of rage. "Very well. If you wish to sever ties, then so be it. Others may fear the Tang family, but I, Xiao Bingjin, do not. According to the rules, if you call off the engagement, the betrothal gifts must be returned in double. Hand them over." She pointed accusingly at the Tang siblings before her. "Lin Yu Changqing is already deceased. We cannot be considered as having called off the engagement." "You lie," she retorted furiously, slamming her palm against a chest filled with spiritual stones, which shattered with a loud crash, scattering countless stones across the floor. "Elder Xiao." Several clan heads nearby, witnessing the scene spiraling out of control, spoke up to intervene. However, Xiao Bingjin continued to vent her fury, directing her ire at Tang Ziki. "You wretched woman, Chongqing has been frail and sickly since childhood. He could never become a cultivator. He was never qualified to participate in the trials. It is all you're doing. While accepting the betrothal gifts, you spouted nonsense about only liking cultivators, inciting him to take part in the trials. If it weren't for you, he would never have encountered such misfortune. Chongqing has adored you since childhood, and the gifts he has offered you over the years far exceed that mere 10,000 spiritual stones. Now that his life hangs in the balance, you are so eager to escape, aren't you? Tang Ziki seemed utterly terrified by her outburst, cowering into her brother's embrace, trembling pitifully. This scene only ignited further fury in Xiao Bingjin, knowing that her nephew was infatuated with this woman, now facing an uncertain fate, regretting it too late. Her brother, Tang Zichen, while comforting his sister, retorted, "It's not my sister who urged him. He sought his own demise. What does that have to do with us? I will kill you." Xiao Bingjin could no longer contain her wrath. Impulsive by nature, she released a powerful aura, summoning several blue spiritual entities that glimmered under her command. Presumptuous! Who dares to act violently in the family council chamber? A commanding voice emerged from behind a screen in the center of the hall. As a stern-faced, middle-aged man stepped forward. "Elder Xiao, you have disregarded clan rules. Your salary will be suspended for a month, and you are to be confined for 3 days." Upon hearing the clan leader and Appo's words, Xiao Bingjin and Appo's fury subsided, and though she begrudgingly returned to her seat, her gaze remained fixed on the Tang siblings. She understood the situation all too well. Among the 4 great families of the Yuguan mountain range, the Lingyu and Tang families were closely matched in strength, with the Tang family at the bottom and Lingyu slightly above. For decades, the two families had maintained friendly relations, and as a show of goodwill, they exchanged children to study and live within each other's households for several years. It was through this arrangement that Tang Ziki had met Chongqing, residing in his home for several years. Chongqing was the legitimate son of the Chong branch of the Lingyu family, a position of great privilege, while Tang Ziki was merely an ordinary member of the Tang family's lowest branch. Yet, Chongqing was infatuated with this girl, pouring immeasurable wealth and resources into her over the years. Finally, on the eve of the annual clan cultivation trials, Tang Ziki agreed to the engagement. Even though her demands for a betrothal gift far exceeded what her status warranted, Chongqing had consented without hesitation. However, unexpectedly, Tang Ziki insisted that Chongqing participate in the family trials to become a cultivator. It was well known that Chongqing had been a frail child, unable to carry or lift anything, and had faced death several times in his youth. It was clear to everyone that he would never inherit the position of the Chong branch's leader, as the clan had strict rules stating that only those who attained a certain cultivation level before turning 18 could qualify to become a branch head. Talent was often linked to physical capability, and his condition rendered him unsuitable for cultivation. Nevertheless, before his 18th birthday, he still enjoyed the privileges of an heir. Xiao Bingjin was not Chongqing's true relative. She was originally a handmaiden who accompanied his mother upon her marriage. Due to her exceptional talent, she had ascended to the momentary realm and was promoted to an outer clan elder. Since Chongqing's mother had died during childbirth, Xiao Bingjin and the lady had shared a sisterly bond, leading her to treat Chongqing as her own nephew, fiercely protective of him. Growing up in such an environment without a mother, it was inevitable that Chongqing's temperament would be unruly. Coupled with the knowledge that he was destined to be a waste incapable of inheriting the clan leadership, his personality became exceedingly twisted. Even so, with the privilege of being the legitimate son and under Xiao Bingjin's protection, he could have lived a carefree life as a wealthy man. However, his downfall came when he became infatuated with Tang Ziki, losing his senses. Seizing the opportunity while Xiao Bingjin was away on a clan mission, he participated in the annual cultivation trials. The purpose of this trial was to select those with exceptional talent to become cultivators and receive the clan and Appo's focus training. Participants were sent to the depths of the Eagle and Appo's Wing Valley, a forbidden area where they would unlock their acupoints. For cultivators, this was the crucial first step. Some individuals, by fortunate chance, could unlock their acupoints independently, gaining their innate spiritual entities. These were often the most gifted individuals. Others required the aid of celestial phenomena or skilled cultivators to assist them in unlocking their acupoints to become cultivators. Each year, the Forbidden Area would witness a celestial phenomenon known as Yunpeng gazing at the moon, where, during the night, dark clouds would gather, thunder would roar, and a cloud phoenix would burst forth, parting the clouds to reveal the moon, soaring into the heavens. Those participating in the trials who witnessed this phenomenon would, if they possessed the aptitude for cultivation, unlock their acupoints and become cultivators. However, according to clan rules, only trial participants could enter the Forbidden Area, which was also home to various beasts, including spiritual beasts, rendering each year's trials perilous. Each year, some participants would not return. This year, Lingyu Changqing had become one of the unfortunate souls. He had been missing for a full 2 months, and during this period, Xiao Bingjin, bound by clan rules, could not launch a large-scale search for him in the Forbidden Area, resorting instead to secretly dispatching trusted aides to seek him out, with little success. It was all but certain that Changqing faced a grim fate. While some families rejoiced, others mourned. On the other hand, the Tang family had received good news. During the same period of the cultivation trials, 2 prodigies had emerged from the Tang family, the siblings Tang Zichen and Tang Ziki. The younger sister, Tang Ziki, had achieved the remarkable innate level of 5 transitions, showcasing exceptional talent. Although she had not awakened her innate spiritual entity, she managed to absorb a wind spirit during the trials, now progressing to the level of 6 transitions. Her brother, Tang Zichen, was even more extraordinary, reaching the innate level of 7 transitions, a rare genius who not only awakened his innate spiritual entity, the divine wind spirit, but had also advanced to the pinnacle of 9 transitions in just 2 months, on the verge of breaking through to the momentary realm. The Tang family placed immense importance on this brother-sister duo, with the clan leader even adopting Tang Zichen as a foster son and personally guiding him. Times had changed. In the past, such trivial matters would not have warranted the clan leader's direct involvement. However, Xiao Bingjin's excessively protective nature risked incurring the Tang family's ire, especially since she harbored intentions to take action against the Tang siblings. An audacious move indeed. Taking a couple of steps forward, the clan leader solemnly addressed the Tang siblings. With Lingyu Changqing's fate uncertain, according to our clan's rules, those who participate in the trials and go missing for 3 months are considered deceased. You may temporarily take back the betrothal gifts. After a month, when our clan confirms that Lingyu Changqing has perished, you may return the gifts without breaching the engagement. He then cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Bingjin, his tone measured as he added, should anyone dare to voice dissent or conspire for revenge, it would tarnish our Lingyu family's reputation and be regarded as an enemy of the clan. Tang Ziki respectfully bowed, her tone imbued with sorrow and helplessness. I'm immensely grateful for the understanding shown by our esteemed patriarch. The disappearance of Brother Changqing has deeply saddened us all. Yet the decision to annul the engagement is one that reflects the wishes of our family, and, as siblings, we cannot defy it. Today, in the presence of the patriarch, we aspire to reconcile with Brother Changqing's family. Of course, we also hope to receive good news regarding him. However, it is clear that my fate is no longer intertwined with his. Her heart brimmed with an unparalleled sense of joy and relief. Having transformed from a mere wild chicken into a resplendent phoenix, she found herself disinterested in Lingyu Changqing, a mere branch heir destined for mediocrity. With his disappearance, she eagerly sought to sever ties and dissolve the engagement. Chapter 82. Return. Although Lingyu Changqing had always treated her well, and his status was something she had long deemed unattainable, everything had changed now that she and her brother had revealed their extraordinary talents. No longer did she need to ingratiate herself to that ailing wretch, nor live under someone else's roof in a state of subservience. She could now live with dignity and grace. Tang Ziki envisioned a brighter future for herself, worthy of a more deserving husband. Thus, why waste time on that sickly man? While she felt a tinge of reluctance over the betrothal gifts sent by the Zhang family branch, the clan had rules. A person who reneges on a marriage must return the betrothal gifts in double. With that wretch now deceased, it seemed fate was on her side. If not now, when would she sever the engagement? In truth, Tang Zichen had hoped for her to annul the engagement since Changqing's disappearance, but she had deliberately delayed, waiting a full 2 months before finally pursuing the matter. After all, it was evident that Ling Yu Changqing could not possibly survive. Whether she withdrew from the engagement sooner or later mattered little. Her tardiness only served to highlight her loyalty and protect her image. What no one knew was that this annulment had been meticulously planned. With Tang Zichen's prodigious aptitude, it was clear she had innate potential. Even before the trial for cultivators, Tang Ziqi was aware of her brother's remarkable abilities, and the clan leader had already taken him under his wing for secret cultivation. As Tang Ziqi, the younger sister of Tang Zichen, she too basked in newfound prestige. It was at that time that the thought of annulling the engagement first crossed her mind. However, according to clan rules, the party seeking to end the engagement must return the betrothal gifts in double. Thus, she devised a plan to compel Ling Yu Changqing to participate in the cultivator trial. If he perished during the trial, she would not be deemed a renegade. As expected, the fool took the bait and, unable to resist her provocations, actually enrolled in the trial. Once the trial concluded, she had transformed into an innate genius of the fifth transition. While Ling Yu Changqing had met his demise, truly, heaven was aiding her. Clan leader, I object, Xiao Bingzhen exclaimed, shattering the armrest of her chair as she rose in fury. This vile woman forced my nephew to partake in the cultivator trial. His death is inextricably linked to her. And why did she insist he participate in such a trial? There is something amiss. Even if she coerced him, the mishap during the trial was his misfortune. One cannot blame another. Besides, he is already deceased. Whether she withdraws from the engagement or not, what more do you desire? The clan leader frowned, visibly displeased. She wishes to annul the engagement? Fine, but I demand she return all the wealth and resources my nephew has provided her over the years in full. Otherwise, she should don mourning attire for him and remain a widow for life. If she refuses, let her accompany him in death. Absurd. The clan leader slammed the table. Bring Elder Xiao to the reflection hall for some serious introspection. Wait. At that moment, an incongruous voice echoed from outside the family assembly hall. Since this concerns my lifelong commitment, how could I possibly be absent? A youth clad in a black robe stepped inside. Though his shoulders were broad, his frame appeared frail, resembling a scarecrow propped up in the fields. His handsome features were marred by pale skin and sunken eyes, exuding an aura of impending demise. Most strikingly, his long hair was a bizarre mix of black and white, falling to his waist. Were one to see him, they would hardly be surprised to mistake him for a gravely ill patient. Who else could it be but Changqing? Your humble servant, Ling Yu Changqing, arrives late and seeks the clan leader's forgiveness. His mere presence plunged the assembly hall into a profound silence. The Tang siblings stood frozen, as if they had seen a ghost. Only Xiao Bingzhen, after a moment of disbelief, rushed forward, embracing him tightly. Changqing gently patted her back, murmuring, "Aunt, it's all right. I'm back." Xiao Bingzhen released him, cupping his face in her hands, her voice a blend of joy and concern. "Changqing, how did you end up like this?" She tenderly brushed a strand of his white hair, her eyes glistening with tears. It's a long story." Changqing patted her shoulder before turning his gaze toward the clan leader at the center of the hall. "Esteemed clan leader, my aunt was merely worried for my safety. Now that I have returned unscathed, she will no longer trouble the Tang siblings. Might I ask for your leniency this time? There are outsiders present. Would it not be an embarrassment to be overly harsh on my aunt?" He emphasized the word outsiders deliberately, casting a knowing glance at Xiao Bingzhen. Understanding the implication, she quickly bowed her head, saying, "Clan leader, I acknowledge my mistake. I implore you to forgive me this once." Ling Yu Changqing, as the heir of the Chong branch, held some weight in the clan, especially given his miraculous return from death's door. The clan leader's stance reflected the family's image. To excessively favor outsiders while punishing one of their own elders would be inappropriate. Xiao Bingzhen was astute, offering the clan leader sufficient respect and an easy way out, making it difficult for the clan leader to impose severe punishment. "I shall deduct your salary for 1 month. as the head of the Chong branch is gravely ill and unable to attend to the marriage issue. You, as Ling Yu Chongqing's elder, shall remain here to represent him. Thank you, clan leader. Xiao Bingjin quickly bowed in gratitude. Chongqing, relieved, turned his attention to the several large chests piled with spirit stones at the center of the hall. Approaching one, he patted it and inquired, "Everyone forgive my rudeness. I have just returned from a treacherous journey through the forbidden grounds, changed my clothes at home, and have not even had a sip of water. Upon hearing about the annulment, I rushed here. May I sit for a moment?" Though he posed it as a question before anyone could respond, he casually seated himself, resting one foot on another chest and adopting a languid posture. He lifted his chin towards the Tang siblings, looking down at them with an air of superiority. Annulment is no issue, but regarding the betrothal gifts you've returned, he reached into a nearby chest, tossing a handful of spirit stones disdainfully at Tang Zichen's feet. Isn't this somewhat lacking? From the moment he exited the 100 Flowers Cave, he had felt a sharp pain in his head, and a wealth of memories belonging to the original owner of this body flooded his mind. Ultimately, it revealed a life of high status, yet one marred by the knowledge of an inevitable downfall, leading to self-destruction, with a singular fixation on the mundane Tangziki. Notably, the circumstances surrounding his entrance into the 100 Flowers Cave hinted at a conspicuous conspiracy, suggesting someone had plotted against him. The cave's entrance lay deep within the Eagle Rising Valley, situated in a remote cave designated as a forbidden area by the clan. As he recalled, the original owner had been knocked unconscious from behind during the so-called cultivator trial and awoke to find himself trapped in a cave with the entrance blocked by a massive stone. In his panic, he had touched an unusual rock within the cave, which served as the conduit to the 100 Flowers Cave. Clearly, someone was aware of the cave's existence and sought to eliminate him, orchestrating a scheme to kill him unseen. Reflecting on it all, he decided, on the advice of Danji, to return to the Ling Yu family rather than embark on a solitary journey. Danji, a formidable figure in the dark arts, was seasoned in her experience. Based on Chongqing's description, she concluded that the Ling Yu family was merely a third-rate clan, lacking skilled protectors and possessing limited insight, making it a safe haven for Chongqing to conceal his secrets and begin anew. After all, he was currently too weak and needed to periodically return to the 100 Flowers Cave to absorb its legacy, rendering reckless travel inadvisable. Given that the original owner appeared to hold a certain status within the family, finding a way to grow under their protection would prove beneficial. According to Danji's assertion, the practitioners of the sinister path are akin to flesh-burrowing flies, parasitically feeding on the living. Chongqing initially intended to seek out a small sect or family to join, with the intention of voraciously draining their lifeblood. This situation presents an opportune moment, as the Ling family is perfectly suited for Chongqing's current existence. Glancing at the seemingly composed Tang Ziki before him, Chongqing felt a twinge of disdain within. From the memories of the original owner, Tang Ziki was as beautiful as a celestial being. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the original owner had embellished her appearance with excessive filters. In truth, Tang Ziki pales in comparison to the cherished figure of Yi Qinghe in Chongqing's heart. Even if thrown into the 100 Flowers Cave, she would fail to stand out among the crowd, merely possessing a modicum of attractiveness at best. Nevertheless, this young girl exhibits a certain cunning. Chongqing, being exceedingly treacherous, has already discerned from the original owner's memories that her instigation for the original body to participate in the cultivator's trial was deliberate. It is likely that she played a role in the demise of the original owner, though the motive remains unclear. Was it solely for the purpose of breaking off an engagement? Further investigation is warranted. Chapter 83. Additional funds. Tang Ziki offered a somewhat awkward smile. Brother Chongqing, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Do not concern yourself, dear sister. As the saying goes, good people do not live long, while calamities endure for 1,000 years. This wretched life of mine is naturally resilient. However, I find it perplexing. Merely 2 months ago, we were entwined in affection. You have turned your back on me so swiftly. Bah! Ling Yu Chongqing, cease your cryptic remarks. Your fate is uncertain, and my sister will not retract her engagement, should she remain a widow in your absence. Stepping forward, Tang Zichen shielded his sister behind him. "Brother, you misunderstand. I merely inquired casually. You seem quite agitated." Lingyu Chanqing smiled serenely, his gaze fixed upon Tang Zichen. His deep-set eyes resembled an unfathomable abyss, and, as his smile faded, they became tranquil and untroubled. He remained unaware of the Tang siblings and oppos, confident in their intention to annul the engagement, according to the memories of his previous incarnation. Their status and position were vastly inferior to his own. Tang Ziki's brazen demand for an exorbitant bride price stemmed solely from her manipulation of the original's affections. Regardless, they were the ones who had overstepped their bounds. In light of the world's customs, an engagement must indeed be honored, and they ought to be the ones anxious about the situation. Why then do they seem eager to sever ties? Do not speak from a position of superiority. For some reason, Tang Zichen felt that Lingyu Chanqing was significantly different from the ineffectual sycophant who had always lingered behind his sister. The depths of his eyes evoked thoughts of a vengeful spirit, prompting Tang Zichen to raise his voice. "Lingyu Chanqing, I shall not hesitate to inform you that my sister has long since ascended beyond your reach. She is a prodigy of innate talent, having achieved the 5th transformation, while I am even more formidable, having attained the 7th transformation and adopted as a son by the clan leader. To be candid, we have come today to annul the engagement. What can you do about it?" Brother Tang Ziki tugged at her sibling, signaling him to temper his words. She then turned to Lingyu, maintaining her pitiful demeanor. "Brother Chanqing, I apologize. My brother has had a minor dispute with Elder Xiao and has spoken too harshly. Please do not take offense. However, the annulment is a matter of family decision, and Ziki is quite reluctant." She then displayed a sorrowful smile, appearing even more pitiable. "But, Brother Chanqing, this is only temporary. Should you devote yourself to your cultivation and strive diligently, there remains a chance for us to be together in the future." Ah, so this is their source of confidence. Lingyu understood and relaxed. It was merely a case of a wild chicken attempting to transform into a phoenix, indulging in a farcical display of preening. In truth, Lingyu comprehended Tang Ziki and Appo's mindset well. Frankly speaking, the behavior of the original was akin to that of a devoted fool, becoming a mere plaything for a woman. Yet, this woman was rather foolish. The more she received a windfall from the heavens, the more impulsive and error-prone she became. Though inexperienced in romance, Lingyu could discern that Tang Ziki harbored no genuine affection for the original, at best merely employing seduction. Since she had resolved to utilize her beauty as leverage, there was no need to speak of love or happiness. Were he in her position, with the original treating her well and willing to expend great resources, it would be better to fully exploit the situation rather than deceive him into ruin. She had acquired what she desired, and the original was content. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Yet, she sought to devise a means to eliminate the original, hoping to escape her fiancé status and firmly establish herself in the upper echelons. How could that possibly succeed? Such self-deceit was laughable. Perhaps Tang Zichen might, through sheer talent and effort, become a formidable force and alter his destiny. However, the scandal surrounding Tang Ziki and the original was already well known. Even if she annulled the engagement, what would it matter? Everyone was aware of what she truly was. Some stones in the mire always believed that after being cleaned, they could be sold as precious jade. It was a joke. Were Lingyu in her situation, he would rather establish a reputation for virtue, maintain his widowhood, preserve a good name, and retain the 10,000 spirit stones as a bride price. Given time and with diligent cultivation, even if he had once been a widower, what concern would there be for finding a suitable match? Relying on oneself is better than relying on others. It can only be said that this woman was short-sighted, possessing a modicum of cleverness but lacking true wisdom, failing to escape her limited perspective. Her greatest ambition was not to strengthen herself, but rather to leverage her circumstances to secure a good match. Otherwise, she would not place such importance on an engagement or the title of widow. True strength lies in self-empowerment, in this cruel world of cultivation. Even an outsider like Lingyu understood this truth, yet she remained oblivious, a tragic irony. However, There are indeed more ordinary folk like her in this world. And this reality pleased Ling Yu. After all, the more foolish the enemy, the easier it becomes for him. Danji, is the innate fifth transformation truly an exceptional talent? He inquired inwardly. He cared little for reputation and was entirely indifferent to the disgrace of being annulled. Observing Tang Zichen's confidence, he contemplated how to maximize his own benefits. To offend two prodigies for the sake of 10,000 spirit stones warranted careful consideration of the Tang siblings' worth. Average at best, compared to the talents I have slain, they are insignificant. For a time, I was consumed by jealousy and targeted the gifted. The innate seventh transformation. Truthfully, it does not stir my desire for slaughter. Danji replied nonchalantly. And the innate fifth transformation? In my family, they are fit only for menial tasks. Quite dismal indeed. Danji, wise beyond her years, understood Ling Yu's intent and cautioned him. Recognize your ambitions. Do not expect to forge valuable connections within such a third-rate family. They are merely refuse, to be discarded when one is in good spirits, or trampled underfoot when displeased. Do not overthink it. You seem to hold these so-called prodigies in contempt. Ling Yu teased, aware that Danji, like himself, hailed from a background of innate first transformation failure. Indeed, when compared to true prodigies, they are indeed worthless. Your character aligns with mine, though you're overly cautious. After all, we are practitioners of a nefarious path. Is it not permissible to act capriciously against the strong? Why not against the weak? If one must offend, let it be so. Can one claim to be wicked with too few enemies? Danji retorted with disdain. Ling Yu had never regarded certain individuals as inherently worthless. A person's value is not solely determined by their cultivation, but also by their lineage, intellect, and strategic acumen. However, it was precisely because the Tang siblings lacked cunning and foresight, one arrogant and the other short-sighted, that Ling Yu could only evaluate their worth in the realm of cultivation. Though he did not entirely agree with Danji's views, they shared a consensus regarding the Tang siblings. If we must offend, so be it. They are of no significant use. Ling Yu cast a glance at the Tang siblings, his tone indifferent. I understand your sister's intentions. Are you truly set on annulling the engagement? Tang Ziki feigned reluctance, nodding as if it pained her to do so. Brother Chanqing, I am truly sorry. Spare me your feigned sorrow. Xiao Bingjin approached Ling Yu's side, seemingly concerned for his emotional state. She placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke softly. Ling Yu, it is best to rid yourself of such a heartless woman. I shall help you find a better match in the future. It would be wise to annul the engagement sooner rather than later. Ah, aunt, you err in your judgment. How could I annul the engagement? Sister Ziki was once my beloved childhood companion, the epitome of romance. Ling Yu waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Bingjin sighed softly, recognizing that her nephew was still infatuated with that wretched woman. This annulment would likely deliver a significant blow to him. Unexpectedly, Ling Yu's next words left everyone utterly astounded. What I mean is, the cancellation of the engagement is permissible, but it requires additional compensation. Chapter 84. Do you wish to regret? Tang Ziki was the first to react, urgency lacing her voice. Brother Chanqing, we have returned your betrothal gifts intact. Why do you still? She paused, recalling the customs of the four prominent families of the Yuguan mountain range. If the betrothal gifts have been accepted, the party wishing to cancel the engagement must return double. Correct? The gifts my sister sent. Chanqing interrupted her, rummaging through a box filled with spirit stones beneath him. It seems a bit insufficient. Since you have already called off the engagement, I suppose we can consider it formally annulled. When shall you return the double betrothal gifts? I believe our Yuguan customs are quite reasonable. They provide an opportunity for reconsideration and the freedom to withdraw from an engagement. However, should you be unable to compensate for the double betrothal gifts? His expression hardened, and his voice turned icy. If you cannot compensate, my sister shall become a servant in my household. Neither of the Tang siblings had anticipated such an attitude from Chanqing. Upon seeing him, they expected him to oppose the annulment, or perhaps even to plead humbly, at the very least to use the return of the gifts as leverage. Tang Ziki had prepared a speech, but Chanqing and Appo's demeanor left her momentarily speechless. She cast a pitiful glance towards the patriarch of the Ling Yu family, hoping he would intercede on her behalf. Yet, The patriarch merely observed the scene with indifference, saying nothing. Had Chanqing died, the siblings and Oppos wish to annul the engagement would have seemed reasonable, not a case of regret. But since Chanqing was alive and had confirmed this, their insistence on withdrawing from the engagement was nothing short of blatant regret. If Chanqing chose not to pursue the matter, it would be one thing. But according to the customs of Yuguan Mountain, his demand for double the betrothal gifts was entirely justified. Now, as Tang Zichen, the adopted son of the Tang family patriarch, he could not allow the relationship between Chanqing and the Tang siblings to deteriorate too severely. If Chanqing truly demanded that Tang Ziqi serve as a maid, he would certainly intervene. However, if Chanqing merely made a reasonable request, as patriarch, anything he said might appear biased. Such are the rules, the very foundation of a family standing. Xiao Bingzhen's eyes glimmered with surprise. She had not expected this foolish nephew to suddenly gain insight. While feeling a swell of satisfaction, her confidence surged, positioning herself behind Chanqing like a protective hen, her gaze fixed on the Tang siblings, though she remained silent. Her intent was clear. She stood by Chanqing, and without payment, they would not be leaving. Seeing no one come to her aid, Tang Ziqi steeled herself to plead with Chanqing. Brother Chanqing, the annulment is the family's decision. Ziqi truly wishes to be with you. Must our years of affection be measured in gold? Oh, and what do you propose? Chanqing replied, his eyelids not lifting, a hint of impatience in his tone. Tang Ziqi adopted a sorrowful expression once more. Please accept the returned betrothal gifts. Do not give up. I will wait for you, I promise. Ah, the implication was clear. As long as she didn't have to compensate for the double betrothal gifts, she was offering him an opportunity to continue receiving gifts. Chanqing flicked a spirit stone at her, as one would flick the skin off a melon seed. Do you take me for a fool? Ling Yu Chanqing, you seek death. Tang Zichen, witnessing his sister's humiliation, was about to explode, but he was halted by Xiao Bingzhen, who stepped forward, her gaze sharp as a knife, preventing him from acting rashly. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the patriarch was about to intervene when Tang Ziqi abruptly declared, "We shall not annul the marriage. We must not." Though the siblings were under the family's prominent training, 10,000 spirit stones still represented a significant sum. If Chanqing insisted on compensation, she simply could not afford it. She resolved that the worst-case scenario would be to marry this ailing man and then plot her next move. Having lived in the Chang family branch for several years, she was aware of Chanqing and Oppo's situation. Aside from Xiao Bingzhen, he had no one to rely upon. It would not be difficult to find an opportunity to eliminate him without anyone being the wiser. Withdraw. Why not withdraw? It must be done. Tang Zichen, however, was resolute. Having endured humiliation for years, the siblings were finally beginning to shine, and he saw no reason to let this arrogant Chanqing continue to belittle them. Nor could he tolerate his sister's suffering. Well said. Withdraw. Why not withdraw? It must be done. As soon as he finished speaking, Chanqing clapped his hands in approval. Brother Chanqing. Tang Ziqi's eyes glistened as she spoke softly. I know you must be heartbroken to say such things. I am willing to defy the family's wishes and not annul the engagement. Do you not wish to be with me? Seeing her distress, Chanqing replied earnestly, Dear sister, I too wish to marry you. However, family customs bind us. Just moments ago, in front of so many elders of the Lingyu family, you declared your intent to annul the engagement, and I, in turn, voiced my agreement. Tang Ziqi shook her head, tears streaming down her face, her voice more plaintive than ever. I do not care, Brother Chanqing. I simply want to be with you. She believed Chanqing was still the fool who was entirely devoted to her, convinced that if she softened her stance and begged, he would relent. Do you not wish to marry me? Now that I have agreed, what more do you want? She thought. Yet, Chanqing's response fell short of her hopes. Dear sister, words once spoken cannot be taken back. Now that you claim you will not annul the engagement, do you think it can be forgotten? Do you regard the men of my family as mere cabbages in the market, to be desired and discarded at will? What the dignity of the Lingyu family? His voice rose, righteous indignation evident. Even if I desire you, I cannot become the villain who brings shame upon my family. With that, he rose, bowing deeply to the elders and patriarch behind him. Though he was often disregarded within the family, His words resonated with profound reasoning, and the elders nodded in agreement. Changqing leaned closer to the stunned Tang Ziki, a smile playing on his lips. You may regret the betrothal, but do you wish to regret the annulment as well? What a jester you are! Tang Ziki's expression twisted in fury. She struggled to maintain a facade of composure, even as her insides roiled with boundless hatred for Changqing. This scoundrel, was he merely toying with her? She had made concessions to this extent. Why did he regard her with such disdain? 10,000 spirit stones. What was she to do? How could she possibly afford it? Changqing, unperturbed by her turmoil, continued. Very well. I do not require you to serve as a maid. You may owe me the spirit stones for now. He understood that pushing Tang Ziki too far would provoke family intervention. This game had its limits, and he had no interest in making her a servant. What mattered most was obtaining tangible benefits and securing the spirit stones. Yet a little heart-wrenching manipulation would not go amiss. Since you have acknowledged the regret of the betrothal, you should owe me 20,000 spirit stones. You have returned one, thus you still owe me another 10. I have a suggestion for that remaining amount. Did you not once tell me that marrying you required a betrothal gift of 10,000 spirit stones? You could seek a suitable suitor to provide you with that amount, and rather than handling it yourself, have him deliver it directly to my residence as repayment. As long as you draft a written agreement stating that your future husband must deliver 10,000 spirit stones to my residence, or else he cannot marry you. And this must be widely known. I shall refrain from pursuing that amount for the time being. You can provide it to me on the day of your engagement. What do you think? His demands are simply heartless. You, Tang Ziki, do you not desire a good reputation? Do you not wish to ascend the branches and transform into a phoenix? Then I shall tarnish your name, compelling your future suitors to send their offerings directly to me. Let us see which man can endure such a profound humiliation and who would still wish to claim you. Do not overstep your bounds. Tang Zichen yearns to seek justice for his sister, yet he is at a loss for words. Currently, he receives a stipend of 5 blue spirit stones from the family each month, with 1 blue spirit stone equivalent to 100 white spirit stones. If he were to save diligently, he could repay the debt in less than 2 years. However, these spirit stones are intended for his cultivation. Stagnation in his progress would be a foolish sacrifice, leading to the inevitable loss of all he currently possesses. How am I overstepping? This is all for the sake of Sister Ziki. After all, beyond the dowry, she has little means of acquiring substantial wealth at the moment. Langqing shrugged, feigning helplessness. But this matter must have a deadline. Otherwise, if Sister Ziki decides to become a reclusive debtor and never marries, who shall I hold accountable for the 10,000 spirit stones? Let us set a term of 3 years. I hope within this time, Sister Ziki will find a worthy husband. Chapter 85. A testament in every matter. One must be mindful of balance. Indeed, he lacks spirit stones at present. Restoring his essence and providing for the training of the female demons in the 100 Flowers Cave necessitates these stones. However, to demand them forcibly would be unreasonable, as the siblings could certainly not comply. Perhaps it would be wiser to grant them a deadline, which would likely not provoke objections from their clan. I agree, Tang Ziki said, gritting her teeth and nodding in assent. Sister, Tang Zichen wished to say more, but Tang Ziki shook her head at him, leaving him to gaze at Changqing, his eyes betraying an unrestrained hatred. Fate has its ups and downs. Lingyu Changqing, you will inevitably regret your actions today. Changqing merely smiled faintly, regarding Tang Zichen as a fool of the highest order, his emotions and desires for revenge so plainly written on his face. Ah, the reckless youth. How laughable. A barking dog does not bite. It is not that the barking dog lacks the capacity to bite, but rather that its intent has already been exposed, and thus, one is ever vigilant against it. Tang Zichen, as an opponent, was strategically beneath Changqing's notice, too easily read and too easily guarded against. In contrast, he found Tang Ziki's response somewhat commendable. She did not overtly display her resentment, nor rush to utter grandiose threats. This woman was indeed more worthy of caution than her brother, yet that was the extent of it. Lingyu sighed. It seemed the rift between the Tang siblings and Lingyu Changqing had irrevocably deepened. While he held the siblings in far greater regard than the worthless Changqing, Decorum compelled him to speak. Since both parties have reached an accord, we elders shall witness this. As of today, within 3 years, Tang Ziki must procure a dowry of 10,000 spirit stones to return to Lingyu Changqing, thus formally dissolving their engagement. There shall be no further entanglements between them. Is there any objection? No objection. Tang Thikiri Plaid Stifli. Nothing. Thank you, clan leader, for your fairness. Additionally, I have one more matter I wish for the clan leader and esteemed elders to witness. The clan leader frowned. Lingyu Changqing, what further matter do you wish to address? Changqing exuded an air of peculiarity. His frail body, having gone missing for so long in the forbidden grounds only to return alive, was itself a mystery, especially given his well-known affection for Tang Ziki. Yet today, he appeared utterly indifferent to the dissolution of their engagement, seemingly motivated solely by self-interest. What more could he wish to witness? Changqing clapped his hands, and the doors of the assembly hall swung open, revealing a long, slender leg adorned in white. Due to the blood-slave spirit, Danji and Amp, Appo's physical form, though devoid of a soul, could not act independently or engage in combat. However, under Changqing and Appo's mental command, she could perform simple movements without issue. She had followed Changqing back to the clan, and after donning a coarse servant's garment, he brought her forth. Given Danji's exaggerated physique, the rough fabric clung tightly to her form. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, her long legs rendered the ankle-length attire somewhat awkward, exposing a portion of her smooth calves. Yet, this peculiar appearance rendered the entire assembly hall momentarily silent, for Danji's beauty was truly extraordinary. To assuage concerns regarding her unnaturally red eyes, Changqing had bound a black ribbon around them. Nevertheless, her other features remained breathtaking. With a delicate nose, rosy lips, and cascading silver hair, she resembled a celestial being. She strode directly to Changqing, positioning herself beside him and resting her hand atop his. As she passed the Tang siblings, Tang Zichen instinctively swallowed hard, while Tang Ziki lowered her gaze, as though unable to confront her radiance. Despite her own lavish attire, standing next to Danji in her humble garb evoked an inexplicable sense of inferiority within her. Changqing raised Danji and Appo's hand. I faced near death during the trials, and it was by fortune that I encountered this lady, who saved my life. Though she is merely immortal and bears disabilities, blind and mute, I am resolute in my desire to repay her kindness. Coincidentally, having just been released from my engagement, I hope that all esteemed elders and the clan leader will bear witness to my intention to take her as my wife, pledging my unwavering devotion. Since I have survived such dire straits, it is a sign of divine favor, urging me to achieve greatness in my cultivation. I, Lingyu Changqing, vow to diligently pursue my studies and honorably inherit the lineage, bringing glory to my clan. His actions were calculated. Typically, Changqing preferred a low profile, advancing quietly. Yet, through the memories of his predecessor, he had gleaned much about the Lingyu clan and concluded that he must adopt a more conspicuous stance to secure greater resources and benefits in the future. Historically, the original body had projected a somber image of a sickly individual. His disappearance during the trials raised suspicions, and, thus, it was prudent to cultivate an image of one who had emerged from peril, enlightened and devoted to cultivation. Moreover, bringing Danji into the open served a purpose. Her physical form was invaluable, necessitating her constant presence by his side. Concealing her identity was impractical, as her striking appearance would inevitably attract attention. Thus, it was wiser to present her directly. He understood that those who sought to harm his predecessor were likely aware of the 100 Flowers cave and wished to eliminate him discreetly. Now that he had survived, those individuals would be reluctant for the truth of his peril and subsequent escape to be revealed. Of course, Changqing himself would remain silent on the matter. The perpetrators were unaware of his intentions. By integrating Danji and Appo's identity into the narrative of his survival, he crafted a vague yet plausible story, the most nebulous and least suspicious, while simultaneously ensuring his safety. Chongqing was nearly certain that the one who sought his predecessor's demise was present within the assembly hall. Should that individual wish to keep their scheme hidden, they would likely assist in concealing Danji's identity, preferring that the family refrain from investigating the details of his escape. If the clan did not pursue Danji's origins, it would be advantageous. Her presence at his side would then be justified, alleviating numerous complications. Conversely, should they choose to investigate, it would also serve him well, enabling him to discern who among them was most likely the mastermind behind the plot against his predecessor. In essence, Danji's physical form was now devoid of a soul, presenting no trace of her sinister origins, and she had assured him that, with the methods of this third-rate clan, as long as they refrained from overtly employing blood magic, no one could uncover their identities as blood mages, unless one were to dissect them to extract their organs as evidence. In brief, the principle was simple. There was nothing to fear from scrutiny. A clever plan indeed. You are quite adept at playing your schemes. Danji's voice resonated in Chongqing's mind. Having lived for over 3 centuries and possessing an outsider's perspective, she easily discerned the motives behind his actions. Self-preservation. After all, your physical form shall need to remain by my side, and lacking a proper identity would be rather troublesome. Chongqing replied nonchalantly. Yet seeing you grasp my hand while uttering those words makes me feel as though ants are crawling all over me, Danji teased. You find it distasteful? I, too, harbor my own dislikes. Upon hearing his remark, she immediately grew displeased. You find me distasteful now? Did you not notice how those old men were staring with rapt attention? And that scoundrel by the surname of Tang, he was nearly drooling. In times past, had anyone dared to gaze upon me in such a manner, I would have surely plucked out their eyes. Thus, one might say you have shown me remarkable mercy. Of course, consider yourself fortunate. You have not only gazed upon me, but also laid your hands upon me, and even tasted my divine essence. So go ahead and revel in your good fortune. Silence now. Chapter 86. The one behind the scenes, as the two engaged in a mental spar. The assembly in the conference hall gradually emerged from their astonishment at Danji's brilliance and the words spoken by Chongqing. Xiao Bingjin was the first to speak. Ah, splendide. My Chongqing has finally matured and become sensible. It is wonderful to see your spirit revived. She grasped Danji and Appo's hand with joy. Oh, what a fine and beautiful young lady you are. You truly are a benefactor to our family, and you are a perfect match for my nephew. In her mind, Danji couldn't help but chuckle. Did she just say we are a match? How could she not feel embarrassed? Silence, came a voice from the assembly, belonging to a composed and reserved middle-aged man. Lingyu Chongqing, according to your earlier statement, have you opened your meridians and become a practitioner? Indeed, it is fortunate that I have opened my meridians, and my cultivation has swiftly transformed, Chongqing replied respectfully. The man was Lingyu Xuanqing, the head of the Lingyu family and Appo's Xian branch. Among the 4 major branches, the one branch held the greatest power, with its leader being the current clan head, while the Jun and Chong branches were slightly inferior and harbored the deepest conflicts, whereas the Xian branch maintained relative neutrality. Swiftly transform, you say? Lingyu Xuanqing sighed, and several elders began to murmur amongst themselves. This swift transformation is indeed a rarity among those of inferior talent. Such a transformation may hinder a lifetime's progress to the momentary realm. Initially, I believed he could inherit the Chong branch, but it seems this lad has always been the least promising among the heirs of the various branches. Our expectations for him were never high. Upon hearing the elders' evaluations, Xiao Bingjin expressed her dissatisfaction. What is wrong with a swift transformation? Does that mean he is no longer a part of the family? Does he not deserve to cultivate under the family as protection? With that, she patted Chongqing on the shoulder, encouraging him. Chongqing, do not heed their words. Your aunt believes in your potential. You are just starting out, and there is still a year until the clan head's assessment. As long as you work diligently, you will surely inherit the position of clan head. Let us return home for a good rest tonight, and tomorrow I will take you to the family academy, ensuring you catch up in your cultivation. Wait, at that moment, a man with a hawkish nose and a grim demeanor spoke up. His name was Lingyu Junyi, the head of the Jun branch and an elder in charge of the family academy. Lingyu Chongqing has returned from the Forbidden Area 2 months later than others, and he appears to have experienced considerable events. Furthermore, The presence of this young lady he brought back is quite questionable. He must provide a detailed account of his experiences during the practitioner trial to the family, and we should verify her identity before allowing him to fully reintegrate into the clan and enter the academy for cultivation. His reasoning was sound, yet everyone knew of the discord between the Jun and Chang branches. Thus, Lingyu Junyi's actions seemed somewhat obstructive. Delaying Changqing's return to the clan during the investigation would, to some extent, tarnish his reputation and hinder his cultivation. No, we must allow Changqing to return to the clan first. Xiao Bingjin was the first to oppose. Elder Xiao, this concerns the safety of the clan. 2 others besides Lingyu Changqing have gone missing during the practitioner trial. What if their disappearances are related to him? Elder Junyi, do not casually slander my Changqing. The forbidden area is perilous. He barely escaped with his life. How could he possibly harm others? Even if Lingyu Changqing is innocent, should we not investigate the woman he brought back? Do not twist the facts. The clan absorbs numerous foreign women each year. Why do you not investigate each one of them? Many from surrounding villages accidentally enter the forbidden area annually. She is merely a girl, not even a practitioner, just an ordinary person. What danger could she possibly pose? Moreover, she is disabled. Now that she is the wife of the Chang branch, no one shall trouble her. She must return home with me. Lingyu Junyi was relentless, and Xiao Bingjin stood her ground. Finally, it was the clan leader who intervened. He placed his teacup firmly on the table, his tone stern. Enough. Before everyone here, what kind of conduct is this from the 2 elders? Lingyu Changqing shall return to the clan first. Tomorrow, let him join the family academy without delaying his cultivation. Elder Xiao, as the clan's protective elder, this investigation should have been your responsibility. However, due to your familial ties, to avoid suspicion, this matter will be entrusted to the law enforcement elder to investigate. As for the young lady, once Lingyu Changqing has explained her origins to the law enforcement elder, if there are no issues, he may arrange for her himself. After the clan leader finished speaking, the law enforcement elder acknowledged with a nod. Very well, let it be so. You may all disperse. With the clan leader's resolution, there were no objections, and Xiao Bingjin contentedly led Changqing and Danji back to the Chang branch's residence. Later that evening, Changqing was summoned to the law enforcement hall, where he briefly recounted the events of the trial, omitting the incident of being knocked on